I'm the ninja, nigga. Come on, bitch. Y'all like how this shit sound. I like how this shit ground, nigga. Oh, fuck you talking to? I'll be under your goddamn couch when you sit on it and I give her money. You be like, how the fuck he get? Bitch, you dead. And stop trying to figure shit out. Boom, you dead, bitch.
Got it? 1, 2, 3. Taking up space! Tamir's in space. It's okay. Leave Flynn up there. Flynn, behind you. Look.
Flynn, I gotcha. I gotcha, Flynn.
Gotcha. Proud of you, Flynn.
Flynn, count it down.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing.
God have mercy upon us.
Wow, look at the blue line.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
Wow.
That's our pink moon.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God.
Whoa,
Stop
whoa.
fucking lying.
That's amazing.
I wanna go home. I wanna go home to see.
So tonight, I have the great privilege.
Y'all get the lights up. We about to get this motherfucker show started
and understand and stand against the evil forces of this world.
This Chicago, nigga.
Them niggas get on y'all ass, y'all play with me like I ain't worse. Tryna gossip other blocks like y'all ain't said my name first. He a junkie, he ain't shot his gun, yeah, he blame perks. Shot a video and had a shootout in the same shirt. What you know about popping out and trying to hit they face first? They like smirk your ass, be tripping, better put your case first. Choking who? I heard the rumors, niggas better play slow. I don't want no niggas who you catch, I want the one I pay for. We on his ass, he in the A, you see how long they stay for. Ain't no hotel room, we pop outside the height with Dracos. Hellcats, they get off any scene, the police chase those. Trolling ass, we shot your homie, we know he can take those. If I say your name, don't post it, I be on all kind of shit. Ain't got time to watch your page to see if niggas die to shit. I know bitches set you up, literally niggas down to hit. In this industry ain't what it seem, this shit be counterfeit. Ain't no lacking, she say I'm a nigga from the trenches with an accent. Why you asking me who shot your homie, why you asking? You got my number, you post shit on the gram, you moving backwards. You lucky you don't be doing shit for the gram, you niggas cowards. We no rooms, rest in peace to Cooper. I jumped on the school bus and I hit Gungaruga. Always drunk a 𝐴 I never drunk a cooler. They get your location, they might pop outside in Ubers. When his goofy head jumped in the streets, his ass a hooper. I know this shit don't matter, I took a shower with a cougar. Bring him my retirement, he gon' kill you for that moolah. Catch him in the morning, wake him up, that boy a rooster.
He took it to trial, I tried to tell him it was stupid. They gave him so much time, his knees got weak and he was woozy. Watch the shit you say, the feds be listening to the music. And they gon' take your lyrics and build a case and try to use it. DA dropped my murder, didn't have evidence to prove it. I think my house is hunted up by who the ghost of Pooh kid. He ain't killed nobody, but keep rapping about the shooting. Still ain't got revenge yet, but keep making up excuses. Cause then drunk so much, link that his gut got big as goose. Told him quit while he ahead and don't go out like Whitney Houston. He got caught without it, now they robbing him for his rubies. He wouldn't give it up, so he got buried in his Cuban.
Man, I bleed no rooms, rest in peace to Cooper. I jumped on the school bus and I hit Gungaruga. Always drunk a 𝐴 I never drunk a cooler. They get your location, they might pop outside in Ubers. When his goofy head jumped in the streets, his ass a hooper. I know this shit don't matter, I took a shower with a cougar. Bring him my retirement, he gon' kill you for that moolah. Catch him in the morning, wake him up, that boy a rooster.
You're a victim.
Here we go.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
I thought we forgot.
You are evil, but the fire will purify your immortal soul.
Don't let that broke bitch in, cause she too messy. Who the fuck them broke boys with? Get out my section, get out my section. Just pull the muscle, goddamn, too much flexing. Damn, caught them in traffic on the accident, we pressin'. Got 'em, smoking Zaza every second, I be stressing. If you ain't tryna beat them, fuck it, won't you stretch them? Do that. They wipe their nose for that tissue, God bless them. Wipe it. I dropped the 4 perp, I call that shit 𝘾𝑤𝙎𝙎. Drink. I know you niggas wanna be me, but it's levels, bitch. I got the game tatted on me, that's forever. Gang. Wanna know my moves and all my spots, but I move clever. Move. Wanna know my stash, how much I got, but I ain't gon' tell them. Push it, run it through it, get that bag, come on. Titanic yacht, big enough for all my niggas to jump on. I know she came with you, but she looking for me to go home. Roll it discontinued like the drink I used to sip on. I break bread, ribs, $100 bills. Not what? Not quite. I break bread, ribs, $100 bills. Don't let that broke bitch in, cause she too messy. Who the fuck them broke boys with? Get out my section, get out my section. Just pull the muscle, goddamn, too much flexing. Damn, caught them in traffic on the accident, we pressin'. Got 'em, smoking Zaza every second, I be stressing. If you ain't tryna beat them, fuck it, won't you stretch them? Do that. They wipe their nose for that tissue, God bless them. Wipe it. I dropped the 4 perp, I call that shit 𝘾𝑤𝙎𝙎. Drink.
I'm the huncho, bitch, I'm about my cheddar. Quaver. Little hoe keep going outside, little bitch do better, bitch. She want me to hit it, put my pinky on the dresser. Glock it. Feeling brilliant, just like Elon, pop the Tesla. Pop it. You ain't got no motion, you can't stand up in my session. Get out. I said Carisha, please, cause she too messy. Please. Bitch, fuck my dog behind my back, but I ain't stressing. Not at all. You wanted the game, you should've just said it. We would've blessed it. Should've just said it. That shit got messy. Smoking exotic shit with an exotic bitch. Exotics. Thinking I'm bringing all kind of narcotics with me. Narcotics. Got guns on the table, I'm like, who fight us here? Who? This bitch got past the kid, I'm like, who let her
Don't let that broke bitch in, cause she too messy. Who the fuck them broke boys with? Get out my section, get out my section. Just pull the muscle, goddamn, too much flexing. Damn, caught them in traffic on the accident, we pressin'. Got 'em, smoking Zaza every second, I be stressing. If you ain't tryna beat them, fuck it, won't you stretch them? Do that. They wipe their nose for that tissue, God bless them. Wipe it. I dropped the 4 perp, I call that shit 𝘾𝑤𝙎𝙎. Drink. I break bread, ribs, $100 bills. I break bread, ribs, $100 bills.
All I wanna see is $100 signs. If you broke, stay up out the club and come another night. All I wanna see is $100 signs. If you broke, stay up out the club and come another night.
$100 bills.
The pussy! Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy.
Two bitches. Nothing I remember, they calling me daddy. The mattress was covered in money. Went to sleep with my jewelry and chains on. Had to wake up and recount the money. I got a bitch, she gon' kill for real. Talking about Clyde and Bonnie. Cool with the kid, copy. Pull up with a stick, stop it. Rich nigga shit, solid. Rich nigga, oh, honey, vodka's ride it. I go to space with the stars. Might smoke a blunt with my pilot. Saturn, Moon, Earth, and Mars. NASA take off with the rocket. $500,000 on the necklace. Young rich niggas, we successful. Say she wanna feel special. What? And Coco make me feel special. Coco, I kinda 100 or better. 100. Back in 200 or better. 200. I might go put all my chains on. I just might change up the weather. Change. She pop a perky pussy wetter. Drip. I met the bitch at Coachella. If she knew, tell her she probably do better. But can I get a E forever? I pray to God to wash my sins. God, the form against me, not a weapon, no weapon. Asking where do I begin? Where? Devil trying to take my blessings. They don't know the meaning of the white. Nah. You don't really live this life. No. Niggas in the hood shoot twice. So my niggas in the hood shoot precise. Real wise, we ain't taking no advice. Nah. I realize that these hoes ain't right. All on. Don't even ask cause they know what's the price. Ain't gotta snow, they already know it's right. I talk to God cause I been baptized. I got mom tied to the north side. Pull up with the sticks on a nigga straight slime. They gon' make the north side high crime. Been I hit a lid with these niggas dropping 10. Hit a lid with these niggas dropping dimes. Fucking on the friend, I'ma bring her back in. Looking at the watch, I can't waste time. Take off. Woke up this morning, can't remember nothing. Two bitches just flew in from London. Two bitches. Nothing I remember, they calling me daddy. The mattress was covered in money. Went to sleep with my jewelry and chains on. Had to wake up and recount the money. I got a bitch, she gon' kill for real. Talking about Clyde and Bunny. Cool with the kid, copy. Got to pull up with a stick, stop it. Rich nigga shit, solid. Rich nigga, oh, honey, vodka's rotted. Got it. I go to space with the stars. Might smoke a blunt with my pilot. Saturn, Moon, Earth, and Mars. NASA take off with the rocket.
Hey, in honor of Nicki Minaj being crowned the #1 female rapper of all time, jump into it.
Your flow is such a bore, drinking a bottle of Henny through a straw. Bitch, you better stop that dialogue, or I hit calling by your catalog. Sigh, how you fucking mother man when she die? How you gon' get a king and can't cry? Shit, bye. Big foot, but you still a small fry. Swearing on your dead mother when you lie. Ayo, 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 this little begging whore talking about Megan's law. For a free beat, you can hit Megan Raw. If you a ghost, by the party in Megan's jaw. Shot thrown, but I still ain't let Megan. Bad bitch, she like 6 foot. I call her Bigfoot. The bitch fell off. I said, get up on your good foot. Still ain't top red ruby. Tryna steal the sauce. I said, get up on my cook. Beverly, I'm a city pie. P-R-T-T-Y, but I'm P-E-T-T-Y. Why did you lie about your lipo? Fucking your best friend, man, is crazy. You the type, you was lying to the queen and you been lying to the king. Kill. That 30-year-old tea so stale. Kylie kicked you out and made you stumble to the car. Bombs, I need a good alcohol bar. Roman, wait, that was the bar. Like a bodybuilder, I keep facing the bar. Fuck you, get shot with no scar. This girl is picky toxic, somebody adopt it. Shouldn't get dark like chocolate. I'm about to get up in your ass, bitch, clench. Yeah, sorta like French. They got you all them Grammys, but your flow still a no. With a fiasco, Lupe. Future man, you pay. She wanna party with the baby while rubbing her Tory toupee. I guess she needed money bags for them Trey songs. She easy, hard, made a call for. Yo, why the fuck they poke the monster? I fucking with Nicki this year, ho, I'm coming like a punch star. Man, that no nigga ever loved her. No nigga gon' stand 10 toes behind her. Is it my fault I got good vagina? Why the fuck is you humping on a minor? Cause you a blind or your dead mama. I know your big mama, I know your big mama. I know your big mama, I know your big mama. I know your big mama, I know your big mama. Now listen up,
Do you have your passport?
Have your passport? Did you get your tax? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Do you have your passport for outer space? Salute. First of all, salute. What's up, everybody? You know what time it is. It's a paradise full of motherfucking parasites. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's run down the chat. First, let's give a shout out to my TT Lilith. Definitely holding me to that CP time. Yeah, let's give her a round. Let's give her a round of applause before she get her feet activated. Let's go and get her out the way. J Mars, salute. My sis Cage is spicy in the building. Salute. Subconscious, what up, though? Salute. Scorpion, salute. Tanithia Phillips, what up, though? Salute. Rafe, 636, salute. What up with it, gang? I see y'all out there. Mississippi Macho, what up? Salute. Zach Pop, what up, gang? Salute. Man, Chief 18 Wheels in the building. Henny Freestyle King himself, salute. Glock, what up, though? Salute. 7030, what up, nigga? Salute. Mr. Spirituality, what up with it, OG? Salute, man. Everybody else out there in the bushes, salute. You know, clap your hands and your feet. Is welcome today. You dig? In the words of 7030, they didn't let the pearlies in space. Oh, y'all heard it right. They didn't let the pearlies in space. They got Katy Perry floating around with dandelions. Oh, you heard it right. Dandelions. They is in space wasting good taxpayer money on big bullshit. Them motherfuckers ain't went up there with non-scientific instrument to study a motherfucking thing. They just in space with makeup on.
Really him. Really him. You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
They done sent the women Power Rangers to space. They sent them on a crazy suicide mission. There you go, Mr. Spirituality, the pearly knots. These motherfuckers is in space without a clue how to work nan button if some shit go wrong. Who in the fuck is the scientist? I know what Jeff was on. See, Jeff Bezos, what is it? His wife or his fiance? Somebody on that flight that he wanted to get rid of. Jeff pissed right now. He like, nigga, what you mean they came back safely? What the fuck you mean the pod landed safely, nigga? I paid for catastrophe. See, if you would have hired me, if you would have hired me, Jeff, we'd have got that shit done. Me and motherfucking Toxoplasmy, man. Yeah, I control the parasites. You should have hired me, nigga. But no, You done sent the pearly knots up into space. And you know it's a sad, sad situation when the beacon of sensibility is random Kardashian lookalike model slash, I don't know who the fuck this white lady is, 𝘾𝙤𝙥𝙃. How is she the only one out here talking, making sense?
Space mission this morning. That's end time shit. Like, this is beyond parody. Saying that you care about Mother Earth and it's about Mother Earth and you're going up in a spaceship that is built and paid for by a company that's single-handedly destroying the planet. Look at the state of the world and think about how many resources went into putting these women into space. For what? For what was the marketing there? And then to try to make it like, I'm disgusted. Literally, I'm disgusted. That space mission this morning. That's end time shit. Like, this is beyond parody. Saying that you care about Mother Earth and it's about Mother Earth and you're going up in a spaceship that is built and paid for by a company that's single-handedly destroying the planet. Look at the state of the world and think about how many resources went into putting these women into space. For what? For what was the marketing there? And then to try to make it like, I'm disgusted. Literally, I'm disgusted. Got it? 1, 2, 3. Take up space! Tamira's in space.
Flynn, I gotcha. I gotcha, Flynn.
Gotcha. Proud of you, Flynn.
𝘾𝙤𝙢𝙕.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon.
That's amazing. Wow, look at the blue line.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Someday when we're wiser, will our hearts still have that fire?
Got it? 1, 2, 3.
And you will see a puff of smoke when it touches down, a puff of dust. Actually, yes. That's normal.
A puff of dust, last milliseconds, air cushion that will kick up the dust. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Touchdown. Congratulations and welcome back to Earth. Do status check. Double shot.
So again, the question remains, do you have your passport?
You have your passport? Did you get your touch? Who wants to come back with us?
Do you have your passport? What up with it? What up with it, Trip? Ethereal Royalty just stepped in the building. Salute. How is she the only one making sense? Even if the shit she's saying don't even make sense. It made sense to me. Do you know how many resources went into this? Hey, that's a good point, white lady. How many resources went into sending the space pearlies to planet Nebulan? How many resources went into them outfits? How many Smurfs and Power Rangers had to die to get the proper fitting on the space babes? That's right, Ethereal. They done went up there and touched some shit and came in contact. Because I watched the video. It's all type of dust and shit floating around up in there. What up with it, Lou? Look at this video again. Look how much dust and shit they got floating around in that little couch.
Got it? 1, 2, 3.
Look at this shit. Hey, you know motherfuckers up in there pooting and burping, snotting shit coming up out of their body. You don't know what them viruses change into when they up there like that. Look at her. She done brought a dandelion mutation.
Flynn. Gotcha.
They got foreign objects. Look at all that dust and shit up in the air.
Oh,
look at all
the
that
moon.
shit.
You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing.
They need to quarantine these bitches for 30 days.
That's our pink moon.
You not finna see them for the next month. They finna experiment on them. Wherever they sent y'all at, there's some space disease up there. Look at her. She got space weave disease.
Whoa. That's amazing.
Look at her up there. She talking about some whoa. That's amazing. That's up there pooting like a motherfucker. Body loose as hell. In that little bitty ass capsule. Man. You say the symbols on the suits is the Baphomet? Man, everything the Baphomet nowadays. Ain't occasion shit. You turn around anywhere, nigga, shit. I'll be looking at cartoons. They got the Baphomet coming right up out of there. Goats walking around that bitch throwing up gang signs and Crips and Bloods and shit, man. That shit ain't hid no more. If demons real and all that Satan and that shit is real, I'll tell you one thing, they ain't hiding that shit. Niggas been watching demons since Powerpuff Girls. all them motherfuckers on there was demons. Little monkey demons, real demons with horns and shit. Yeah. Ain't no different. I just wanted to give y'all an update on the space pearlies, in the words of 7030. You dig what I'm saying? They made it to space. What they did up there, who knows? Who knows? I don't even know how long they was up there. Was they up there to do anything other than turn a couple cartwheels, do some backflips, float some fucking flowers and fall back to the earth? Huh? And what was the black sister doing? This bitch just held up a credit card or some shit. Let me run that.
Got
back.
it? 1, 2, 3.
Watch the other black lady. What is she doing?
Tamir's in space.
It's okay. Leave Flynn up there. Flynn, behind you. Look.
Flynn, I gotcha, Flynn. Gotcha.
Everybody made sure their hair was hooked up to the weed machine. Look at all that shit floating around up in
the
there.
moon.
Hell no.
You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon.
This
That's
shit do
amazing.
look fake than a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
Wow, look at the blue line.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Look at this black lady. Watch this. Look, this bitch upside down, her ass all in people's face. She farting. Look at her. What's she holding up? A Bahamas ID. Butterfly.
Whoa. That's amazing.
Whoa. That's amazing. Only reason she said that's amazing because she never passed gas like that before. You said they falling, not floating. But that's what they say space is, an eternal fall into nothingness. How you travel, the world will never know. You just gotta figure out the equation. And nigga, off you go. And space will do the rest. Space will fall you at 100,000 miles per hour or more to your destination. Because that's space.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay. Have y'all heard about this nigga right here?
Warrant unsealed Friday. A federal search warrant unsealed Friday details a murder plot as part of a plan targeting President Donald Trump. The documents attribute that plot to 17-year-old Waukesha student Nikita Kasap. A federal search warrant unsealed Friday details a murder plot as part of a plan targeting President Donald Trump. The documents attribute that plot to 17-year-old Waukesha student Nikita Kasap. Charged in the shooting deaths of his mother, Tatiana, and stepfather, Donald Mayer, inside their home February 11th. According to prosecutors, the teenager stayed inside the home with their bodies for 12 days.
Victim B body was appeared to have been deceased for some time, was unable to definitively identify who it was.
Police arrested Kasap in Kansas weeks later, finding him with his stepfather's car, gun, and $14,000. The motive for the murders, according to the federal warrant, was to use that money to fund a plan calling for the president's assassination, to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race. According to the records, Kasap shared an affinity for the neo-Nazi group, the Order of Nine Angles. And they also reference a 3-page manifesto quoted as saying, as to why, specifically Trump, I think it's obvious. By getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring some chaos. The records show Kasap on the platforms TikTok and Telegram discuss to, quote, foment a political use that money to fund $1,000. The motive for the murders, according to the federal warrant, was to use that money to fund a plan calling for the president's assassination, to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race. According to the records, Kasap shared an affinity for the neo-Nazi group, the Order of Nine Angles. And they also reference a 3-page manifesto quoted as saying, as to why, specifically Trump, I think it's obvious. By getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring some chaos. The records show Kasap on the platforms TikTok and Telegram discussed buying a drone to use in an attack. And investigators say he told a classmate, quote, when they saw 10 consecutive attacks in the news, it would have been him.
Hardee's hand-breaded chicken on a bun or home-style platter with your favorite sauce, like new.
Y'all know this just happened, right? You know this ain't an old story I'm showing y'all, right? You know this just a few days ago. This is right around the same time as the Carmelo Anthony story. Because, see, we talking about media and perception, right? What it does is it causes two sides to act out irrationally. Because, see, you got niggas putting out false information about Carmelo got jumped and the white man was a racist and them niggas blah blah this and that. And then you got white people saying, well, he was a thug. He was a cold-blooded murderer. That nigga had a knife. Who like it's just unbelievable to have a knife, right? And then you have the media who, based on the way that they give you this shit, is going to incite emotion because unfortunately today drama sells. And bitch ass niggas fall into drama more than logic. Let's look at this logically. Everybody know everything except what the law says. What the law says is you have the right to stand your ground in these states. What the law says is you have no duty to retreat. What the law basically says is you have the right to protect yourself from anybody putting their hands on you and you deeming that a threat for great bodily harm. however you perceive it, right? The reason why it's a lot of people framing the comparison to George Zimmerman and 𝘾𝙤𝙎 Rittenhouse racially is because, you know, and guaranteed, there are some people, hold on, son, there are some people who do hold that sentiment. There may be some people who share that sentiment, but for the most part, most logical people are only bringing up 𝘾𝙤𝙎 Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman in order to cite case law. See, what dummy motherfuckers and people who want to, you know, go all off into conspiracy land. Again, here we come with the gematria motherfuckers. They got the answers through the numbers, but they ain't never see none of this shit happening though. All the after the fact ass people. I'm not trading in one conspiracy for another fucking conspiracy, dog. I'm a logical man. We dealing with logic over here. Most people want to deal with their outright emotion. They don't want to just stick to the law, which is supposed to be emotionless, right? A lot of the shit that I've been hearing on this motherfucking YouTube, I'm finna be honest with you. I've never been the one to be on some, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm bliggity black and I'm black, y'all. You know, because fuck that shit. That ain't never got niggas nowhere. And like niggas say, nigga, I grew up on the west side of Chicago. It wasn't no white people doing no shit to me on the west side of Chicago. My problems was niggas for the most part. Until I moved to Southern Illinois, East St. Louis, St. Clair County, St. Louis City County, you get a different view of America. And one thing that I find so disheartening about what I'm just gonna call coon ass niggas is that we in 2025 have found a way to psychoanalyze racist white people and make an excuse for their adult behavior as, oh, they can't help that they like that. They was just raised like that. They just been fed propaganda. They just been blase skip. They just been, hold on, wait a minute. Niggas don't get none of these concessions. And I'm with that. I'm with looking at everybody and holding everybody accountable. But if we looking at niggas and we saying, oh, well, it don't matter that niggas like that. Niggas do this to theyself and that to theyself and all. If niggas can't get a break nowhere, I'm definitely not finna look outside of the situation that I grew up in and the situation that I seen most of my relatives and people around me grew up in and minimalize that and look at somebody else shit and say, oh, but they ain't had no chance to turn out the way they did because look how they granddaddy, nigga, fuck they granddaddy. If your granddaddy was a weird racist white man that did some shit in the 30s or the 40s or the 50s or the 60s, fuck him. Because he old and he still feel that way. And if a motherfucker catch your granddaddy slipping and trip him down a flight of steps while he trying to go somewhere or some shit like that, ain't nobody gonna feel no empathy or sympathy for that man. Fuck him. It's disgusting. It's disgusting at this point how much niggas claim that they separated from the Bible, claim that they separated from this and that, but inside of their heart, you niggas hold on to, oh, I just don't want to be no evil person. I don't want no bad karma coming back on me. Even if the white man did do something back in the day, I ain't go, man, I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't care, man. And I'm not saying just go out here and be evil towards old white people, because we know some, but not all. But I'm saying, if I can identify a behavior in your child, I can trace that. I can damn near trace that back to somewhere in your bloodline. Guaranteed. That's the way you was raised. And it's kind of spooky to think that niggas think that that type of behavior has become non-existent. I think it's because when you grow up, because for instance, growing up until the point where I moved to Southern Illinois and started experiencing being integrated with white people as far as schools and neighborhoods in Chicago, is so segregated that you're not intermingling like that with white people from a childhood level. So most of what you have to draw from experience of white people growing up as a child in the 80s, 90s is some shit you seeing on TV, Ricky Schroeder and all that. So for the most part, if you growing up as a city kid, you ain't experiencing no wild racism, even though the white kids like that, but y'all not interacting with each other like that growing up in the city. They need some. I know. Hold on real quick, y'all. Okay, I'm back. My fault, y'all. Okay, Paul says it's a 5.2 earthquake in San Diego. We gonna get into that. Nah, the audio ain't tripping. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. Where we at? What I was talking about. All right, so I want y'all to hear how people kind of like framing this Carmelo Anthony situation.
People that they feel have wronged the blacks because they whatsoever for self-defense. So these people just make stuff up and again try to raise money in order to reward him because they like the idea of Carmelo Anthony killing a white boy. It is racial revenge for them. That's why in the replies to a bunch of my tweets, I'm starting to hear about George Zimmerman, Daniel Penny, Kyle Rittenhouse, and all these different other various people that they feel have wronged the blacks because they want the revenge. And again, when you say George Zimmerman means that Carmelo Anthony should be let go, these people believe George Zimmerman is guilty of murder in the Trayvon Martin case. So just like the black jurors in the O.J. Simpson case, they want Carmelo Anthony, who they also are acknowledging by the very existence of this statement is in fact guilty, let go because he's black and the victim is white, and they want revenge. But guess what? The law does not support them in any way. George Zimmerman was able to put up an adequate self-defense case, and that's why he was found not guilty. Kyle Rittenhouse had the most obvious self-defense case in the history of the world. Everything was caught on video, and Daniel Penny had a obvious self-defense / defense of others case in the case with Jordan Neely. He also never intended to kill Jordan Neely and was using physical force that ultimately inadvertently led to the death of Jordan Neely, unlike Carmelo Anthony pulling.
You see how he just did that? He was using physical force that ultimately, inadvertently, unlike Carmelo Anthony, this baboon of a nigger who just pulled out a knife and stabbed somebody. What you mean he didn't intend on killing somebody? He put him in a chokehold. Do you know the intent of a chokehold, sir? The intent of a chokehold is to stop your ass from breathing. Do you know what breathing do to your body? It keep you alive. So if somebody put you in a hole that's cutting your ass off from breathing and they ain't letting go, what are they intending to do to you? What are you saying, Mr. White Man? Just because Carmelo Anthony used a knife and the other dude used his motherfucking trained army skills that, hey, man, he used his hands. So that ain't the same as the baboon nigger pulling out a knife.
And Robert, don't forget how he held him for a minimum of 6 minutes, but up to 10. So that's the range. So even think about that.
Thank you.
If you wanted to stop him, all you had to do is just hold him long enough. He realized you wasn't a play. Exactly. But not to hold him that long.
Well, why they don't bring up the fact that Daniel, the dude that taught Daniel Penny that hold, came and testified and said, yeah, he know for a fact if you hold somebody that long, they're gonna die.
Exactly.
He didn't say he think that. He said no, he know that. We train that. We train if you hold a motherfucker past a certain number of minutes, which is way under 6 minutes, like it don't take that long to hold nobody till they dead. It ain't 6 minutes. 3 minutes, motherfucker out there.
He was unable to move in any capacity. So with the flight of fear, him trying to get away from him, that exasperated the what's that word? Adrenaline and all that. Right. So absolutely.
But again, Mr. White Man, we're not bringing up Daniel Penny.
Carmelo with the K to be
right. Carmelo with the K. We're not bringing up Daniel Penny, George Zimmerman, Kyle Rittenhouse in order to play the race card. No. We the smart niggas. We beyond those days. We beyond the woe is me. Oh, nigga. No. Case law. We only bringing that up to establish case law, identifiable motives. What is reasonable fear in order to use force up to death? And in all those cases, you got somebody bringing a gun somewhere and getting attacked. Even though he got the gun, the people that was attacking him didn't have no weapon. Reasonable fear. You got somebody else that approached somebody when the police told him not to. And he still disobeyed that order, got into a fight, reasonable fear, shot the man. You got somebody else who wasn't even the one that's being attacked. He did his attack prompted by he felt that it was reasonable fear of others. Choked the man to death. Then you got Carmelo Anthony, somebody that's sitting minding his own business, not provoking or doing anything to anybody. By all facts of the laws of the state of Texas, he's an exemplary law-abiding citizen. He did textbook what you would want anybody that's abiding by the stand your ground, no duty to retreat law in Texas. They should use his case as a prime example of what stand your ground and no duty to retreat mean.
And you know what's interesting about going to Rittenhouse specifically, and I stand to be corrected on this one. The person that did have a weapon, if I recall correctly, they never displayed the weapon, and but then also too, it was testimony that they did, but the weapon still didn't match. So you know, a 380, a 9, a 45 does not compare to a AR. I mean,
right?
Come on. So in that capacity, the person that did allegedly have the weapon did not come there with the purpose to do anything to anyone. Whereas with Rittenhouse, that was his sole intent, was to eventually do what he did and walk off with it. But I'm sure he just was thinking he would have been able to get somebody a little darker, but he was just happy to say that he did what he intended to do to somebody.
Exactly.
That's my thoughts and opinions, and that's it. Allegedly, I think I snapped.
Allegedly.
So allegedly.
Now, let's listen to what this other white man got to think about this shit right here.
Let me read up. And shouts out to the chat. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. All right, Clever.
Escalated it. No one really thought Anthony had any weapon.
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you see.
Fair use, fair use.
I digress. So he threatened him. Touch me and see what happens. Instead of walking away, he escalated it. No one.
Instead of walking away, he escalated it. Do you see how they're framing this already? Instead of walking away, I'm minding my business. You're coming up. You're accosting me. I'm giving you a proper warning. Touch me, and you will see what happens. Who are you? You're a stranger coming and putting your hands on me. And honestly, I'm really giving you beyond what I should be giving you. I gave you fair warning. I didn't even have to do that. I could have reacted just off you coming up to me the first time.
Well, when I came up to you the first time, it was for you to show me your damn freedom papers.
Show me your papers.
Expect you to have a weapon. I'm sorry, not a weapon, but have a device in your hand and just so happen to have a sharp edge that could puncture something or someone. Allegedly, I think I snapped. So I didn't expect you to have anything even remotely close to that. So if you had just simply showed me your goddamn freedom papers, we wouldn't be here right now.
Man, I was peeling potatoes before this, man. Leave me alone. I'm just a good potato peeling nigga with my knife, and here you come by to me.
And Bobby, let me throw this out. Oh, right quick, being in the fields that I'm in and the things I do. As a matter of fact, I got my roster for the summer, and there are 3 LeBron James, different last names. That's going to be and yeah, in the classes. So I just want to say, you know, people trying to say, well, his name is Carmelo, blah blah blah. Have you ever heard of a Carmelo? There's LaMelo, there's Carmelo, there's Drumello, there is Orangelo. There's plenty of those out there. And yes, I'm gonna have to figure out which one am I gonna call LBJ, which one I'm gonna call LB, which one I'm gonna call Braun, which one I'm gonna call Bron, who I'm gonna call Bronny. Because guess what? They're all 3 the same age in the same.
They all LeBron James.
They all literally. Now, to be fair, all of them have the middle initial J, so by default, I'm going to assume it's James, and they have, of course, different last names. And I am going to ask them what name do they prefer to be called, and go by that. But it's like, again, looking at the roster, I'm like, okay, so it's like the name connection. Stop it, people! Like seriously. It's just a
Listen,
weird coincidence. But again, there's plenty of mellows that are running
not
around
only that,
in this world. Like, stop it.
not only that, this how dumb niggas is. We owe Carmelo Anthony is a nigga that your ass old. No, your feet old, nigga. Yeah, nigga. You speak French today. Look at you, John. Who? If you can you can hear, huh? Exactly.
No,
That's why your ass old.
English.
Right. That's why she old. She done got so old. She forgot what language she speak, y'all.
And I am. Oh, well, we're not gonna do it.
But that's what I'm saying. They keep on saying shit like, yeah, it's a coincidence that the numbers like, hey, what's a coincidence that his name is Carmelo Anthony? Brother, it's a nigga that played in the NBA named Isaiah Thomas that you stupid ass niggas thought for years was Isaiah Thomas' real son until he came out and said that no, my daddy just named me after Isaiah Thomas. Like
because
normal
Thomas
niggas shit do.
Exactly. Thomas is a very, very, very popular last name. It's not like it was 𝘾𝙤𝙦 or something. I mean, like, come on. And Isaiah, that's biblical. That's a common first name.
Do you know how many niggas became Shaquille after Shaquille O'Neal blew up?
Yep.
Do you know, like you said, it's 3 LeBrons in your school. I guarantee his name is Carmelo Anthony because his daddy last name is Anthony. And he said, you know what'd be cool? Since I'm from New York or some shit and I love Melo so much, I'm going to name my son Carmelo with the K.
Yep.
And now all the conspiracy theory niggas didn't see, look, Carmelo going in the Hall of Fame, and look, now at the same time, they got this kid. Man, come on, man. It's 50 niggas out here called Carmelo Anthony. LaMelo Ball. It's gonna be all type of crazy names out here from niggas. Like, y'all, start with the bullshit, man. Just deal with the law.
You know, I mean, I would never dismiss anyone's, perspective and point of view. But, my pushback is always, okay, and then what? When people, I've heard that, oh, it's a psyop, it's this and it's that. And again, I would never discount it because who am I to say what it is or isn't? But, I always say I have the same access to the same information as your ass do. So what bit of information that you have or that was provided to you that can show that it's anything more than that? Not suggesting it can't or it's not. What I am saying is if you're going to make these claims, at least be able to back it up. Dark web, light web, medium web, toasted web, dirt web, broad web, no matter which web you're on, we all have access to the same. So what information did they bring your little ass in your little town on your dial-up internet to let you know that, hey, don't tell nobody, but this what this is? Because again, I always ask the question, and then what? In 3 months, 6 months, a year? I mean, I'm just saying, we're still waiting for Y2K to end. We're still waiting for 9/11 and all in between. Nothing has been that dynamic that has changed the total outlook, the everything about quote unquote us as quote unquote indigenous, black, whatever name you want to attach to it, Americans and or America as a whole. So again, what dynamic is going to happen for all these conspiracy theories to come to fruition? Because again, if it's a psyop, I'm just saying, I need a little more than just that. Than you just saying it. Like,
and
some tangible. Not the obvious.
On top of this, Hummer, the psyop, to me, the psyop can't be they trying to divide black people and white people. Y'all not finna keep pushing that on me. Like, it's like, stop it. White people doing a great job without psyops keeping themselves divided from black people. Nigga, I don't know what America you niggas think y'all living in 2025. White people don't need psyops to tell you that they don't want niggas around certain places.
And why does it have to be a psyop now? Because all you gotta do is ask your great grandma and them. They were being talking about psyops then. Like,
them niggas was talking about bat ops, nigga. These white boys out here with bats and chains. What y'all talking about?
Exactly. The man that was drugged on the back of the truck. Okay, that didn't create no side. I'm just saying again, it's not to suggest that they can't and won't. We know there's always going to be something to keep people at odds. But what I am saying is, what is new? Because this ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. And no, I must throw this in as well. Since I'm on my soapbox right now, I do understand that not every situation, as we all do, is going to make national news. Some things get wind because the right person posted it, or because at the time when it was live, many people shared it, or different things. And we know anything associated with police brutality is going to take legs and run. Now, in this particular instance, it was some may say unique case due to the nature of it. And it just so happened that, yes, they look completely different. However, we do know this is not the first and won't be the last time that instead of Pookie shooting Ray Ray, Pookie shot Chad. Pookie shot Keith. I'm just saying. So it's like, yeah, this one had legs, but look at the hundreds of others that won't. So I don't understand why people act like just because this one has taken legs and ran, that's just like, let me throw this inside note. Not every white girl that goes missing makes national news. Some of them, they keep it in our faces. And then there's other white girls that you never hear about. I mean, 𝘾𝙀𝙎 is not the only person that's still missing. I'm just saying, but you don't hear about all the other 𝘾𝙀𝙎s. So if you want to make it about it, let's dig a little deeper, because you're here for the knowledge and information. But yeah, your thought process is so surface and limited. That's all you have to offer. And when you get pushed back because you made a public statement for public discourse, then you don't want to have a conversation. Then you want to get all in your feelings. But I digress. I'm gonna mute up so I can chew my chip.
Oh shit! Not chew your kale chips on this motherfucker.
Actually, these are sun chips. So yeah, with cheddar on it. So yeah, I'll be eating the kale in like 2 hours. Won't he do it? Oh, wait a minute, 4 o'clock. Make that. Make
Shit.
that won't he do it?
So let's do this random white man give his dissertation on what he think.
Any weapon in his bag. Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short bit while later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out a knife and just stabbed him in the chest, then ran away. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help, advised he did not know, he could not identify Anthony. So yeah, all this kid had to do was get up and walk away. He stayed there because he was looking for a fight. Prove me wrong. All he had to do was get up and walk away. Now, I'm not saying that he had to legally or whatever the case was, but he stood there on purpose.
Right there. He's saying, I'm not saying he had to legally or nothing like that, but just be a good nigger and move when a white man tell you to. Just be a good Negro and push around when a white man tell you to shuffle your feet. Goddamn it, you don't want
and present your damn freedom papers on demand.
Fuck is your papers at, nigga? See, I'm not saying he did nothing illegal. I'm just saying he did it like for a nigger to disrespect a white man. That's just preposterous. Nah, that motherfucker gonna sit up there and say, "Well, I'm not saying nothing legally. I'm just saying though, like." You wanted to pick a fight, you nigger, you baboon monkey, you.
Exactly. And Bobby, just right quick. So on the Twitter's world, there's a post from the New York to be exact that says that Carmelo Anthony renting a $900,000 home in a gated community with family, bought new car after releasing a bond in the case. So according to the report, yeah. They went according to the New York Post on their Twitters. I'm sorry, the excretions on the X, formerly known as Twitter. It is saying that they are renting a home in a gated community. They've already even posted a picture of it. Nice home, by the way. Yep.
And if they are, so fucking what? I'm trying to protect my family from you goofy motherfuckers that's out here talking crazy.
And they act as if the family was on welfare and EBT. No disrespect to EBT. And by the way, if you're selling some, let me holler at me. I'm always, I'm just saying 50 cents on the dollar. And it's even better when it's 25 cents on the dollar. I'm just saying,
that 25 cents on the dollar. Holler at me. Fuck her. Look, I'm the one with 5 babies. She ain't eat nothing but kale and sweet potatoes. She get that shit out in the woods. She just don't want to go foraging. Send her ass off on a hunt. She don't need no link card.
Exactly. Me and the rabbits fighting over kale. And
right. Everything humbling eat growing niggas' backyard and on the side of the road. That shit already done.
And then right quick too, have you heard the name CJ Pearson? Does that name ring a bell? Yeah, he would be what many would consider the ultimate coon, if you will, or Sambo, stepping fetching. Yeah, and some even wrongly use the term Uncle Tom, of course, but that same dynamic. Yeah, he's anti what we would say Negro, if you will. When it comes to anything associated with anything black, he's a white apologetic. And yeah, he's on Twitter, man, just saying everything negative about, this THUG, which we know he was nowhere near that. But yeah, he's on the excretions going off, and of course all the other white supremacists, as they like to identify themselves with, and others. So I don't know where, who, or how this started, but yeah, it's definitely TMZ. Yeah, everybody on Twitter is on excretion is reposting it. Even Tariq Nasheed and got in on it. So yeah. Yep. So actually, okay, I gotta give it to him. He said the white supremacist media sure gets on cold quickly, huh? That was his part of the tweet, but he was reposting the same thing. So yeah. And even the judges did a little 20-second video. Yeah, but all these are on excretion. So
I'm gonna pull the video up. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm finna play a video, a song real quick, because I'm finna get these babies together so I can go.
And while he's playing that up, there are alleging that it's a Cadillac Escalade. So again, this is all alleged. Oh, of course, I'm just scrolling Twitter just for the hell of it, because it's always fun to laugh at those people who, just want to project something, because they have to find something wrong with this young prince just because it makes them feel warm and fuzzy inside. Shouts out to the chat.
Get this through your head, you motherfucker, you. You only exist out here because of me. You're fucking warrant. Don't ever go over my fucking head again.
Yo.
You motherfucker, you.
In the dark where them demons lurking and evil works. We are the guys and you just some titans, so know your worth. Even the good that have evil is give or take. One of those horsemen, I blow the trumpet, your world will shake. You niggas snakes, you serpent, some of you parasites. So my appetite is to murder anything anti-Christ. Don't have a vice, I done resurrected, I am the Lord. I can shower down with my wrath and get your block destroyed. I can sit in the fire, the young and bend it go. Boy, I've been a go, what I say is truth and not just a quote. The kings are woke and I'm telling you something you need to know. 12 disciples off in that 40 can catch the Holy Ghost. We make a toast from the Holy Grail and then wish us well. So speaking lust in his blasphemy, send them straight to hell. You just a shell of a man, how can a reap prevail? Yeah, we know the heart and your weight and spirit, bitch, we the scale. Cause me and Bobby like Christ and Moses, this called in body. Supreme being at the highest level, no Illuminati. Cause God got me a massacre when I pull that shot of your arm, leg, arm, head, and then we hit the body. God got me. God got me. We do not pray to Illuminati. Arm, leg, arm, head, and then we hit the body. God got me. God got me. We do not pray to Illuminati. Plastic on the floor. Before a nigga called a victim, premonition. Travel 5th dimension, dies in expedition, exodus. No respect until you get a check from this. Obsolete, all your conscious thoughts be on the concrete. The meek won't inherit nothing but more combinations. Blood and body, look at that combination. Fuck a key, bust open a lock, that's my raw will. If your God could become flesh, I get that mark kill. Words and swords, I pierce through a frail spirit. Dead man walking as he talking on the hell, listen. Turn the decibel, smooth the decimal. All your niggas vegan once they turned into some vegetables. Warlock standing over pots, what did he brew? Flat around earth, 6 feet of dirt and I leave you. End all that childhood trauma, homie, these big facts. Wanna be Bobby, just a copy, that's real rap. Too many lies identified with any tribe. Your chief sold the land to the white man for 50 dimes. Only thing worse than a snake is a parasite to gain everything and still be lost in paradise. I do the best, y'all do the most. Put that weak shit on a stack of Bibles, burning for you, cast the ghost. Lord best and shorties, we pack praising. Bear witness, bury niggas next to they bitches. We only spare children. Cause God got me. God got me. We do not pray to Illuminati. Arm, leg, arm, head, and then we hit the body. God got me. God got me. We do not pray to Illuminati. Arm, leg, arm, head, and then we hit the body.
Shouts out to the chat. Hope everyone is doing well. We're still here. We are still here. Robert stepped away for a moment. So give us just a moment and we will be back with you all in just a moment. I will gladly sing you all a Negro spiritual. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me get some tea and honey and get my my throat warmed up.
All right, we back. I hope I ain't leave y'all too long. He definitely on house arrest. Let's see. Let's look up this story about Carmelo Anthony and his alleged mansion. This is in the Daily Mail. It says, I like how they keep framing this too. Teen killer Carmelo Anthony receives parade of deliveries at family's 900K gated community home after crying poor to get out of jail. Crying poor. A teen charged in the stabbing death of track star is holed up in an exclusive gated community in a $900,000 home, despite claiming to have limited financial means, as he convinced the judge to release him for jail. Local cops say a conversation between broke out, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. The teenager is now hunkered down in a Frisco home located on Mercedes Lane that his family is renting for an estimated price tag of $3,500 a month. Okay. When Daily Mail visited the home Tuesday, a white Suburban, a black Acura, and a third sedan were parked in a driveway. One resident told Daily Mail the family just purchased a new vehicle. Okay. And this is the house that they renting that they say these people are living extravagant in. Typical suburbia, basically. Right? I want y'all to think about this housing market. This is some typical suburbia shit. The gated community, that little gate at the beginning of this shit, bro. This ain't no shit that no niggas ain't never seen before. Stop acting like niggas is living like the fucking celebrities of the lifestyle and the rich and famous just because they got that little puny ass gate at the beginning of that shit. That nigga that's there, that's a deterrent to keep goofy motherfuckers. But somebody that really want to get up in there, that nigga is calling the police.
Hey, bro, I just want to say this. I had told you the other day they gonna have to move. This is low key doxing. This is giving out the address, and I'm giving an article. I told you it's gonna get dangerous. They basically pointing. I don't even know how to explain. I'm not saying they pointing a weapon at them, but they is putting the red beam on them.
That's exactly what they're doing. They got these folks' exact house sitting up here.
Right. The area, what's in front of the house, all this shit, where it's at.
Aerial views showing ways to come in, and like this shit weird at this point. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because people acting like they don't understand what's going on within the media when it comes to this.
They're trying to get that boy killed and get that whole family terrorized. And he got what, 3-4 sisters? They still in school. You know what I'm saying? I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if his sisters got to go to school with security.
The sisters probably out of school, man. He's a father. He is not finna risk that.
Oh yeah.
There ain't no motherfucking way I risk that, baby. Y'all got to get homeschooled till we can figure out. Like after this case, we got to leave Texas.
I don't know about Texas, but they got to leave Dallas probably. They could move down to Austin or somewhere.
We got to leave Texas, bro.
Man, that's fucked up. I don't want to. That might be the case.
We got to go where there's plenty of niggas. Atlanta might be their best bet.
Well, that's why I said Houston, maybe Austin. They can move to east. They can move to the outskirts of Dallas, or actually, it looks like they're on the north side. They can move to South Dallas.
I wouldn't even trust that shit. I wouldn't even trust it, because it's too many. Listen, this is why I wouldn't trust it, and this is why I don't like when I was speaking earlier, when I was saying what I was saying about these racist white folks that don't want to see it just by the letter of the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just showed the white man say, well, I'm not talking about what he could have did legally. I'm just saying he could have got up and walked away. Like shit like that, right?
Yeah. The wording is so coded. Hey, if I tell you to move, you move. You know, you don't got no right to buck up to me, boy. You know, because legally, that doesn't matter anymore.
Right. And what I'm saying is, when you think about the black people that's been talking about this, even on social media, it ain't one way. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So all of that motherfucking Nick, black people just want to see a white man dead. Hold on real quick.
Yes.
What I'll respond to that and say is black people don't want to see it and nobody dead. I don't think. What I think it is they want the law to be applied. They want the equal representation under the law. We want to be held in a regard that if somebody accosts us, put their hands on us, tussle with us, we have the right to protect ourselves. And these people are basically saying, no, you don't got that right. you know.
While Robert has stepped away, just want to, as I always love to do, give shots out to the chat. Hello, everyone. Let's see who do we have with us. Chief AT Wills, I see you. I am Scorpion, the Moon 2, Lou. Of course, on the panel, we got Trip and we got Robert Nightingale. Who else we got? Tamithia Phillips. Hello, beautiful. Who else we got? Cajun, where you at, beautiful? Who else we got here? Eustress. I don't always say that name wrong. I feel like I'm always saying it wrong. Who else? Karma. I see you, Sunshine. Who else we got in here? Mr. Spirituality. Did I say that already? It doesn't even matter, Mr. Spirituality. How you doing? Tommy Pearson. Not sure if I spoke to you. And see, I did say Lou, didn't I? I haven't had my kale yet, as y'all heard Bobby say. So again, that's as far as up I can go. So again, I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Hope everything that you are romanticizing, fantasizing, seeing in your near future or your distant future, whatever the case may be, is coming to fruition. Hope the children, their mamas, their daddies, their spouses, the cousins and them, the siblings, and everybody is doing well. No hurt, harm, or danger. Everybody's financially, emotionally, mentally, physically stable, and good. Everything, like your aura, your spiritual vibe, everything is wonderful. And let's see what else. No, I don't think there was anything else. So, Trip, go ahead. You got it. Just wanted to acknowledge the chat.
No, I wanted to ask you a question because you have a little bit more legal background. Because of this article, can the family sue these people for this doxing campaign? Because I don't know if it's legal for them to put their information out this detailed. Is that worth a lawsuit? I don't know what the lawsuit would be under, but it seems like you should be able to sue people for that.
Now, remember, you can sue anybody for any reason. People kind of get that confused. Doesn't mean you will be granted judgment or you will win the case. No, but if you can craft a complaint, and word it correctly, and you present it to the judge, he or she will confirm if it can go forth. So that's why I always tell people, if you feel you have a case, if you're doing it pro se, craft it perfectly, present to the judge, you go in front of the judge for a hearing. If he or she thinks it's worthy, you will get a court date. If not, they'll tell you either reword it, because you've heard that here a lot lately, especially with the current administration. The judge will push back, say reword it. That's not quite within the law, blah, 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 blah. Try it again. Same thing with an attorney. The attorney will let you know if it's a case that will get you judgment. But yes, you can sue anyone for any reason.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, is there something that they could sue for? Because this is clearly doxing their address, putting their family at risk. To me, what would that be?
If you notice, I couldn't specifically answer that because that's going to be conducive to what's under that statute for that state. So, for example, that's why I say you can sue anybody for any reason. Whether you get judgment is to be determined. So now within every state, you may can sue for this portion of it, but not that portion. You may even sue for this and not for that. So even though you can sue them, again, you have to. That don't mean you will get a financial reward. That don't mean you're going to get the judgment against them where you can go after them financially. So
it's too late for a cease and desist because the information is out there, so they can't say.
But now remember,
take it down.
A cease and desist is not a legal document. It's a suggestion, but it's not. It's not within the So whenever you hear that, that's just them formally giving you a letter saying, "Hey, if you don't stop this, then I will bring suit. Then I will seek further." But a cease and desist is not worth the papers written on unless you're that afraid of it. And you're like, okay, they might be serious, So some people take a cease and desist and be like, "Ha, throw it in the trash." Fight. I'll see you in court. And some people be like, all right, okay, for play. Take Tasha K. She didn't take the cease and desist that she got ad nauseum seriously until she realized she got subpoenaed for court. Then she had to show up. So, so no, the cease and desist is not a formal legal letter, but it is a notification to let you know that proceedings can follow.
Yeah. So let's just use your state for example. If they were in your state and somebody put up this much information on a person, is this legal? Because I thought doxing,
because it's public information.
I mean the car. I mean, kind of, but they described the cars in front of the house and all kind of. That's not really public information if you drove into their neighborhood and.
It is public information. This is why. When you're on a public road, you literally have no expectation of privacy. When a car is parked on a public street, that's why they have public license plates. There is no expectation of privacy. Now, if someone opened your garage and obtained that information, then you have trespassing. Then you have a different situation with that.
But they were in a gated community. Doesn't that kind of,
it's still you got to think about it. The gated community means it limits who can enter the property, but it's a private community, true. But on a street, it's still accessible to the public, which means anybody within that gated who's allowed in that community can travel. If that makes sense,
because anything that you can see, that's right. Because anything you can see, you can record. I just feel like this is a little crazy.
Correct. Yeah. So there is no expectation of privacy. There is no expectation of privacy in that scenario. The great thing, it does limit who can have access to it, but all it takes is one photo, one video, upload it to the World Wide Web, and there it is. There is no way to get it back. And even if you delete it from everywhere where you post it, it's there then. So unfortunately, that would be something that ultimately will have to, a case like that will have to go to the Supreme Court to say, okay, can we make this a case law where now if you do these things, you can be held to not just potential financial obligations, but also financial charges, but also criminal charges as well.
As far as them posting location.
Yes,
correct.
That's what I was asking her. Legally, can they do anything? Because it's too late to say, "Hey, man, take it down," because people don't already screenshotted it and all that shit. No,
but again, you have to keep in mind, even if they ask for it, it's still public information. You still have access to it. Now, I know, Trip, you're a few years behind us, but me and Bobby can tell you, this is one thing that people pretty much under 40 not as familiar with. Some may know, don't get me wrong, but when we were growing up, they had white pages that literally everybody in your city, or rather your area code, was publishing a book that was delivered to your house every year. You didn't even have to pay for it. So if you wanted to know, if we wanted to find them, all we had to do was go to the A's. And if we knew at least where they may live at, or like they have a unique name, we'll find them. So, and even they have a whitepages.com where you can put in name, reverse addresses. Right. And when you go to whitepages.com, it even tells you everybody who lives in the freaking house. Whereas when we were growing up, you had the white pages that was a phone book, but it didn't tell you everybody that lived in the house. It only had
that's why when people talk, I don't mean to cut you, Humbling, but this you talk all this Big Brother and now they can track you and this and that. I'm like, bro, we was able to do the same thing back then. It was just analog, like she say, white pages.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember the phone. They called the phone book. I mean, we used to get them down here. Like it was a yellow one, and then for businesses, and a white one for people. Yeah. So I forgot when they stopped that. I was a kid when they had them hoes though, but my mama used to keep some of them hoes because she said you never know.
But they stopped it once. Exactly. They stopped it once. All that information was just a Google search.
Right.
It becomes like the paper. Like it's just like most people don't barely get paper bills no more. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is just so I could just email it to you or do it electronically now. That analog form is becoming more and more antiquated. So it's like it become unnecessary, even though it's still in play. So it ain't never they can't never say you can't do it because that's what I'm saying. That's a way of life that if somebody is still, even if it's one person out there still doing it, they gotta honor that, right? So it still go on, but it's not as it ain't pertinent like today's standards. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure it's still a motherfucker that can still. You probably still send telegrams to people, bro.
Exactly. And
that's a good question. Can you still send telegrams? I mean, you talking about the ones that little dee on the train and shit? That's crazy.
Everybody still send that shit to people. It's all types of forms of communication that's still it's still in play. Even you think that shit is outdated, they probably be like, you got to go out to this one station out here that's the one that do it or some shit like that in your
Right.
state or some shit like that. But it's somewhere out there, bro. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
the Morse code. I ain't seen Morse code since I was a kid. Yeah.
And,
Okay. I just don't like this because it's just so. But you know what? A lot of stuff in this case is showing, like you said, Big Brother showing how much they can like. I don't like they put you in that much danger. Like you know what I'm saying? Like because like I said, I told you this the other day. I think they're gonna have to move, and people was like, nah, da, 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 da. But then I kind of knew like they gonna try to put these people information out there. I didn't know it was gonna go this far though. That's far to put the streets and the house, what it looked like, and man, that's why I hate to say it. This is where the Nation of Islam need to get their boots on the ground. Shit, they need them people need some protection. You know?
Yeah, the Fruit of Islam. Yep.
Yeah, they need them FOIs outside the house and around the block and stuff. We need, this is a time where all these so-called organizations, I don't care if it's Hebrews, whatever, this is the time where motherfuckers supposed to be like, hey man, these people going far. We need to, but this should be a normal thing for us when stuff like this happen. I think should be a wake-up call to people that.
I don't think this should be the time where they do that. And
No.
You want to know why I disagree? This is why I disagree, because this is a time where taxpayers, American citizens, have to put their foot down and say, fuck that. I'm an American citizen. You not just finna make me play under some imaginary nigger rules because I got a black son and this happened to be some erratic white boy that wanted to put his hands on somebody. Outside of the skin circumstances, these two people could be two blank people. You see what I'm saying? If you just take away the color, period, just look at the situation, like, nigga, I'm an American citizen. I'm not finna call no fucking Fruit of Islam or no Hebrews to protect that's what the fucking police for. That's what y'all for. That's y'all get y'all white ass out here and stand in front of this motherfucking house because y'all been getting death threats and all type of extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Sent to the courthouse and all of that shit. Y'all supposed to come show force and say, ain't nobody finna do this to no citizen in my county. Not just
I saw that too, that they sent death threats to the judge. I was like, yo, these people is crazy.
Tweaking. That's what I'm trying to say. Fuck stop, like niggas gotta stop framing it in that fucking nigga shit and just framing in what the law is, bro. This a judge. Fuck what you feel like how she looks. She's a judge. She deserves to say, I want people that look like me to come see me and feel like they can do this. What's so wrong with that to the point to where y'all like, well, look, if she got that view, of course she lowered his mind and all that. No, nigga, she's looking at the fucking circumstance like this. She's making good judgment. What are you talking
the bond
about?
was already too high. It was already too much anyway. 250 even is almost too much because he's young, not a flight risk, doesn't own anything, probably don't have a passport.
Bro, the nigga that just shot up the school, the nigga that just shot up the school in Dallas. I'm sorry. Go ahead, huh?
Oh no, you was just gonna say. I was just gonna say with the bond for murder, unalivenment. The bond for unalivenment is that's separate from any other charge. Now the point you made, Trip, will be consistent with like a grand larceny or like a nuisance, something like that. Yes, but with the M, that's something completely different. In y'all state, 250 is the minimum on average.
Is it for murder? I thought it was like 100K. Well, yeah, Yellow Beezy got out on 252, but he had capital. So you're right. Yeah.
So that is minimum. Yeah. So this situation, everything you made is a great point. No flight risk, no. But because it is a M, it ain't gonna work very much. But I'm glad she did reduce it to the minimum, and that's why it's great to have bond hearings with a judge who's going to look at the totality of it. And by the way, this ain't gonna be her first or her last time being threatened. She's probably been threatened for worse, for even lesser crimes than this. So. But hopefully she's definitely the protection that she is duly earned. So that way no hurt, harm, or danger will come to her. I'm sure she verbally she's used to it, but hopefully she will have that protection.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby. You got it. Shouts out to the chat.
I was just gonna say this, y'all heard about that Dallas school shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
The little dude that shot up the school in Dallas shot somebody in the leg and shit.
I think so. I ain't
This
been
just
paying
happened
attention to the
yesterday.
news.
You ain't heard about
Yeah.
that? See what I'm saying? How they keeping certain shit out the news.
And I'm in Texas,
They
so
just
let me check my.
breezing by this shit. Like they acting like the dude that killed his parents and was sitting in the house with them for 14 days didn't happen, and he wasn't plotting to kill the president and all this shit. The
Hey,
Dallas
Bobby,
school
I'm
shooting.
gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you some pushback on that one. On the shit show, we're gonna say I didn't see it because I know there's a lot of times when I hear people say what's not being shown on the news. I'm like, literally, I'm like, what? Wait a minute. Yes, it is.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. Yeah, because I'd be like, because I swear I heard that so much just the last week. I didn't see this and I didn't see that. Yeah, you didn't see it. But then as soon as somebody, what pops up? All of it pops up. And then to be fair, and let me throw this in, a lot of times we're not keen to hear everything. Like there's just certain things that don't spark our interest, even locally. You just dismiss it because you're like, oh, it's not sensationalized. So yeah, so that wasn't sensationalized like that. But this situation is because how dare the black guy shoot the white guy? That's why this is sensationalized. But when Pookie shoot Ray, it ain't
And that's what I'm saying. This is a Pookie shooting Ray situation. Like, and I don't want to say it like that, but it's like when you look at it. Yesterday, when the news came out and the lady got the police and all them, they said they have the identity of the suspect because he got away from the shooting, and they still didn't release his identity. And I was like, damn, why they not releasing his identity if they saying he's a threat and all of this other
Important
shit?
update on the shooting at Wi-Hutchins High School. Just a few hours ago, the suspected shooter
And there was a shooting at this same school last year.
himself in. Yeah, this is a scene we've been following. You can see the aerial footage from the aftermath of that shooting yesterday. Lacey Beasley joining us live. And Lacey, we know that 3 students were shot, another injured in that shooting on campus. What's the latest, and especially in light of the fact that the alleged shooter has now turned himself in?
Good morning, Carmen and Madison. We're just now learning the name of that suspected shooter, 17-year-old Tracy Haynes. The Dallas Morning News reports that he turned himself in with the help of an organization called Urban Specialists, and they advocate against violence. Apparently, a family member called their helpline. Now, here's some video of Haynes surrendering last night in Dallas. Video was taken by Smash the Topic and shared online shows officers cuffing the suspect. Dallas ISD confirmed that the suspect was arrested, but did not share any additional details. He's charged with aggravated assault, mass shooting, and is in jail on a $600,000 bond. Now, it's important to note, Dallas ISD police tell us this was a student-on-student shooting, not an intruder. You can imagine the chaos and fear here at Wi-Hutchins High less than 24 hours ago. Take a listen to some students and parents' reactions shortly after the gunfire.
I heard like 6 shots, and then the teacher ran to the door and closed it and told us to hide in the corner.
They told me they were shooting at the school for me to go up there. So I just jumped up out of the bed.
Now you can see hundreds of people running across the lawn in panic. According to police, 4 boys were hurt in the shooting. 3 of the 4 were hit with gunfire. The Dallas Fire Department says injuries range in severity from non-life-threatening to serious. We also know the high school does have metal detectors, which every student should pass through at the beginning of each school day. Though during
Now I want you to pay attention to something, and I'm not condoning this young man's actions, but think about this humbly. He got charged with a mass shooting. He has a gun at a school, right? But notice you ain't saying nothing but black people, right? So just assume that there's probably some Dallas, probably some gang shit they got going on, trips, some shit that, you know what I'm saying? He done probably shot three little niggas that was fucking with. However it go, he bogus. He done shot 3 people. You feel me? He shot 3 people. Trip. Listen to me. He got charged with mass shooting, aggravated assault with a weapon, and 1 other charge. Guess what you didn't hear? Attempted murder.
That's crazy.
Cause you can't attempt to murder no niggas. Niggas super people. When you shoot niggas with bullets, it's just assault.
Them niggas can dodge the bullets. That's
Yeah.
crazy, man.
Niggas super peaceful. You know niggas get hit with bullets and live. That's just assault. That ain't attempted murder. And it's the
Yeah,
nigga
that's
shooting
crazy.
another nigga. So that's nothing like. How much was his bond? $600,000. Think about that.
Yeah.
He did all of that and ran. He didn't run.
And got
for
away
fear.
and had to
He
turn
didn't-
himself in.
Right. He didn't run for fear. He run because
I'm
I
just
did
reading.
this shit on some crazy shooting in the school shit. And they ain't even hit him with attempt murder. He got assault charges. Huh?
Yeah, that's crazy.
His bond off the bat was $600,000. How that ain't attempt murder? How you put a bullet inside a person that got a critical condition that ain't attempt murder? You heard what that lady said? Injuries ranges from serious to critical. Wait a
Right.
minute. You put a bullet in a nigga that's critical and you still got hit with assault. You better than me. See what I'm saying? See how I'm telling you this shit go? I'm telling you, bro, you do whatever you want to do as a nigga to a nigga. And I'm not saying that that ain't right. He should get more for doing that. Not that Carmelo should get like that. That's literally an attempted murder. But guess what? If y'all want to do that, then we got to take that as case law, right? We got to take that as what y'all saying it is. Assault. So that's assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, cool. A gun. He got hit with assault. Whether or not these people critical in, because guess what? Me stabbing a person, him dying ain't got nothing to do with what my intent was.
Right.
I mean to kill him.
Because clearly this dude, if he shot all them people, he stayed there for a minute.
What was he trying to do? Was he
He
not
was
trying to
he
kill
was
somebody?
trying to kill something. Yeah.
Was he not trying to kill somebody? That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
because
figure out.
to shoot all them people, that's a lot of how many people they say? Let me read this again.
3 people.
3 people. Yeah, that's at least 6 bullets. You know. All right, they ain't John Wick. So that nigga, that's really premeditated. You know what I'm saying?
My nigga
Yeah, man.
salute, man. I'm just not getting the fact that niggas can't see how the media is framing all of this. And honestly, I don't care because again, I'm seeing too many. This ain't a nigga problem. Because Trip, just like you and me, I'm seeing too many black people on the internet that's defending the Metcalf dude. That's saying, no, Austin should be locked up. That's some bullshit. I mean, Carmelo should be locked up. That's some bullshit, right? So
Yeah.
we're not a monolith in this thought of like, oh, a black dude killed a white dude, hip hop parade. Like, no, white people need to stop with that shit. But why I'm going on all of these white people channels, right? And he trying to talk a good game, like he not signaling, he not giving out a little dog whistle, right? But then when you go down in these comments, it says, this is what true privilege look like. Everyone knows why he is free. So wanting to go to college negates a murder? Who knew? Then look, it's
whose page is that? I didn't catch the name. I ain't got a
this dude page is actual justice warrior.
Oh God. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that they don't understand that fair bail is in the Constitution. You are allowed to have fair bail.
Yeah, hold on,
like,
look.
you know,
Look. He said, he disrespect me. This mentally needs to end. Respect is a two-way street. They ain't never saying nothing about him coming up on him first. Then it said, thank you for calling Tim Pool out. His take was absolutely retarded. I don't know what possessed him to bend over backwards and defend this thug. Look, it's ironic how the judge that was so concerned about being an example for others is now demonstrating her incompetence. Touch me and see what happens. This is a challenge, not a warning to stay away. Since when? That judge proves everyone there is no denying black privilege exists. Since when? Kyle Rittenhouse had a $2 million bond and never got reduced. The justice system is broken. He brought a gun across state lines.
An illegal weapon.
Right.
Like that.
When the Metcalf family sues for wrongful death and they win. Do you see this shit that if Metcalf punched Anthony, that ain't what happened though. Like, why are there no marks of swelling on his face? Like, he ain't say he punched him. He said he tried to punch him. Like, what part y'all don't get? I could defend myself.
Yeah, because super nigga was probably dodging all the punches and shit. So if he could dodge punches, he should have fallen. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be hearing these niggas saying he should have just squabbled up with him. And I'm like, I remember when niggas was saying quit all that fighting. Now it's you should fight. You know, I don't know.
It said, why do 13% of all wizards commit 90% of all dark magic? You know what that means, right?
Yes, I know that. That's
you know what that means,
boy.
Right?
They got all kind of words to call us niggas. Thug, wizard. I ain't heard wizard before.
Call a spade a spade.
About it. It irritates me that they actually had the audacity. It is to be expected. You know me, I have minimal expectations. But it's interesting how they mentioned about Kyle Rittenhouse on bond when they were able to raise money and snatch it out of that GoFundMe quickly, in addition to all the other donations that they got. And I understand that they did have to pay some things back. So that the GoFundMe is a thing separate. But generally speaking, the amount of donations that just poured in via Cash Apps, mail, and all the other avenues of revenue opportunities. So he was able to get out on bond immediately. So whoever that person is, I wish I can go in there and reply and say, where's your research? Show me your transcripts, damn it. I hate when people just make those statements without actually.
No, Ms. Humphrey, if you say that kind of stuff, all they're gonna do is call you a wizard in another way. I done tried that. They're gonna be like, shut your wizard ass up.
Look. It said not shot at a black lib female judge lowered the bill for killing a white student. Like, just this statement alone let you know where his mind at. It shouldn't even be about a white student
or female or none of that.
Community is raising $500,000 for this piece of shit posing with AKs, provoking and then murdering the student. Must have act hard, but he clearly displayed he's a coward. Give him an express lane to the chair. The chair.
Yeah.
He will get.
Hey, have you seen these people saying that he was holding an AK that was a BB gun? He said, "In some thugs." I said, "The white boys in the front are thugs."
Right.
I seen somebody say that the other day. I was like, "What?"
That's what I'm.
No, they just thought that they were light-skinned Negroes.
Right.
That's what that was. They thought they were light-skinned Negroes, not actually white.
I've been saying that this whole time. Like, y'all cropped him out of a picture and didn't show him standing with the rest of the white boys. Why y'all do that? Why y'all didn't show the rest of the thug crew he was with? Like, why y'all didn't show? Why y'all just show him holding an airsoft gun?
And right quick, I want to give add the utmost respect to the judge in that case. I'm not going to publicly say your name because, of course, people can find it on their own. But I'm not going to say your name on the shit show, so that way this is going to Tripp's point. This will not be another avenue to easily access your name. So if they want to find it, they can go looking for it. I think I spoke too soon. But with that being said, because it's right down the screen. But with that being said, mad respect to you, Your Honor. I'm going to call you just that because you have.
I was going to say that the other day. Texas got a new batch of judges out here who are kind of fair. They actually follow like they're younger, and because I ain't gonna lie though, 5 years ago, he would have said that shit would have went up 2 million of judges in Dallas. But a lot of them old white judges in North Texas been died out. So I think he'll get a fair shake, whether she a black female or not. There's white female judge. There's actually a white judge in Houston that's online and he records all his interactions. That's pretty fair. You know what I'm saying? He wears a little bow tie and shit with glasses. You might have seen him on some of these reels.
Cool.
He a good fair judge. Like
cooler than that one nigga that be wearing them
Fletcher.
ass
Fletcher.
glasses.
That's his last name is Fletcher.
Pritchard, yeah. I saw him the other day. I said, man, that's an all right judge. He really out here doing what you're supposed to be doing as a judge. not just hanging motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? He gonna give you a warning though, but he fair. So I think he'll be all right. But you see what they said?
See what this
Woman,
white girl say
black.
right here, though. Look
You
what you
know.
say. Niggers will be niggers. Like, what
Oh
do
no.
what do that got to do with anything?
That's right. Free. I'm glad Carmelo is walking around free, and I hope he keeps walking around free. If I need to sign a petition, put money on a patron list, whatever the case may be, keep that young prince free. That's right, Dag Nabbit. He had the right.
Look at this. Look what this person said.
Stand his ground.
Look what this person said. White people need their own law enforcement, judges, and prosecutors, and ultimately our own lands and continents. Non-white people.
We already have it.
And humbling. I swear to God, these people are the most delusional motherfuckers that you could ever meet. They believe this shit too.
They crybabies. They always talking about us crying, but it's white victimhood is on the rise.
Hold on, Bobby. Go back and read that last line. Go back and read that last line and sing slow.
Latinos are not white. Listen.
Say it again, Bobby.
Jorge.
Say it again.
That's
Latinos are Jorge. Listen to me, Jorge. You know how you run around? You, hey, me Hans, I down with Trump. I down with Trump. Trump too. Yeah, we need to get all of these. Need to get all of these people out of America.
Bobby, read it one more time for the people in the overflow.
Guess what they be like? Hey, Jorge, come here, bud. Let me show you something. See that fence right there, buddy? Yeah, you're going on the other side, buddy. I don't care if you got to dig a hole, pole vault, phase. If you know how to, if you better know how to phase through walls, because your ass going over that wall, goddamn.
One way or another. Not another, but another.
These motherfuckers let you know. Look, Jorge gonna be standing right there with the white man, like, hey, boss, we got the niggers out of here. He gonna be like, I don't know what you laughing for. Your boat over there.
Right.
Exactly.
Get your bitch ass on that. We don't need you no more.
It's crazy they classified as white though, white non, but these people don't want to. They claim them for money, but don't want to claim them.
Motherfuckers that's classified as white. I'm telling you that it don't matter. They telling you what they telling you, bro. These motherfuckers have conquered continent after continent, country after country, and still have the nerve to say, you know what white people need? Some more shit where ain't no motherfuckers but white people at. And then once they do build that shit, you know what they say? We don't feel like fixing none of this shit or building none of this shit.
Bring in some of them darkies.
Let's go get some motherfuckers that ain't got no money and bring them in and fuck on them, and then slick do all of this. And then by the time they live over here for long enough, we be like, man, why we just can't kick them out? You know what we need? We need to go somewhere where ain't like, shut y'all, bitch. Y'all are the most complainingest. Listen, to be born a white man in America and not make nothing of yourself it gotta be you gotta have a deep feeling of nothingness, because the literal path to success was laid out just by you being born.
Paul Mooney said a waste of white skin, right?
I know it. That's why I can kind of see where they standing at, because I know it burned you up.
Pure waste.
You hear me humbling? I know it burns some of these no good, nothing skin motherfuckers up when they see anybody of hue with any type of success, because they like, God damn it, that should have been me. And you know what? You're right. It should have been you, because everything was laid out for you to do it. And by the fact that niggas is more willing and more trained to go above and beyond because of some traumatic bullshit that was bred in our blood, by default, we excel at shit that niggas ain't even supposed to excel at, because everything supposed to be fair. But because it's not, we go above and beyond. And in a lot of cases, especially nowadays, niggas and Latinos are going so above and beyond that the 1% is starting to let those bottom 99% of white people know, hey, y'all not like us. Your white skin don't translate the same as my white 1% skin, brother. Like, yeah, that's cool. That nice little house you got in the suburbia. Yeah, we'll fuck this whole housing market up. Boy, your ass would be eating cereal with water on it, nigga. Keep playing. y'all will be jumping off of roofs again, fucking with the 1% like y'all like them. See, that's where the conspiracy white man came from. Once the market fucked up and through that, I'm humbling. Didn't all this conspiracy shit pop off once 9/11 and all that lockdown shit, and white people saw that, oh, y'all treat us like niggas too? Yeah, you ain't 1% white man.
Yep.
You middle class. Once middle class white America saw that, they thought they was a part of them.
Yep.
Middle class white America thought it was a boat for them too, like a safety ship for them too. They was sitting on the shores with the niggas like, hey, we all white people, right? Y'all got a boat for us. They was like, oh, nigga, what you mean? You finna die with them. They was like, wait a minute, y'all look at us like niggas too? They was like, no, we look at you like poor people. You're all the same.
And the best thing you can do, Bobby, is
touch me with
for poor people is what?
Yeah, don't be one, goddamn it. Don't touch me with your
Hands
musty
in hands.
Your hands are musty and poor. Don't put them on me, goddamn it.
All that hot Cheeto fucking
right. Shout out to Keep Your Dollar. That was the best thing he could ever say.
Creating the flow of a dollar, boy. Shout out to that nigga. And during that time, white people got the seed. That middle class got the seed. Y'all, boy, the rug will be pulled from underneath y'all. And that's why that conspiracy shit come from Trip. Them white people got the digging in the files and shit saying, y'all been doing this and this and it. They got mad, boy. They didn't Trip. They did not get mad because.
Hey, Bobby, right quick.
Go ahead.
Read the chat right quick. The last 3 comments.
Who? The last comment from Mr. C.
Yeah, but he's trying to get on.
What it say? It won't me and StreamYard. It won't me and StreamYard. I guess what I'm trying to say, dangerous, because if you're trying to say, oh no, man, come on, you better kick that link, goddamn. This ain't that. But like I was saying, damn, I forgot what the fuck I was talking
about. You were talking about white people, the boat, how they started digging into that looking and seeing how they basically ain't looked at like they think they are with their white skin. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which I think they are waking up to that, but you see what these people saying, they act like it's a us problem. You know, they feel like if they can get rid of us, then maybe they can get back in the graces of the 1%. You know, maybe, but I guess I can't understand the idea of what they be talking about. Like then it's a comment they be saying the usual suspects, and I be like, I could say that for a lot of stuff. Messing with kids, usual suspects. Shooting up school.
I think basically the point I was trying to make is that when they came into this so-called consciousness and figuring out that the government is doing this and that and got mad, they didn't get mad because they figured out the government was lying. Most of them got mad because they figured out the government was treating them like niggas.
Right.
See, this little conscious movement that everybody think bringing everybody together under consciousness and all that. No, them folks still got their own agenda. They don't want, nigga. Do you think they planning on a deep state, free America revolution with your nigga ass in mind?
Not unless you want to be on. Not unless you want to be on the front line and take all the bullets.
Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you, True? You
Hey,
think
and you
these
know what?
motherfuckers want to reform America for your goofy ass? Go ahead, Mr. C.
No, that's that Operation Get Behind Darky. They try to
That
boost
part.
you up. Yeah, they boost you up to go out there and try to fight. They fight. Look, real shit, right? When I was in Tennessee, me and one of my homeboys, we were coming back. We had a little shooting trip. And, you know, we walk in and I guess this white guy can tell how we were dressed. I guess he assumed we were military or whatever. So he was like, yeah, man, you know, you brave black brothers, they didn't expect this coming. You know, y'all going to stand up and fight. And we looking at this motherfucker like, for who? Like, I feel you, but nigga, y'all started this shit. You know what I'm saying? This y'all battle. We just stand the fuck out the way. You know what I'm saying? But when you were talking about that usual suspect, I see that shit on IG so much, but I fuck them up. Anytime they post something, when it be a non-black do some shit, I pick that same thing and the usual suspect. Just like you said, when they got something to do with like PDF files and stuff like that, I do that shit every time. But you know, that shit, it's crazy, man. But what I was saying about this situation, I just feel like that shit probably a psyop. I find it weird that a dude named Carmelo Anthony stabbed somebody the same day Carmelo Anthony was supposed to get abducted in the Hall of Fame. So shit just weird to me. All of it. So when I see that shit, man, I just try to avoid it and stay out of it.
But look, this is what I mean by this. This is the point of a psyop, right? And this is what we got to, whether if something is a psyop or not, once that's identified, the major point of something being a psychological operation is the reaction of the people, right, Mr. C?
Exactly.
That's what you're looking for. So, because that's then going to give you identifiers into where everybody stand, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what we can't miss about this shit. So when I'm telling people, pay attention to what white America is still telling you today. That's the part of the psychological operation I'm trying to get niggas to understand. Fuck if it's a psyop or not. Pay attention to the reaction to it. None of them are being, listen, this is a perfect opportunity for those people who believe in them gun laws and stand your grounds and all of that to be strictly by the book. Why are they not?
Exactly. Because it's showing their hand. They're trying to make it seem like
That's
those
the
laws
whole
are just for
point.
them. Yep.
And thank you. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to get niggas to see. Like, boy, you better wake up. They done lulled a lot of niggas to sleep like America ain't still America. And I'm like, man, I get it, man. We definitely ain't in the same times, but you know, niggas, grannies, and all of that is still alive. Go ahead.
Oh no, you hit the nail on the head with that one. And you know, a lot of that shit's starting to come to light. You see what I'm saying? That's why when it comes to certain shit, like when you, like you said, when you see, I think you touched on that point earlier when it was showing about the kid who shot all those people and only got assault. And you like, what the fuck? Like, how is that just assault? You see what I'm saying? And versus he shot a black person, so it's just assault now. So yeah, he should be charged with, that should be murder. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, shit, you shoot somebody, you weren't attempting, you know, especially if it's center mass, you was attempting to fuck them up at the end of the day. So hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I got my baby, so they trying to climb up these steps. I gotta take them back over this way.
And I'm not saying this is the whole of white America. I'm just saying it's a
What
lot
I'm
of
noticing is they cry a lot. That white victimhood. They always talk about blacks being victims and shit, but boy, white people is out here showing they some cry babies. Them motherfuckers is just wham, black people, wham, Mexicans, wham. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be wanting to tell them, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Ain't that what y'all told us?
and then when you come with like these antiquated arguments. Well, black people create, 13% do this much of crime and all of that, and it's like, well, just because we have a disproportionate amount of people in poverty areas and we do a high amount of crime to others, you can't relate that to black on white crime.
Well, let me give you the counter stat to that. Do you know
like
where
where does that exist? Like, where's this high number of black people on white people crime?
You're right about that, because look, I was staying in Indiana when I was doing a contract. I just got out the road. Where I was at, it was like predominantly white people. I ain't never been nowhere where you see nothing but white crackheads and meth heads, and them ones breaking in your cars and breaking in your houses. And you look on the news and see it was a shootout. Something went wrong. Come see the person they find was a white dude shot somebody. You see what I'm saying? So that shit happens everywhere. If you're somewhere where it's a lot of poor white people, it's gonna be a lot of crime. If it's somewhere where it's a lot of poor anybody, it's gonna be crimes amongst all people where they at. So that was a big eye opener for me, because I was
what they don't say is that we are the most arrested and convicted, but we also are the most acquitted and also have the most cases turned over after appeals. So a lot of times black people getting arrested and going to jail and not even being found guilty of the crime later on after the evidence come back out. That's actually the counter stats, all that. So yes, we are, like, by numbers it look bad, but if you look at the number of who get let out by false prosecutions, mostly black people. You know what I'm saying? And in a higher clip than anybody alive. So that's all I want to say, bro.
No, that's a fact. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, now I had stepped away for a moment, but I am reminding me of something. So I had to hit rewind. And I don't know if you were listening, Mr. C, but we actually was talking about the whole name thing prior to you getting up here. And as far as the, people making it, trying to suggest that this coincided with the announcements of the Hall of Fame. But I also wanted to add to that point, Robert, when we were talking about it earlier. Even though this may coincidentally have happened on the same day, it's not like it's going to stop him from actually being enshrined. So my thing is, wouldn't it have made more sense to actually let it, if this was a psyop based on the way people are saying it, and again, I'm not disputing it one way or the other, wouldn't it have actually made more sense to have it on the induction day?
Well, yeah. Also, too, one thing I'm starting to noticing, like when people be talking about we live in a simulation and it's programs, it's a, believe it or not, it's a lot of weird sequencing go on when they try to do weird things like that. So that could be a reason why, sometimes they leave some kind of clue to let you know, like, hey, pay attention to this. I could be wrong, but like, anytime they do anything, it's always some kind of weird coincidence that ties along with it. You know what I'm saying?
And of course, one of the things that, of course, as you know, we love to do on a shit show is give discourse and, give contention, obviously for the sake of the conversation. And I don't disagree with that, but my pushback will always be, like it always has been, all right, I've been hearing this my entire life. So, and it doesn't discount or dismiss anything, because we never know, to be fair. But I always would love to know something tangible, because, again, I'm still waiting for the world to end. When the clock struck 12 on Y2K, I'm still 25 years later. I'm still waiting for that. In addition to the other events. Exactly. So all I'd be asking is, and it's not to say that someone's supposed to have a concrete answer, but oftentimes, because I hear it ad nauseum, and it's the same rhetoric every time. What's different? Like, give me something tangible. And again, I'm not saying you directly, but like, what can we say that's different about this case that wasn't the Floyd or the Breonna or the this or the that? Because at this point, we've had, just in the last 10 years, and I'm just going to name some of the more high-profile cases. We've had the Floyd, the Breonna, the Tamir, the Trayvon. We had Anthony Hill. Not sure if many are familiar with that name, but he was a Army veteran. No, I don't want to get the branch wrong. It was either Army or Navy. I think he was a sailor, so Navy. Navy man who was naked, completely unclothed in Atlanta, and he was unalived by the police officers who thought that he may have had a weapon hidden somewhere, I guess, underneath the shaft that black men have that white men fear. So he must have had maybe a knot or something nestled in that area. But of course, he denied, and I'm not making light of it at all. But even with Anthony Hill and just many others, as of this conversation, nothing has changed or came in light of those things. So whatever psyops or whatever they have planned, at some point, when is it going to come to fruition? At what point, and what is the plan? So again, I'm not dismissing it, but I'm always up for the discourse to know what is it, because I've been waiting my entire life to hear or see or see it. Shout out to the chat.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you just said. I would say this. I can't remember quite where I got the information from because it's been so long ago. But I remember when I had read an article about they was gonna try to start a race war in the future, right? At that time, it wasn't a lot of stuff going on. Hold on, come here, baby. You okay? It's all right. She coming back down. It's okay. But somebody had brought up the attention. Hold on, real quick. I'll come back to y'all, man. Let me calm the baby down.
All right, he's gonna attend to the little one. Shouts out to the chat.
Okay,
all right. Okay, go ahead.
But now, somebody had brought up. There was a weird coincidence. They had a game called Call of Duty Black Ops, right? And it came out Black Ops 2. It came out in, I want to say, 2012. And the craziest thing about it was they started seeing all these mysterious drones everywhere, drone sightings and planes falling out of the sky. And they said the war broke out. Get this, over a Chinese and American trade war. And that was 13 years ago. Now you're saying it's coming to fruition. Now I would say this. I'm not saying all white people are good. I ain't saying they all bad. But history shows how they feel about us as a collective. Whether they try to play it off or not. With the usual suspect bullshit. And history shows you this as well. Anytime it's finna be a war on a particular land, the first thing they have to do is get all the people to go against each other. Whether it's blacks going against blacks, white going against whites, whites and blacks, the whole thing with the small hats. Whenever you start seeing all that coming, because think about it, if everybody was just peaceful and cool and they started some shit, it wouldn't go the way they wanted to go. But if they got everybody already pissed off at each other, like I say right now, if somebody dropped a bomb on our head right now, people gonna be like, shit, we at war. They're gonna start going to shit, do their thing to whoever they don't like at the time because they feel like they can get away with it. So to me, I feel like I could be wrong. I could feel like it's probably getting ready to go down. Because you think about this whole trade war, it's really like the shit really don't, it's not really big shit that's really gonna affect people. Like, okay, what if I can't buy Jordans no more, or if I can't afford to get the smartphone every 6 months? Don't nobody really need that. But they try to blow that up on the news like, oh, your smartphone gonna cost $2,000-$3,000. Your Jordans are gonna be $500. Oh, guess what? I'm just gonna go wear Vans.
Right.
Guess what? I'm gonna get a cheaper phone.
Hey, I want to say I agree with you on that. I was just thinking when you were talking that I do feel like maybe they are doing a lot of this to spark up the anger because the military's numbers are down. So you would need that catalyst of anger in the young white men they're gonna send out there to go die in China or wherever they're gonna fight in that Pacific Ocean. This would be a good precursor to shit like that because you get them moving in that direction already. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Then on top of that, as far as like it's weird how they was putting out them Purge movies all of a sudden. I want to say the last Purge movie they put out, one of the masks was like Melinda Trump face or some shit like that. So it's like they keep putting all these signs everywhere. Like they know who they're gonna put in the White House before they do it. That's why I ain't never really cared about voting, because if they taught y'all what they taught me in school, our votes really don't count unless it's on the state level. You know what I'm saying? The federal level, that's up to the Congress and the Electoral College. So they can look at what you're saying and get an idea of like what the people think. But at the end of the day, they're gonna go with what they're gonna go with. You see what I'm saying? They already got how they gonna do this shit lined the fuck up. And then Elon Musk done popped up like he just a be all say all of a sudden. And we already know what he stand on or what he trying to do. So I'll leave it at that.
The true African American.
Yeah,
now to
the true
turn some of your
African-American.
points. You're absolutely right. All politics is local now, and of course, those who have been around a while know I don't advocate for or against voting. Let me be clear on that. But to make your point, because over half of the states, the popular vote gets the entire state's electoral vote. It does, now again, I'm not encouraging or discouraging. I cannot say that enough before someone in the chat. But she's saying we vote. No, what I am saying is that it actually does make a difference. Obviously, for those who want to participate, because if the majority of your state goes to one side, then that state, all of the electors, all of those votes will go toward that specific candidate. And that's not to discount what you said as far as the selection, because of course, again, like you said, we don't know what truly happens behind closed doors, but just as the way it's presented. Also, as far as the Civil War is concerned, we've been waiting since OJ for the Civil War. Again, that's not to say it won't happen, it can't happen, but this compared to OJ is laughable. This hit those of us that was alive. Shut up, Bobby. During OJ.
Oh, who old? No, who old now? I heard culture.
What's that?
Those of us. Those of us like Mrs. Spirituality, Kenneth Powell. Those of us that was alive during the OJ trial. If there were to be a Civil War, that would have been the perfect storm for it to happen. I'm sorry, the race war. Let me be more specific. With the OJ trial, the trial and the aftermath. Again, that's not to say nothing cannot happen, but I promise you, with the way things went then,
well, you got
we would have been on it.
Obviously, you got to think too. Of course, that would have been the perfect time, but think about this: the trade centers hadn't failed yet, and it was a lot to that too.
There was also a thing called NAFTA with Ronald Reagan. Again, everything you're seeing now has already happened. It's just history repeated itself within my lifetime. And again, and I'm not saying it's all about me. That's not what I'm saying. But even with that, this exact same thing happened with Reagan. Now, the difference between then and now is that we didn't have access to the World Wide Web. We had to go by what all the papers printed and presented to us because we had no way of disputing it. We just had to assume what they were presenting was correct. But even then, with people losing their job, with industries becoming automated, with industries moving from here to China, again, this is nothing new. All of these things happened back in the 80s. There were people that actually unalived themselves because they were afraid what was going to happen as a result of NAFTA and other trade agreements with countries abroad. So it'll be interesting to see how it exactly. Yeah, that's another thing they do to change the tags. So you're right. It will be interesting to see what happened. But within my lifetime, I have not seen a different dynamic compared to back then, as well as the outrage is not the same as it was for the people who actually lost pensions. We're talking people who actually houses were foreclosed on and all that. They had no other resources. They couldn't become a influencer online. They couldn't just go DoorDash and make income. That was it for them. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how this all plays out. So I would not be surprised by no means. But as it stands now, I'm not surprised because I've been through this 10 times already, and it was worse literally 30 years ago compared to
Look, I can't even argue.
I just want to say, like from my vantage point, I'm not going to let the sensationalism of it get me, out the way, because I'm like, everything I hear people saying, okay, I can give you, a little bit. Again, I'm talking about 100 years ago, but within the lifetime of people who are still alive. I'm like, hey, just give me something else, because like I said, I'm still waiting for Y2K. I'm still waiting for the world to end. I'm just saying.
You're right about that. I can't even.
And OJ did it, by the way. OJ did it. Yeah.
OJ did.
Just give a discourse, not to, just discourse. That's all. Just making a conversation while we're waiting for Robert to return. And as we wait for him, shouts out to the chat. Shouts out to the chat. But yeah, I think it's interesting. Why was it the China wear that was selected to be? Because Mrs. Spirituality, and we can remember back when, you're right, everything was literally, every tag was made in the USA. Whether it was actually produced, we don't know, but definitely before the 80s it was. But after the 80s, everything became China, Taiwan, Philippines. It's funny, you never see Senegal, Chad, Congo, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana. You never see that.
Yeah, my homeboy was pinning me on that a lot of TVs and stuff are made in Africa, but they don't even show that.
Yeah, because that's where the and with depending on the country, what happens is they can get all of their parts. Like you make a great point. Like say the TV, 95% of the TV is produced and made out of Africa, but in order to make it a TV, is that you need the crystal, the screen, and that's produced, for example, in China. Then China can put their stamp on the saying it was made in China because they finished the product, although they didn't create 90+% of it. So yeah, that is crazy how that works. Yep.
What I was noticing was they keep talking about the markets, the markets. When I hear them talk about the market so much, I do feel like we're probably finna go to war, because that's usually a banker code word for the money is funny. We need some capital damages to have rebuilding projects, because war is profitable when things get destroyed. I mean, Europe is the way it is now because of World War II, because so much was destroyed. And a lot of these tariffs and deals that Trump talking about come from World War II, because we were there to help rebuild, but it also built up our economy because we were sending goods and making goods to send over there to war-torn world countries like Germany and France and Spain. You know what I'm saying? So I just keep hearing these code words for market, market, market. I'll be like, yeah, we finna go to war. But I already been, so I don't know. What was the war? Did you have
we
like the
finna go
Iraq
to
war?
war? That was the Iraq War. Was Desert Storm was way before some OJ shit was even thought of.
No,
right?
I wasn't talking about. I wasn't calculating this to that, but yeah.
Desert Storm was after OJ, because OJ
After?
was in 95, 96. Desert Storm was
Oh.
in 2001. But I stand to be corrected.
No. I'm talking about the first. No, that you thinking about
you're talking Persian Gulf. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're right,
Persian
Bobby.
Gulf. Yeah,
My
that's the
apologies.
Persian Gulf.
Persian
That's
Gulf.
a
I'm
storm.
sorry. That's
Yeah,
right. That's right.
The second
That's
one
right.
was the second one was whatever they called that shit after the 9/11 and all of that. The 2000.
I know it was Afghanistan, but I can't remember the formal name of the war.
Yeah,
But yeah, you're right.
it was
The
Operation
Persian was under Clinton.
Yeah.
The Kuwait was that the Kuwaiti war or whatever Gulf?
No, it was called Operation something. I can't think of it.
Oh, Desert Storm.
I'll look it up right quick.
Not that Desert Storm was what my stepfather went to in the 90s.
Yeah.
Early 90s.
Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. My dad was in one of those wars.
I know it was
over
early,
there.
and I know that was, and the only reason I know it was before OJ is because I remember when he went, we was still on the Air Force base, and I remember
It was called the War on Terror.
War on Terror. There we go.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So Bobby got that one. Yeah, the Gulf War was Clinton, and that was before OJ. Yep.
That was like 90, 91 or something like that.
Yeah. I think that's when my dad was gone, because I was born in '88. So yeah, I was about 5 when I finally seen him again. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when they went over there, their first one, they was just burning up the oil fields. But what I was going to say about that war, what Humlin was saying earlier about racial energy, right? They've been screaming this, like she said, they've been screaming this race war shit for a long time. If a race war was going to pop up, we French, you need a baguette? but Humlin, in all seriousness though, you remember if a race war was gonna pop off, Humlin, what better time than on the heels of OJ?
Yeah,
on the heels of Rodney King. Because think about it. All of this is in the same. All of this is in the same like year and a half span, brother. Do you know the ladies? Some of them people that was on the jury trial for OJ came out and said they did that shit because of Rodney King.
Yep.
Then on the heels of right after Rodney King, you got the riots.
Yeah, because you got what's that young princess name? Tawana Harlan.
Right, the girl that got shot by the Chinese shop owner.
Yeah.
Tupac
I
rapped
know her
about
last
her.
name is Harlan's. I
Right.
can't remember her first
I
name.
think it
Yeah.
was
Yep.
Tamika, little Tamika.
LaShonda. Is it
Little
Tamika?
LaShonda or
Okay.
something like that.
LaShonda.
LaShonda,
Okay. Yep.
it was something like that. But Tupac
Yes.
rapped
A
about her.
very ethnic name. Yep.
The shop owner shot her. The Chinese lady, 13 years old, I think she was. Yeah,
Damn.
little
Yeah. Yeah. She was
LaShonda.
about 12, 13, because she thought that
Yeah.
she stole an orange juice.
She
and
stole.
had the money. And she was at the checkout counter ready to pay for it when she was unalive. So she was literally going to pay for it, but Ho Kim didn't even give her a chance to do it.
Do you hear what I'm trying? Do you hear that type of shit that was going on during that time? And you talking about race riots, Trip? So when I tell
Yeah.
you, when people be like, oh, they over exaggerating the energy, I'm telling you, it's niggas who born, I swear to God, bro. The best psyop that was ever done was niggas who was born out of the analog age. They literally fed y'all so much information that y'all forgot outside exists.
Yep, information.
Y'all literally disregard the experience that people actually live through on a whole and just act like, no, y'all was psyoped in and thinking that shit was happening. It ain't really happened like that because of it. Like, niggas, you crazy.
Yeah, I'm half in, half out. Like I grew up in the old. I would tell you, I grew up in the old world, coming into the new world. Now, my sister and brother, they all like in the new world. They don't know nothing about the rotary phone and when caller ID happened and all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? They look at me crazy when I start talking about that shit. Like, or like she said, the yellow pages or a phone book. My brother even asked me that. Like, I think 2 months ago, like. They used to, what's a phone book, like they send it to the house? I was like, yeah, they would drop it at the house. He'd be like, he just couldn't understand it. Like, I was like, damn, you've been on the phone so long that you don't even know that, like, we had to memorize numbers and shit. There were pay phones on the corner, you know, like, and then there was a way if somebody can call you on a payphone, but if they call the payphone, you can pick it up and talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a different world for sure.
Oh yeah, I remember those days. We had those numbers memorized. Like, I'm gonna be outside.
Right. Like if you told somebody I'm gonna be over here, call me around this time on the payphone, and y'all just stand around that motherfucker till the motherfucker call, hello? Oh yeah. So we over here, or it be sometimes it be somebody you're not expecting. Like, no, this ain't George.
I'm gonna continue this right here, Humbly. Watch this. I'm gonna make this statement, and this how crazy. Because the world today is much more segregated than it was in my time, right? And what I mean by that is this:
social media, under the guise of integration, separates people, because even if you come across people, they'll never be holding to give you their true intent. You feel me? Nobody can really say what somebody's true intent is based on a social media relationship, right? And that's just the fact. Unless you went to school with a percentage of integration, certain things escaped you. Unless you actually worked in certain places and seen certain things, certain experiences escaped you. And I ain't talking about the police harassed me stuff. I'm talking about literal, just day-to-day average interactions with other races, right? A lot of people missed out on those experiences, and because their only other experiences is through social media interaction or some type of control setting, right? You would never really get to see how somebody would act when they not necessarily under the guise of a camera or something like that, in order to really show you their true intent. You feel what I'm saying? Nobody be holding to that.
Yeah.
It's easy to get on this motherfucker and talk, but I guarantee you it's a lot of people who didn't talk some shit on here, and then all of a sudden they whole YouTube page gone because a motherfucker be like, nah, this really what they be talking like when they be off this shit. They ain't like, you see what I'm saying? They wildly different.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that extend beyond just a talk space. That extend into real life. So when we know that shit exists like that, we can't be idiots in 2025 and act like, oh, that type of racism or those type of people that think like that, they all gone. That shit is something like they act like niggas lived experiences. I'm only 43, bro. Niggas act like some shit that I went through is some shit that happened 800 years ago. We ain't humbling, sit up here and joke, but it's like at the same time, it's crazy how people view us as old, and we like, bro, we ain't talking about no shit that was like the people that we're talking about are the people that's like your governors and aldermen, and these niggas run the power plant and they come and fix your water and shit, and they do plumbing. Like these the people we talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause look, I'm gonna tell you like this. A lot of people, like young people, don't know. Hell, I can remember not too long ago, before they had GPS, when you had to go type all your shit, get your shit off MapQuest, and you be riding with a bunch of pieces of paper in your lap, trying to find out where you're going.
Bobby.
Finna hit me with the
Hey, you know how I learned streets in Austin? I had to learn. He said MapQuest.
Yeah.
I had to learn how to do the streets like so if I'm at a sign, you'll see the name of the street and it'll say 4700 or 5800 or to go in the other direction. My nana taught me how to like learn the streets off of those numbers. Like so if you gave me your address, I could kind of guess where you were in the city off of those numbers at one point, and it go like to 0, and it'll go like to the 100 block to the east, and it'll be like the 100 block to the west, and everything else goes like 100 blocks up that way. So that's actually how I learned how to navigate streets, was like knowing those numbers, and I still do that to this day. If somebody, I can kind of guess like where they at, like, oh, you on the south side. Hey, like how the hell you know that? I'm like the numbers. I kind of memorize like where these blocks are. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what city I go to, if you give me those numbers and I can start to see them, I can pretty much figure out where I'm at.
Yeah, I gotta remember how
But
to
most
do
people
that.
don't even know what those numbers on the sign is for most today.
But if you pay
You know what I'm
attention,
talking about though? Like if you go to any street sign, it'll say the name, address, and it'll say like 4100, it'll say 3800, 2800. They go cross section. If you start looking at those, depending on the street names and how your city, most of the time numbers, streets have a certain number, and the streets with a name have a certain number. So if somebody give you a name like Chicago, and then the address is this, it's usually going like north to South Street. If they're giving you a number, it's usually going, no, it's east to west, it's numbers. And I think names are north and south, and that's almost like every city. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
So that's not true. Or maybe it's in Texas. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
How's y'all set up?
Yeah, that might be a city thing. I know, like highways is a certain way you can read them like that. It's like a little clue. My dad told me, but it been like I said, the GPS and spoiled me. So a lot of this technology started dumbing people down over time, for real. Because you think about it, they're trying to take away the analog clock. Most kids can't even read a regular analog clock. And to me, that's the easiest way to read one, but they want everything digital now.
Yeah, my niece, I had got my niece a watch, a little like Minnie Mouse watch, and she couldn't read that mug. I was like, they don't teach you this in school no more. So I had to get her the one with the numbers, actual numbers on it. Like I just went and got her a digital one because I was like, well, I mean, I told her, but you know, it's like damn.
Now think about what you said. She should have been taught time before she even made it to school.
Yeah,
man, that's what I was saying. Like I didn't know that when I got her, it was like that, but it was like, damn, your mama didn't show you nothing. It was like certain things that I was like, we were taught that as kids, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, but again, my younger sister, she is in that internet world. She grew up with like smartphones and shit. You know what I'm saying? So she don't actually know half this shit. You know. So I don't even know if she know how to. You know.
Exactly, and I had to pick about the maps because I thought Bobby was gonna say something, but now I gotta pick with you right quick. And of course, this is just consistent with the time, so this is like no pun. But we actually had books where it was a book as big as, well, I'm little, so as big as like from your tip of your finger to your elbow, and you're trying to read a book and reference because they had indexes, so it had the street names in the back, and it will give you the points. Like, you know, I forgot what the technical name is, but you know how it is. It'll be A6, you know, so you got A, and then you go down to line 6, and that would be the street. But literally, What you saw on MapQuest when you saw the illustrated map, we actually had those in our cars. Some of
Yeah,
them
you
were
talking
even,
about those travel logs? Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
my dad
So
still
we
got
had
them
actually,
hoes. They be like long, and sometimes they be big ass fucking maps and shit. I'll be like, but my dad used to drive trucks and shit, so he was like, back in the
yep,
day, I had to have maps. He was like, shit,
yep.
you lucky
So
now, you got a phone. He's like, back in
yeah,
the day, I'll be
it's
lost.
digital.
I'm in
Yep.
Iowa. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. I gotta go in this damn,
Don't know
go in this damn
Yep.
map. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Put
I'm
over to
like,
the side and try to memorize each turn. So even with a paper MapQuest in your hand with it printed out from the printer, at least you still was able to kind of glance down and say, okay, then I'm going. But when you literally have illustrations in black and white trying to figure out where to go, I would take MapQuest over Rand McNally any day. And shout
that's what
out
it
to those
was too. The
Rand
McNally maps. Yep,
yep.
the
I
McNally
take
maps. Yep,
that any day. So I'm
I
definitely glad
remember
that we
them.
got
I
time.
remember being young, riding with him in a truck to Georgia, and he had me in there. Look for this, and I'm on there trying to look in the map, but it's so big. I'm like, you know what I'm
And that's
saying?
why
Like I don't know what I'm looking for. But
and
he would know, like, look for this
now
town.
can't
Look,
look at the map.
you know, yeah,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
exactly. Yeah, that's why, like I said, I know like 20 years ago, you go to a theme park, you get a map of the park, you like, oh, easy peasy. Now, it's like download the app on your phone, it'll walk you to where you have to go because people can't read the map anymore. So, yeah, it was nothing to navigate through Disney World,
I
SeaWorld.
did that with my niece. We went to Six Flags over Texas. They give you a map and you got to kind of
Yep.
figure out where stuff was. So I made her. She said, "I want to do the teacups," and I said, "Well, you got to find it." And I gave her the map. It took her about 30 minutes, but she found it eventually. I just sitting there drinking a lemonade, like I don't care. We just gonna walk around here, then.
Yeah, so I do not miss those days at all. Yes, I lived through them, I survived them, and it helped me with critical thinking and everything and other things. But yeah, I would not trade that for nothing. Keep me digital, and that's all that matters. I don't want nothing rotary. I don't want nothing that analog at all. I will throw this in though as a side note. Speaking of analog, Robert, I hope you're listening. I had to mail my check to the Siri people without the extra I. And let's just say I wrote them a check. Yes, I did. I wrote them a check. I gladly signed it and I put it in the mail. So I purposely did that so that way not only would they have to take that check to the bank, they will also have to wait for it to be delivered in snail mail. I asked the postal worker to postmark the date so that way, regardless of when they get it, they knew that it was at the post office prior to April the 15th. Won't you do it? So yes, I'm probably one of maybe 5 people that wrote a check to the Siri people minus that. Won't you do it? So yes.
That's funny. Writing a check to the Siri is crazy.
I sure did. I could have went online and did it, but I said what I'm not gonna do. I shall not be moved. I'm gonna keep on writing checks as long as I have a checkbook. Those are the only checks I write is for the purpose of taxation. Won't he do it? Yeah, I'm not going
They asked me
online.
the other day
In
at my
Black
bank, do
Jesus'
I want a
name.
checkbook? I said,
In
no.
Black Jesus' name, I'm gonna make it as inconvenient as until I cannot. Until that's no longer an option, I'm gonna make it so inconvenient for them. Even if I'm the only check that has to be walked to the bank, I'm gonna make your ass do some work. If I gotta pay a tax, won't he do it? Shouts out to those who get a refund from Siri. Shouts out to those who get a refund. And won't he do it? Maybe one day I get a refund. But until then, shouts out to those that get a refund.
Shout out to Montu. Appreciate the super chat. Big up to Bobby Knight and the shit. Super
Every
chat.
time, man, I couldn't pay my tithes on.
Hey, he paid his tithes to the tax man.
Yeah, man. Listen, you hearing me good? You hearing me cool?
I hear you good, man. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, as usual, let me say thanks for having me, everybody. This is a damn intellectual panel, a great chat, everything. I love this show. I've been sharing this out on Facebook, bro. Anyways.
Yes, thank you so much. Shouts out to the chat. Y'all know we the chat.
Man, much
That's
love.
right. Want to do
Definitely
it?
appreciate
I'm
that.
going on mute. That's right.
Anyways, as I've been listening for the past, let's say maybe an hour or close to an hour, I've got a few points to make or a bit of smoke for some of the topics that we spoke about earlier. I listened to first one. We all up in arms that the media is showing Carmelo's location and how his family is living at this particular point in time, even though we don't know whether they have actually funded this new location in a gated area or whether some benefactor has, funded this entire thing, keep them out of ways of danger or anything. What I'm saying is this. It's a terrible thing to be publicizing his address and so on, but at the same time, we know the white people are going to say when it was George Floyd's time, everybody publicized the white cop's name. What's his name? Chavez? His address was broadcast so that, we would know. So with that being said, on the same
That's why
token,
I'm not, listen, and that's why I'm not disagreeing with what's being done. It is egregious, but that's why I'm saying that if we gonna be completely biased, okay, they put Chauvin stuff out there. They put little bro stuff out there. But like Humlin said, this is all public information anyway. So nobody is actually it might be distasteful. You see what I'm saying? We could say morally, all of that, but actually what the law state, they got every right to do that, right, Moon too? And that's where the fundamental,
agreed.
That's where like the biases got to end with the Carmelo Anthony thing, because it's like the sensationalism of a black dude killing a white dude, right? The sensationalism of a white dude killing a black dude. Once you get beyond that and just go by the letter of the law, which is what everybody keep bypassing. You want it to be something where somebody make a moral decision versus a lawful decision, which is, you can, like, your morals can be interpreted however. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if I'm doing whatever the law say that I can do, that's a whole different conversation.
Like I said, I can completely acquiesce with that, because my intention was never to it was basically playing the devil's advocate so that we have both sides of the story and we are informed to make a proper decision, a moral decision, and so on, and as to how we actually going to look at the thing. But I'm just saying, well, the other caucus side has their own rights to do the same thing that we did. So basically, we're in agreement on that. It's just a matter of putting it out there so that everybody can, have a broader view of the entire matter.
No, I definitely.
Secondly, there was another point, but let me just back off now so you guys can have it for a moment.
No, make it next point.
I'm just warming up. Well, this is the thing. It's completely slipped my mind. I've been here smoking and drinking my wife's wine.
It happens. Go ahead. Just jog your memory.
So,
you'll get it back.
When it comes back, I'll be sure to jump in.
No, most definitely. Most definitely, man. Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah, they're going crazy.
Rittenhouse, after he killed 2 people in cold blood, he raised over $1 million. Wait a minute. The officer who killed Michael Brown, he raised almost $2 million. So don't tell me that when black folks decide to put money and support behind a young brother who didn't start a fight, who didn't threaten nobody, who was sitting where he could have right to be sitting, was threatened more than one time, was physically attacked, he defends himself, and then all of a sudden he's in jail for murder. But guess what, brother? We gonna stand behind ours like you white folks stand behind yours.
Okay, let me
that
be
young
clear.
brother was attacked.
I know you're yelling because you really get worked up when you're lying. But let me say, let me say very clear.
But then it's justified.
Us killing
but when we defend ourselves, now, it's murder.
Let me.
𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃 Rittenhouse.
Okay.
They don't want to stand on it. And
that's right.
No matter how how y'all want to spin it, psyop, all of that shit, at the end of the day, it's showing you the same thing. In the media, if you're a black man that create a crime or do a crime allegedly, you are not afforded as a black person to act within the law, right? Like this is where we putting their feet to the fire. It was a sister in Florida that stood her ground, shot a bullet in the air, and they locked her up.
Yes, they did, because and it was documented that I can't recall if they were legally married. Were they legally married, just boyfriend and girlfriend? But either way, he was the living significant other, and it was documented that he was abusive.
He was abusive towards her. She had a restraining order.
Yep. She's out now, by the way, but she did what, 10 years? I don't want to exaggerate the number, but she was in there for a long.
She did enough time to where, how in the fuck am I the one in jail? Because I stood my ground. I didn't fire at the person. I gave them fair warning, and they still gave her some. This is what they trying to tell you, boy. Them laws don't apply to your nigga ass like that. And at the end of the day, Carmelo, show me your papers. Carmelo, you acted well within your rights. Fuck the morals. At some point in time, niggas gonna have to get, hey, check this out. I'm with having a moral conversation after. You feel me, humbling? After. We can do all that chastising and shit after. But fuck all that. But nigga. It's niggas that literally walked out of jail because guess what, humbling? He got affluenza. He too affluent.
Oh yes.
He's so fucking rich, Montu. He don't know when he run over two people and crush their head on the sidewalk and just be drunk until he don't know. He just got money.
Dude, you listening? Real
there's like 3 cases of that.
I've been actually a beneficent from that kind of politics already. I'm not proud of it. You know what I mean? But there was a point in time, or a few points in time, that I was able to pull strings, so to speak.
No. You pulling string. Listen, affluenza ain't you pulling strings. That's not you saying that, hey, I got a lawyer that know the judge, or my mama work in the courthouse. No, that ain't affluenza. Affluenza is when a motherfucking lawyer go up in there and say, hey, my client who was drunk driving or who was speeding in his Ferrari going 120 miles per hour. Yeah, when they ran over them 2 people, they didn't know the consequences. They so rich, they don't understand human life. They don't know better. So you got to let them slide because they just think they can throw money at shit. And guess what the judge say? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's motherfuckers that, bro, it's people out here that literally murdered people and said, man, it's people that ain't great
people out here that assaulted women.
Took advantage of a woman, and a motherfucker say, bro, they didn't even know that they was doing it. They got money, man. They don't know what they doing like that.
Completely.
That ain't the same shit as you saying you got pulled with somebody. These people literally committing crimes. And hold on, this was finna take the cake right here, Montu. It ain't a nigga on the soil of the United States. You hear me? I ain't putting this nowhere. It's not a nigga with 2 feet on the soils of the United States, humbling, that ever caught affluenza.
Sure.
Never heard of it.
It ain't a nigga that never pricked themselves on a piece of wood or metal. Then all of a sudden they got affluenza and they think that, hey man, I'm so much of a nigga that where I could chop niggas' heads in half and I don't know the consequences of that. I'm a baboon. I'm an outrageous right. I just can't say, man, hey, niggas is telling me I'm a baboon. I'm a monkey, uncivilized baboon nigga. So one day I just believed it. I'm
Hey, yo, check this out though. Hey,
went outside and I just got to slapping motherfuckers with machetes and shit. Yeah, y'all told me I was a baboon, right?
Hey, this what's gonna be the killer though, right? Buddy ain't no normal dude. He ain't no regular nigga. You know, his folks got money.
That's what I'm trying to
So
tell you.
they just gonna have to realize, hey, when that money talk. 'Cause I heard he got what? I heard his parents got a good business. They millionaires. They got already had over $500,000 house before they got a new house or whatever. So shit, they just gonna have to bite the bullet. At the end of the day, it's a fucked up situation that happened. You know, I'm sad that 2 kids was involved. One lost their life. But at the end of the day, if he had kept his hands to himself, he'll still be here. That's just point
And
blank.
that's
Hey, you know
that's
what? You know
that's
what's
the
bigger
overarching point. Go
than
ahead, Mutu.
you know what's bigger than money, and more credible than money, more powerful than money? A bloodline. I mean, that's a sidebar, but you get where I'm going.
He said, "What now? What's more powerful?" I didn't hear you.
More powerful than money, a bloodline.
You said a black line?
A bloodline.
A bloodline. Oh yeah,
Blood.
for sure.
Your
For
last
Yeah.
sure.
name, basically, yeah. Yep.
Ancestry.
For sure.
Ancestry, bro. There's some white
Yeah, I
people
understand a
you
little
know
patois.
they broke as fuck, but they could go into the central bank and they could call credit. They could start a business from $0 just on credit alone. Can't even pay the rent, but if they decided to, they could call those shots. They could pull those strings. I mean, just off the name alone.
But this the cold thing about this case, right? It's putting the state of Texas, all of these good, bro. Why you think that white man Tim Pool got so much backlash? He didn't get backlash because he said something wrong. He got backlash because how dare you defend a nigger that's using our good American laws?
He's a wizard lover.
You wizard lover. Now you know when a white man protect himself, he just protecting himself. But you know when a nigger go crazy, they looking to cause trouble. That's what they've been saying this whole time. He looking to cause trouble. Why he just ain't walk away? Nobody notice how they never said the person that's looking to cause trouble is the motherfucker that's going over there, literally bothering somebody that's minding their own fucking business. They never said hey, and this little shit starter Austin Metcalf. Why nobody never framed that?
Another thing is they always talking about that tent, and I'm like, did y'all not go to high school and play sports? Because in high school, when I ran track or played baseball, we would go to tournaments. We used to chill with the other teams. It's not like football. It's not like they are enemies on a lot of other sports. You know what I'm saying? Like we
Yeah, if
just
they
playing a
running track,
game.
ain't like what he gonna do? Tell them the next
Yeah,
play how they gonna run. That's all.
right. Like it's like football is more barbaric. I get it. On the other side, they ain't enemies. But when I play like baseball and shit, the other team will come over there and kick it with us, and I'm like, in our stands and just talk to us like. You know, we talk about other baseball players, anything, and for his parents to have all that money living in Frisco means he probably knew some of them other kids. They might have went to daycare together. It could have been anything.
Wait,
I'm gonna
once
tell you
they
like
say
this,
that
bro.
everybody that was up underneath that tent didn't go to that high school, it's case closed. You understand what I'm saying, Trip? It's other people up underneath that tent that didn't go to that school. Why y'all went over there fucking with him?
And where's your good sportsmanship in saying it's raining? You're another competitor. You know what, bro? Just come sit underneath the tent, man. It's raining out there. You shouldn't have to go stand out in the rain. This motherfucker, nobody bring up that point that basically not only was the white boy trying to like tell him to move, he was telling him to get your ass out of here and go stand in the rain. You know
And
what
you
I'm
know what's
saying?
crazy? they spinning the story like the other dude, like the other kid went and got a security guard to remove him, and he stabbed the security guard. Like at the end of the day, that ain't your place to tell nobody to get out of a tent.
Show me your freedom papers.
And it's not. I hate they call it a tent.
Show
It's like
me
one of them
your
things you.
freedom paper.
Yeah.
Listen, my nigga Rico in the building. Salute. It don't matter where the fuck I'm at, bro. It don't listen. Check this out. If I'm at a baseball game and I'm sitting in the wrong seat, right? You can show me your ticket, and I can show you my ticket, and we can get that situation handled, right? We can go through that. if this is a place where it's open seats, it's a tent, correct? Once you approach a motherfucker, listen, once you have the onus not to keep progressing, right? Once you approach somebody and you say, move, and they say, no. After that, you need to go get the proper authorities to move. You don't have no authority at all. Even if that person is in the wrong, you don't have the authority at all to remove nobody from shit. You don't. If I'm in the supermarket and I go behind them closed doors that say employee only, let your ass just be a motherfucking shopper in the store talking about some, hey, buddy, you can't go back there. Put your hands on me. You go see what's going to happen. You don't know where I'm going back here. You don't know who the fuck. Be Superman. Be Mr. Investigator in this moment if you feel like you got the right answer to this problem right now.
Hey,
put your hands on
did
me.
You say something about Sesame Street? They didn't watch Sesame Street.
They didn't watch Sesame Street growing up, bro.
Right,
they didn't understand the golden rule to keep your hands to yourself.
They got a new one out, Doggy Land. Snoop Dogg cartoon pretty
said,
good
man,
too.
I know you think you Superman, but I got that kryptonite. Yeah.
See, listen. You want to know why black people get the snitch roll so much? Because we mind our business. Do you want to know what that means? Black people more inclined to see some shit that we know might be something egregious, like, you know, Sister Johnson, right? And you know Sister Johnson went to Mississippi a couple days ago. Who them niggas creeping around the side of Sister Johnson's house trying to break in? Now, I might have to call the authorities. Hey, I think somebody trying to get into Sister Johnson's house. You feel me, Mr. C?
Yes, sir.
Because I love Sister Johnson. Y'all not finna break into Sister Johnson's house. White people, you know what white people go do? They go come out there. Hey, buddy, what you doing over there on the side of Chad's house?
Yeah, they ass.
And guess what's gonna happen? Guess what's gonna happen? They gonna say, you right. He was trying to break into Chad's house, but guess what? White vigilante that watched too much fucking Batman. This ain't Citizen Arrest America. Even if a motherfucker doing something that you deemed they ain't supposed to be doing, you still gotta call somebody with more authority than you. You went your goofy ass over there fucking with somebody. You thought you was finna pull out your pistol and stop a crime, and they got to their shit first and shot your ass up. And guess what they gonna say? We thought he was finna shoot us. We was just trying to rob a house. That nigga trying to kill people.
he was a hero.
He thought he was a hero.
Hey,
nigga, we just trying to take a TV. I'm not finna dive in no TV because you want to be Batman vigilante. You hear me, Muntu? Yeah, I'm doing wrong, but nigga, I'm not. Nah, I waited for these white people to leave this house. You're not finna kill me over no motherfucking TV because you want to be Superman, Batman vigilante. Hey, freeze, nigga, put down the flat screen. Nah. And guess what? Guess what they gonna say? Yes, sir. You is not in your legal capacity to be pulling guns out on any niggas. See, they gotta go by the law now. And this why white men and all these Proud Boys feel like we're losing America because y'all set these stupid ass laws up with all this innuendo. You know what I'm saying? And perception and interpretation. Now it's coming back to bite you in your ass. Now the same laws y'all set yourself up to kill niggas with, it's coming back to bite you in the ass. And y'all don't want to deal with it.
You know why? That's because those motherfuckers wrote loopholes into the laws, didn't they? So yeah, you using loopholes? Me too. Me three.
And them white boys love Batman, don't they, Black Aries? They live and die by that shit. Look at this look at this white man that's hold on, where that fucking white man go that I had up on that screen? with that Batman shit on. That nigga loved Batman. I said, look at this punk up here sitting talking about Carmelo. And he Batman the fuck out. Superman to the 10th
Yeah, they
fucking
love
power.
them some. They love them some Batman.
Hey, you know what's crazy about Batman though? A lot of people don't know the person who made all his inventions and his technology, utility belt, Batmobile,
Was a black dude
named Mr. Fox.
The nigga that taught him how to fight was a black dude, Ra's al Ghul. All the niggas. Listen,
You want to hear some real shit about Batman?
I know some real shit about Batman.
Is actually Robert the Bruce deified. You know who Robert the Bruce is?
I don't know who Robert the Bruce is.
Okay, you gotta rewatch Braveheart. Robert the Bruce is the king that protected William Wallace.
Oh, William Wallace, brave. That's who Batman is. I know Batman's superpower
deified
is white privilege.
That's facts.
Ain't no motherfucking way this nigga riding around Gotham doing all this shit, and everybody like, I don't know who doing this shit. It would take a billionaire with excessive resources to, and Bruce Wayne just walking around acting like he just a regular nigga in Gotham. Every time some Batman shit jump off, he disappearing. Look at this goofy ass white man up here with this Batman. Like they live in cartoon. They really believe this shit. Remember when I told you I worked at that factory, bro? And the white dude told the other white dude when he was walking by him, fuck Batman, because he had a Batman tattoo. Do you know he went to HR for that, bro?
Oh,
I'm not playing trip. He went to HR. That motherfucker damn near had to call out to work. He was like, boy, I'm ready to do this nigga. What? That boy, he went to HR and said, boy, he came to me and said, fuck Batman. Shout out to Lise in the building, man. Blessings and salutes to the chat. Salute to Lise. Fine preaching for you. Bro, this how they feel, bro. You hear what I'm saying, bro? Think about it. What he's signaling is that even though Carmelo did everything according to the law, God damn it, you did it to a white man. Hey, damn it, that's against the law. That's what's against the law. Everything you did was right until you did it to a white man. That was all the, guess how they keep saying it. All the white man was doing was asking them for his freedom papers. All the white man was doing was pointing them to the niggas only section, which is in the rain.
Yeah, in the rain.
In light of all this information you gathered,
that good white man didn't do nothing but put his hands on a monkey, and a monkey got uncivilized.
Robbie, I'm trying to eat.
But that good,
he tried to speak his 𝘾𝙬𝙎𝙃 language. He didn't want to hear
white man went over there and then it just because the monkey don't understand English, he said ooga booga, hooga booga booga, and then the monkey didn't understand.
Show me your freedom papers.
And you know when monkeys get asked for their freedom papers, they get wily. And that motherfucking monkey put that knife out and stabbed that poor white man. Anyone trying to do nothing but show the monkey to the rain where monkey's supposed to be. You know monkeys don't need cover. Monkeys don't need cover. Trip. Monkeys supposed to be in the rain. That white man was doing his job. Ain't that what his mama said? He wasn't doing his job.
He first one to go.
They had valuables under there. You know monkeys steal. They had valuables.
They see something shiny, you know what they gonna do. They gonna take it.
Right. And it was a smart monkey too. That monkey had a phone. So you know that monkey came over there to steal. That monkey sat down right next to my bag. And that monkey was trying to steal.
All right, I got a question coming.
Put my hands on that monkey, and that's you damn dirty ape. Get in the ring. Charleston Heston style, god damn it.
Get your ass down, Harambe.
Get in the fucking rain, Harambe. She gonna get you, nigga.
One ain't gonna hurt you. That tough ass skin you people got.
These white people losing their fucking mind. They humbling. They really trying to justify. What's wrong with pointing a nigger to the rain? Like, I don't get the big deal.
Right. It's a natural habitat.
If a monkey sits under your tent and he's not supposed to be there, you point him to the rain.
I mean, you people did make a song called "Can You Stand the Rain?" Shouts out to Outrage. So what's wrong with the rain?
And then when the monkey didn't want to get pointed, he had to put his hands on him. Monkeys get unruly. You gotta grab him.
Show me your paper.
String him up by the back of his neck like a puppy dog. Grab him by the back of his neck and get him back into the rain.
Get him out there in the rain. Look, that's so tight. He tried to grab him. He said, watch this, boys. I got this one. Check this out. This how you gotta grab him. You grab him right between the collarbone.
You're right.
Look, he grabbed that nigga, and then that nigga turned around with that knife. He said, "Oh, this monkey got a weapon."
Yeah, but
and look how they keep trying to frame humbling. Look how they keep saying he stabbed him in the. Oh, this monkey! Look, he got the strength of 10 apes. He stabbed him straight to the bone.
He got the accuracy of John Wick.
Ain't no autopsy or shit came out yet. Said this white man got stabbed in the heart. They keep trying to make it like this nigga got super. He pulled out a Rambo blade and stabbed straight through his bones to his heart. Exploded. He exploded.
Nah, Bobby, he's a monkey assassin, so he knew how to get between the ribs and everything time.
You know those monkey assassins, they know how to work a blade. They were taught by the Puerto Ricans.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Puerto Ricans trained those monkeys. See, you got the sea Mexicans trained the monkeys how to use blades.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I ain't gonna say a particular podcast name, but he was saying how all the white folk came to his page and started calling him a monkey and saying he was low IQ because he agreed that it was wrong for the dude to get stabbed, and he might have to do some time for that. But he said he feel like it's not right for him to get a bond, and that bond is too high. They were like, "Oh, that's low IQ." They said that's low IQ.
Before we go any
further,
look,
hey, he said the white folks said that's low IQ. He said, "Nah, you know what's low IQ? If a nigga tell you don't put your hands on me no more, and they got their hand in the bag, you touch them anyway. Now that's low IQ."
That is low IQ. That's the lowest IQ you can have on the planet.
All right, on the real though, Bobby. On the real, let me ask you a question right now. In light of everything that we've just discussed, and I mean, we've been having this conversation. This is basically 3 different days thus far. Understand? And in light of all that we have, let me not say speculated, but we got a lot of armchair lawyers out there. We got a lot of people with common sense and so on. In light of what we've all reviewed, is it safe to say that this trial having a Negroid judge in this particular situation and all of the facts being laid bare for everyone to see, is it accurate to say that we can have a fair and to the letter trial?
It looked like he just got the fairest judge that he could possibly get by getting a black woman. He couldn't ask for no fairer judge.
So we can look forward to a very fair trial then.
I don't even think he's gonna go to trial. I'm telling you, down here in Texas, they do that a lot, and they'll drop this shit.
I'm gonna tell you how fair the trial finna be. The fact that the bond was reduced so significantly lets you know that all the pertinent facts are starting to flood in. And again, when you're dealing with the state of Texas, you feel me, Muntu? This is why I keep telling people, wherever the fuck y'all live, if you don't live in these stand your ground, council law, no duty to retreat states, you don't know how people were raised and groomed and conditioned to live their life. You feel me, Muntu?
So remember the conversation we had on
what you might deem improper or immoral from where you live at, you gotta understand They have a duty to uphold the laws in the state where they exist, not where nobody else exists. You feel what I'm saying? They don't care that it look crazy to motherfuckers in New York or people in
In a
Illinois.
situation
They
like that, I
ex-
always draw the reference. Like I was saying, in a situation like that, I always draw the reference that if you were born in Papua New Guinea, where cannibalism is basically the norm, the culture, you know what I mean? Would you
And you
think
know
it's
what?
immoral? Would you think it's immoral, cannibalism? You wouldn't.
And you know what's crazy, right?
I mean, it's kind of an extreme example to draw, but the principle remains the same.
No, I'm saying when you think about it, how they try to make it seem like he just killed him in cold blood. I can understand if he hit him in the neck, then turned him around and stabbed him in his kidney and took off.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like if somebody ran up on me and I had a knife, I'm probably gonna hit them in their neck because I know what I'm doing, or at least in their kidney or something. But this dude,
And he's such a bad, and he's such a bad killer that he left the murder weapon and ran off. He didn't even keep the murder weapon on him, to get away.
In light of what you said, let me bring this to you. A knife crime is generally categorized as a crime of passion. You understand? A person in a passionate state is not necessarily gonna give you one stab unless it's like a scared stab, just stab and run, you know what I mean? But if it's crawled in the passion, they might do 10 or 15, 20, 30 because they're just in that phase, you understand? So this is the other things that will be looked at when it comes to his psychological evaluation, because they will do one.
And another thing, when they was talking about, the white dude probably thought he was finna get a fair fight. I grew up, I got a brother, we're a year and 11 months apart. We went to school 1 year behind each other, graduated a year after each other. Anytime
ain't no fair face. Ain't no fair face.
Anytime one of us got in a fight, both of us got to fight, whether we lost together or won together. You put your hands on my brother, I'm jumping in. You put your hands on me and I'm losing, my brother jumping in.
I know that.
We know that. This is what I'm trying to
We
tell
might have
you.
sat there and seen if it was gonna go
But
the way
at the
we wanted
same
to
time,
go.
if
Certain cultural differences come into play with this. Real quick, Motu. Certain cultural differences come into play. We, and I mean just black people culturally, and I don't know Carmelo's childhood or how he was raised, but I'm assuming if he got a black father, certain things that he was taught about fighting and like just not to trust, because I got sons. I tell my I gotta tell my sons that don't fight nobody in front of their family and expect it to be no fair fight. You better do what you need to do to get to safety.
Exactly.
Do what you need to do to get to safety. If that means you stand down two motherfuckers that's 250 pounds and you 130 pounds and you gotta cut the first one and get the fuck up out of there, then that's what you gotta do. Because I don't know what y'all got planned.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I got a lot of white homeboys. And if we get somewhere and somebody jump on me, you can't expect that a white boy ain't gonna jump in. You know what I'm saying? So
all right, but listen to this. In Barbados, listen to this, right? In Barbados, I let be growing up, dude. They grew up in a village. You know what I mean? It's a village. But one thing, some of the wisdom that we learn is not a proverb that you would hear any place else, but within our own community, within Barbados, there's a saying: 2 to 1 is murder. You understand? If you are that one, you are gonna get murdered. So do what the fuck you gotta do to get out of that situation. You hear me? Fight for your life. So 2 to 1 is murder, dude. That's like a calculated odds.
Shit, all you gotta say is shit. They look the same. I couldn't tell who was on me and who wasn't.
No, man, I'm saying it was
the twins. No, I'm saying with them, they had twin brothers. I'd be like, shit. I thought both of them was on me. I thought I was looking at two faces. I had to get up out of there.
Man, it was two of these motherfuckers to my one, and I was in fear for my life. This is what police always say, man. You could have a fucking cell phone in your hand, and the police say I was in fear of my life. I was in fear for my life too. 3.
Hell
You
yeah,
get
he
me?
should be.
So
Yeah.
all this has got to come into play in front of the judge and the jury.
I mean, the motherfucker already telling me to go out there and get hypothermia, get out in that rain. You know what I'm saying? Get cold, get wet, get sick. Like shit. And from what I heard, is the coaches is the one that told him to go sit under that tent in the first place. That's gonna come out later too. So he was actually instructed by authority to go over there and sit underneath that tent.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be the motherfucking nail in the coffin.
And there's a lot of white folks saying, "Oh, they would have been released the video footage if their kid was if it was the other way around." I'm thinking maybe they don't want to release it because if y'all find out that he was the white boy was really out there whooping on them and getting to them, then it's gonna really make them put their foot in their mouth.
And then you know what's the crazy thing about this story? Before you go, they trying to pin his upbringing, like you know they always try to say like, oh, fathers need to be, because I done seen dudes say this shit all the time, especially these dudes that's been like Officer Tatum them, fathers in the house, father in the house. This dude father been in his life his whole life. The other guy, the white kid's dad, is not. The white, I think Bobby played the other night, the white dude said, I want to come see him or something, that he was supposed to come see me because he don't even live with his dad. His dad got some weird charges. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's actually the other way around. The fatherless child is that they got unalived is the one who was starting the trouble, which is it's just I don't know. It's like all of the tropes been turned on their head and they can't take it. You know?
That's exactly what it is.
When trailer park trash meet rich Negro. You know what I'm saying?
That's critical that I want everybody to keep in mind. He does not have to prove his innocence. He does not have to prove his innocence. They have to prove his guilt. So he actually has it easy. He has it easy. Well,
I believe so, because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to prove intent on this. It's gonna be hard. Because there's no way. There's no way you can prove he intentionally, it's damn near impossible.
Reasonable doubt. Exactly.
I think the thing he's going to fix is a manslaughter charge. It may be a manslaughter charge and defend self-defense. I think that's about it, to be honest.
Another thing, I'm tired of this. Why did you bring a knife to school when everybody in Texas usually has a knife at school or a knife on them, and they wasn't even at school. They was at a meet at a fucking building, and that meet was in the middle of North Dallas, which is a kind of a hood. There's a hood like 20, like maybe 5 minutes away from that area where he was at. No, I'm saying there's crackheads running around there. His dad could have told him, hey, when you get out the meet, walk down here. So I'm keeping a knife on me because this is still Dallas. This still, we right down the street from the Jets. I'm not going to be out here like,
we trying to get right to it. He could have been in Bel Air if he had the legal right to carry it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters. And I don't see why everybody like, why? When I guess if you don't live in Texas or live in southern states, I know people from Mississippi do the same thing. Pocket knives is like, it's like normal since we was kids. Whittling on wood, fucking. I don't know.
The tradition is not that you have a knife for self-defense. It's not that you have a knife to do any harm or crime. It's a knife as an everyday tool. You can even categorize it as an ECD in EDC in everyday carry. You understand?
Have you ever went to the store and bought something in that hard ass plastic wrapping and you can't get it out? That knife come in handy, goddamn me. You know what I'm saying? You cut that whole
exactly.
You can use that hoe for anything. I mean,
you know what's ironic? I had my twins' birthday party. This past weekend, and I had to use a knife to cut the box open to set up the tent. And that's
Yeah, so that's what I said. But if you got a utility knife on you, it's for utility. It's not just for protection. It's there for that, but we use it for so many different things.
This is why the blade is not to exceed a certain length. This is why the blade is not to exceed a certain length.
Right, because and I know it wasn't past that length.
That if you stab someone with a utility knife, it may not penetrate deep enough for you to cause fatality to that person. You understand? Which is why it is understandably legal. Because it's first of all, it's not intended for the purpose of being a weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, they act like he pulled out one because I got one of them Rambo ass knives that I got in my house. But I got a lot of knives. I got machetes, pocket knives, Rambo knives. Cause I mean I'm down here in Texas. I got an axe because I actually go hunting. I go to the woods. I go camping.
Collection last time, man. Last time I was on it, I was showing off my knife collection.
Yeah, I seen that axe you had. I was like, oh, he got some nice ones. Yeah, I saw your axe. I was like, yeah, I saw that. No, I said he pulled out some nice ones. I saw that little silver one you had too. I don't know if that's a throwing knife, but that hell was fire. I was like, okay, one two got him some blades, but that's normal.
Knives as well, yeah.
He could have had a Bowie knife. As long as it's legal.
Yeah, he had legal. That's what I was bringing up the other day. Bowie knives are sold in Texas, like that's like the Texas knife or Bowie knife because it comes from the Alamo. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody said on the show yesterday that knives is Texas culture. My roommate, when I was staying out there in Indiana, an old school cat, he was from Houston, said he had a bunch of knives. He was like, look at this one, look at that one, all kinds of knives.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because we have these things out here called flea markets and shit like that. Y'all might call them swap meets where y'all at, but that's like one thing you do since a young one. You go to like the flea market and you go find you like a $10 to $20 knife. We just pick them up. Because that's kind of like it is our culture. I told her we're more of a knife culture than a gun culture. Texas is run on knives. Like we love knives. You know what I'm saying? If you go to any old black man's house in America, and you say, what kind of knives you got? He go, oh, look at this one. Look at this one. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? He gonna lay you out. He might give you one. That's one thing I get from old schools all the time. You need a knife, and they be like, man, keep that. I got 1,000 in it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you like this. This is how I look at the whole situation. If you remove the color away, I'm still gonna say, damn, it's fucked up. That dude died and that happened. But I'm gonna be like, damn. As a person who grew up at a point in time when I was getting bullied and got in trouble because I brought a knife to school for a bully, it's hard for me to just side with somebody whooping on your ass or tell you get out in the rain because I went through that. I ain't go through that in high school, of course, but you know what I'm saying? By the time I got in high school, I was the savior.
That's when the monster came. I already know.
I was coming through whooping ass. They were saying I was a problem. I ain't had a problem then, but by then I learned how to fuck somebody up.
Well, that's crazy. I know now that they don't let kids come to school with knives, but I used to be in like wood shop and I used to be in this science class where we went out to the woods and looked at owls and stuff. They used to tell us to bring a knife because we used to have ropes and stuff and the stuff we would use because they don't have those classes no more. But back in the day when I went to school, we carried knives in school. I know they don't look at it like that now, but
you know what's crazy about that too? When young kids join the Boy Scouts, not only do they give them pocket knives, they teach them how to make a knife.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, man, come on, man. I mean, like I said, I'm at the end of the day, I'm sorry somebody lost their life behind it, but when you going out there looking for trouble, sometimes trouble will find you.
I kind of feel bad, but then again, I don't feel as bad as you would say because I feel like why was he trying to push? Listen, we call it what do they call it? They call it good sportsmanship. You at a track meet, not a football game. You know what I'm saying? It's raining. Dude come and sit underneath a tent because it's raining, and you want to be Big Billy Badass and say, "Get your ass from up under here and go stand in the rain." That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then not only that, you put your hands on the dude and all this and try to push him back to the ring. Like, man, I don't know, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot.
I feel bad because there's kids involved, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, who's to say if he didn't have that knife, he wouldn't have got his damn brains kicked in or beat in? Because fist and feet are deadly weapons. You know what I'm saying? Look at how many boxers die.
I was telling Bobby that the other day. I said they was in the bleachers, and I ain't gonna lie, I done had fights in the bleachers. You can fall down in bleachers. There's a lot of metal because all them them seats is metal. Like you can get cut. Carmelo could have been fighting and cut himself on some of that metal, which I've done before. You know what I'm saying? Cut my whole arm up on the motherfucking bleachers. Like that was at a football camp.
You can Not even with the bleachers. You can get punched the wrong way. If you get punched the right place at the wrong, you know what I'm saying? That's an instant death blow. And you know what I'm saying? These are
But see,
high
that dude
school
was big.
kids.
What I'd have been thinking is he trying to slam me. Because that's what white boys do. White boys don't really like to punch. They like to grab, especially if they bigger than you. They want to grab you and throw you on your head and shit.
And
I
that's
done
what I'm
seen that a
saying.
million times. Like, hell
That's what
no,
I'm
you're not
saying. For
finna
him,
slam me out here.
for most, whether they admit it or not, most white people are scared of black people physically. You know what I'm saying? So for him to even walk up and feel like he was tough enough to do something to him, he felt like it was somebody he could easily whoop. You get what I'm saying? So it had to be a sign.
Yeah, he picked the mark and went on and
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he picked the wrong one.
Yeah,
So,
cause hell, I'd have been in some situation before when you could tell that the smaller person is a lot overconfident, and common sense will tell you like, well, shit, he must be strapped up. I know I ain't. I'm just gonna let this slide or de-escalate this situation.
right,
He
they talk,
look a little too confident.
but that's how I know that Carmelo wasn't coming over there with a problem because he felt like he was sweet or something. Like, yeah, let me get this motherfucker up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, clearly it wasn't no confidence or something coming off of him, a deadly intent, because he wasn't afraid enough to say, shit, I'm about to try to move you, until it turned deadly.
For that bond to get dropped or reduced significantly that amount, that means
$750,000.
Yeah, that means that what they're trying to charge him with is not really enough to stick. And it's kind of a good thing. It's kind of a good thing he got charged with first-degree murder, because if the higher they charge you, the easier it is to beat the case. You see what I'm saying?
We only got two type of murders in Texas. We got capital murder and murder, and both of them, the range for it is intense. Capital murder is what 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃 is charged with, and he's charged with just murder. But it still has to be an intent. They have to prove, like she said, it's no way you're gonna prove that he came there with the intent to get to kill somebody. Like, you know how,
it don't even really add up, because like you said, a good kid, good grades, athlete, good household.
That's what I'm saying, man. He might get manslaughter
He's
charge.
not really going out there looking for blood. He probably got bullied because he got more than the average person got. So if anything,
that's what I think. I think it's white trash.
He got to probably always. I'm not even using the white thing. He probably got to, you know what I'm saying? He got to deal with bullies from all colors, all sides, because he doing significantly well, better than most people. He doing better than most white people. He doing better than most black people. See what I'm saying?
Thing I respect though, no matter how good he was doing, nigga had a job.
Yeah, so
young boy had a job. That means his dad had him on some type of program where he said, "You still gonna go out there and work."
That lets you know when I say
he was
doing good,
exception
he had a father teaching him responsibility. Like, hey,
right,
in order to keep this
go make your own money.
Yeah, in order to keep this lifestyle going, you got to learn how to work. Because to be successful, you got to know what you're doing. It ain't just no hand me down. If you want to keep my legacy going, you need to go out here and work now. Learn hard work, and you get your education.
You know some haters gonna see that straight shit and like, what the fuck? Who did this?
And they said he had two jobs. I don't know what two jobs he had, but I know he worked like at HEB and he had another job. Which 2 jobs at 17, running track, playing football. I don't think he probably would have went D1 with the football, but he might have got a track scholarship if he was at that track meet. You know what I'm saying? Because he was little. But
that look good just on if you going to a big school for academics. If you show that you done athletics and all that, they all look good. That all plays a role in getting the scholarship.
And I worked. I've always had a job. That means when I go to college, I know how to keep a job. Look, clearly, look, Carmelo, from what I've seen, was raised well. So I'm not gonna sit here and make him a thug and all this other shit, because man, that don't sound right. Good family together. He working a job. He running track. I don't see nothing in his profile that says to me he was just running the streets, other than this one picture with the white thugs and him and a BB gun, airsoft pistol gun.
Oh, so that Draco was fake?
Yes, that's an airsoft gun.
That's not a real. Hold on, let me show you the real picture.
I'll show you that shit. I got one look just like a rifle right now. Oh,
shit, I got some real ones that are some real ones. So. But
yeah, I got this one I got. It's a splatter ball gun. You know what I'm saying? It look like an M41A. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see if I can turn this
I
down.
seen it. It had an orange end on it.
Yeah, this whole look just like a rifle, but it's a fucking airsoft gun. You know what I'm saying? Just a little. But
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Just cause even if it was real, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with having guns. As long as you can kind of tell when somebody got the bullshit ones. It usually be the ones that don't have no brace or no stock on the back, and you can kind of tell when you be around a lot of them. So yeah, that shit crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that picture of him with the it's like they scrubbed the internet of the one with him and the rest of his friends, because the one with the airsoft gun.
Give me 2 seconds, Bobby. I'm sure it's on the Twitters.
Okay, cool. I need you to find it for me, because I've been trying to find it, and they just got the cropped out version of him, and they not showing the group of people that he with, and they not specifying that this is a fake weapon. You know, and not
I got it.
Cool. Put it in the back chat for me. And not passing judgment.
It's not a link. It's actually going to be the picture, so I'm going to have to send it to you through another meeting.
Oh, you can put it on in the Discord then.
Okay.
And it's not disparaging the character of the Austin dude, right? It's really just showing you like, okay, but he got pictures with guns and stuff too. Why is that? That shouldn't be like, we can't use that to try to indict somebody. And then if you're using it to try to indict somebody, at least show that this is a fake weapon. So let's be real. Like, Trip, let's take the logic that they're using. They put up a picture of him with a fake weapon, right? Let's say he took that to the stadium. Let's say he took that to the stadium, pulled it out, and got to shooting airsoft bullets at motherfuckers. Then what? And then got beat up. Then what would we be saying? What's the logic behind putting that picture up and then not telling people this gun is fake? This is not a real weapon.
If he took that gun out there and got the shit beat out on there, be saying that's what he did.
That's what he get. It's obviously for optics, isn't it?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to get to, Mr. C. If he took that fake ass gun out there and pulled it out and got his ass whooped, everybody would be saying, including me, Mr. C.
That's what I was gonna say. Any logical nigga be like, damn right.
That's what the fuck he get. You went your dumb ass out there and pulled out a fake ass gun and they beat your ass.
As they should.
And guess what we've been saying? If he felt that scared, he should have had a real one or something to really protect himself. If he felt that scared to be pulling out a fake ass gun,
stayed his ass from out there. Cause guess what? I got hella guns, but if I feel like it's gonna be a situation where I know I really got to use one, I ain't going.
And hold on. And here go the difference between the gun and the knife. For everybody that's out there that's losing their mind trying to figure out, well, why he had a knife? Why he had a knife, dog? For any young man, I'm talking about 13, 14 years old and up, a knife is damn near a basic tool, form of protection, something that you get. Like, most niggas don't even look at having a knife on them as even you feel what I'm saying? As even a problem.
Bro,
most grown men
when you look into having a gun, right?
From a certain age. If you ask most grown men that's right now to empty their pocket, they gonna have a knife. I guarantee you 80 to 90% of men are gonna have some type of blade, knife, poke, something in their fucking pocket.
No, that's what I'm saying, man.
When you
choose a gun and you pursue a gun, it's like you're going to the next level. You know what I mean? And it's not really a turning back from
what
that.
we used to say about old heads back in the day. We'll say, hey, don't put your hands on an old nigga. He gonna cut you. He'll cut you.
That
Yeah.
old
And
nigga
look,
will cut you.
I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I was
Where
at a
that pic
job.
at, Humlin? You taking too long. What
Look,
you
I was at a
downloading
job.
off of
No, no, it's gonna give me 2 seconds. I got a call.
look at y'all over there downloading shit off of AOL's dial-up.
AOL, you got mail.
Look, I was working at a detail shop, right? And it was this older nigga used to always be talking shit about me and trying to get me fucked up. And I mean, one day he came up to me, he always be smelling like weed. So, bruh came in that bit one day, I'm talking about had the whole bay lit. And I said, man, this nigga be talking about I be smelling like weed. That's all I said. I said that to one dude. They went back and told him, but it felt like he had the need to run up on me talking shit. So he put his finger in my face. When I tell you I mushed that old nigga across that bay and he slipped and knocked down the shit off the shelf. When he got up, he flipped out a knife out of the pocket. Come on, motherfucker. Come on, motherfucker.
Quick.
He had a knife.
They don't play.
He pulled that knife out quick.
They ain't finna fight you. Nigga, I'm
And I
finna
had
cut
to
you.
be in my early 20s. He had to be like in his late, he was like in his late 30, early 40. I was probably like 22, 23. And I was trying to let him have it. But when I felt that finger touch my head, I said, oh, hell nah. I mushed that nigga across.
And guess what they go
Trust
tell
me,
you?
bro. Listen,
Guess what they go
this is
tell you
one
when
thing
that
we
old
know,
nigga
right?
touch you? You shouldn't have put
This
your
is
hands on him.
You shouldn't have put your hand. Hey, look,
in the
but he put his
Caribbean
hands on
islands.
me first.
No, and I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. They even look, I'm telling you, them niggas go get away. I ain't gonna say they go get away with that shit.
Yeah, but they gonna take their side like, boy, you know you can't be pushing on old nigga. You know how they coming. When he pulled that knife out, I was like, yeah, let me go and leave bro alone.
Sometimes you prefer a gunshot to a stab. You prefer to get chopped with a machete than a stab. A stab feels like a gunshot, bro. Trust me.
I don't want neither one of them if I can help
it. And a stab is like a knife crime is personal, you understand? You gotta be really, like feeling it with this person. Like, nigga, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Man. You know what I mean? A knife crime is mostly personal.
Yeah. It's up close and personal.
Yeah. A lot of people prefer to use a gun if they want to get rid of the enemy than a knife. You know what I mean? Because a knife you
Hey,
feel.
Bobby, check it
You
in.
can stand up with a gun 6 feet off, just point at the person and just go boom. You know what I mean? That person is eliminated off the earth. But with a knife, you really go.
And it's another thing I thought about too. Unless Buddy
that knife between them ribs.
Unless Buddy just stretch Armstrong, that means dude had to be up on him to even get stabbed like that if the blade wasn't that long.
Unless you get, a really lucky hit. And it was just one stab that he gave dude, you know what I mean? It wasn't like a madness took over and he was stabbing continuously. It's just one stab and get the fuck out of Dodge, you know what I mean? Because I know what these dudes about to do to me. Oh, the innocence of that voice is so refreshing. Oh, the innocence of that.
God damn, boy.
Yeah, it's refreshing till it's about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. They want another bottle.
You said they want another what?
Another bottle. Or they wake up, they don't want. Boy, they were dancing on my head last night.
Yeah, you know how it go.
I already know it.
I'm about to slam this little nigga on his head.
Hey, Robert, check it. I just sent it to you.
Okay. All right, I'm finna check it right. Sit down. I'm finna check it right now. Hold on.
For some person who does
and
not.
while he's checking that, shouts out to the chat. Oh, go ahead, Montel, you got it.
Yeah, I was just saying for someone who is not engaged daily or even regularly with children. I do have a daughter, but I live overseas apart from my daughter. Shut the fuck up, Bixby. Sorry. I said it was refreshing because it made me remember my daughter. You understand? And her innocence, the innocence of those kids. And this, I don't know, it might sound kind of mushy, but sometimes for the life that I lived, I often wish that I could have retained some of my innocence, honestly. But all I got is a life full of penitence. Repentance.
Look at those ganger bangers right there. Look at that group of thugs.
I mean, Tugs Dog and the Giggles.
I'm looking for the other one. There is one more, but I can't seem to find that one. That's the main one that's been going around though, but I did see it.
Why they couldn't just show the? Now listen, bet money, humbly. How much y'all want to bet? If this was a group of all black teams, that whole picture would have been blasted across social media, the news and everything.
Oh yeah, I bet Cajun's paycheck, her whole year's paycheck. Like
how you gonna bet somebody else goddamn money? Hold on now.
$340,000.
Oh shit, you putting people money? Hold on now.
Okay. Her whole paycheck. Well, I'm sorry, let me say it correctly. Her revenue earnings for the year. So after all,
you know that's a lie.
All
you
the
know
revenue from her business.
You playing with
that's
my
right.
sister money? You know she
gonna
made
get me.
$500,000.
I know. I was doing the light side.
Petty money. All right, that's for the peasants.
I smell.
Oh, you dirty Negroes. That's for you. That's for you niggas that's still using Tide. God damn it.
Exactly. Going to the laundromat.
Right. You don't have the good Chinese people come pick your clothes up no more.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now Tree's got white maids. She got white slaves in her house. She got good money.
Let my people.
Right. She got the first slave. She got good Slavic people in that house taking care of them babies. Them motherfuckers in that Madam Dandries need me to fold the sheet.
Yeah, which one of them said it said hide your money, here come poor people. Somebody said that too. I can't remember who one of them housewives said it.
You said which one of the housewives said it?
Yeah. I can't remember who said it.
I can't remember. Was that Phaedra? Phaedra.
It was either Phaedra or Nene, one of them. Mm-hmm.
I was so detached from that housewife.
Now that I look at it, I see that that's actually because my nephew has at least they got the one that he's over there. He a video game. He has that same one. I forgot what I don't know what game he plays with it. But then of course there's a picture of the two Palians, knuckle draggers, that are actually holding real actual assault rifles. That you're right, that we don't see
it
much,
don't matter.
Ain't that something?
Yo,
hey, video game gun is always being shown.
I hear you, True Zone. Salute. Look at this.
Hey, salute. Hey, Bobby, I got to ask you one question, my nigga. You know I fuck with you, bro. You know I fuck with you. You know I look at you as a real nigga. But earlier, man, you try to put me with that Zay shit, nigga. Nah, nigga, hell no.
What you mean?
Cause you said you told Woke, you said, hey, ask True Zone why he was on the panel with Zay, nigga. No, nigga, no. I don't try to put me in all that shit, bro. Hell no. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
I ain't put you in shit. That was just a fact. I'm sick of that nigga even coming speaking on me.
I'm saying, why? I'm saying you ain't have to put, nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with that though, nigga. I seen my nigga Copper Tone up there, my nigga Rafe, niggas that I fuck with loyal. I wasn't worried about no damn Zay. I ain't know Zay was up there. I don't know that nigga from a can of paint, bro. I'm new to this community, whatever you want to call this shit. So I ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I ain't had nothing to do with none of that.
That'll be a lie to say you didn't interact with him though.
What you mean interact?
Speak to him.
Nigga, a short dialogue, like, hey, talking about entrepreneurship, nigga. But yeah, like I was on some gay shit, nigga.
I ain't say you was, but that's what they act like I was on with him.
Nigga, I don't know that nigga from a can of paint,
that's
nigga.
what I'm saying. Why does that even? What make you think of me saying that?
That's like low key. That's like low key being a kid all over again. Then your brother get caught doing something. That nigga trying to blame somebody else. No, it was him. He did it too. Nah, nigga, hell no.
Did what? What is it that a nigga did besides talk to a motherfucker? Again, it's the same.
Nah, you was like insinuating like, oh, True Zone spoke to him too. Nah, hell no. Don't put me in that weird shit, nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with nothing, nigga.
Weird what? That's what I'm saying. What's weird about talking to a motherfucker? You keep saying something weird, and I'm trying to figure out like what make it weird to you.
I'm saying Zay,
weird
he
that
gonna be
I
Zay. I ain't got no. I'm not homophobic or nothing like that. I'm just saying, nigga. Nah, nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I ain't got nothing to do with nothing, my nigga.
But then if you ain't got nothing to do with that, then that
I'm
if
saying, if
that's
I ain't
your
got nothing to do,
stance,
why you bring my name up in it then?
nigga, because if you ain't
Nigga,
got
this
nothing
where
to do
you
with that,
jump up for the links
why
to
is
do?
you what? Hold on, wait. Why is it that you so comfortable with a nigga talking about my kids? But
Man, I'm
then
not
you
talking about that
hold
though, Bobby. I'm saying, nigga, why would
wait,
you
you
bring
ain't
my
let
name
me.
up in that shit you
I'm
got going
trying
on
to
with
say it.
Zay though? I'm not talking about that,
You
nigga.
don't got
You keep
shit
you
going
all you
on
do
with
is you
that.
keep deflecting though.
Wait, I'm trying to say it, but you keep on running
No,
from
you keep deflecting. You bringing your
it. Okay,
kid. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I
that
asked
got
you.
something to do with what I'm talking about. So let me finish. I keep on saying the same thing. I don't understand how niggas so comfortable with a nigga that talk about my kids, but then feel some type of way when he keep coming and saying, well, Zay was your co-host. And I'm saying, well, shit, if it was so weird for me to have Zay on the panel talking to him, why it ain't weird for everybody else? Again, keep this gay ass nigga, whatever woke is a new sleep got going on, and niggas feel that they attuned to that or whatever the fuck, that's fine. But once a motherfucker speak on my kids and I see that niggas ain't got nothing to say about that, I honestly
Bobby, you can't do that, my nigga. I said something to that nigga earlier, right or wrong. Then I say I don't condone that shit. No, I ain't with that.
Wait a minute.
No, you making it seem like I ain't saying nothing to the nigga at all. So I'm saying, bro, don't be doing that, Bobby, man. I know you better than that, right? Man to man. Now put all this YouTube shit aside. Now hold on, my nigga. Put all this YouTube shit aside, all this entertainment shit aside. I'm talking to you like a man, nigga. Nah, fuck all that. Man to man, nigga. Did I not say nothing to that guy about like, hey man, I don't condone that shit? Did I? Yes or no? I'm saying, no, nigga. Yes or no?
I'm out. Wait, you keep on saying yes or no, and you ain't letting me speak.
No, cause you insinuate. No, True Zone ain't say nothing to the nigga.
I'm
He's
not
letting you condone. No, nigga. You know I said something to that nigga, bro.
I'm not insinuating shit. I'm just saying what actually is. When a nigga spoke on your kids, you told him he can't come back around. When a nigga spoke on my kids, it's, hey man, I don't condone that with all this light slap on the wrist ass shit. That's why I said I'm cool on that shit, because what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. Can't a motherfucker around me speak on nobody kids. But if you keep want to make it like you
Man, you keep trying to put me in shit, bro. Then I tell the nigga out, man. You like, bro, nah, that real niggas don't do no shit. Like you keep trying to put me in shit, bro, my nigga. You better than that, Bobby.
Bro, wait a minute, bro.
Man, fuck all this internet shit, nigga. Fuck all that shit, man. Nigga, come on, man. Nigga, this on some man shit, nigga.
Wait, it's not internet me. It's not internet with me when a nigga speak on my kids. I don't give a fuck.
I get it, bro. I get it. And then I say, man, I don't move like that. I don't condone that shit. Then I say, hey, man, whoa, nigga, nah, man, that ain't where it's at.
And I'm telling you, I appreciate what you saying, but at the end of the day, I can't respect the company niggas keep trying to keep on press me about this, but still wanna.
Nigga, if I'm locked, nigga, if I'm in jail, nigga, hold on, bro, hold on, nigga. No, you keep trying to put niggas in the same box together and say, no, that's him. He's with it too. No, nigga, no. If you want some freak shit, that's on you, nigga. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Because I'm not in jail. And see how you keep on framing it like you want some freak, like what make it that?
I'm not saying, Nick, bro. I'm about to get up out of here, man. Because, bro, hey, man, we're going to chop it up like, nigga, off the panel, like on some man shit. Because nigga, I'm just saying, bro, like that shit you did earlier, man. Like, nigga, nah, you better than that, bro. I know you are.
Better than what? What the fuck is a nigga?
Man, come on, man. Come on, Bobby, man.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What is it that a nigga trying to prove?
You be trying to put niggas, you be deflecting, put niggas in shit they ain't got nothing to do with. That's like being in a car with a nigga, and as soon as you get pulled over, he got 10 bricks in the car, and he got a pound in the trunk, and he got felonies. Like, nigga, what? Nigga?
That's if what I'm doing is illegal. That's if I feel like what I'm doing is wrong. Talking to a nigga ain't never been wrong.
What, nigga?
Talking to a nigga ain't never been wrong to me. But I see for certain motherfuckers, just talking to a motherfucker, feel like you getting exposed for some weirdo shit and all. I don't understand that.
Man, nigga can't put no split on my name, nigga. I've been doing this for years, nigga. That nigga can't put no split on my name, man. And try to say True Zone was in cahoots with a fag. None of that, bro.
Who said that?
Nobody can't put no split on True Zone's name, man. I stand on man shit in real life, nigga. Fuck all this internet shit.
Well, who's saying that? I don't know what nobody stand on in real life. The only thing I know is a bitch ass nigga named Woke is the new sleep.
That's between you and that nigga. That ain't got nothing to do with me, nigga.
You keep
That's
on
between
saying,
you and that nigga.
I'm saying what's between me and him, and I'm saying the only time I get to interact with this nigga is when I'm on your shit. So I'm saying if that's the common denominator, then it ain't got to be nothing.
Man, if I got smoke with a nigga over here on your panel, that'll be between me and that man. It ain't got nothing to do with you. If I feel like that nigga's a bitch ass nigga, that's between me and him. It ain't got nothing to do with you.
Because if any nigga over here got smoke with you to the point to where they disrespect your kids, they won't be over here no more. Any nigga. I don't give a fuck if I like you or don't like you. I don't like that. I don't like niggas disrespecting kids around me. That's what I'm standing
Man,
on.
I'm gonna let you know. I don't condone that shit. And I told that nigga, hey man, I ain't with that, man. If I got smoke with a nigga, nigga save the kids. Fuck that nigga.
I don't know what nobody condone no more. Cause it all seems like it's for views to me or to keep shit rolling.
Man, I ain't in this one. Nah, hold on, bro. Nah, I ain't in this one. Nigga, I got 500 subs, nigga. I've been doing this for years, bro. I didn't get into this for no entertainment, for no subs, for no subscribers. I didn't get into it for that, bro. I'm not in it for that.
I ain't no internet friends.
Nigga, if I went, nigga, hold on, bro. If I went back down to having 5 subscribers, nigga, I'll be cool with that. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care.
I'm saying I don't need to be, bro. If I was standing on that, I would.
Man, nigga, fall who this? Who that talking? I'm talking to Bobby. I ain't talking to you, nigga.
Me talking, dog. I'm the nigga.
I'm not talking to you though, nigga. I'm talking to Bobby though, nigga. Stop nut hugging, nigga. I'm being a cheerleader, nigga. I'm talking to Bobby, nigga. I'm not talking to you.
God damn. If I was feeling that way, I would.
Weird ass nigga. I'm not talking to you, nigga. I'm talking to Bobby, nigga.
Yeah, that's cool. Just leave that shit alone, Montu. If I would have felt like that, I would have tried to stay cool with the motherfucking Sanchez and be like, well, nah, I don't condone what Sanchez doing, but Blase skip because it's good, man. I don't rock with none of that in real life.
Man, I ain't never rock with Sanchez. I ain't never rock with nothing. I'm just not coming in cahoots to who niggas is. I don't know about none of these niggas, man.
It ain't about,
you know that.
It ain't about.
I'm gonna get up out of here though, bro. I'm gonna get up out of here, man.
About disrespecting kids. It's about being disrespectful towards children in a wild way, and I don't respect.
Right. And I get what you're saying, man. I don't condone no disrespect towards no kids. I got kids, my nigga. I don't put up with. Come on, man. But I'm about to get up out of here, man. Salute, man. I'm just saying, like, bro, all that other shit, man. I ain't got nothing to do with that shit, bro. I ain't got nothing to do with nothing, nigga. I'm just saying that, man. That's it, bro. You know, salute to you, man, and your channel, man. And you have shown me love. I always say that nigga Bobby, he a real nigga. He showed me love. He ain't have to do that. I give credit when credit's due, man. You keep it real with me, I'll keep it real with you. But if I see a nigga do some fugazi shit, I'm gonna address it. That's the type of man I am, man. All this internet shit to the side, nigga. That's on some man shit. You gonna put a nigga to the side like, hey, my nigga, what you doing?
I'm gonna be real with you. The only thing fugazi is that it's niggas that exist on this shit just to cordon off little spaces for themselves, and they don't want niggas to grow. Always keep that in mind. So when a motherfucker say this just internet shit and all of this shit or whatever, a lot of people got the potential to move shit however they want to move it. But I'm being honest with you. Certain motherfuckers that you keep in your vicinity, they only there to fuck up the vibe and make it about them. And that's at the end of the day. They can't this with everybody. This ain't just so if a motherfucker feel like that's content, then that shit could have been flew on their own channel and they could have been blue with that shit. You got to ask yourself, why not? That's why I keep motherfuckers away from me, because I'm not playing this game with myself like, oh, I don't really want to do no content. I'm just up here because of woo out the bam and nah, woo out the bam. No, I do this shit because I'm good at it. You think motherfuckers just wasting their time entertaining niggas just because, oh, I'm just doing this and blah 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 and all that, man. Fuck that. If a motherfucker, that's why all the people that was around me talking like that had to get the fuck away from me. If you really don't want to, if you really don't give a fuck about this shit, then you ain't got to give a fuck about this around me. If you really just a nigga that's just pulling up just to be like, y'all bitches, y'all hoes, fuck your kids, blah 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 blah, man, that's women energy to me. And I don't want it around me. I don't even want a third party around me. I don't even want to be around a nigga who feel like it's logical to say, yeah, I'm going to go everywhere that Bobby go and mess up his internet friendships. What?
Yeah, man. But I see you saying, I'm out of here, though, bro, man. You done be easy, man. I'm going, man.
Niggas smoking toxic weed. Salute. Y'all niggas smoking toxic meth. Got to be. Got to be. Why y'all, and I'm gonna be honest with you, why y'all so flustered about this one character, man, this gonna break y'all heart when all these other niggas start falling out of closets, stumbling out of alleyways and gutters and all of that shit. That's gonna break y'all heart when a lot of these niggas who y'all done propped up there is, man, that's a real nigga. I know him. I've been talking to him on the internet for the past 2 months. He got to be a trill nigga. Man, hell no. I'm not putting nothing past none of you niggas. I don't know y'all. I don't know y'all. It can't be nothing real about you if you're a stupid slow to disrespect somebody's kids just because, hey, man, I don't like that nigga so much. I do. Come on, man. No, you won't. No, you won't. The fact that a nigga stoop so low to disrespect somebody's kids, bro, you don't want to see. You don't want to see nobody in real life. That let me know the level of fear you operating with. And I can't have no fearful niggas around me, playing around me. You think I'm finna, man, Carmelo Anthony to the 10th power. That's what's gonna happen to you. I feel threatened, extremely.
That's what I'm saying, man. That
Hey,
dude
look,
came
not to
in
get
like
in y'all
hot and
mix, but
sweaty.
you
He
said
had
some real shit right there, right? Pete this. I don't talk shit about
preconceived
nobody
ideas
kids
before he
because
came up.
I know how I feel about mine. So I feel like that's off limit, and I ain't gonna never like underestimate nobody. Feel like they not capable of what I'm capable of. So like certain line, I just don't cross with people because I know how I'm gonna feel if they cross that on me. You see what I'm saying?
That's just
So
it right
you
there
said
with me.
some real shit. Cause I done seen the scariest, softest nigga turn Superman when certain line get crossed.
Okay.
You know
That's
what
why
I'm
I'm
saying?
like, cuz gotta stay away from me. Cause I'm not the bitch ass nigga that's gonna sit up there and play with somebody and say, oh, I ain't sensitive. Nigga, I'm sensitive about my kids.
Sensitive a motherfucker about mine. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know where Mississippi, where these niggas from, where they think they just go sit up on the end. I'm not a battle rapper, dog. I ain't a nigga that could just sit up and be on stage with a nigga. He'd be like, and I take your kids and I run, man, it's gonna be a fight. That's why I don't do no shit like that.
Nope.
You feel me, Mrs.? That's why I know where I know my limit. I know my emotional threshold. That's a trigger point for me. And guess what, Mississippi? Not just with my kids, with yours too.
Yeah.
I can't see it. It make my, you feel me? It's something in my body just make me feel like,
But I'm so
I can't even
triggered
look
about
at it
mine.
like
I
I
tell my
can't
little
even,
boy.
I'll trip.
I tell my little boy all the time, you ever in a situation, go get a teacher, walk away, let daddy handle it. Let me be the crash out. Don't you, especially when he's getting older and he in middle school now, and I know how kids is shit. But know what you do, walk away, cause
Dude,
I say, hey, look.
I felt the same way about my daughter. I did.
Yeah, long
feel
as
the
you
same
keep
way
your
about my
grades
daughter.
good, you playing on sport, they
I felt the
always
same
gonna
way
let you
about my
see.
daughter, thinking that she
So it's
couldn't
like,
defend herself.
Mr. C, the person I'm speaking
And
about,
rolled
man,
her
it's like,
ass in
I done let
martial
this
arts.
nigga come up here and talk plenty of shit about me. About my co-host and all that. Like, yeah, crash out. You know, Mr. C, I'm open to all smoke.
Yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, directed at me. I'm open to all of that. What up with it, Lou? I respect that. I ain't got no threshold to what no, you know what I'm saying? What me and no grown man engage in, especially if it's just a verbal battle over the internet. But even when it comes to certain verbal things, bro, I'm not gonna sit by and let you disrespect my kid. I don't even want to engage with you no more.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
tell
don't
you
even
like
exist to
this.
me no more.
This how I know it got to be something deeper because me and you back in the day, bro, we done got to it so many times. Like you probably the only nigga that had me so pissed off, nigga. I mean, this motherfucker squeezing the phone, and the next day we'll be cool, like ain't shit happen. So I know it got to be bigger than just some words was a change. You see what I'm saying? But when they
You
start
guys
talking about kids,
listen.
yeah, that'll
This
make
what
you
it
feel
all.
like
This what it all boiled down to. Whatever they feel about Zay, it's something deeply rooted in the fact that when I said, "Hey, bro, you from DC, you got something going on with Zay because Zay knows something about you." From that day on, he been extremely triggered. Like, no, that's a lie. You need to rah blind. Why? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Y'all still around Big Dog OG Philly. Y'all still around Smoke Signal. Y'all still around this person, that person, blah, blah, blah. Why are you so like, and I'm telling y'all, you see what I'm saying? I got the Discord. You know that, Mr. C.
Yeah.
We
Hey,
we 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 coordinate all this shit on Discord, all type of means. But I'm trying to figure out, well, why do y'all keep on asking me about Zay when this other niggas that's on this shit that ain't got nothing to do with me got way more information about that man than I do.
yeah. What fuss they been at anyway?
Shit, doing him.
Okay. I know how that be. Shit, I've been gone for a minute too. I was on the road.
That's
So
what
I
niggas
mean,
saying. You
shit.
doing?
What up with it, King? What up with it,
Hey,
Lou?
peace, y'all. Peace to the panel. Peace, Bobby, man. Y'all got this shit cracking today, bro.
Most definitely.
It's an interesting topic y'all got going on and shit. But I'll fall back until y'all, ready to get back on it.
Nah, I'm ready to talk. Yeah, we back on it, man. What you think about this? What you think about this young Carmelo situation, man?
Yeah, I was interested in seeing, the brothers who from that Texas area, considering like how prejudiced the community is in that county and everything else. Do y'all think it's likely that this young man might be able to get a fair jury situation going, considering all of the back and forth going on social media, and we see all these crackers. I don't know if you cool with me saying that, Bobby, but yes, how they pushing all this stuff out, because from the start, Megyn Kelly,
They're manipulating the media.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh, they kind of like misinformed, when they put the information out to begin with. They're the reason why it went viral in the first place. If we're really honest about it, this doesn't even have to be nothing about no racial shit. You know what I'm saying? So by them
It ain't
doing
about
that,
no
that's
racial
just
shit.
right. They dog whistled the hell out of all these crackers and shit.
And guess
Well,
what?
in the first place,
when
the
it boiled
dad
down
came out.
to it,
The
when it
dad
boiled
came
down
out in
to
the
it, Lou,
first place
he gonna
saying
get a
he did not
chance to
want it to be.
real quick. Know what I'm saying? He gonna get a chance to, if he's smart, if his lawyer is smart, he has a black judge. He can elect to have a judge trial. Like this, what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Given the circumstance, given how this has been dog whistle, given how possibly tainted the jury pool may already be, it will behoove him to forgo any jury, go strictly by the word of this, black female judge that's overseeing this case. Somebody who, like I would assume I would have a better chance dealing with somebody who going by the letter of the law and got a better understanding of the law than 12 people who just going off of their emotions and what morally a motherfucker should do versus what legally a person has the right to do, which is two different things.
But I wanted to say to him is I'm from Texas, and I'll say Frisco is about 50. I would say 50% black now. It used to be the other way, but a lot of blacks that have like good jobs and stuff moved to Frisco, Plano, North Dallas, Garland, places like that. So I actually think he gonna get a fair shake, even if he do get a jury, because there is a lot of black people that live in that little affluent black people that live in that area now, and you see they got a black judge. It's not as I think all the racist stuff is coming outside of Texas. Because like I said, I got white partners, and I know white people. They kind of feel they don't. I haven't ran into one white person, maybe not to my face, but most of them feel like, well, he defended himself. We in Texas now. Of course, you're gonna have your little country bumpkins and shit around here running their mouth. But I think a lot of this stuff is coming from people outside of Texas. You know what I'm saying? So we know the laws. We know that like you put your hands on somebody, you gonna die down here. That's
because you want to know something, Lou. A lot of these, white pundits that we see crying out, we got to understand that they might not be cultured to the South and states that got these type of laws. You see what I'm saying? So even in places where you might see a level of racism, their level of constitutional freedom a lot of times supersede that. So it may very well be that we just being overfed this media hype from like this motherfucker right here with this Batman shirt. This nigga might live in New Hampshire somewhere. You feel
Right.
what I'm saying? He don't represent he probably don't represent the norm constituents of Texans, white Texans including, that's like, keep your hands to your fucking self. Because again, people that's cultured in these places, they might not be looking at it as, black and white, like Trip saying, as the rest of the country. In Texas, they might just be like, hey, man. And again, you do still got them racist motherfuckers that's calling into the courthouse and all of that shit. But at the end of the day, they got to go by their laws.
Another thing is that white people down here do not want this to become case law, because what if their kids are in this situation? And it happens with bullying and stabbing. It's like Bobby brought up this dude in San Antonio that got in a fight with his homeboy, put out a knife and stabbed him. That case law has been fun. He got 3 months in jail and 10 years probation. See, down here,
1 month, 30 days.
30 days and 10 years probation. So we have case law of okay. Oh, I'm just gonna finish up. I'm just gonna finish up. In Texas, I just don't think the white folks down here are not as vocal about it, because I don't think they want him to be found guilty. Because if their kids are ever put in that situation, they will be charged with murder too. Because then that sets a new precedent for case law. So I think in Texas, I think white people in Texas, especially North Texas where I'm at, they kind of like, he in the right, but they just gonna let it play out, because we know what happens in North Texas. You get charged for murder, for self-defense, and then they let you go. Because that's kind of how it goes if they put you in custody. They're gonna take you to jail and then they'll drop the case later. It's kind of a normal thing in North Texas. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of this stuff that you're hearing on the internet is people from New Hampshire, the Pennsylvania area, Ohio. It's like people from the north and like Oklahoma and places like that are like, oh, this nigga can't get away with that. But they don't live here. You know what I'm saying? So they don't really have the same laws as us. And under our laws, he's justified. You know what I'm saying?
Man, let me tell you something, right? True story. When they had the whole lockdown for when the little virus thing was out, I remember I got a phone call from my kid teacher. She said something about he snatched the little girl chain and punched. She didn't even get the whole sentence out. Before she even finished talking, I think he was on the computer in class. Man, when I tell you I went in there, I yanked him out that seat so quick and blacked out. That bullying shit, you got to teach your kids at home, keep your hands to yourself. Point blank, period. I ain't never.
You know what I think though, y'all? I think that a lot is gonna be revealed once they allow the video footage and everything, because I think that's being suppressed right now. And I think that video is gonna show.
It's not being suppressed. It's just, look, Bobby showed something earlier where they done dox these people's house and stuff. I believe that the state is in contact with them, and they're trying to do this in a way where they're either trying to let it blow over maybe before they drop the charges, so it won't be so much blowback. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, Texas, we at a point right now, but it's not a lot of like, these white people hate the Mexicans more than they hate blacks. These white people in Texas actually fuck with blacks now, because most of them got half black children, grandchildren running around their house. So you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, that's really going on down here. There's a lot of little mulatto children running around these white people's houses. So they don't view things like they used to view it. So I just think they trying to like play it where they can ease it out, and because they know it's gonna be a lot of backlash. They know it's gonna be a lot and they don't want riots and all that shit. They don't want to have to call the Texas Rangers and the DPS to come down here and stop all this, like shit that where it could get. So I think they just monitor the situation, trying to figure out a way that if they know that he really probably gonna get let off, they're gonna let him off, but they're gonna do it in a way where they can make sure that when they let him off, it don't start nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because people from other states like Louisiana got a whole bunch of bumpkins that'll ride their ass across this damn border and start shit. It's just, we live in a state like that, like, especially in Dallas, it's a traveler city. You know what I'm saying? Most people in Dallas ain't from Dallas.
That's interesting then, because like if that's the case, then they could just release the video, because like if the video corroborates Carmelo's side of the story.
Well, they took like 30 phones, so I think that they probably just gonna compile it together and put it in, in a sequence, and then when they release it,
if the video corroborates Carmelo's side of the story, that could just squash all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? And plus, they did charge him with murder one, instead of just going ahead and doing the manslaughter, which they probably could get. You know what I mean?
What? His official charge is murder?
Yes.
Yeah, it's murder, but I think that they did that
Seriously?
because I think because he made that claim of self-defense, they went for murder, which is hard to prove because you have to have intent. Because once they drop the murder, you
Oh
can't bring him
man.
up. You can't bring him up on nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Like they can try to go back and get him on a manslaughter, but that's gonna be hard to do after you drop a murder. Like I'll tell you, it's just something that happens out here in North Texas. They'll charge like I got family members that went through this where they get those big charges and later on it's found out to be self-defense and they'll just drop them. I got a case down here where I'm in West Texas where Mexico killed some dudes at a club because they were punching on him. He shot him. They charged him with murder. About 3 months later, they dropped the murder charge and all of the black people was mad about it, but the dude was out there
Yeah,
getting
but
jumped. So
I mean, really and truly, a preliminary hearing could negate a murder charge, considering the facts, considering what any witnesses have presented or so, and it should negate a murder charge. This should be a
well,
manslaughter charge at most.
Texas court system is kind of slow moving. He could be fighting this for like 2 years before they even drop this. He might still have this. He might be gone and going to college and they'll drop it. They might
You
even
just
tell
let
the
my
family
skin
that.
run
Like,
with chicken flesh, dog. You just give me goosebumps, bro. For real.
you can look up what happened to them dudes at Baylor. You remember when Baylor had all them football players that they said that was so-called essaying them girls and they found out that none of them got found guilty? It took them kids 3 years to get that shit resolved. Go look up them cases of Rockwell
Dude
and
was
all
in
them
the
dudes that
dumpster
played
with her.
football.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 13 football players. They all got charged with these random crimes. Art Browse got fired. Come to find out, these girls was just like finessing the system under Title 9 or 13, whichever one it is, to get money from the school. And basically, them dudes wasn't messing with them like they wanted them to. And then they all got acquitted of all those charges. Like, so that took 3 years though. It took 3 years for them to wrap up all them cases. So our court system down here move a little slow, but it will come out. But I just think they know that because of all this animosity, I don't think they want to release all of it, or they got all of it and they compiling it. Like everything got to come out. The body cam got to come out in a certain time. I know his lawyer can already put it in. The video discovery got to come out in the next 90 days. So in about probably next month, we're going to see all of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a waiting game at this point. But I think he all right because they dropped that bail so far. Because if they really had a bunch of evidence where they felt like, oh, this going to go the other direction, they probably wouldn't have came down so much. You know? So I just tell you, don't listen to a lot of stuff coming outside of here because these are people that's just, like he said, from New Hampshire, Delaware, fucking Pennsylvania, you know, enclaves of people that think like that, you know. Oklahoma, maybe, you know, Kansas. Them the places where them people live that's going to be real mad about this shit. So I say don't worry about it. I think he's going to be all right. They dropped $750,000 to drop a charge. And you remember Yellow Beezy's first bail was lower than his, and he's on a murder for hire case. So that should let you know something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That he was already overly bailed or he might be overly charged and overly bailed. I mean, it is what it is, but I think if they get him off that murder, they just gonna call it self-defense and they're not gonna bring up no manslaughter.
I'm gonna tell you a true story. It's
Yeah.
a woman, she got stabbed, I want to say like 40 times and shot 4 times, and the dude got charged with assault and got a bond like the same week. So that just goes to show you, but that was in Georgia, but that just goes to show you how people get overcharged and undercharged.
Yeah, I think that they just they didn't really like. I mean, it's up to the DA and the police. I think that they just went off of the emotions of the situation at the time and thought, oh yeah, he had to have killed him, and then the preliminary judge went on to say, yeah, give him this bond, But then later on, the real judge went and looked at it and said, and maybe some of the stuff that she's getting reports, you know, and all that stuff, and she was like, no, we're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? And he got a black judge. She's fair. I mean, like I said, that North Texas got a good crop of judges now who are fair, and they actually go by the law. They not on that racist time. Now, I ain't gonna lie, if this happened 5 years ago before a lot of them old judges quit or died, I don't know. That probably would have stayed at $1 million or it would have went up.
Man, look, let
You
me
know what
open
I'm saying?
let me open your eyes to something, right? This ain't just no the way they trying to paint this picture out, him being some little thug and street dude. This man is basically like Carlton Banks. And we don't know who his folks know. When I say Carlton Banks, I'm talking about like off the Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
That he ain't never been in no trouble. It's an article of him saving a look like a 4-year-old, 5-year-old girl or something like that.
Yeah, in the Lake Dallas or whatever. Yeah, I seen
Yeah, so
that.
come on, man. This man got a perfect track record. My record wasn't that good coming up, and I wasn't really just no troublesome child. But my shit was nowhere near that good. I don't see it going the way how they want to go. Like the way they trying to paint them out to be. That just wasn't the situation.
Now
That's
the
why
weird thing
I
is,
was gonna kind of speak to that too. Like, you know, the way they framing it and everything. It looked like they ain't just trying to put him on trial. It looked like they trying to put young black culture on trial.
I mean,
is.
I do what I'm saying, right? I don't agree with the current young black culture, so I can't even say that. If they put that on trial, good. But a lot of that shit ain't their fault because they control what they put on the media. They control what music they letting them listen to, what they put out here on the internet for them to be influenced by and all that. So that just
I even think that's a media driven thing. Like I'm around a lot of young dudes. I know a lot of young dudes that got their kids, they work jobs, they might be a little bit wild, they get a little ratchet on the weekend every now and then. Yeah, they tote their pistols and talk their shit, but when it really boiled down to it, they some good dudes, man. They do a lot more than I
who
seen
said
growing
hold
up.
on, who said that comment earlier about these probably from New Hampshire and all that and did that in the third?
Oh,
Bro,
Bobby was saying that, yeah.
oh, okay. I'm from that. I'm telling you, it's some dude, you come around there talking all that. Yeah, hey man, what's going on? They finna go inside your shit and fluff your pockets. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, that shit.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
gotta say, I'm
yeah,
just talking.
that
I
shit.
just think
Yeah,
these group of young Texas men, young men in Texas, are all right. I actually
I was
like
gonna
her.
say
I think they
you didn't hear about what happened to what's buddy name? Man, what was that dude name? He got killed with his daughter.
yeah. Ronnie.
Yeah, that shit ain't
Yeah.
sweet. I can't see that's the thing about black folk. We gotta learn how to separate. We gotta learn how to
Well,
suspend some
that was
bullshit.
over a dice game type
We
shit, and
don't know what it was over. But the
no,
thing
I'm
is,
telling you that he was at a dice game and he didn't let a nigga bet back his money or some shit like that. You know how niggas be, they lose too much and want you to.
so they get a pass to run down on
No,
somebody.
I'm not saying that they was right in
Yeah,
that.
because I got kids. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
Yeah,
want
for
to hear that.
sure.
Oh well, you know it was fuck all that shit.
No, I'm not saying it was
I ain't
right. I
finna
was
do
just letting
that.
you know. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but I
fucked
ain't
up.
finna be one of them dudes who okay, I'm gonna call us on our bullshit when that shit applicable. And when it ain't, I'm gonna be like, nah, this ain't that situation. We can't group them in that same pot. We can't say it's attack on young black culture because that ain't everybody culture. I know young people right now got their own business, in school, in college, doing their thing, working. I can't compare them or pit them in the same limelight of the people who out here hitting licks and doing other shit and doing drills and in games. I can't pit them in the same group. Black folks is not a monolith. That's what we got to start doing.
But that's what
And
they
I just
trying to
want to
do
pause
though.
for a
Yeah,
moment.
that's what they
Just
trying to
pause
do,
for a
but
moment.
that's when we gotta say, nah, we draw the line. That ain't it. We can't say, oh yeah, they get a little ratchet on the weekend. I done been out there on the weekend getting ratchet. I done seen folk get their shit blue. I got a lot of homeboy that done got killed. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
When I was younger. So I can't, and now that I look back and reflect on that, I be like, damn, I shouldn't even been in that situation. I'm behind in life because of a lot of ratchet bullshit I used to do back in the day. And I got homeboys and family members who never got out that shit, and they still suffering from that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
That
I
was.
dig
I
it.
just want to
I'm
pause.
not.
Can we
Oh,
pause? Can we
go ahead,
pause?
humbly.
Yeah, just want to give shouts out to the chat. Just didn't want y'all to think we forgot about y'all. So I hope everyone out there is doing well. Hope everyone is in good health, mentally, physically, financially, all that good stuff. Y'all know my ramble and how I repeat it 10 times over. But you all could be anywhere doing anything, but you're here with us on the Bobby Nights channel, and it's the shit show. Y'all know me. Y'all know it's humbling, and I can't read all the names up here, but y'all hear the voices. So we just want to say thank you for being here with us. And y'all got it. I turn it back over to y'all. By the way, I don't know where Robert went. And just so y'all know, y'all ain't hear this from me, but I heard him say that he was eating pork chops tonight. He gonna try to say it wasn't like actual pork. He gonna say the non-pork chops, but it's really from the pig. But y'all ain't hear that from me.
Like
but yeah,
that vegan pork.
Yeah,
That butt
no,
pork
yeah.
chop. It's shaped like a pork
But
chop,
yeah,
but it's not a pork chop.
I know, right? Y'all got it.
That for sure sounds like a lie. Bobby eating pork. Come on.
See, y'all gotta remember, I've been knowing Robert since he came around these YouTube streets. We about 4-5 years deep. Bobby wants y'all to think that he's a plant-based eater, but I've seen him on camera, with a knife and a fork. And you don't need a knife and a fork to cut a mushroom.
Him out?
Oh,
I do it
God.
all the time.
I'm gonna tell Bobby
Yeah,
you balling.
I've even told y'all his real name.
Tell
Robert
Bobby you
Nightingale.
what
Don't give a
Bobby?
shit.
Hey, Humblin',
He a
you remember
public
that?
figure, huh?
Hey, Humblin', you remember that time he was like, "Oh, I got this barbecue going." I was like, "Oh, you be barbecuing vegetables?" He was like,
Exactly.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can roast them."
Trying to clear it up like too late now. Too late now. Because the thing is, I be hearing the babies in the background be like, "Can you put some onions on my steak?" And he be wanting us to think that it's oyster steak. Or with that oyster mushroom steak.
No, that's that lion's mane. You press it down and you put the amino acids on it that tastes like Worcestershire sauce. Now let me stop.
Exactly.
I had a steak this morning.
Exactly.
Ribeye.
So yeah, yeah, exactly. He be trying to make it seem like it's filet mignon and stuff like that. Robert, we know your secrets. You ain't got to lie. Remember that very first day you came on camera, and I saw the plate in front of you. Too late now. And think about it. You don't need a only when you cutting something you want a hard plate. Any other time you got the little paper plate. Yeah, Bobby be having them China plates so he can cut that steak real nice and fine.
Hey! I heard all that bullshit. Abort mission. No, I heard all that. Yeah. Every time I leave to go take care of my baby, y'all put dirt on my motherfucking name. You know what? God damn it. Where my parasite friend at? See, we coming for your ass. We coming for your ass. Where the bomb at? And you won't keep playing. I'm gonna send that drone out at your ass, goddamn. All you gonna hear is
police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
Nigga, grown man is crazy.
Bank. Hey, the glitch guy in the building. Hold on, let me give my man this.
What's up, y'all?
As a matter of fact, the first time we
me
met
out there, Bank. I ain't bullshit.
Bobby was cutting on the steak.
Peace.
Reggie, what's up with it, gang?
You remember, Bank? I got your back. You remember when you had the baby? You was holding your baby, and Bobby was cutting that steak. Wait.
Look at you. Make it shut up. Where that parasite at? Get her ass.
Babe, like, hold on. Give me like 5 minutes. I remember. It's like it happened yesterday. See, they still like you, though, Bobby.
Sending them parasites at your ass. No.
I swear the one on the left looks like a.
This the only parasite that say be approved. God damn it! This a doctor say be approved parasite. Look, that's crazy.
Daddy, I am thirsty.
You want some of this water? Here.
Oh, listen to the bed. That's my little box, ain't it?
Hell no. This is my youngest son.
No wonder. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Hey,
Yeah, Bobby's doing a great job with the baby.
The boxer, that's
He's
my
doing a
oldest
great
son. That little nigga, he think he's an adult now. He be waking up doing them push-ups and shit. I'll be like, hold on, let me get on my shit. This little nigga
that's
trying
right.
to, he
That's
plot.
right, my little boxer.
Yeah, he over there plotting like a motherfucker. He like, yeah.
18 to be here before.
6 more years.
Yes.
I'm gonna see where I'm at. Nah, nigga.
I can't wait. Him, Bobby Jr. and Bankbone Jr. Oh, I can't wait. Wait till they 18. Woo! Yeah. I can't wait. Oh, and just for clarity, I don't want nobody getting the wrong idea. We go create a boxing league. Because that's why I call Bobby's son my little boxer. So that's what I'm referring to. Let's be clear.
No. Don't talk.
I want nobody to get the wrong idea. Like, no.
Now you want to play. Now your ass want to play games. See? Yeah, we ain't doing that shit.
So we got Bankball Jr. and Bobby Jr. We're going to think of some name for our boxing league. But y'all be on the lookout.
Hey, Bank, did you happen to catch Humbling in Outer Space?
Oh, no.
Got it? 1, 2, 3. Taking up space!
That's the shuttle bus bang, bro.
Hey, I don't. Hey, you. What? That nigga glitched like.
Flynn, I gotcha.
What?
I gotcha, Flynn. Gotcha.
Hold on, I'm gonna wait till Humbling come
the
on.
moon, you guys. I have to tell you, look at the moon.
I never saw this. That's why.
That's
Hold
amazing.
on, hold on, Bang. Here she
Wow,
comes.
look at the blue line.
Oh, you talking on the screen?
Look at Humbling right there, Bang. Look at her.
That's hilarious.
Hold on, wait. They finna show her again. Look at Humbling. Look at her. Look at her ass. Look at her.
That's right.
Look at her. In space with a brand new weave. If y'all don't get the hell out of here.
Whoa. That's amazing.
I ain't see none of this.
Y'all ass went to space to do a bunch of nothing. A bunch of fuck. You hear me, Redden? Nigga done spent $30 billion to send their ass up there to do a backflip with makeup on.
Right.
You don't get this bullshit out of here. All that rocket fuel that was wasted. Well, you know how many Africans could have been fed off that rocket fuel? Huh? And Humbling ass want to get up there and show her toes off and shit. Look at my feet. You ain't never seen a pedicure in space.
10 minutes.
Abort. Look, that's what Humbling ass said up there. As soon as they got into space, abort. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was fun. I was just like, oh, that's what we doing now. We really saw the moon. So I didn't go up there with no suits on and
These the only motherfuckers that went to space with brand new weaves and no helmets.
Exactly. No alternative.
They didn't give a fuck about cabin pressure. They didn't care about. It wasn't no plan B. If that shit would have went left, it'd have just been motherfuckers floating in space with no helmets, huh? That's what y'all telling me.
Exactly. That's funny. That is too funny.
The camera footage alone, that's some hell of a footage they got. You could say drone or whatever the heck. Who was filming that? Who was filming those shots?
That's hilarious.
Nigga,
I didn't even know that happened to yesterday.
These niggas is in space with this shit. With techno music.
Jameer's in space.
Damn, she got the window open on.
Flynn, I gotcha, Flynn. Proud of you. Oh, the moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing. Wow, look at the blue line. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They is in space with Katy Perry blasting.
Well, that makes sense. She had what?
You see a puff of smoke when it.
Oh, look at the landing though.
Yes,
Look at the
normal.
landing.
A puff of dust, last milliseconds. Air cushion that will kick up the dust. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Congratulations and welcome back.
Do anybody got the launch footage? That's all I. Do anybody got the launch footage? How did they get that shit up in the sky? Please show me the rocket launch that got that shit up there.
You know how they did? They used a giant firecracker like they always do with everything else.
Big M80. They lit 30 M80s and let that motherfucker off there. Yeah, a nigga went out there with a long ass stick with a piece of fire on the end and lit 30 M80s and blew that motherfucker out.
I told the old dude that boy, he got pissed off. I said, look, isn't that old school cat named Rand? I said, Mr. Rand, think about it now. I said, a rocket ain't nothing but a big ass firecracker. I said, if you get on a big moon traveler, I said, that's where they get the name from. I said, you think somebody finna get on that and actually land on something? I said, who gonna build your big firecracker to launch you back? He ain't had no answer for it. But I digress though.
I'm just trying to see how this bitch took off from the ground. There ain't nobody trying to show that.
That's that new SpaceX, bro. Hey, you'll see it in a couple years when they have AI all the way figured out. You'll be able to launch somebody out of space.
Oh nah, they tripping like that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So far from mission control, everything is clean and green for this launch.
This them getting launched into space, y'all.
Hey, I told you what that big ass firecracker.
But look at that motherfucker. They got a big ass phallus up symbol up this month. Look at that stupid shit right there. That's a big white sperm cell.
Vehicle is now on internal power.
So in a moment here, we'll see those.
Damn, so is.
Nigga said that's the Chinese dragon, boy.
Inside the capsule, this is like a
nigga, that's the tequila worm.
to take off.
Switch to onboard helium.
That nigga Zach said a flying dildo.
Good luck and Godspeed, ladies. We're cheering you on. From
Let's launch this rocket.
Termination system is armed. T-minus 22 seconds and counting.
Real talk. Why did they have to design it like that though?
I guess that's the only shape that could break through the barrier, nigga. I don't know. God knew what he was doing.
Sending a mushroom head through the ethers is nutty work. Paul.
Fuck this world to get it over with, man.
Oh my God. You gotta blast through the ethers with mushroom head symbology.
That's the only way you get through the Van Allen belt, nigga. Only way to get her belt off, put that head up there.
You know God looking down like, what did I do to make these niggas so mad? I gave you everything. You making rocket launch dicks and just launching them in the sky, huh? This is what y'all resorted to. God, like, I'm finna strip niggas from everything. Next disaster I seen, hey, motherfucker won't even be able to build a motherfucking stove after this next shit. I don't give a fuck. Y'all make weapons out of anything.
This is like completely all the way sidebar. You ever talked about the girl that hit the other girl in the head with the baton at the track meet? I know we talking about track.
Yes.
You
And we
talked
could
about
get
that
back.
on here?
Yes, and we could get back into that after this. Yes. The goofiness of her, the audacity of her to act like she was a victim.
That shit is crazy. That's like top tier delusion, bro. And niggas standing behind that is crazy. Like, they acting like that's what we doing for Carmelo. No,
Bro,
you
this
supposed
is
to stand
why,
behind this, nigga.
right? This is why niggas always prove their overall logic. We not just standing with niggas just to be standing with niggas. Like, we get it, but bitch, you hit this motherfucker over the head on purpose. We ain't trying to hear all that. You was tired and you thought some shit was happening that you ain't know what was happening and all that. We seen you cock that motherfucker back and slap
twice.
Man,
Don't
what?
believe your lying eyes.
That's my Cat Williams shit, nigga said, nigga, don't you know I can see you, nigga? Like, I see what you doing right now. Hell no.
You know I see you. Right? You know I see you, right? You know this on tape, right?
Yeah, that shit was
Let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick.
Team, go to internal. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command is restart. 2, 1, ignition.
Man, that shit look fake as fuck. That's a simulation?
That is a simulation.
Okay.
Bro, y'all,
Yeah.
bro, what type of crack am I smoking right now? Did that really just happen or was that real? Was that real or was that
I
did that
don't
just
know.
turn into did that shit just turn into motherfucking Terminator 2 real quick or am I tripping?
I don't even think aircraft fly like that.
Look, it's like it's real. I'm looking at it. I need to put this in H. Is this in HD? It's in HD already. What's happening right now? Because
Oh no, they went up and switched that shit over to.
All of this look real, all the way up until the point where this motherfucker take like, okay, that look real. This part look real, and
They
then
look a
when that
little
motherfucker
sketchy.
start going up, none
None
of
of
this
that look
look.
real. None of
This
that looks
don't
real.
look real right here.
Nope.
Am I
Hell
tripping?
no.
Nah, that's some bullshit. Yeah, they switched over to Star Wars and shit on our ass. The Frank Lucas came in.
Oh, did you
I
just see that
mean,
little glitch right
Yeah,
there?
that shit fake as hell, bro.
Did you just see that little glitch? Watch that little glitch when it first take off.
2 days becoming a crew.
I would say it's fake. How the fuck you got a camera that close, nigga, up there? What, you got a drone up there?
It's more than a team, Thomas. So in a moment here,
that look fake as hell.
The fire look fake. The way it's flying look fake.
The way
Like,
the
what
way
the
it just
fuck?
went through the screen. A
That shit look
poorly
like
did
bad
movie.
animation, bro.
Show them inside the cockpit. Show them right now. I want to see what they doing right now at this very moment.
Facts. Facts, though. Like,
Show them in the cockpit right now. I want to see the amount of forces exerted on them. These motherfuckers is going 600 miles per hour. Do you know what you got to train your body to be? Bro, do you know what type of cabin pressure got to be inside some shit for you to be going 600 miles per hour?
supersonic, they pass through max Q, maximum dynamic.
Bro, they at 1,000 miles per hour right now, bro. They finna hit 1,000 miles per hour.
Maximum, so to punch through that is so important. You see the BE3
1,000 miles per hour is crazy as fuck.
Think about that, Bank. We keep on taking these MPHs and not really taking into account what in the fuck do this do to the human body.
Right.
What type of vessel pressure gotta be? This motherfucker at damn near 2,000 miles per hour, bro.
Well,
Yeah, and they make the
I'm
most
glad you said
youngest
that
women.
because I was always wondering to
You
myself.
funny as fuck, boy.
I
We
was
don't got
thinking to
nothing on.
myself,
Bro, why you just don't? I want to see what the fuck they look like going 2,200 miles per hour. What
Yeah,
do that look like?
the damn the tuck
Let me
done went
ask you a
crazy.
question.
We're now going to separate the capsule
That
from the
shit
booster
fucked up my
and
nose
Listen, let me
job.
ask you a question.
all 6 astronauts are going to start
Didn't
to
we
float
grow up
off.
learning that astronauts had to go through like 18 months of preparation, physical exhaustion, and so on before they were able to go to space? Do you think that Katy Perry did 18 months of physical
You
preparation to
say
go
for
to
the
space?
investing
How have the
pages.
rules changed?
I did drop the link for the investing pages. Hold on, I'll drop it. I'll drop it again. And shout out to my nigga Bank. He up here right now. Boom. There you go. I'll put it in the chat one more time for you. Tap in. Muntu. That's exactly what I was speaking to. Anytime I seen these people say they gotta go to space, they said just to get in that rocket and train for the launch, we gotta go sit in some shit that's like a gyro. Look, it's like a little.
Simulators and so
You
on.
know
You
what I'm
gotta
talking about?
enjoy like
I gotta sit in that
you
shit,
gotta enjoy like
and I gotta be
5
able.
and
They go spin.
7.
They go spin that shit so fucking fast to where your body. Listen, your literal body gotta be able to take the G's because they can't pressurize that little capsule enough to possibly. Bro, listen. It ain't. I don't even think that little thing that they spin in that motherfucking place in NASA can get up to 2,000 miles per hour. I don't know what even invented on Earth, machine, rotor, or anything otherwise that then spun at 2,000 miles per hour where we can put somebody in it and see what that do to the human body.
You calling bullshit on this? I am.
I'm just saying, like, I just want to see where they was sitting at, how they was strapped down when that shit, like, do you know
You
what?
know, most jet pilots don't even make it to 6 Gs before they pass out.
That's what I'm trying to. Come on, Trip. This is what I'm trying to get
saying.
niggas
This
to
is the entire.
understand.
This is the entire point.
When they show them
You gotta
people
do
doing
about
the just
10 or 12
bro,
G's.
when they show them people doing just the jet test, bro, they whole face change, and them niggas go from 20 years old to 66 years old in an
And
instant.
then pass the
Right.
fuck out.
And then they pass out.
Wake the fuck back up.
You know what I'm. You know what I'm talking about, Redden? When they put them in that little, like the train, the jet pilot. This just jet pilots.
And they got to put that mask on their face too, that oxygen shit, just to have it connected to the plane.
No, I'm saying they gotta train without the mask. But I'm saying even them training.
Face sinking. They got their face sinking in, their eyes sinking. They look crazy as hell when they go G4 speed, right? That shit make them look 80 years old. You're right, Bobby. When
That's why I said it would have messed up their nose jobs if they would have went 2,000 miles an hour. A whole plastic surgery would have had to be redone.
hyper speed and supersonic speed, you can't even see that shit.
Look how he look. Look how he look. That's 9 G's. That ain't even, bro. Listen, this ain't nowhere near close to 2,000 miles per hour. Look how he looking.
Dude,
9 Gs is a bad
Look how he
motherfucker.
looking.
6 Gs will knock you out.
And listen what I'm telling you. This nigga, you go look like that with or without the mask, bro.
Right.
It still ain't like, I need people to understand. It don't matter that they don't got the mask on.
3, 2, 1, go.
You know, the mask might give them maybe an extra few miles, but
she
the
went from
pressure
30,
on the body and the
listen,
brain is gonna
look how
cut
quick
them
she
out.
went from, listen.
She looks
this
like
lady,
one of them Attack on Titan niggas.
bro, I swear to God, bang. Did you just see that? She turned straight into a Titan monster. This girl right here, look at this girl, baby. She
And that
20
probably was
some
like
years
5, maybe 4 Gs.
old.
Yeah.
This what happened when you in an airplane and it go too fast.
2, 1, go. All the way around. Looking for the recovery gate and move right through the gate.
But they're going 17,000 miles on the head or the ISS.
All the way around. Looking for the recovery gate and
Jesus, right there. And that was just was coming out of the turn and hitting the turbo one more time just to jolt her. That shit crazy.
That's an Attack on Titan monster. That's one of them things that destroy the whole village.
Is that
right?
the way that they slingshotted around the moon in that movie Armageddon? That's the way they slingshot around the moon. Is it? Because you gotta reach. You've got to reach.
I don't, bro.
What's
Listen,
it called?
slingshot around the moon
first.
Exit velocity.
I don't know what that
you got.
I don't know what
the moon's
bro.
gravitational field.
I don't know what them
let it
folks up.
pull you
Listen,
forward.
hold on, wait a minute. Now look at this. It's already coming back. It's separated. It did that, and it's already floating back. Like if we could still see that, I don't get what's happening right now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. So you mean to tell me in this amount of time, hold on, from this time to that time that's separated, and now it's coming back. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me from that time right there, they was in space and they did all of this?
Dude, you know what that actually looks like to me? A zero gravity plane. That they've got like 10 or 15 seconds to actually do this short scene, and then it's back to a parabolic flight with a zero gravity plane. You know what I mean? You can even look it up right here.
Yeah, I want to see how they were strapped in that hole too, because I don't know. Katy Perry, who all went, right? It was Gail too, wasn't it?
Yep.
I mean, how old is Gail? Like 60?
I first saw the photo.
Why did they pick them to go there? Out of all people, why they pick them?
Well, firstly, because Katy Perry's got an album coming out, so that's good promotion.
How little that shit is. That don't look like that shit that they was showing them when they was on the video.
And they opened the door from the inside when they wasn't supposed to.
Wait a minute. Look at this shit right here. Look at that.
That's the that's the rocket right there?
That's the
That's the
shit
top
that
of
they
the
just,
rocket.
and this what they telling me they was in.
Is that the dickhead at the top?
But if they was all in there, who strapped them back down?
This one I'm trying to figure out, bro.
Because if you strap yourself in wrong coming in from the atmosphere, this could be some shit. You know what I'm saying? Gail on the roof.
When they came back in.
Oh, that's magic. You know what I'm saying? You don't know the power of Elon Musk.
Wait a minute. Nah. You mean to
Dude,
tell
that is
me
footage from a zero gravity
they
airplane,
want
I'm
me
telling you.
they want me to believe that these Negroes did all of that in this?
Where the dirt on it at?
They said that last time they landed one, everybody was like, where the fuck the dirt at? If you landed in the middle of the desert.
How they open the door from the
It was a
inside?
big explosion.
I think you have to open the door from the inside, right?
No, you're not. Most of that's why he ran over there and told her
Right,
don't open it.
because the pressure would pop in. Or yeah, you're supposed to be able to open from the outside. Yeah, not a
But somebody
watertight
opened
door.
it inside, and you can see her run over there and just be like, no, don't open it. Why
She
she run
fucked
over there?
up. She fucked up.
Does look kind of flimsy though, doesn't it?
That mean they moving up in the world, man. They get to keep the secret. You know.
Wait, they say we
Well,
waiting on opening of the hatch. They already opened that mug up.
Did anybody notice any posts on Katy Perry's space badge, which is an inverted Baphomet? Just to throw some shit out there.
He said that yesterday. Bobby said everything got the Baphomet in it now. He ain't lying though, cause some of these kids' cartoons now be a little crazy with the symbolism.
What with the pentagram shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of people have done some posts on Katy Perry's space badge. And if you invert it, like turn it upside down, it is actually the image
And I
of
tell you, this
Baphomet.
right here just scream bullshit. I can't even lie.
That's Jeff Bezos?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, when he went.
Let me get my coffee.
Yeah, I was asking my cousin, I said, what they finna go for like 10 minutes? Because that's what they did last time. She's like, no, I thought it was supposed to be long. I said, they can only go for like 10 minutes if they really doing that. But 2,000 miles an hour for some older ladies that it takes
Bro,
astronauts
I just want to
years to
know,
do.
what did it look like when they hit 2,200 miles per hour? That's
Man.
all what did it look like inside
Well,
that vehicle?
ooh-wee. That's the money shot.
Bro, they not
That's what they
even,
were supposed
and
to.
they
That's
not
what they
even,
were supposed to
they,
put out
it
there.
don't even look like you can sit leaning back in that mug. It look like you got to sit straight up. So imagine that pressure, that downward pressure, like on your neck, like because the astronauts got to like sit at an angle, right?
You have to work. You have to work a lot of muscles. I know a lot of pilots in the Navy. They have to like work out a lot, get their muscles and neck dexterity like rigid. They have to do like that Mike Tyson neck muscles where they put like a weight on their head and move that whole like. It's a lot to be able to do that shit. To even be a jet fighter pilot, it's a lot. And them motherfuckers be passing out. Them motherfuckers. I don't know if y'all
Well,
heard.
that's what I'm
I think it was
saying,
about 2
man.
months ago. A nigga had to crash that motherfucker because he fell asleep in that bitch and lost control of the fucking nav system or something went off, and that motherfucker had to eject them. You know what I'm saying? And that's a grown young man. You know what I'm saying? A younger man, or a man that works out every fucking day to do that. Well, I don't know. I mean, if they say it happened, I guess we gotta believe them, right? It's Katy Perry, y'all. She wouldn't lie to us.
This shit look crazy.
Exactly. That's the fucking problem, is Katy Perry.
She wouldn't lie to us.
When did we begin to? When did we begin to instill our confidence and so on in these celebrities? When did we decide that celebrities actually know what is going on,
When Diddy said, "Vote or
or
die,"
are in any way?
when Diddy said,
That was
"Vote or die,"
strong
that's when
arming.
everybody said,
That
"I
was
believe
not
him."
critical. That was not critical thinking. That's strong arming.
He told you niggas to vote or die.
All right, then.
Yeah, that was shout out to
I'm still on the point that
the space race. What y'all think about what Wallow said about black businesses?
What'd he say?
They don't have good service. That what he said? I think I heard him say that before. I don't know. Wouldn't 2,000 miles an hour
I
bust an
seen a
implant
snippet
though?
of it. I think he said something about it need to have a better product. For your product and service should come first before just saying it's black. You should focus more on the quality of your product and services than just saying people should buy from you because
sounds
it's
like he
black.
had a bad
Which
experience.
I agree.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, don't
yeah,
generalize
that's
and
like the first rule
stereotype.
of
Sounds like
business.
he had a bad experience.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, I done had some bad experiences too, man. Just they be, it don't be the people that own the place, it be the people they hire.
Sometimes it be the owners too, boy.
Yeah.
For real.
You ain't lying. You be like, bro, this ain't what I ordered for. Hey, brother. Hey. Damn. I almost had a dude try to fist fight me over some shit like that too. I was like, over some food? I said, here, I'll just pay for this shit. You give it away. Shit.
We can't hear the video, Bobby.
Is he playing one? No,
Yeah, he playing one, but I can't hear it though.
I can't hear it either. That nigga played and ran away. I don't know how to feel about Wallow. He seemed like a positive dude, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I get a
It
weird
made
vibe
Gilly
off
though.
of
Gilly,
him.
them niggas, I don't know.
You get it. You get it too. It's something off. I can't put a finger on it though. I hate when I have that feeling and I can't prove it. It's something
Who you
off with
think
the
more
nigga.
genuine though? You think Gilly more genuine or Wallow?
Yeah, I
I
think
think
Gilly more genuine.
facts. No, for sure.
Yeah, Gilly just being himself. Wallow is like a playing this role or something.
The big brother role, nigga, like type
Yeah,
nigga. Yeah.
but I don't feel like it's all the way like genuine or something. I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna say what I feel. I just feel something is off. Gilly gonna let you know he a nut, so I know it's from but
Birds of a feather flock together.
huh?
Birds of a feather flock together.
Hey, he ain't said nothing slicker than a can of oil. I feel you on that. Well, I don't know. I used to watch him, but like I say, sometimes I just like peep things, but I can't put them in words or what I see. But it's like something off with this nigga.
I damn near don't fuck with Joe Budden either. Same type of energy, but in a different way.
Yeah, I've been trying to go back to watching his show, but I can't do it. It's like I liked it like in the past, but now it's like I outgrew it or something. He's a character as well. But man, he got a crazy following.
No, for sure you do.
I didn't. There's some people on the internet that I've seen. I forgot there was somebody they got followers, and I don't understand. Like I ain't gonna lie, that Osho Speed. I'm starting to think he just like he's black, but it's almost like he in blackface.
You think
You
so?
know, like not saying that he ain't black, but it's like he's playing that. Oh, everybody call me a nigga. Eating watermelon. Oh, look some chicken. You
Oh,
know
cause
what
he
I'm
be going
saying?
out of he be going out the country and making them call him a nigga and shit.
Yeah. And then you didn't see that one where he was in I don't know what country it was. I think it was Asia, maybe China. Motherfuckers came up there and gave him a bucket of chicken. They was giving him pieces of watermelon and stuff. Like, I get it's for the content, I guess, but in a way, it's that blackface character. Big old lips and bugged out eyes and tap dancing everywhere and just doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like he took what do they call that show? A minstrel show on the road.
Yeah, and the nappy here.
That's funny as hell,
Right.
bro.
Have you not? You haven't peeped that shit. That shit's been like irking me because he really is from America, and he making us look like we're just shuck and jive everywhere we go. We're shucking and jiving, and I sure don't want to go out the country and people think I'm finna perform because this nigga running around making it seem like when you see black people, they're gonna do silly things.
All right, so to that point though, right? When a white boy of his ilk do it, they just call that horsing around. Why he gotta be shucking and jiving when he do it though? He just
Nobody do it like that, but most of the white boys do.
Wait,
Who like Mr. Beast?
who you say shucking and jiving? Wallow?
Speed.
I show.
We talking about streamers and shit
We
now.
couldn't hear your video.
Nah, that whole video I just played, y'all couldn't hear it.
No, we didn't hear none of it.
Oh, that's crazy. Hold on.
I'm sorry, man. We was just talking.
Yeah, I'll get back to that with you later, though.
Hold on. So y'all didn't hear what Wallow said? None of that?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Can y'all hear it now?
So I'm
I think so.
gonna choose to view this in the most charitable way possible, and that's because, which is the whole point.
It's just a problem to me.
Well, it's not a problem. To me, it's not a problem. Like, to me,
motivational speaker Wallow was speaking at a panel over the weekend, and he had this to say about Black businesses.
Oh, I'm Black. No Black people. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Kill that shit. Ow. Either you got a good business or you don't. All that shit, don't nobody want to hear that shit. That's a hustle. Support me because I got a Black business. Is your restaurant clean? Is the food good? Do you got consistent cooks? Is the material your shit good? Stop doing that. Oh, you support the white people? No, I support consistency, baby. Yeah. Fuck about what you is. I'm gonna spend my money. That paper, I'm gonna spend them bills where the fuck I want to spend it at. Whether it's Porsche, Ferrari, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do while I'm here. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, I ain't gonna be finessed off some black shit. But one thing about it, 70% of you motherfuckers is not going to make it. I'm not no motherfucking fake ass motivational speaker that talk this dumb shit. I'm the number one nigga in the country. You know why? Y'all seen me come out of the penitentiary. I make millions and I make millionaires, baby.
I'm hoping that I disagree with everything he said. Let me just put that straight up. I'm hoping that there's more context to it because I'm trying to understand where this came from and why. Like, I don't understand him screaming at an audience and basically almost saying Black businesses aren't shit.
Okay, so he's a very passionate guy.
How you get that?
That's
he's a very passionate guy.
I'm a passionate person too.
That's probably why he was screaming.
I'm a passionate person too.
You are.
But it basically sounded like he was saying, and this is my first time listening to it, that he was basically saying, Black businesses ain't shit, and don't expect me to lift your Black business up. I understand if he's speaking in terms of you can't expect your business to be successful by only saying I'm a Black owned business and therefore because you are Black, you need to support my Black owned business. If that's what he means, I understand that. But the way that he's yelling in this context and basically saying, I'm not going to support you just because you're Black. I feel like when people say support Black owned businesses, that's not what they're asking for.
Okay, you want me to say something? I'm listening to you.
I mean, no, this is all I had. This is my first time listening to it. I didn't listen to this. I didn't hear this before. It sounds to me this clip sounds so anti-Black. And it so seems to me to miss the whole movement around support Black businesses. It's, hey, sometimes for me, for example, I sat on this podcast one time and I was like, I don't know the list of Black businesses out there that are at Target or at Walmart when we were talking about DEI and we were talking about Tabitha Brown and we were having that. And then people flooded me with, hey, there's an encyclopedia or kind of a Bible of Black businesses and how you can support them and find them. They're not saying, when I listen to this, it just sounds so anti-Black. The whole movement is, hey, you might not be aware that you can get these same products from Black businesses and you can support and uplift them because they might not have the marketing the same way. They might not have the money or the capital. They might not have the support in the same way some of these white-owned businesses that we're more familiar with do. So support these Black-owned businesses, not just because they're Black, but because they have legitimate and quality products. When I listen to Wallow, right, it sounds like he's anti that.
Okay. So I'm gonna choose to view this in the most charitable way possible, and that's because, which is the whole point.
It's just a problem to me.
Well, it's not to me, it's not a problem. Like, to me, being charitable culturally is not a problem. It's like what you should do. It's essentially like what you're talking about. You're talking about chances, giving chances. And that's what doesn't happen for Black people. Let's start with a different story.
Right.
Let's start with the story of a white man. You heard of Jeff Bezos? Bezos, you know who that is?
Yes.
He just sent Gail to space, and Gail did not look like she had a great time up there. Shout out
Well,
to
she
Gail.
came back.
She came back, and Gail looked like that was a rough ride. Gail, it looked like a rough ride for Gail. Do you know how Amazon was started? Donnie looked this up.
Did he get a loan?
He went around and asked for a bunch of money. Okay. And I think he was able to raise from friends and family around $300,000 to start Amazon. Now, Jeff Bezos and Amazon, their success has to do with an incredible business model and an incredible finger on the pulse of how people want to get goods and services. However, Jeff Bezos was able to start Amazon because Jeff Bezos is white.
That's crazy.
And being white meant that he had access to capital and access to resources that a lot of Black people don't have. We've talked about on this podcast the wealth gap between Black people and white people.
For sure.
Black people and a lot of other people, which means that if you want to start your business, if the bank doesn't give you the money or whatever wacky idea that you have or visionary idea that you have, you'd have to raise it from people. And raising it from people is going to be a lot harder if the network of people that you are raising it from don't have the same access to capital that you do. So if you were around in 1992 or 19 and you wanted to start Amazon, would you be able to raise the $300,000? I watch the show all the time, The Food That Made America. And something always happens in these amazing stories of people developing these incredible food brands and the men who made America and all of that stuff. Somebody has an idea and then they have access to capital. The W.K. Kellogg guy actually stole the idea from his brother who ran a sanitarium in Battle Creek, Michigan. But there's a part of the story that is always, to me, super important. He had that idea for grape nuts or cornflakes or whatever it was, and then he went and was able to raise money, get a loan to start his company. And I think if I'm a Black man in 1901, 1905 in Battle Creek, Michigan, and I see that they doing grape nuts or cornflakes or whatever, can I go to a bank at that time and then get a loan from the bank to start my business? Probably not.
Right.
Fucking slave, get back to Alabama where there's in the water, right? So what we have to spend with each other is solidarity. That's our greatest wealth. Our greatest wealth as Black people is solidarity. That's the number one form of riches that we have. It's the fact that we care about each other. There is no form of payment that means more than that for us. Because the wealth that we should have had in this country was systemically stolen from us. We were burned out of it. We were swindled out of it. And we didn't have access to it in the first place because of our enslavement. So the riches that you give to other people as Black people is your love and support. That's the number one form of riches that we have. And sometimes you have to support people in the idea of what they want to be. You have to support where they want to go. Yeah. And you can't just support what they are. Because if you just would have supported Jeff Bezos in 1992, you'd have been supporting somebody in their garage with a telephone and a printed out Amazon sign in the back that say they want to sell books to the entire world. And it doesn't seem like you're going to make your money back in supporting that. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's going to be Jeff Bezos, and I'm not saying that you don't need to have clean restaurants. I'm not saying that you don't need to do. What I am saying, though, is the fact that we don't have the same resources to support each other by and large that other groups do. The number one way we can support each other is with support. I got this t-shirt from the Blackest CO, Brooklyn Tea, Black tea place in New York, the Black Farmers Box in Houston, organically sourcing stuff from farm and then giving you farm to table different stuff. All of these places are places that you can go support. Go support them. Support the Nina Parker collection.
Right.
Nina Parker's clothing line. All of these things. Your support and doing a little bit. I'm sorry, you owe that. So you owe each other.
So you don't agree with what he said?
So, of course not. Okay. Like you owe each other. Now, again.
So I don't care.
Well, you don't have to, I mean, he's a passionate guy, but I'm saying he's wrong. People can be wrong.
Thoughts.
Niggas disappoint me because they just weak as fuck. Like
consistently weak.
Oh my God.
Consistently dumb.
When a nigga say Jeff Bezos only rich because he white, he could have said nepotism. Nigga said, nigga, I can't ask my granny for 300, nigga. That's nepotism, nigga. That matter who your people is.
To say that it's a bunch of broke white motherfuckers out here with good ideas. Stop that bullshit. Stop it. And it's a bunch of rich niggas that got access to capital. That ain't got nothing to do with like Jeff Bezos only rich because he white is the nuttiest shit I'd have never heard.
Preach.
That's crazy.
Well, that is true because Jeff Bezos opened his Amazon business and it did not actually make any profits until like 10 years later. And I do mean 10 years later. Trying to sell books over the internet.
Jeff Bezos is rich because he did that shit that Wallow was talking about. Stay consistent. Exactly. That's what he's saying. You just can't hustle. Exactly. I'm a black-owned business. Give me your money, and I'm steady just throwing out the same patty pies every year. Come on now.
So in light of that, what dude is saying is that
okay. Wait a minute, Robert. What you not gonna do?
Be paramount.
I knew I was gonna wake my TT up.
That's right.
You buy patty pies every Sunday, so what? Just
that's right. Yeah,
don't mean that
shit. Don't laugh at him.
Motherfucker, Patty making sweet potato pies with all type of MSG up in them. She needs to chill out.
I got another question for you though.
She ain't never heard nobody.
If you a motivational speaker, should you cater your message like the tonality of it, or should you just stand on this how I am? Because they was arguing over.
You want to know
how
why?
He was giving the message. Like what the fuck?
If that's how I became, it's all about how you got there. If that's how he came out talking, because that's how Wallow got to where he got to. So I agree with him. If Wallow and 𝘾𝙧𝙎 the Kid are the #1 podcast on Barstool Sports. They like #1 and #2 on a predominantly white podcast network. You feel what I'm saying? So it's gonna be hard pressed to tell a nigga who did 20-some years in prison, got out, got the cracking by talking crazy on the internet, like extra passionate, jail motivationally, got the podcast with his cousin who was tapped in some ways to the industry, but not in the ways that they tapped in now. Like it's gonna be hard pressed to tell that like 𝘾𝙧𝙧 the Kid is making 20 times more money now than he ever did in all them decades of a rap career.
For sure.
He never seen this type of money. I'm talking about never. This nigga wasn't never expecting to get this type of paper. So you can't tell that nigga how to do business. If he telling you some shit like that, I would listen. Because at the end of the day, he right. And I've been saying that to a lot of niggas too. Like, stop. The fact that you're a black-owned business should be enough. Stop promoting yourself as a black-owned business because that turn away all other people that might want to give you business. And I know that's sad to say, but nigga, that's just the reality.
Nigga, the Chinese food store don't gotta tell you it's Chinese owned, nigga.
Hey, Bob, you took the word right out of my hand. Anybody who trying to make a successful business, they don't care where them dollars coming from. They just want to make sure that they got a quality product and it's being moved. That's it.
Yeah, when I did remodeling, I had a white boy as the face. I ran the company, but I sent the white boy out to do the talking.
I ain't even got to say nothing. You already figured it out, fam. You know what's going on.
Man,
Because you'll be
I
surprised
always
how
say
many
anytime
black-owned businesses
let's have
has a white
product.
chairman or a white face on it just for
Yeah.
marketing.
Make it easier to get into people's houses instead of a big 6'3" black guy coming to the
Dude,
door. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and vice versa. It's a
any
lot of
product that needs
white-owned businesses that
a
got black
gimmick with
faces
it,
on it because they're trying to
it's not
market to a
100%.
certain demographic. It's just certain people just
Y'all will
shrink.
leave Harambe and Aunt your mama out of this. I'm just saying. The big black dude, Harambe, the black face, Aunt your mama, I'm just saying. Leave them out of this.
Show me your papers,
All
you
I'm
big
saying,
gorilla.
Free Harambe. And y'all make a great point, but Bobby, to counter it, you know, that you also have a huge sector of people that purposefully seek out quote unquote black owned businesses. So it's really a balance. It's really no right or wrong. It depends on what city you're in as well. Because some cities like where I'm at, people actually seek it out because it's so minimum. But somewhere like Atlanta, for example, or Dallas, you know, where the populations are heavier, it's not a big deal. But it's definitely a big deal around here. People again seek out because there's so few.
I get what he's saying though. He's saying don't lean on the marketing of this is a black-owned business. Even those people who seek out a black-owned business, just lean on the consistency of having a what you
Great
would say,
product.
a great product and a consistent business. Because what you don't want to do is like rest on something that you think is gonna like. It's plenty of
And
it's
fuck it
plenty of
up for all
places.
of us. Shit.
Right. Well, I mean, think of like I'm saying, bad business is bad business, right? So it's just like King. It's just like the Arab store in the hood that's up in there talking crazy to people. But they talking crazy to people because they know they the only store on that block. But guess what? Soon as somebody else bring another store, they lose all of their fucking business. Not
I
because
was
they
gonna
don't
say
got
that
no good product,
communication.
because they're not consistent in their business and they got bad customer service. Whatever it is, they don't keep fresh product, but they doing that because they know that either you forced to come shop in this place or you doing it because you want to, you be holding to some type of ideology. But once somebody else come and show
dude,
you a
is
better product, they don't get to hold your business no more because now you'll be boo-boo the fool to say, well, I'm just gonna keep spending my money here because it's black on when the dude across the street got the shit for $5 less and it's fresher.
Hey,
You
I'm gonna
like,
tell
well,
you a
bro, I
real
can't beat
story,
that.
leading
Bob.
to my question.
I'm gonna give you a real story to
Is the
go with
phrase
that.
black-owned business
The
a
first
gimmick
time,
or
oh my bad, Moochie.
some kind of slogan? Oh, I'm sorry, man.
My bad.
I
Go ahead.
think
Go
I
ahead.
got
My bad.
some kind of lag, maybe a few seconds. I was asking a question. Is the slogan, is the phrase black-owned business some kind of slogan or a gimmick of some sort? Which brings you profit, some kind of, extra attention? Does it put you
I
in a
mean, again,
club of some sort?
that's why
What?
I had to use myself that live in a smaller city. It makes a difference here because it's overwhelmingly white, and I'm just going to use black and white for context. So when you have people who are purposely seeking it out, it does make a difference. If I was in Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, they're oversaturated. That's different. But here, if it's 20 of them, I'd be surprised. So yeah, and actually with those particular businesses, we actually have a harder time getting in because of the white folk that are abundantly in there. And again, I don't know, Bank. I don't know how many times y'all may have came to Richmond, but yeah, it's like that here. It's pretty much that's who supports them. You know, we have to get takeout because you ain't sitting in there. Them white folks be deep in them restaurants. So you know, a city with the 300,000 people, yes, it's a big deal here.
I'm gonna tell you this too. To kind of go along with Sister Humlin saying, when I was doing construction one year, I was working for a construction company, and the white guy who owned it, he had the business in his wife's name, because in the area we was in, anytime a contract popped up, minorities or women got to bid on it first because they were the lesser of the group. So him being smart,
Correct.
he put his wife as the sole proprietor and owner of the business, so he get all the contracts. So that's normally how
And
it goes.
that's how many states are. They have a small women and minority businesses, because women, of course, we are minorities, but if it's a woman-owned business, just women, whereas minority, of course, you can be quote unquote two black people, two Hispanic, blah blah blah. But yeah, that does carry weight, and I'm in a state where we do have first dibs at the contracts before anyone else. So yes, that same thing, same thing with the black-owned business, and they even have little stickers and things for it.
Yeah, there's a similar situation in Barbados where the fisher folk or the fishing industry altogether in this time now, maybe over the past 10 to 15 years, have actually given preferential treatment to any women that own boats, register, and so on as a fisherman or a fisherwoman, whatever you might call it. But they are actually given preferential treatment. So a lot of the old fishermen who'd maybe lost their boats or had difficulties and so on, would register with the women. Maybe some of them even became companions, wives, and so on to these old guys, and they then would take over the business because the woman just stood as, paperwork, legality. So yeah, I could understand that situation.
Exactly. So unless it applies to that situation, then that's really not a big company seller. You know what I mean? And even then, that's usually like the information that's like behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? It's not normally something you just pick public. That's something that you're doing to get your paperwork, your taxes, and stuff like that. Now, when I was saying I had a true story, first time I heard black-owned business, I might have been about 21, and I was doing landscaping. I mean, I used to walk to the liquor store. I walked to the gas station to get my cigarettes and my liquor back when I was smoking. So I remember I walked in the store and she was like, yeah, we black owned. You should spend your money here so your dollar stay in the community. So I'm like, all right, bet. So I get my normal liquor and I get my Newport. So I'm looking at her like, where my change at? And she like, oh, no, I'm like, what? After that, I walked my ass past her stove, wave, how you doing? In a hot ass sun. Walked my ass way down to the Chevron, got my cigarettes, and came back.
That
She
would
like,
have
you ain't
been the
get no
last
cigarette?
thing,
Nah.
dog.
Yeah. So it's like, to me, as a young man, I even knew shit, if them black dollars are not staying in Mr. C household, them dollars going anywhere. You get what I'm saying? So some people, I feel like this. I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing, but sometimes you can run something in the ground so much and think, okay, because it's black owned, they're gonna shop it anyway. No, you gotta have a quality product. So even if it is black owned, you getting white dollars coming in there, you getting Latino dollars coming there, you getting Asian dollars, you getting all the dollars. You want to have a good product, a good sale pitch, and you want to be able to have something that can expand to all kinds of demographics. You know what I'm saying? Because I guarantee you, any barber that cut hair, he probably specialized in cutting black folk hair. But a lot of them, if they smart, like when I was in Tennessee, I was staying by a military base. The smart barbers who had all the clientele, they got so tired of one dude, they got him up out of there because he knew how to cut all kinds of hair. Because he was looking at the customers that was coming in there. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody jacked up one person haircut, he'd be like, "No, come over here, I can hook you up." He knew how to do the swoops, the everything. You see what I'm saying? Because he knew he had to have a service that can offer to anybody that walk in that door. You get what I'm saying? So I feel like telling people that, I feel like Rollo was right. Whether people like the delivery or not, if somebody gonna give you the honest truth, just like Bobby said, somebody who done did over 20 years in the penitentiary, and then they come out, hit the ground, boots running, and they go up that quick, they must know something you don't know. You see what I'm saying? Because you had a 20-some year head start. And we still ain't got to where that man is. You see what I'm saying? So somebody smart, they gonna listen to what he got to say, because he obviously knows something if he's running a successful podcast. You get what I'm saying?
No, for sure. And even to the black, like the service, because I own a black business. Y'all know I'm a plumber shit, but we independent contractor shit. But this is how you know you own your path. Man, the work speak for itself, bruh. Like, when you actually going in there putting your best foot forward every day, trying to make sure the shit right, and you cleaning up after yourself, and you got good communication, and you on time, the shit just gonna snowball into a way bigger thing without you even having to stand on who you is. The work don't stand
Facts.
on who you is.
Facts. If you really got a passion behind what you do, and like me, anytime I go offer a service, I look at it like, is this something what I pay for? Would I be satisfied with this service? If not, then I'm not doing a good job. And that's how everybody should look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, niggas have tried to get over with that black-owned business shit. I don't think. I think a good, healthy amount of accountability ain't never done nobody wrong. And I think a lot of times when these type of conversations get presented, no matter how passionate, people want to dodge the accountability part and go straight to the, well, he ain't have to say it like that. With nigga, if I'm triggered by it, I'm triggered by it. Like, don't deal with my delivery if what I'm saying is valid. You know, and that's just me. That's how I feel like about a lot of things. Like, if if what I'm saying is valid, you know, you might have to just, you know, like eat the delivery right now, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really being too egregious. I'm just being passionate. But I can really say everything I just said at a calm tone, use all the same curse words and everything, and it's gonna be the same message. So just, you know, don't get too focused on these passionate messages. And I feel cuz and the Cowboy had like, yo, Bezos had access to the, I get that. That still don't give a motherfucker the right to say I can give you subpar service just because I know you be holding to be like, hey, this a black-owned bit. No, that don't work like that. Because then if I still got to go somewhere else to get a quality product, then I'm just giving you money to survive.
Let me tell you
It
something,
ain't a
bro.
fair exchange.
One of the biggest things that people fear is people learning how to put their money together collectively and doing something positive with it, whether it's buying land, buying property, all that. We got the power to do it. You see what I'm saying? It's just a lot of people don't do it. And that's not even just saying because a black thing or a white thing. When I say put your money together with the people you fool with day-to-day basis, your family, your close partner, stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? But I know, like, specifically with blacks, we have this me complex. We don't realize whenever we see somebody on top, it's a team behind them. Just like Jeff Bezos. He didn't do that on his own. That was a team. You see what I'm saying? You think that you don't know it ain't enough people that you can reach out to raise $300,000? I mean, back in the day, that was a lot of money, but how times and change and shifts and change, that's not really even a lot of money no more. I know somebody who made $283,000 on the last contract I was on last year. Granted, they worked 7-12 hour shifts and had to really just buckle down on what they were doing and how they were spending. But the man was clocking on a bad month 18,000. You see what I'm saying? On a good month, 20-some plus thousand. Hell, I was making 10. So
one of the things that I like to throw in whenever I hear the Jeff Bezos argument, and it's just me, Bobby, I'd say I'm all about context. There are some critical things that no one ever mentions. He was actually a financial advisor before he ran Amazon. And not just that, his wife actually was able to secure the bulk of the money. So it wasn't like he was working at Waste Management dumping trucks. He was already in the financial business. So that's why I made it easier. It wasn't like people just said, oh, hey, Jeff, here you go. No, it was definitely because, and I only say that because of me having a securities license. Like, he was known in that industry. I mean, he wasn't like the Madoffs, not like that, but you just kind of knew him. So once he transitioned to Amazon, it was like, everybody was like, oh, we know what he was doing. So yeah, it wasn't that his family members was just like, hey, Jeff, here's 1,000. Hey, Jeff, here's no. It was not like that at all. He had actual investors that were clients of his that was giving him money toward the project because they thought it would be something great at that time and it would be bigger than eBay, and it turned out to be. So yeah, so him and his wife worked together to achieve that with the help of investors, his clients. Yeah, go ahead.
And you know what you're saying, basically, Sister Hamlin? You saying that this man already had a track record of being wise with money and knowing what's an asset and what's a liability. See, we don't really teach.
Exactly.
our kids, I'm trying to teach them that now. I be telling my son like, hey, I ain't
Oh,
trying to
wait.
hate
Hey,
on you.
real quick. I ain't trying to cut you, and I'm gonna let you go.
Go
And
ahead, my nigga.
another thing that is showing you is that within the confines of marriage, other groups teach, you know what I'm saying, proactive business model, meaning that two people ain't just getting together just to just be sitting around playing house and shit like that. Motherfuckers got actual jobs to do. So it ain't just all this 1950. Oh, a woman is sitting there like, yeah, it makes sense that he will become who he become if his wife is a financial advisor. He's good with money the way that he good, and I'm pretty sure their extenuating circle is people who also got, you know what I'm saying, good money ties.
He went to an Ivy League. I can't remember what school it was, but he went to an Ivy League school. Again, people act like he was working at Waste Management, dumping trash. For the record, I am not minimizing or degrading anyone that is a what's that word? Who's a garbage engineer? What's the
Because niggas, yeah, The Rock, goddammit. Because niggas are Fred Sampson and son. Niggas make millions doing that trash, goddamn. You get enough of that loose metal, goddammit. You'll make that change.
I'm gonna tell you like
there's plenty of ways to skin a cat.
It's so much money.
Somebody put in the chat.
Let me tell you something. It's so much money in garbage disposal now. I don't know how it is in y'all area, but when I was back in my hometown, they used the prisoners to collect the trash and be the garbage man. A lot of these other cities, they like, oh no, that's money that can be going out of pocket. They got plenty of garbage companies, and they charge you X amount of dollars for your waste disposal. And
if y'all don't remember a certain member of the panel, you know what I'm saying, by the name of I ain't gonna say the rest, but I remember I told him that if he needed a certain level of employment, I can get him a job with the Waste Management, and they offer $5,000 signing bonuses and pay for your CDL and all that.
And that's a hookup in itself. Okay, so much you could do with the CDL. I was gonna say, if I cut my camera on, I'll show you my trash can now. It has a name on it, a company. I got a different trash date than my neighbors. Somebody else got these people buying bids on this stuff, man. It's money everywhere. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think those jobs don't make money. That's just like when dude said he had a plumbing company. I already knew he got bread. Shit, that's a easily $100,000 plus. You see what I'm saying?
Man, it's not a day in the week where a nigga don't call me to come make some money some kind of way.
You see what I'm saying? You have to
talking about Sunday night. Right now, nigga call me like, yeah, my sink clogged. It's up to me to be like, shit, it's 8 o'clock. I ain't leaving out. You feel what I'm saying?
It'll put you in a situation now to where you get so much business, you got to start training people to work for you. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you know your business is growing.
My level of quality is so high, it's hard to get good help because, like, just like what y'all saying with the black business thing, right? If I can't trust it, I'm gonna send you out there and the shit gonna be like how I did it. I damn near don't want you on the team.
You don't want you to do it because you don't want to put a stain on your name.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find people to do that.
Man, I got a homeboy. This nigga can build anything out of anything, bro. I was giving this man so much work. This dude started half-ass doing the job, not coming to do the job, take the money. I'm talking about people who run their own business. If I knew how to do the shit he do, I remember one time, bro, I told him, I said, look, bro, I got us a $30,000 contract. I don't know shit about being an electrician. All I want is 10 bands because I found a job. I'm going to pitch you on the job. I know I seen you do the shit at my crib. You just going to run in there. You ain't got to tear no walls down because it's a newly built house. All you gotta do is lay the wires and all that shit, and that's an easy 20 band. You think this nigga answered the phone? See what I'm saying? It be shit like that. So sometimes we be our own downfall, being lazy, thinking we the victims. To me, when I think about the slavery story, I'm not gonna say what our people went through ain't legit, and you know what I'm saying, people suffer for it, but they went through that to make us better, so we don't have to go through that. Not for us to sit down and feel like somebody gonna hand us some shit. Cause we're in a time now, bro, where it's damn near anything. If you want to learn it, it's a book you can pull up, or it's a tutorial you can pull up, or some kind of software. You can damn near teach yourself anything. I done got so many jobs when they be like, where you went to school at? I be like, well, if you look at my resume, I worked here, I got my experience here. Well, who taught you that? Well, in that type of field, It requires a lot of research and on-site. You got to train yourself to keep those kind of jobs, knowing about PLC programming, pneumatics, hydraulics. You got to go in there and teach yourself. Because if some shit break down and this machine been down for a whole 8 hours and a motherfucker come behind you and fixing in 30 minutes, you're gonna be the one who ain't got the job because you didn't want to go pick up the books that you got in a big ass engineer office where you can go pull up any book and start flipping through it, especially when you got downtime.
Yeah.
So like I said, I try not to even get on that whole we the victim, we got beat. If my granddaddy got his ass whooped back in the day, he went through that shit so I could have a better life. Not so I could be like, oh, fuck this shit, I'm chilling. I need somebody to just give me something. Because that ain't how the real world works. It just ain't.
I think black business need better black employees. When I first started my business, I hired everybody I knew, family, friends. I fired all them niggas within 4 months.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Look,
I had to fire every motherfucker I knew, and I paid them because niggas get to tripping. But I worked. You did a very poor job of working. But I'm gonna give you this money. But I always give them an option. You take this money. You take what I want to give you. I might can hire you back later when you get your mind right. You take what you want. Don't ever call me for nothing ever again. Most of them will never get another job from me because they took the money. It was a couple niggas said, man, I know I was fucking off. So what you think I'm gonna get here? They even would say that's more than I thought. Yeah, and I go get.
Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Let me go find some Julios right quick.
And I read a book back in the day on business. They said one of the worst things you could do when starting a business is hire family and friends.
I mean, they say that, but you be wanting to keep the money.
You do. So I can't say it's a bad thing, but if you evaluate them or I'll give you an example. It's certain stuff, like I'm finna start teaching myself all kinds of little different shit. And when I do, I'm passing it on to my son, my nephews, my daughters. So if they grow up learning this and got a habit of watching me do this and learn how to do different things, then I can keep that business in the family because that's how a lot of people do it. That's the best way to do it. But say if I get a business and I'm cool with Bobby and I don't really know too much about what Bobby's skill set is, but I know he a cool ass nigga. Hell yeah, Bobby, I got you a job. Bobby might get in that bitch and be like, man, it's hot than a motherfucker. I'm finna take a break. Fuck this. You know what I'm saying? Or, oh shit, I mean, it's better than it was. I mean, we fixed it, but he
I'll
probably
say this though, the people that work best for me that were black were like people. I'm not saying they were my friends, but we were like cool, and I would hire them. And two of these dudes, I taught them so well that they went on and I got them their own contracts doing remodels and residential and commercial jobs. You know what I'm saying? Because they
See what I'm
actually
saying?
caught on and said, man, teach me this now. Because I would tell them first, you're going to learn how to mud and tape and bed. Then I would come in, I would do the texture and paint. They watch and they'll say, well, teach me that part. Then I would just slowly show them my everything. This is framing. This is that. This is how you put on it. And so they got so good. I said, listen, I didn't want you to stay here if you don't want to stay here, but I can help you get your own crew and you can go and do you. You know what I'm saying? I hate to lose you, but I know you need to make more money. You know what I'm saying?
So
I was just about to say, man, niggas in their price, like, they'll start out, niggas start out 150 a day, but once you get real trim at like whatever trade you do, like when nigga want
it's
that
going up.
350 a day, you gonna have to be like, yeah, I only need this nigga for about 5 days.
Yeah, but sometimes that's good. If I can have him come in like, hey, I'm gonna have a demo Monday, Tuesday. I'm gonna need you to help me come in here and slap sheetrock and do this, plumbing. Okay, bet. I can hire him for one day when it costs me 3 days with the Mexicans type shit. You know what I'm saying? Because me and him know exactly where we going with it. Like, I got this right here. I don't got to talk too much. He already got everything laid out. We just moving. You know.
Yup.
But a lot of them motherfuckers I had to just fire. Them motherfuckers on their phones, they want to talk, they want to just smoke weed on the job sites and shit. And I'm like, God damn, bro.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Mexicans though, right? Peep this. Like niggas love to act like that shit don't matter, the immigration shit. But as a contractor, nigga, that's our biggest competition, bro. Them niggas get lowballed. They fuck
They
the game
lowball
up.
as shit.
That's like a nigga coming through with 10 grand. We had 20 grand. Now this nigga come through with 10.
Yeah,
right.
And when I'm gonna tell you too, you get what you pay for too. Cause I let some
Oh, yeah, they
Mexicans.
do.
I
And
had a
they do shitty
homeboy.
work.
I had a homeboy was gonna do my renovation at my first crib, and my wife was like, "Oh no," I'm like, "Man, come on, like I know I could trust him. Like I fuck with him. He been doing this shit for a long time." She was like, "Oh no, my mom, she knows some folks." Man, I end up down there, bro. I almost had to whoop this dude ass. He went and told my wife, "Your husband tried to jump on me," and all that. I'm like,
Yeah.
"Look, bro, you said you were gonna fix my tub. I come in here, you got fucking rocks piled up in it, and talking about, oh, we gotta pay extra for that." And I'm like, no, nigga, that ain't what we talked about.
Yeah.
They'd be swindling.
So you know how many times I don't went to go like do an estimate and a Mexican come in behind me and I already know what he finna do and I'll tell them be weary if he go this much more under me because I already kind of know what they're gonna do. This gonna be 2,800. That Mexican gonna say 1,800. Like it ain't no way he can do that job for 1,800. I'm telling you,
Facts.
And
whatever
The
he
and
nigga
and
gonna
I,
not
do,
hitting no
you know.
money.
hold on.
Yes,
This how
they
hold
buying
on.
Burger King. That's it.
This how they work them, right? This how they work them. They gonna tell after you leave, and they tell them 1,800. They gonna start acting like they don't know how to speak English. Oh well, I didn't know the trim. That's extra.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's extra. And then before you
That's
know it,
extra.
you either gonna pay for what I was gonna do for that 2,800, or you finna get fleeced. And
Man,
I
you
hate when
finna
people
get
try to
fleeced.
call me back and they say, "Well, he did some of it. I don't like it. Can you come in and do it?" I say, "I don't do over of other people work. I gotta tear everything out and I gotta do it my own way because I
So
don't
now
know
it's
what he
gonna be
did
extra.
behind the wall." Yes, because I gotta do a demo now. It was
Yep.
already semi demo when I came in, so it would have been easier. Now I gotta tear all his shit out and probably redo shit. So
Yep.
and they used to hate that shit. Yeah, why can't you just do? Because I don't do that. Because if something go wrong, it's on me. What
It's
if he
on
didn't
you.
put electrical wire here? What if a water line in here gonna bust? What if he ain't rate this shit right? I can't go. I gotta check it. So I gotta
I'm
go
Yep.
back
glad you
behind the
brought that shit
wall.
up, Trip. I'm glad you
And that's
brought that
fact.
up, man. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I just did an underground dig. Nigga wanted to add a bathroom to the basement, so you already know nigga gotta bust up the slab. You feel me?
Yeah,
So you gotta bust up the concrete slab and then tap into the pipes underground that connect to the street to add a bathroom in the basement.
yeah. And
So
put it on the grade and all that shit. Yeah,
you feel me? So you for one, that shit like 36 inches under 5-inch concrete in your basement. You
yeah.
feel me? And it ain't like nigga bring an excavator down there. I'm down there with a shovel, a sledgehammer, and a
That's the
hammer.
only way you can do it. That's the only way
You
you can
feel
do
me?
it.
So it's like when I tell the nigga just to add a shower, because they was just doing a half bath. So that means toilet vanity. That's two
Yeah.
drains. To add the shower, you're gonna have to put a trap on that bitch. So you gotta
Yep.
dig deeper. You feel me? So I'm like, yeah, just to add the shower, that's 2 racks. Just the shower. Cause then you gotta tip out way more concrete
Yep.
and do
Yeah.
hella
Okay.
more
Wherever the
digging.
shower at, you
Yeah.
gotta. Yeah. Yep.
I'm like,
And then you
yeah.
gotta put that concrete all the way back in that motherfucker and the dirt and let it set. You know
Well,
what
we
I'm
we
saying?
backfill
Like,
with dirt and we let them other niggas worry about the concrete though.
oh, okay. I
But
used to do it
still, when you doing the
all.
demo, you gotta separate the mud and the concrete and the rocks
Yep.
and cause you can't
Yep.
just throw that shit back in there.
Right. Gotta be in there the right way. Sheesh. Yeah, I remember them days. I don't put a bathroom in an old bedroom. That shit was hell. Cause I was like, only thing we can use is shovels. I was like, damn,
I'm
it's
talking
so
about, boy.
tough.
You be coming out that bitch feeling swole when you done.
Man, 2 weeks of that shit down there because all the shit she wanted in there. A tub, a shower, toilet. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta go out, then you gotta go outside and go out to the drain in the back. And I was like, shit, that's a hell of a job. I probably should charge them more.
Yup.
Facts.
You always
Always
feel like that
charge
on them
more.
big ones. Yeah. That was one of my early jobs where I learned, like, oh no, I ain't cut no more breaks.
My brother
Mm.
said if they don't negotiate with you on the quote, you way too low. Like if they be like,
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, that's cool. Like, damn, I should have told this
Yeah,
nigga 25.
Hell
You
yeah.
feel me?
You
for
right
real,
about
though.
that.
But it's just the workers, man. I don't know why. They go back to that communication thing. I have noticed what two things about those dudes that I let to go do the business. There was two things they had an issue with was communicating with what I call ornery, not angry, just a little like, white people can be chippy. They can say little like slick shit. And them niggas used to like kind of blow up. And I'd be like, you can't let that shit get to you. You know what I'm saying? But that goes back to what he was talking about with the businesses. I done been to restaurants where some black people don't know how to talk to people. They just are like explode over the most smallest things when you could just say, I'm sorry about that, sir. I'll get you another one at a restaurant or ma'am, and they explain stuff to them. But sometimes they niggas be wanting to cuss them white people out and shit. And I'm like, hey, bro, you can't do that. You know, because a lot of this shit is word of mouth. If you're a black business, most of your black business gonna come from people saying it was good, the quality was good, blah blah blah.
No, facts.
So if they know you go in there and these women be talking crazy to you, and if you order wrong, they ain't gonna want to get you your stuff right. People gonna stop fucking with you. That's why most black restaurants fail because of customer service. And sometimes the food be nasty every now and then.
It's funny that we just associate niggas with restaurants, man. That's funny as it.
Man, a lot of black.
And
That's
that's
all they
what's
like.
another problem, because even though that's stereotypical, I was speaking on this on another panel. Niggas need business diversity. Stop just doing shit that you feel like niggas need. Do shit that just people need. Fuck what
Right.
niggas need. The nigga that made that super soaker gun, he wasn't just thinking about some shit that niggas like. This nigga was like, nigga, I got some shit that's finna make some paper.
Lonnie Johnson.
Lonnie Johnson, salute to Cuz, because he's a millionaire now off of some shit that he sold to white kids, Chinese kids, Arab kids, black kids, disabled kids, able kids, blind kids. Everybody had that motherfucker.
Yo, dude just got like 82 mil from the court, man, for that super soaker.
See what I'm saying? But if he
That's
just
real,
thought
man.
black, if he thought black owned, that nigga probably wouldn't have made nothing. Cause it would have just been to a specific demographic versus
Nigga would have made a
trying to.
basketball spinner 3000.
Basketball spinning 3,000 is crazy work, nigga. The nigga would have had a red, gold, and green super soaker that spun basketball.
I'm talking about straight pan African.
Hey, man. Why whenever it was Blackest Day had the Harlem Globetrotters come? They knew what we want to see.
Right. But Bobby right about that diversity, because I think when I first started doing like the construction shit, I think I was only one of two in this region of the state of Texas that was black. Everybody else was either Mexican or white. And the other guy was in El Paso. And that's like 8 hours away. You know what I'm saying? We ran across each other in Midland one time, and I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't see a lot of black people doing that kind of work. And I was like, what the fuck? And there's a lot of money in it. It's work, though. You gonna work.
You gonna
But
work.
but it's money, you know, and you pretty much got decent hours. You're gonna work from like 8 to 5 if you set up everything, and you know, you be off on the weekends most of the time. Yeah. Unless you just behind and you can go do a little extra, but I
See,
couldn't
weekends, that's
understand it.
facade work.
Yeah.
You mean like
For
a
real.
regular job?
Paint jobs and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll paint your house. I'll
See,
be over there
contracting, that's
Saturday.
one of them things where this another thing. Like, I don't understand how niggas stay subordinate for so long. Like, cause if you know that this whole job is worth 20 racks and you cool with making 5, it's just like, I don't know, my nigga. I want to be the nigga making the 12. Like,
I'm telling you.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah,
Niggas be
that's cool.
stuck in
But if
that
you're a
working mindset.
subcontractor and not a contractor, you get part of the job that is for you.
No, for
You know
sure.
what I mean? If you a subcontractor,
Subcontracts can get
you're not a contractor.
sticky. That was used to be my side job, subcontracting work. Subcontractor to a subcontractor type shit. Some guy got a
That's where it
ticket. He
gets
done ran
sticky.
it by another guy, and then now he don't want to do the work because he done got other work going. So he come and get me. You know.
I seen the
Mm-hmm.
post, nigga said subconscious. I mean, I said subconscious. Subcontracting is like paying a nigga to do your homework. Like, in school, you used to get punished for giving a nigga your shit, but in the real world, bro, if you can find all them
Mm-hmm.
jobs and have other motherfuckers working them, you're gonna be up.
Yeah,
That's
well,
called
there is a
arbitrage.
fancy title for subcontracting. It's called delegating.
No, for sure.
I mean, it do sound good, but I'm telling you, that's some tricky. You better hope that the dude that you hired to do that shit is on his shit, because I done seen that shit go bad too.
Man,
No,
what?
for sure.
I done seen where
Yeah, well,
motherfuckers have tried to
that's why you
subcontract and
get
they look up and a motherfucker
subcontractors.
done fucked up some shit real bad, and now they got to pay out of pocket for that shit.
Yeah, but you know, subcontractors do have a standard agreement, just like contractors, that you can hold them to As long as you produce the paperwork and they sign the agreement, then they are bound to that contract, even as subcontractors who are not, producing the bulk of the work. But for your portion that you are supposed to do, you will be held accountable for it.
Yeah, sometimes some of these dudes be trying to be slick. They'll just pay you in cash because they don't want the. Sometimes the contract says
Exactly.
they can't subcontract over that contract. So what they'll do is has a guy like they know me. Hey, can you come in and paint these units for me? I'll pay you this in cash. All right,
I
bet.
was
But
just about to ask you that, Brody. Like, did you have a problem with? I'm gonna ask you two questions. Number one, do you have a problem when you doing it like that with making niggas pay? That's
yes,
one question.
yes,
I'm
them
having
motherfuckers will
hella
try to juke
trouble with
you.
that shit right now. Like, I low
That's
key
why
debate
I
with
ain't
that
gonna
There's
shit.
lie.
certain
You
things that
do.
you could put in position because I've
Yes,
done this a lot. I've been a subcontractor as well as a contractor. My business is I make signs. So, running my own businesses, sometimes I employ subcontractors as well. I've been one before. There's certain things that you can do as a contractor hiring subcontractors. For instance, your contract, your agreement may state that you will hold a piece of the money. We call it snagging a piece of the money until not only that the job is completed, but it is verified and qualified. And you may get that money if the job is $5,000. You may hold like 2,000 until another month that job is verified,
right.
and then you will be able to. That will negate any, lackadaisical work, chaotic work, any callousness or so on the part of the subcontractor.
I'm gonna give you another one. I don't know if y'all do this in your state bank, but it's called a contractor's lien. Always get you a little contract when you're doing shit. It can be a little contract you got between him and that person, and then make sure that you got enough information on their ass where you can go down to the courthouse and put a lien on something like they truck. You know what I'm saying? Because they
You can
have
do
so
that
much
with
time.
cause like I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not. I mean, I just been doing plumbing for 2 years, so a nigga not licensed. You got to work for a plumbing company with a W-2 for 5 years, then take the test, then
Right.
you qualify to get your fucking plumbing L's. I'm not on that,
Hmm.
but my work so good. It's niggas that's licensed that'll put their name on my shit. You know what I'm saying?
And I mean, even with that though,
Yep.
a contractor lien, like I said, I don't know. Down here in Texas, because it's a work, we don't have like you can go get what they call certifications, but down here you don't really need a certification to do the work as long as it's approved by the city and you have time in, as they say, it's kind of like a grandfathered in type thing. But what I have done is if you don't want to pay me, I'd have made him sign this contract. I wrote down the information to his truck. He didn't want to pay me. I went down to the courthouse. I put a lien on his truck for that amount. I bet you within 2 weeks he came with that money. You know what
Nigga,
I'm
that's
saying?
some underground black
Yeah,
market
yeah, because
extortionist. Where the fuck did you
he
learn that
has
shit? Oh,
a white guy taught it to me because he said you tired of getting juked by the Mexicans. I got something for you,
you had
and
to
he
be
showed me the
kicking it with
paperwork.
some mobsters,
Yeah,
dog.
he said, man, put a contractor lien on his ass. I said, I can do that. He said, you got that contract? I've been telling you because he gave me the contractor. It's just a small little
So
contract,
it's
but it
more than
says
the
enough.
invoice. You can't do it with an invoice. You actually got to sign paperwork like this, and this type shit.
Well, you can. This is what you do. You can get your invoice. You write his name down, driver's license number. He signs it. You sign it. Make sure you got a witness sign another pen of paper. I'll write down his truck information, his license plate, all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure you cover your ass on. Yes, it's really that guy, right? And
Right.
then if anything happens, your invoice with his signature is your contract. You see what I'm saying? Because you're saying this is the work. Now, if he paid you some up front, make sure you say paid 2,000 on the 4,500. So he owes me 2,500. Now, anything goes bad, you should be able to go to the court and put a contractor lien on anything that he has in that name, in his name or that company, or even a property. And they have 90 days to respond, and then after that, you can go to this arbitration. Where and here in Texas, in a year, I can have this truck if he don't pay me. That means I can get me a for and I can get it repoed and all that shit.
For
You know what I'm
real?
saying? Yes.
See,
That's why the
I gotta
motherfuckers
get
pay
on that.
me.
His
Yeah, it's
nigga
called a
said his.
contractor's lien.
Yeah.
That's what people do when people don't do work. Like a customer don't want to pay on a house, you can contract lien somebody's house. Like you're doing work for them and they owe you money, you can put a contractor's lien on their house until they pay your money. You can also, if they don't ever pay you, get eventually if it gets that bad, you can actually take the house. because the judge will even say, yeah, you didn't pay this money. This is how it's gonna go, or they'll find some. You know what I'm saying? Or you can,
To
but you
add
can
to
look at that.
that,
It's called a
really and
Before you
truly,
go humbling, let me say this real
Bank,
quick.
you're going to hear the name. And I just wanted to say, you're going to hear the name mechanics lien more often than you would contractors lien. That's the more common phrase that we use up here. So if you yeah, and that's why when you said, I knew exactly what you were talking about, but yeah, that's just to give you a heads up. So what he's saying is correct, but if you're talking to somebody, you say mechanics lien first, they're like, oh yeah, I know what you mean, because they'll think contractors specifically may refer to something else, but they know mechanics lien does cover everything else. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
No, for sure. And
because
to
like
your point
mechanics
though, this is the
lien is
last
a
thing I'll say, bro.
Go ahead.
That could possibly be an avenue I take in the future, once the business take off. But we real niggas, I'm just real with you, bro. I can't wait 3 months on a check, nigga. I need that shit right now. But
I know some, but this is the thing. Sometimes when you have to resort to a lien, they have 90 days to respond. But remember, you putting this on their property. So if you can get a lien on something like their truck, which is their work vehicle, yeah, you might be hurt now. Get your jobs, make it through. Because if they don't pay you in that 90, you got a truck. You know what I'm saying? Go get a fucking motherfucker at the toilet.
Something about liens right quick.
Bank, hold on. Let me say this to Bank. Not saying what Trip is saying is incorrect, but don't be swayed by the dates, because here in Richmond you got 30, in Virginia you have 30, so it could be less time where you at or more time. So it could be
look into
anywhere.
it.
So I just kind of want to put not trying to search on intelligence, but I just want to just make sure you check.
Now, why I'm saying 90 in Texas to respond is because you kind of got to serve them, or the court will serve them, and they'll send them a letter. So if the court has to send them a letter to an address, a known address, they give them like 90. But if I can run up on him and slap that paper on him, I think it goes down to 30 to 45 days. They have to get my money. If not, I can go back to that judge in that courtroom and say, he didn't pay me this money. The judge gonna see that the shit is good, the contract's in order. He gonna call him one more time. Is you gonna pay him his money? He say, I ain't got it. Fine, that's his truck. He'll be up there to get it later. Make sure you have the keys. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
and they'll sign that title over. They'll sign that title over to you and everything.
But also, Bank, let me say this as well. Understand, more than likely where you are is consistent with here. You have to start with wages and revenue first. So you would have to start with the bank account or their wages first, and then it can go to property. Yeah.
Well,
so it's not
Texas, if I don't know that,
you have to go through the avenues first. Yeah, to exhaust every avenue
Really and
available,
truly, you
then go to
won't
the
be able to take that lien to court as any sort of justification for him not producing his work or owing you in the contract. That lien is personal, really. It's not got anything to do with the case. But let me say this. I know
wait a minute. I have to correct you. That's incorrect. The lien is the judgment. So understand, Bank, you do have to take him to court. You have to go through the legal process. But what ultimately happen is the judgment will be in your favor, and that's when the judge will grant you the right to do a garnishment and or a lien. So that's after the fact. You can't just say, okay, you ain't paid me, let me get your house. No, you do have to go through the legal process and give them their due process to pay you whatever you are alleging that they owe, or either refute that they owe you that, and then the judge will grant you the permission to seek recourse by going through one of those means.
What Humbling is saying is, you can go to if you find out what bank he at, and you do go through the banking route, the judge will give you a judgment. You can go to the bank, give them that paperwork, and they'll start taking that shit out of his account directly and sending it right to you, type shit. Because the judge, you'll have a piece of paper where the judge says you got a garnish. The state will help you. The state don't want contractors getting fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that's bad business. You know what I'm saying? So you got to look into that lien system.
You have to go through a private processor or either a sheriff. You can't just take it there. You still have to go through the legal process because they have a right to due process.
Right. That was a sheriff that did that shit.
Anyone can take out a lien, to be honest. Anyone can take out a lien on property that kind of way. You understand? It's only when because the bank does not care in financial terms, in financial parlance and so on, the bank does not care who pays the bill. You understand? As long as someone is standing the bill, the bank will accept that your lien will go through. If you've approached first and you're able to claim the lien, furthermore, sometimes you don't even have to
Okay, that's not
show
what we're
any
talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if someone owes you money
Well,
for a
okay, hear
service
me
you
out. The point
provided
that I'm
them.
getting at, is what bro is saying is not completely legal. It's actually taking advantage of a situation. Well, how did you know to go and take a lien out on a guy's truck that's doing work for you? What would make you do that in the first place?
I was doing work
You
for
know what I mean?
him.
It's premeditated.
No, I was doing work
It
for
could be
him. You have to
usually.
cover your own. No, I'm saying I'm doing work for him. He didn't pay me because bank going through what I went through my first 2 years, where you get these cash jobs and these guys don't like to pay you all your money, and they'll try to juke you. You know what I'm saying? They'll pay you a little bit, and then when you try to get the second half of it, they don't answer their fucking phones no more and shit. And now you can't find them.
I've
You know
been
what I'm
through it.
saying?
I've been through it so much that a guy actually forgot and he paid me twice for a job, and I ain't say a shit.
But sometimes when you go through that, you gotta have a standard. You can go look these contracts up. They're just a standard contract and contract. Just make sure you. All I'm saying is get as much information as you can, because when these guys try to even take a picture of their ID if you have to, because when these dudes try to get away from you, they kind of hard to find. You know what I'm saying, Bank? Because you
No, for
going through
sure.
it. They
Cause
hard as
them
fuck to find.
niggas, it's like three demographics of investors I've been dealing with, especially in my city. I can't speak about everybody. You got your affluent, black and white, or whatever race. You feel me? Your affluence, they either got a huge line of credit or they nepotized in with cheddar. Then
Right.
you got your drug dealer, any race, nigga got out of jail, he up, he hiring contractors, this and that. And then the best one to work with be the ex-contractor that's up. Cause like your average homeowner / investor don't know shit about contracting. So it's like, hey, this was an old closet. Put a toilet there. Nigga, it's 5 studs right here. What are you talking about?
You're right.
Nigga don't want to get no blueprints. Nigga don't want to hire no engineer. Talk about put a vent pipe up here. I can't run through the truss right here, dog. You don't got no blueprints.
Yeah, basically you gotta cut a hole in the damn ceiling and figure it out, type shit. Yeah, I know
Type
what you're
shit.
saying. Yeah. Like I said, I know what you're going through, because when you said that, I went through that for like 2 years, and then well, all I'm telling him is to cover your ass. Like she said up there, it might be called a mechanic's lien, which is actually what it probably is. We just call it a contractor's lien down here. You got to get on your liens and make sure you sign a simple contract with them, get as much information you can. And sometimes you got to take these dudes to court. You're going to go through this for a little bit until you can find somebody consistent that's going to really fuck with you, or you pick up your own contract. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's this thing called Angie's List, that if you want to just start trying to pick up your own job, you can try Angie's List, I think it's called.
Yeah,
It
I use
does.
Angie's. I forgot the other one I had. I just stopped paying. But I get a lot of bangers off Craigslist, bro. You'll be
Right,
surprised.
right.
So
That
many
was my
bangers
other
off
one
Craigslist.
too. Yeah, Craigslist. But if you're dealing with homeowners, sometimes you got to lien their house. So if you're dealing with these contractors, just make sure you just look up a standardized contracting contract and just get as much information as you can. Because I'm telling you, when they juke hard. And you be like, I seen you every day for 2 weeks. Now you owe me money. I ain't seen you in a month. How you do this? You know what I'm saying?
And see,
Like, and I'm talking
my
about just
pet
seeing
peeve though.
them.
Ain't this the pet peeve though? Nigga be like, yeah, when you gonna finish? When you coming today? And then like I'll be like, oh yeah, we about to finish on Friday. Why you ain't got the fucking cheddar, dog? You
Right.
knew I was gonna be done all week. Where the money at?
Because they was already planning it. You know what I'm saying? I hate those kind of guys, because they really burn up their name and then they get out the bid. Them dudes don't last long. As long as you stay in it, you'll meet better people and better get better contracts the longer you stay in it. But I ain't gonna lie, I think everybody gets fucked over like that in the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when the money come in, the money good. Sometimes the niggas shake. You know, it's but when your work starts speaking for itself, the word will get out. That's all you gotta do is just be consistent, and word will get out. This guy does good work, and somebody gonna come looking for you. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
for
That's
sure.
what
That's
happened to
how it
me.
is. Like
You
I just
know,
did a job. I did a 5-suite apartment building for somebody, and they was like, "Yeah, my investors want to speak to you." Like he was on FaceTime with he got hard money lenders. That's how he do his shit. So they
oh
was
yeah,
like, "Yeah, we got other shit. y'all the best plumbers we didn't work with, blah blah blah. We only dealing with y'all. Like that's how I get most of my
Right.
people through shit like that. Like when I say top 10 in, I want to say damn near in Ohio, bro. Niggas is not fucking with how we do this shit. When I go to the supply house and I be like, yeah, I need this, this, and that. Them niggas that be 30-year union plumbers be like, yeah, not a lot of people come do it like that, brother. That's wrong.
Yeah, like that one day I seen you, I said that man got that clear PVC glue, and he was like, I had never seen clear because down here we got the that alcohol down here is blue and purple because ours have to be a color to prove that we did it, but I didn't know up there y'all could just use clear. But I
Yep.
was like, yeah, you do it, but you almost over the hump. It take about 2 years, and then after that, like you said, people gonna start. They already coming for you. After this, you finna be
Yeah,
cool. I promise you. That first two
you're right
years is
about
rough.
that.
I wanted to quit. I wanted to quit in them
You're
2 years,
right
at
about
least
that,
like
though,
every 3 months. I was like, man, it's some bullshit. Motherfuckers ain't paying me.
dude.
You know what I'm saying? I'm running around this
Dude, cause
motherfucker.
it make it worse. Cause now it's like I'm paying to make money at my next job because I really need the money for this for my
Right.
family. You feel me?
Yeah,
And then
in the beginning is rob Peter to pay Paul, and then eventually when you get what you got going on, somebody come looking for you, you'll start stabilizing, you'll be able to pay off all that stuff, get your stuff back right, and then you'll just take off. Watch this next year, your shit gonna get it's gonna get way better. The next year after that, you're gonna start looking at them $100,000, $200,000 contracts. Only hard part is finding workers. The bigger you get, the harder it's gonna be to find people to work with you. Cause
no, for
it's
sure.
hard to
Dude,
find good
I,
labor.
I I basically built my reputation in the sign industry. Not I was an apprentice sign maker for like 10 years because that's how long it takes to become a professional sign maker. What I'm saying is this:
Damn.
when I did become professional and of my own business, like dude was saying, there was a lot of nepotism along as a small island and so on, and I really could not, like pull in jobs as I was imagining that I would. But after a while, people started to come to me to do jobs that were like basically impossible or too hard, all the jobs that other companies refuse, and they did them. I mean, if you wanted your
Right.
sign on top of 5-story building, yeah, I'm the crazy nigga that's gonna go up there and scaffolding and ropes and do it. You know what I mean? If you wanted fucking satellite dish painted at the telecoms community place, which was like almost 300 or 400 feet in the air, you want that clean and refurbished, they came to me because nobody else wanted to do it. And I accepted his job because I had nothing else to do. And after a while, I actually became known as like, kind of hit man in sign man circles. If you got a job nobody can do, check this dude. He's the crazy ass nigga that is gonna do it. If you want me to paint a cloud blue, dude, I would lasso it for you and spray paint it blue. As long as you're gonna pay. Yeah.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie,
And that's for
Moochie. That's
real.
pretty raw, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's tight. Oh, my last thing I'll tell you, Bank. The at going forward, if you do start having people up under you, I'm gonna give you one word of advice that I had to learn: fire fast. If a motherfucker ain't on your program, get rid of their ass quick. Don't wait. Don't try to think unless you see them progressing. Because there's gonna be some guys that be like, man, this nigga moving slow. But if he progressing day by day, week by week, keep those guys because they're really trying to learn. If a motherfucker come in working real good and you see this motherfucker start acting like going down, as soon as you see him going down and he was working good, get rid of his ass. Cause that means he really trying to he about to play you. You feel me? He
Yeah.
just did that to get in the door, and after that he finna try to coast on whatever you paying him. Like, nah, once you start coasting on me, you gotta go. Keep that same
Oh,
level you was at when you came in the door. You know what I'm saying?
Is that one of the
yeah.
reasons why you stopped doing it? You couldn't find good help and shit.
I couldn't find no help. My dad was like, I was working like 14, 15 hours a day, like trying to, because I kept having to fire dudes or dudes would stop showing up to work because it's like during COVID too, people getting on drugs, smoking meth, all this kind of shit. And I'm like, God damn, I can't find a normal person around this motherfucker. And so I did my last 3 jobs and my dad was like, you looking sickly. And I was like, what you mean? He's like, you so pale, like everything. He's like, man, go get your CDL. And I was like, I don't want to. I don't like driving like that. He was like, listen, it's gonna be you can go get a CDL, make that money, and you ain't gotta like worry about nobody else. It's just you. And so I took his advice and I went and got a CDL. I'm not saying I regret it because I'm going back into it. I just at that time, it's really hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, and you're gonna probably run into this. That's why I don't know if I can go, because I was at the point where I was making 100, 200K jobs. You know what I'm saying? And then when you don't have a full crew there every day, that shit gets wicked because it's all on you, and you don't want your people that's paying you to look down on you. So I was taking extra hours. I was going from like 7 o'clock in the morning to like 6 o'clock, going home, eating, taking a nap for 2 hours, going back to that motherfucker overnight, these empty houses or empty apartments, killing that shit to like another like 2 or 3 in the morning, going back home, take another 4 hour nap, getting up, maybe get a burrito, go back and do this shit. And I did that shit for like 2 months. You know what I'm saying? Just wrapping up jobs. And I was like, my dad was just watching me the whole time. And my dad was like, you a bad motherfucker, but you look like you finna die. You know what I'm saying?
No,
He was like, you can't keep doing that. And I was like, but I love it. I like the work. It don't bother me. I like working with my hands. It's one of the best things I ever did. I miss it. But when you don't have motherfuckers that's gonna show up to work, gonna be there like full time, not be fucking bullshitting you on their time and shit, or just not showing up to work, you're gonna see a lot of weird shit in this business. I think most people that do this construction shit are on drugs. There's a small percentage of us that are actually just like doing the work, and everybody else is like doing it to like supply their drug habit because it's cash in hand, you know. So it's hard to find motherfuckers that's like yo kind of minded. Like, I like this kind of work. This is what I want to do. So you're gonna run into a lot of fuck shit, fuck people. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna run into dudes that work, and that's how I found out this is another sign of people on drugs. They're gonna work real hard for like 10 days, and then you're gonna see like a drop, and then they'll disappear for 2. And then they'll come back and they'll work hard for 10 days again. But they'll do that for about a month and a half, and then they'll slowly go down, 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 until you gotta be like, get the fuck out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, your ass fucking dope sick. You know what I'm saying? Get off my job site. You know, like
That's experience talking, bro. You seen this shit before, man.
I've seen it, bro. I 8 years worked for myself. When it was good, it was good. When it was bad, I was working myself to death. You know, I enjoyed it. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't mind working myself to death. It's just everybody outside was looking at me like I couldn't see it because I wasn't looking in the mirror. I wasn't looking at myself. I was just getting up, going to work, getting that money. You know what I'm saying? That's all I kept thinking. I'll get this money. Fuck that. They don't want the money, I'll get it. You know what I'm saying? I take it all, you know, but your parents and shit look at you and be like, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, your face sunk in, not like you ain't been sleeping, you know, and I wasn't. I was just, fuck it. I want all this shit. Like, I want that money, you know? Because motherfucker tell you here, I'm going to give you $40,000 for some shit. How the hell y'all want it? You know what I'm saying? I'm finna go get
And on
it.
them big jobs though, when you doing it by yourself, you kind of getting paid. Like, a nigga would think you making more, but you really making less, cause like the longer it take you,
Yeah,
you just end up making less per hour, per day, per whatever. Cause now this
right.
shit taking way longer than what you budgeted for. Like,
So the perfect size that I found out that you need is about 3 to 4. If you can get you and 2 other guys, y'all can damn near do anything. Especially if they all on the same boat, y'all all know what's going on, we all know what we can do. Once we walk in this bitch, you know, of course you're gonna be leading things, but after everybody get down their position and how we gonna work this up, 3 dudes can knock out apartments, they can knock out houses, they can knock out anything as long as they on the same thing. 3 to 4 guys, that's all you need. Anything over that, you're gonna start running into problems. But when you going into them contracts like I was getting, whole apartments and shit, you need 10, 12 guys. And it's just when you got that many guys, you can't watch them all the time. You can't gauge who gonna, you know, show up every day and shit. It get wicked because your bottom half is like basically laborers. I need you to take cement over here. I need you to do this. You still got your 3 or 4. We doing the real work. These guys are there to be support. You know what I'm saying? Because instead of the wheelbarrow and cement or wood or whatever over here, y'all do that. But them dudes, that's why they laborers. You feel what I'm saying? Most of the time, them dudes gonna be a little dumb. You're not gonna trust them to do too much, but they also gonna be the kind of motherfuckers that show up late and don't come to work some days and shit like that. And it's gonna be like, damn, it's rough, but keep going. I mean, I don't know how your state is. Maybe you'll have better luck. Because I'm going back into it. I'm not gonna lie. Probably at the end of this year, I've been talking to some people. I'm
Oh,
just trying to
dude,
line up a
listen.
crew.
We got a 3-man crew. Our crew fire. Like
Yeah, that's all you need. 3 men, y'all basically can conquer everything. I learned that over time. 3 men can do a lot.
we did
Especially all of us.
156 unit apartment comp. Like you know how them niggas be
Oh
having them
yeah.
townhouses and shit. Yeah, we redid all the angle stops, P traps, garbage disposals, hot water tanks, and shower diverters, and all 156 units in that bitch.
Ooh, you saw with 3 men, and y'all all made pretty good money. So at 3, you're doing all right. It's just the bigger you get, the more people you're gonna need. But I'll tell you this: this is one mistake I didn't do. If you ever do get to the point where you get them contractors, don't be afraid to go to the temp agencies. I ain't gonna, I should have took that. I should have took that route. I just didn't want to fool with them because I knew that was gonna be like a revolving door and people steal. So I was in Texas. I don't know. It might be different up there. I just didn't trust it at the time. But now I know that the temp agencies have a little bit more like insurance if them dudes do something. You know what I'm saying? They'll pay you if they steal and shit. So if you ever get to the point where you are doing huge jobs where you gotta hire some people, man, run down them damn temp agencies and say, hey man, I'm doing this and this and that. I just need some laborers, you know, and they'll find you some people. It might be different people every week, but they'll find you some people. You know what I'm saying?
If I need some niggas doing some demo, I call my little brother and his friends and pay them niggas about $1 a piece.
Yeah, blow this shit up.
No,
Yeah,
for real.
man. Yeah. But that's just my word of advice. It's
You
gonna
want
get
to
better
hear?
for you though. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that, bro. For
Really
real,
want
both
to hear a
y'all,
serious
Motu and Trill.
story about contractors? I've got a story for contractors. A funny one. A dude subcontracted me once to make some signs for him. He got a big project from the bank to build all the signs for the bank and erect them on the building and so on. Maybe like 30 flicking signs, 3 massive ones on top and so on. And he contracted me. So, I went and take a look at the job and so on and told him what my price was. I told him I was going to charge him like $4,000 to $5,000 just for labor alone. I wouldn't carry a tool, nothing, just pure labor and my expertise alone. He would provide everything else, and that would have been $5,000, right? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, like in 2 or 3 days, I began to ask for some materials and so on, and dude was like, "Dude, I don't even know I could buy those materials." And I took a step back and I said to this guy, "Dude, let me ask you a question. How much did you charge for this job? I really don't want to pray because that's your private business. Seriously, let me ask you, how much did you charge for this job?" Dude told me he charged uh somewhere like $9,000 to $10,000 for the job. Remember, I quoted you my labor at $5,000 after
Right.
seeing the job. Dude told me he quoted the people like $9,000 or $10,000 to do the job, and I said to him, "This is impossible." Like the brethren was saying earlier, it was impossible to do the job for that kind of money. You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, "Listen, you've already submitted your quote and thing. You cannot do this job for this money." And this guy, I kid you not, looked at me in my eyes and said to me, "D, to be honest with you, right? I know that I can't do this job, and I was planning keep deposit, and whenever it came too much, I would just duck the fuck out." I was like, "What the
Oh.
fuck? Really?" As a businessman,
Hey,
I
it's
said
a
to him,
dirty world
"Listen,
out there. Them
listen." I
motherfuckers are
said,
juke.
"Listen, this is what, right?" I said to him, "Listen, this is what I'm going to do to you. I know how long you've been in business and so on. Even though you're an owner, he's not got the expertise that I have." I told him, "Listen, this is a legal thing here. You can resubmit your quote. I'm going to do over the quotation for you, the estimate, and show you what you should really charge this company." When I was finished, I ended up with a quote for $33,000. You understand? And he charged the people
Mm-hmm.
$9,000 and $10,000. I ended up with a
Wow.
quote for $33,000, and I told him, "You have to speak to the man." Furthermore, the bank that he was getting the job for, I actually used to work at the bank before. So the operations manager I knew and so on. And I spoke to him and told him that this job is impossible to do for this kind of money. Right?
So you
So the
still only made
contractor
5 off
then,
the 33?
that's what I charged for my labor alone. I didn't carry any tools, anything, just what was in my head, my knowledge and experience.
Okay.
You understand? I
That's
didn't do the entire job for labor because I had dudes under me, subcontractors as well. You understand?
okay.
So what
Yes,
I'm
sir.
saying is this. After I told him to resubmit the quote, and which is perfectly legal in any financial or commercial system, he did resubmit the quote and was approved. Furthermore, he turned around and got 80% deposit on the job. You would not believe after that job was finished, right? Dude did not want to pay me my money.
That's crazy.
Fathom that. Imagine that.
See, that's that type of shit that make me. See, I used to carry a lot
Dude,
of
that
guns
money
around.
would
That's
make
that type of
that
shit that make
made
me
my
want to just.
blood dude. That made my
See, we
blood
the type
boil.
of niggas
Trust me.
we'll
Let
go
me
up
tell
there
you
and pray
something about
fake
my
that shit
work.
black.
Let me tell you
Huh?
something. If you borrow my money, you may be able to get away with keeping it and not pay me back. If you credit something from me, you may be able to get away with not paying me. But you see, if I do work, my legal work, that's to put bread on my table, boy, I will bring blood out to you for my money. You hear me? That is one money that you cannot withhold from me. I will
I feel you
extract
on
it in
that.
blood for real. Sorry, I didn't
And
mean to
that's
get
another.
so
Yeah,
graphic.
that's a no. I feel you because I've been there. I've been chasing a Mexican around town for 3 months till I finally caught his ass. And I had to tell him, get out,
And
come out your pockets with that shit now, because he just
for
happened to
real.
be slipping coming out of the house.
That
I
is
put the
one.
brakes on that motherfucker skirt right now because I said, see, you pay them
I'm
niggas,
telling
give
you,
me
dog.
mine.
I'm telling
You
you,
know what
man,
I'm
if we
saying?
was doing dirt, if we stole some shit or whatever, you might get away. But you see that legal money that I've got my profession to do to put food on my table, bro, that
Yeah,
is
you gotta
sacred
get
to
it
me.
up.
That ain't no dirt, that ain't no crime, nothing. That's perfectly legal. That's even
But yeah.
biblical by the sweat of your brow.
But yeah, if you're having trouble down there right now with some people, man, I would look into liens. Like you said, if you didn't have a contract, but if you did have an invoice with a bank, I mean, there's a way. But I would say, like Humbly said, go down and talk to your court. I think it will be under civil. It'll be in the civil courthouse. There should be somebody
Correct.
in there that can
Yeah.
help you with
And
that.
do you got to do it in the
Yeah,
city and where the house is at, or your city where your house is at?
You have to check your jurisdiction because some do require it where the property is, so that way it would be convenient for the property owner. Now, of
right.
course, if that owner lives in another state, then you will have jurisdiction where you live. So that's contingent upon what's required there. Here, you can do it anywhere; it doesn't matter. That person would have to come to court, even if it's 300, like where y'all used to live at compared to where I'm at. It didn't matter, but I don't know how it is. So I don't want to say that it'd be wrong, but the clerk will advise you, and then that way you can go from there.
Yeah, it's gonna be under civil management office or something like that. I don't know what it's called, but it's gonna be the civil court. And just go down there and chop it up with one of them girls at the desk, and she'll be able to point you in the right direction and
Sure,
at least get that
exactly.
shit started. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah, that's the only recourse you got other than slapping them over the head with a bat. But you know what I'm saying? And going in his pocket.
Yeah.
That's it. But you know how that's gonna play out.
And whatever statutes the state has, how long they are required to repay before you have to refile or resubmit. Because I know here, after 10 years, it's up to the judge if they have completely dismissed it as paid or allow you to renew it. So that would be another thing. So believe it or not, yeah, they can slowly pay you over time. But again, that's whatever your state has in line for that. What they can be garnished, which you can put a lien against, and different things of that nature. But again, you have to keep in mind they do have the right to have their day in court first before any judgment will be rendered.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: if he juked you, he probably won't show up to court.
Exactly. Which by then,
Yeah,
bank, don't fret, because I know here, if in a civil matter, if they do not show up to court, what will happen is you will be granted a default judgment. Again, that goes back to the whole thing of garnishments on wages or bank account, a lien on their bank account or on a property. Now, what will happen is more than likely they'll have up to 21. Well, again, depending on your state, they'll have a certain amount of days to rebut that judgment. And if they don't respond within that time, then the judgment will be so ordered and your default judgment will be there. But then it's up to you to find where they have property at, where they have a bank account at, and all that, because the court is not going to give you any of that information. You have to find that out on your own. And there's ways to find it out. There's vendors that do it. Private investigators tend to have access to that information as well, if you don't readily have it available. And then once they're served either via sheriff or private process, then of course the banks have no choice but to release whatever funds are in the account. Or if you do get the property judgment, that's when you can put a lien on their home, on their titles at DMV and things like that. So you don't. It has to be paid for. Let me say it correctly. It does have to be paid for, because there's some stipulations on that, because you can't put a lien on a house if it still has a mortgage on it. Well, at least here, let me say it correctly. Here you cannot, but where you live may be different. So you'll be able to find out if it comes down to it. So obviously, I'm going to do your research to get the specifics. But yeah, that way you'll know.
And also, if you go and do that, ask him if you have to. Ask him in your courtroom if you have to get a PI to track down all that. Can you bill him underneath your judgment through that also? I know some states do that, where like if I have to track down a bank account for him and I have to hire a PI, can I charge it to him? And sometimes the judge will say, yeah, because it's damages. It's basically punitive damages to you to have to do all that. You know what I'm saying? So you can even get that paid for by him.
Correct. Yep. And shouts out to the chat. Shouts out to the chat. I think Bobby has got a hangover from all of the pork. I'm sorry, all of the mushrooms.
I'm never far away from this motherfucking mic.
Hey, you funny as hell, dog.
Every time a motherfucker, I've been sitting back in the bush, snipers. Pew, pew, I got you, nigga. So motherfucker, y'all see, your high heels,
telling Bobby secrets,
your
y'all. My
shoes
bad.
is in the freezer because you're skating on thin ice. You walking on thin ice. You see what I'm
It's a
saying?
good thing I lost 5 pounds.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I threw rocks out there already. Don't walk your ass out there. God damn it. You sink that scene on Batman. What you want? You want this way or that way? You sing I'm gonna get you, sucker. Do you want the window or the stairs?
See that one? Yeah.
God damn it. Nah, but salute to you, Bank. I'm glad that y'all brothers up here talking that good business diversity. And I'm also glad that you speaking on it from a labor field perspective, because for some reason niggas have got so caught up into this astute niggatry that, ooh, God forbid that I put my hands on something icky or do something with my hands to make my money. Niggas have toiled in the fields of slavery too long, and I always want to get niggas to understand that, brother. The point of slavery wasn't that niggas had to pick cotton. It was that niggas didn't get paid for picking cotton. Picking cotton ain't no fucking problem with picking no fucking cotton. What part do you niggas? These niggas missed the point on every fucking thing. This is why we fucked up now.
Speaking for itself.
That's facts, though. I mean, I grew up in a farming family. We chop cotton. We didn't pick cotton. We chop cotton. But
Hey,
yeah,
I want to say this real quick, Bobby.
Oh, real quick. Let Fruit of the Loom make a comeback and let them niggas build a factory in St. Louis. Say we got beautiful, luscious field of cottons in the backwoods of St. Louis, and we paying niggas $50. Nigga, when I tell you, I will be out there with a straw hat on. Nigga, I dress how they dressed in the 1800s for $50 a basket.
I was gonna say
You want hold on, wait a minute. You want the authentic nigga? You want the authentic slave experience? That's gonna be $85 an hour, sir. If you want to get
hey, look, check that. I'm happy you said that.
For real, I'll take my shoes off and stand out here. That's $100 an hour.
They don't pick cotton by the hour, bro. You pick cotton by the basket load, by the pound. But you know,
that's
that fucking cotton and make it heavier.
Doing it by the pound. Nigga.
You trying to give us the 1864 measurements? No. We doing this shit by the hour today, nigga. I'm putting in 14-hour shifts. They're gonna be like, nigga, I don't know if Bobby a coon or a genius, because this nigga just bought 16 Teslas, nigga.
Hey, look, check this. I will go to look. I'm happy you said that. Cause I remember I told my homeboy, I said I don't believe them slave story real. He said, why you say that? I said you can't get niggas to work for money today. I said how they gonna work for free back then?
No, for real.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that nigga Bobby remixed Swing Low Chariot.
Yeah.
That
Nigga, I'm gonna be out that bitch.
That nigga be
Swing
on the
Low, Swing
field moving
Chariot.
beats.
I'm gonna be out that bitch singing motherfucking Jeezy, nigga. TM 101. I'm finna be out that bitch singing my president is black, my Lambo boo.
Look, I'm finna be singing look, I come what that shit?
Hypnotize, you are hypnotized.
Hypnotized.
Now I command you niggas to get money.
That's my shit right there.
$100 an hour to pick some cotton, but again, this is what I'm saying, Zev. Niggas stand on mountains that don't be attached to shit. It's the same thing I was saying with niggas like, I'm not cutting off my locks or my precious attachment to my cultural antennas to the universe for any amount of money. And this nigga right now that's like, man, give me them fucking clippers so I can get out here and motherfucking what y'all need me to do?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this,
Ain't
man.
no hair stopping no show.
Look, I done trimmed my lock, but I still got them hoes. But I tell you this: if you ever see me with a haircut, I'm on that Governor Tate type shit from Power.
Man, I done had
tie,
every haircut
like, who is that
imaginable to man. I'm gonna tell you, I only change my hairstyle when I feel like I'm looking like a nigga that they can say you match the description.
Yeah.
Like,
like that too.
when I had my locks, I swear to God, 2008, like before 2008, I was the only nigga in Chicago, and probably like it was big, and it wasn't that big in St. Louis yet, but it was starting, and it was definitely big in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, it's big in Atlanta and Florida.
Right, Florida. Like when I got to Atlanta, that's when I realized, like, oh, I fit the description, right? And then when I left Atlanta and moved to Chicago, right after that, around 08, it was like I'm starting to fit the description, right? Then when I moved to St. Louis, it was like, nigga, I'm fitting the description. Let me take this shit out of my head. And I went back to the Afro
stereotype right then.
Right, no, it's stereotype, description, however you want to pull it. A nigga could say black man in a hoodie with dreads, and that was me.
Yup.
I don't give a fuck how y'all want to spin it. If the nigga said nigga hoodie dreads, that could have been me on any random
Don't even
Saturday.
matter the height, the size, nothing.
Nigga hoodie, nigga could have been 250. They could have said 6'3", 250 pounds. They don't hear none of that shit. They hear a nigga with dreads in the hoodie.
Well,
I'm telling you, Bank, you the description. They the best nigga. Man, listen. I took all that shit out of my head. I said, I'm going back to the afro and the braids. And slowly but surely, I'll start seeing everybody want to be Lamar Jackson now. So everybody got these little stupid ass Pop Smoke braids in their head. Now I'm starting to fit the description again. I'm saying to myself,
oh shit.
Look,
that's why I didn't call my dreads out. I was gonna do that shit.
Like, oh man, all you niggas out, y'all done made this shit criminal again, man. I remember D'Angelo kind of made the shit cool, and then y'all niggas took the dreads and made the dreads criminal, which was like, okay, I get it. You see what I'm saying? We can make it criminal, nigga. Fuck it. But then come on, man.
Hey,
they even call them murder braids.
Right? Hey, look, I'm from the South, right? So everybody that had dreads and braids for a long time. But I remember when that dope boy shit was popular, I had the spinning waves and the temp fade and the skin fade. I'm like, damn, I keep a fresh cut and be dressed a certain way. The young dro, they gonna think I sell dope. Grow my shit out.
It's the kit though. It's the kit you put on with the waves that put you in the box though.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? My sister was talking about that today. About shit, you can't even wear Jordans no more. They put you in that group.
If you got on Jordans with the wrong outfit, let's say that,
Yeah. I
See,
guess you gotta have on basketball so it look like you
not
finna go
even
hoop.
basketball shit. I'm saying it's a certain pair of jeans and a certain type of t-shirt with them Jordans that just scream, I'm on bullshit, even if you ain't.
Tore up
Like,
jeans with the graphic tee.
man, I'm telling that man. Why you taking?
It's the shiesty for me. You
Say
know
the
everybody around this
the
bitch got the
graphic tee
shiesty.
and the real jeans.
The
It's the
graphic
shiesty.
tee with the ripped jeans and the Jordans.
Graphic
Yeah.
tee with the ripped jeans and the Jordans is like classic. This nigga got the switch on him, and
Bro,
it's stereotypical as hell. But it's
you
like,
know
nigga,
what's
you got
crazy,
the
bro?
switch.
I made that shit hot in my city. I remember when niggas weren't even wearing that shit, and everybody started wearing graphic tees and ripped jeans and skinnies. I'm like, damn, I gotta change. I'm finna go to the Vans. Then I'm finna go
See
to
the
the button up in the dress shoe.
thing that I saw change when I was growing, like, was the tattoo shit. Like, it was still taboo to be like tatted up, like sleeve,
Right.
chest, all that. But like right as soon as I got my shit, it's like not everybody got tattoos. Like now I still got in trouble by my parents. I snuck and got my shit. You
This niggas
can't do
out here 13 years old with tattoos all up their neck and shit. I be looking like, hold on, nigga.
Man.
Your ass
Whole
8th grader.
body sweater. Yeah.
They ain't do shit to
The
earn them
NLE
tattoos,
chopper, the
though.
NLE chopper look.
Yep, it's 8th graders out here looking like that, boy. Straight up.
You probably had about 2 8th graders growing up where the nigga had like a football tatted, or they parents just let them go get some shit, or they was just bad motherfuckers. They went and who
I
tats
didn't
a
know no
child, bro?
nigga. Bro, I'm talking about, I knew some of the worst niggas. I didn't know no nigga in the 8th grade with a tattoo. At the most, I knew a nigga in high school that got that jail tattoo when niggas was sneaking in the back of niggas' basements and thinking they knew what to do with a needle and some Indian ink. Other than that,
This why
bro,
I'm
I
telling
don't
you
even.
real ghetto shit, bro. When I was in
I was
6th
gonna say my
grade,
cousin had
when I
one
was
in
in
8th grade.
sixth
It was
grade, we was
real
walking
style.
home from school. My cousin was like, I'm finna go get tatted. We walked into somebody's apartment. This nigga like 40. This nigga in 6th grade. My cousin get his mama name on his back because he like, number one, she not gonna see it. And she ain't gonna be mad because it's her name. But I'm just thinking, as a grown man, why would you tat a child in
A
your shit,
fucking
bro?
child, nigga. These niggas, that's what
That's
I'm telling you.
crazy, bro.
Endangerment, nigga. Danger.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's
I ain't
ridiculous.
gonna lie. I remember in 8th grade because I'm in Texas though. I seen Mexicans with tattoos. But that's because most Mexicans had uncles that did tattoos, so they was at the house getting, trial and error on. You know what I'm
Trial and
saying?
error Mexican tattoos is funny for some reason. I don't know why, but it's funny.
Yeah, I see a lot of them now. They be like, I should have never got this shit. Your pit bull look like it's retarded now.
Trial and error Mexican tattoos. That's funny as hell. That is funny as hell. Yeah, you got to give it up for that shit, I guess. Yeah, it's been a lot of weird shit going on today. I hope my nigga I hope that nigga Truth Zone didn't take too much offense, but if he did, man, I mean, it is what it is.
Niggas be on the fence, taking offense. They blurring the lines, man.
Yeah,
Bars.
they blurring the line. Yeah,
That was
that's
some
what
bars right there.
that niggas be on the fence, taking offense. I don't know. Hey, you gotta throw that in a rap, nigga. That motherfucker. That was good right there, boy.
Nigga was quick on his feet, wasn't
Imagine you you turn in a dark alley and you see this. Imagine
Oh
you
no.
knew her when she looked like
I'm
Oh
surprised.
no.
All I'll say is I'm surprised she's still here.
Look at her. Look at her right here, man. Imagine you get her and she look like this, and you just some Asian and or white or black man that's just like, I found me a natural, beautiful Asian goddess that's gone be with me to the end of time. Just look at her, just hair flowing.
Izanagi.
All I gotta say, Bank, is the domain expansion she did on her face.
How your face bigger than your waist though? Like what?
Dog.
What?
This is
That's
literally.
Yeah, she looking Zelda, bro.
Bro, nigga, this is like botched Babylon blood magic. What, bro? How you look like permanent poisonous insects?
But these features are actually excellent features in the aristocracy. You know what I mean? High cheekbones and so on. That's a sign of prominence.
Bro, this is prominence.
Yeah, the high cheekbones suggest aristocracy.
Hi,
bro. She got high, scary bones in her.
She got haunted bones in her face,
bro. On every nigga, bro. Bank, Trip, Moontu. I don't give a fuck what nobody's saying. If it's dark in the house and this motherfucker come floating from around some random corner.
Oh hell no. Ain't no sneaking.
Bro, listen, hold on. You at the mansion. Homie ain't told you he ain't invited over Leatherface 5000. You in your room in the mansion chilling. You come out, go to the kitchen because you like, yeah, I'm finna go get me some little snacks, take them back to the room with my date. All of a sudden, you hear the bathroom door open and you see some shit like this floating down. You are not going to think a human is walking through your fucking, I don't give a fuck with nobody, bro. It's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in a dim lit house. And this shit walking around just looking, bro. You gotta pre-warn niggas to shit like this. You liable to cause a murder.
Oh God, because I would think that's a demon.
She look like she could be Saul's sister.
Right, and I'm saying the murder gonna be the nigga that see it. Cause what if a nigga have a seizure or a fucking heart attack or the motherfucking anaphylactic shock from seeing some shit like this?
She was pressured by her best friend to get Botox shots in the face to stay looking young. The same friend.
Bro, look at that shit right there, bro. You're going to think you're under spiritual warfare attack.
Offered to do the injections for her, but what happened?
Oh my God,
bro.
Didn't know is the friend who convinced her to do this was actually very jealous and wanted to ruin her life. So instead of injecting Lynn's face with Botox, she injected a mix of cooking oil and motor oil, ruining Lynn's appearance and causing infections with huge cysts on her face. Lynn worked with real doctors to try to save herself, but it was just too late. Her face was completely disfigured and she never got a movie role again. She's now 72 years old, and although she's still an entertainer, she constantly gets plastic surgery to stay looking somewhat normal. No legal action was ever taken against the jealous friend, but many of Lynn's fans have publicly attacked the woman. Lynn herself has expressed regret for getting the actress in Mexico, but
and her friend did that to her.
Bro, listen. Again, I'm sad that your friend did this to you. I'm sad that your man is.
But at the same time,
but listen to me. Listen to me. This still goes back to love yourself. You feel me, Trip? You were beautiful. You did not need Botox. You should just let nature take its course. You was doing everything you was doing before then to keep your skin tight, to keep your body in shape. You like naturally, you would have gracefully aged into what you aged into. 𝘾𝙤𝙎𝙃 𝘼𝙗𝙃 is a 70-year-old lady. She's still gracefully beautiful, right? You know, she did, like she's older, but she not like, you know, she's still beautiful because she just aging with grace. Her sister, 𝘾𝐼𝙈, still beautiful. Angela Bassett, still beautiful. I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas say. But it's like, it's a demographic of motherfuckers that feel like I gotta hold on by any means necessary. I gotta, and then it gets so bad to where what you may have looked like just aging and getting older is beyond, like you went beyond just regular beauty. I could see if you cut on yourself and then it was like, all right, you made that shit, you brought that shit together. I see what you was trying to do. For the 9 times out of 10, y'all are fucking up.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Kim fucked up.
Bad.
This lady fucked
I'm
up.
looking at this
Most
image.
people do this shit and fuck up. Town
Well, Kim
finesse.
turned into make him.
Stop coming in here acting like you ain't 𝘍𝐿𝐽. I know that's you, Zev. I know that's you.
Dude, I'm looking at this image and I can't help thinking to myself,
That's not
it
me,
seems like
nigga.
this necklace, this choker is actually holding her face up.
That's funny as hell. If that necklace is what's keeping her face from going other places, God bless America for inventing shit like that. I know that's you, Spade. I'm fucking with you, cuz. Still, God bless America for inventing neck face
Anti-gravity
brace.
necklace. Yeah.
It's called the neck face brace.
Anti-gravity necklace.
The anti-gravity necklace. Anti-facetivity necklace. When your face just doing all type of fucked up shit that ain't supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I feel like
That's
if
what
this
we call
necklace
that.
comes loose, this face is just gonna slip right down her neck. You know what I mean?
When
Into her
your
bosom.
face is disrespectfully augmented because you wanted to trust somebody with the motor oil concoction. Is where we at. You thought a nigga had that motor oil solution.
Oh, you ever seen those guys with the oil muscles? The inject oil in their muscles?
The
I don't think that's supposed
synthol,
to go on your face though. Yeah.
the synthol shit. They put that shit in their muscles, then they flex their muscle like they really strong, but really it's just a sack of a built up sack of pus.
Correct. Or
Oh Lord.
That, I
I
mean,
don't
what
think
else
that's
is it? It's
supposed to
just
go on your
liquid.
face, man.
It's just
Yeah,
liquid
for
that
real.
turned into a bubble on their arm. It ain't even a muscle. If you punch that shit hard, their whole arm go ski. It's some weird motherfuckers in the world today, bro. Straight up. It's some people that's doing some shit to their body that's just like, I don't understand how you what y'all plan on. What was your plan on living after that? How did you plan on living your life after you did that shit to yourself?
Let me think.
When you injected all that shit into your armpits and flex your muscles so a whole bunch of juice and pus can accumulate. What was the plan after that? You thought you was really strong? Did you think you was really strong?
No, no, it's just aesthetics. That's aesthetics alone. You look strong.
But they don't look strong. They look sick.
I ran into this dude in Albuquerque. You can look him up. His name is Lizard Man. This motherfucker like cut his tongue like a snake, and he got all these like I don't even know these things in his eyes or make his face look like a the bumps on a lizard. Yeah, they call him
He
Lizard
put
Man
all
and
them
shit.
things in his head. Then he
He got piercings and
he
all
got
kind of like.
dude. Yeah, I know that.
He was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, one time when I was passing through there, and I ran into him at a gas station. That shit looked crazier in person than it do on TV. Oh man, I was like, and his tongue, that people was like, show us, and this nigga tongue is really like cut in two and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, man.
Yeah, he split his tongue. He got his eyeballs augmented, so he got the
You're right. He did it it's like I don't even know, tattoo maybe. I don't know. That shit was weird. Yeah.
Dude, didn't he amputate a couple of his fingers or fuse them together so he'd have
he did all that. He did all that. He put webbing between his toes, all of that shit. And guess what? When a nigga slap the shit out of him, he ain't gonna have no extra reptile powers. Nigga walk right up to him, slap his motherfucking jaw clean loose. He finna be reaching for a phone with some fused together fingers trying to pound 911 quick than a motherfucker. You can't ball that shit up tough enough to actually fight nobody. I'm sorry. It's just
I just don't know why it's a person. I don't know what he.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Why. I'm gonna tell you why. America worked too good.
That's right.
Do you hear what I'm saying, bro? America worked too good. America, right, actually did such a great job at so-called building a society of freedom, right? You free to do what you do, right? All of that shit. That's what America did. That America felt that if we give people the freedom to do what they do, and we build a society that's free of all of this bullshit, and people could just focus on bettering themselves, most people would just think of things that a better society and better themselves and all that. And America works so good that most white people have lived a life of relative comfortability and amenity, and they haven't taken that time to expand their knowledge outside of themselves to help other people. So what we find ourselves left with is people with idle time. And because America works so good inside of their idle time, these motherfuckers don't sit back and say, let me go buy a microscope so I can start to study some germs, and maybe me in my basement can, help make a breakthrough, or, put some fresh eyes on something. Or let me look up at the stars. Let me come up with some type of ways to, grow plants better or something. No, they say, you know what? I want to be reptile man.
Or have you seen the human dog?
I got some extra money laying around.
I don't think that's the name of it though.
The human who?
Okay, there's these people that identify as dogs, and they had a competition like last week, where these people walked actual people in on chains, and they did a dog competition because the people claim that they're dogs. Like, you know, I identify as I want, they identified as dogs.
Fuck the
I
dog
don't.
trick. Watch this. Me, Bankbone saw when a few years ago I showed thick ass white girls running around like horses, jumping over obstacles.
Oh yeah.
And I, am I making this shit up?
That's the
White
first
bitches.
thing that came to mind as soon as that
Oh,
nigga said that.
oh,
I'm like, damn.
white
And I thought this
bitches.
nigga was talking about furries at first.
Right, I did too.
No, it's like they still. I don't know. I don't see if I can find the video, but it's. I know it's not called the human. I think it's identified as a dog competition or something. But basically, yeah, these people they had muzzles on them and everything, and they did a whole competition, like walking them around and they prancing and like dogs. And they had a dog competition with people that
Not
claim that they dogs.
identified as a 900 credit score humbler. Can I just identify? Can I just say? Can I go in there and when them people run my shit and they say, sir, you cannot get $300,000.
Yes, I can. I'm trained 850. God
I've
damn
been
it.
identified as a 900 credit score for the past 6 months now.
Exactly.
Now Jay-Z told me that this credit score come with a black card. Now I don't know what y'all need to do. Because you treading on now, it seems like you mean to tell me I don't have the right to identify as a 900 credit score? Is that what we doing in America? We deny people their rights to identify?
That's right. And they cannot do that.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure it out.
They just pulling on you what we pull on them. You can identify as what you want. We just
Right, I'm just identifying as the shit that's worth something.
Exactly.
Because I'm trying to tell everybody in the world, listen, the smartest people in the world right now, you want to know who the smartest people in the world right now, humbling? Women who are shutting the fuck up.
Okay, what you're not gonna do?
Well, wait. I'm finna give y'all flowers and listen why. Listen why, humbling. Women who are shutting the fuck up are the smartest people in the world because they really want to snatch a bunch of you bitches by the neck and pull you in the closet and say, shh.
Yes.
This is talking too much. Don't nobody want to do or be no nigga. Did you finna give up? Bitch, can you be quiet? Because guess what? The secret in America always been that women knew. We don't want no parts of or what the fuck a nigga got going on. Women, whatever brolic bitch that couldn't get no man in her life lied to the rest of the unsensible women of America that, hey, you come do what a man can do and take.
You said Rosie the Riveter?
Bro, listen to what I'm telling you. Women that's being quiet, nigga. Savannah James is sitting back with a razor blade in her bag right now. Like, I wish a bitch would come around. Anybody that I know talking that shit, I cut your fucking face if you say some stupid shit like that around the Jameses, not the Savannah Jameses. If you listen, I don't give a fuck how much you think Beyonce works. If you come around Beyonce and them talking all that shit with a man, hey, she sold y'all that stupid ass shit. All my single ladies.
Hey, I was watching
Then she left the concert, go home to Jigga Man.
And the nigga Craig was like, gay men be writing most of the songs for like the pop star women.
Yes.
So it's like they be manipulating the mind to the expectation of like single women and shit.
Bro, because if you really think about it, most of this shit is written by gay men, right?
Well,
because,
not necessarily all they gay.
No, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm telling you. Writing a song ain't got nothing to do with your sexuality. You having great skills to write and figure out song structure is one thing. A person being manipulated by the content of your song, right, is a fallacy of them. You see what I'm saying? You can enjoy a song without being incepted into to the left, everything you all listen.
You making a way for R. Kelly.
Listen
Everything
to what I'm
you saying now, you making a way.
Right, because you're so fucking dumb by listening to, like, it's people out here that are singing that shit, and then in the middle of that stupid ass argument that you had off that song, you forgot, yeah, your name on this lease, but this nigga been paying the bills in this house for the last 8 months, you stupid motherfucker. You don't have no plans outside of trying to get somebody else up in here to pay some bills. Stop it. That's why that's why all the real women like Humbling, God bless her soul, because she be trying to save y'all. And guess what? I watch her try to save y'all. And every time she gets y'all close to the finish line, guess what y'all do? Open your fucking mouth. And it's like, you was right there. Why are you saying Humbling? You've been in the courtroom before. You didn't sink the lawyer. Look at his client and say, we right there.
Yep.
The judge gets, oh my God. You got it, brother. Don't say. And guess what this stupid ass nigga do? Raise his hand. Judge, can I say something? You think you helping something.
Exactly.
Because he did say he was going to pay me back on the 5th. Soon as you say the judge say the 5th. Wait a minute. Because right here it say the 4th. Well, I mean, nigga, why the fuck is you talking? Why are you talking, nigga?
Oh, he's like the smartest one in the room. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. Nigga be
Hey,
Humbling. I know you got some Humbling. I know you got some friends where you be like, I done walked you to the bag. This nigga don't know. But you tell him, girl, this nigga don't know you're an idiot. Don't say nothing. Allegedly Humbling. Listen, allegedly Humbling. Allegedly. You like, baby, this nigga don't know. That you don't gotta say nothing. You think you snapped. Look, I caught her. I caught you, though. I caught you by the feet. You almost went overboard.
Funny.
You sit her down and have that talk with her, Humbling. You say, this a good one. This nigga got good 401k. He got his own house. Baby, he's single. He got a good job. He ain't got no baby mamas lurking. All that. Listen, I'm telling you, he just all he needed looking for somebody. I didn't explain everything about you to this man. Please, you break it down to him. Now you know how you is. Don't say nothing about this or that. You tell him what to do. Just shut the fuck. You don't got to. You don't. And guess what? You put them two people together and you watch them, and that first 10 minutes, you be like, boy, I did good. It's beauty. And they just smiling and all that. And then the day go by and you tell your husband to talk to your homie, and he be like, man, she cool, man. And a week go by and you tell your husband again, go talk to your homie, and that nigga be like, boy, she was cool till that bitch got to talking. And they be like, what she said, man? He was like, man, she just talking. Why is she talking? Because guess what? It ain't what she said. She ain't saying shit. She just talking.
Yeah.
You ain't adding nothing. Just sometimes it's just best just to go along for the ride.
Man.
And these new women have incepted women. No, listen, I'm bringing it back. What I'm saying is that women have done other women a disservice by selling them this fucking fantasy of, I want to be a man. I want to do, bro. This is why everybody is depressed. Men have been the biggest justice men have done for their wives all these years is lie to y'all like the shit that we doing is really not that hard out there in the world. Do you hear me, Humlin? Niggas try hard not to bring none of that shit home. We do.
This shit ain't nothing, baby. This shit ain't about
It ain't
nothing.
nothing. I got you, baby. It's all to the good.
Both my fingers broke. My toe fucked up. My other boot waterlogged. I lost 5 tools last week. I got to replace.
Listen, and that's what I mean by talking, Bank. Because guess what, Bank? A nigga could, hold on, Humbling. And I'm not saying all. I'm saying some, but not all. But Humbling, you know, your husband could go to work and everything Bank said could happen. Nigga, the tools can fuck up. Some shit could fall, the wheel damn near fall off. I damn near get into a damn near 80 car accident, lose my life, drive in the ditch, pull it out the ditch, and get it back straight. You hear me, Humbling? Yeah. My lunch fucked up, it fell all on the floor, so now I just had to eat some chips and some shit that I got from the store. And when that nigga come home, guess what he gonna say? Hey, baby, how you doing? How was your day? It was all right. That's all he got. It was all right. And he gonna go on down in that den or wherever and watch his game. And guess what? Natural women gonna know that nigga probably went through some shit. But guess what? I'm better him than me. Here go your sandwich and your juice, sir. And I'm gonna go home. Most women go look at that like better him than me. Because I'm glad I ain't gotta do it. Yeah. Because you want to know why? When women started going out in the world, some but not all. And coming back home and saying, baby, guess what? All the tools fucked up. And then I damn near got in an accident and died because I was in a ditch.
Every single day.
And then the sandwich was messed up and I had to eat some shit from it. And you know what a nigga is sitting thinking this whole time? Like, shut the fuck up. I don't
did
care.
That all this morning. Everything you talking about happened this morning. That's one day out your life.
Single day.
Bank, do you hear me? It's so. Do you know how hard it is for a nigga to protect your feelings and not look you in the face when you saying all that? Like, I don't give no fuck. With a smile, like, I really don't. Like, I hear you, but motherfucker, do you like? I damn nigga, I was walking down the street the other day and a shootout happened, baby. I forgot to tell you about that. Remember when I told you about that? She be like, no. I'll be like, exactly. Because this shit happened and I'm alive, and so it's all to the good.
Dude,
and that might be a trauma that men got to get past, but God damn it.
Now, Robert, you already know.
Did your dad
know. Give me the pushback, TT.
Of course.
Go on, put your feet. Go on, take your shoes off. Put your feet in me. I know. Here we go, y'all.
Look, considering what took place on these YouTube streets tonight, y'all are worse than we are. I'm just saying, y'all don't let shit go. We don't. We talk about what happened that day, but y'all get emotional, getting your feelings. It's everybody else's fault. You know, and of course we say, yeah, baby, I know. Is there anything else I can do? Oh, come here, baby. Oh, yes, y'all are worse than we are. And when we ignore y'all, she don't even care, y'all. I mean, it gotta be another dude.
That's right.
It gotta be another dude. It's like, what day?
That's right. You want to know why?
I was sneezing.
Because I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit.
And you know, and of course, I'm picking because you're right. It's definitely that on both sides. But you know, I often say that all praise be to Black Jesus, specifically Black Jesus, because if I had to marry or entertain any of these guys in and around and on these YouTube streets, not all of y'all, there are exceptions, I would lose my damn mind. There's no way I can deal with these guys in real life. I'm like, are you really crying? You don't spend an hour ranting on YouTube over some nonsense.
When you listen to these niggas talk, Humbling, when you listen to these niggas rant, And when you listen to these niggas talk, and when you listen to them rave, and the ones that constantly go off and have issues and constantly scream and can't never seem to get their emotions in check, what's one thing you never hear them say that they finna go
My
do?
woman. Lay with my woman.
You never hear them on a random any day say while on the panel, hey guys, I gotta get up out of here. I got some coochie I gotta go get to.
Exactly.
And it's been fun talking with y'all. Or hey guys, it's been all right doing this. But I got this nice thing sitting here next to me, and I'm finna go on log off.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard a woman whisper in the background. You ain't
In the
never heard a
background,
woman in the
exactly.
background whisper, baby, you want some
Exactly.
juice?
Just
You want me to make
and
you a
we be
sandwich?
hearing AB in the back.
You want some
Exactly.
blunts from the store?
You might have to go and watch a movie.
Exactly.
You want
Bobby,
your feet
remember?
rubbed? You need your hair braided?
Oh yeah, exactly. Remember Moon 2 the other week?
Right. Moon 2
Yeah.
even was on this
That's
motherfucker
right.
with his old. Like, do you know how
Yep.
many men I've seen on this bitch that just be like, you know what, nigga? I'm through arguing with you. Let me mute you and go entertain some coochie right now because
Exactly.
this is disturbing my spirit. Me yelling back and forth with a man that I can't get physical fisticuffs with is irking my soul. So let me go get up underneath something soft and just act like you don't exist right now. These niggas be so angry, Humbly, and that's why we're not talking about them.
Exactly.
We don't. I'm not. This ain't. Listen, it's nothing red or blue pill about Bobby's perspective. If you can't get no coochie, you probably will stay mad for the rest of your life. It's no amount. It's no amount of advice niggas could give you to quell your heart on women be out here doing bad stuff, and don't you know when they just do this and then they cheat on you and then they we don't care, nigga. Don't nobody care. I hope you walk in. I hope you crying like that. I hope you walk in the situation and see her getting her back blown out. I hope it's a skinny nigga like me that look just like me with his socks on and one leg cocked up going crazy. Monkey black nigga, just like Bobby. Monkey black, cause you know I'm a monkey gorilla. I'm gonna show niggas a monkey. That baboon, look at that baboon. He hurting that lady. He about to kill her. Get him off of her. But nigga, you gonna come in that bitch with unhand her. Thought a motherfucker was in there killing somebody.
Yeah, but that's a great point. And of course, I would never suggest it's a one end all be all. But you're absolutely right. Sometimes I'll be like, dang, I ain't heard nobody in the background yet. Now, of course, those who've been around me a while, they know my situation naturally. So I'm just like, ain't no way your wife is on the road. Ain't no way that your wife is a traveling nurse or something that she's away from you. We never hear. Some of them who allege they have babies that's the size of your babies, you ain't them in the background. I'm not suggesting we're supposed to be hearing them banging against the wall, but I'm like, is anybody with you? Or are you sitting in the car like you said, where is your real life being entertained in the background? So yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I'm not saying you're supposed to come on here, like you said, I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to Pound Town. But you don't hear nothing. So it leaves a lot to the imagination.
You ain't never heard these niggas say, I'm going downtown with my old lady to go see a movie.
Exactly.
I ain't never heard you, bro. I never even heard a nigga.
Midnight.
Nothing.
Tuesday night. Nothing.
Y'all just on this bitch mad and yelling.
Yeah, for no reason.
And I know why you mad, bro. Listen, it ain't, bro. I know I get on here and we play humbling and we talk and I joke, be like, man, look at what these hoes doing to these bitches and these bitch ass niggas and all this, and I can't believe this woman. Trust me when I say, yes, it's differences between men and women that sometimes irk, annoy, and all of that. But 9 times out of 10, brother, I'm telling you, it ain't that much annoyance in the world that's gonna make me just be like, yo, coochie, I don't even want to be around no woman. You not that annoying.
Exactly.
If you could just keep picking out that much annoyance and irritation, brother, you gotta ask yourself other questions other than what's wrong with women.
Yeah, exactly.
Because most men already got that built in. Like I'm built to deal with the little annoying parts that I feel that's annoying about a woman. Because it ain't that bad. Like so what? So what? She want to talk all the time? Okay, because I'm making fun of it, but at the same time, it's like, okay, this motherfucker talk. Okay, talk. All right, I'm tired of you talking now. You ready?
That's one thing. Saying you ever had a chick who used to talk so much she even talked during sex, dude? I mean,
Keep talking.
Blah 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 blah. No, I'm not.
That means the sex was trash. The stroke was trash.
That mean it was trash to take words out.
No, but yeah.
No, man. I mean, building up to it during foreplay and everything, and this chick talking. It's like, what the fuck, man? Come on.
Yeah, but talking to be over quicker, and I can move on. Anything to get you up off of this, I'm like, damn.
No, she said anything to get you up off of it. That is crazy.
I'm speaking in third person, I want to talk about him specifically. Just in case somebody want to crop that out and say,
I don't know if her mic is supposed to be on my
random shit. Oh, your shoes are nice.
Look at anybody, we can look at the wall no more at the time because who has socks anymore? And you know what? Anybody you want to hold the phone, but you sitting there like, wait a second.
Listen, Humbling giving you niggas game. You know the bitch lying to you when she says some shit like, oh, you have such great posture. Keep going.
Oh. It's over with.
You want to eat your Wheaties.
I can't believe your structure.
Treat it like Mr. Lynn.
You have such consistency to your stroke. It's refreshing.
Hell no.
Where'd you learn that at?
Man, y'all hell.
I didn't need that much dick anyway. I was on a diet.
Hell no.
I had Vienna sausages for dinner, so this is consistent.
Oh, this is consistent. Right. It is just enough. Nobody needs all of that anyway.
So Hummer said, "There's some nice shoes." Hell no.
No. Look, Humlin talk like a goddamn professor, so she be having a nigga believing that. No, 4.5 inches is perfectly fine. The cervix is only 3 centimeters in diameter, 2 inches deep. That's perfectly fulfilling. Perfectly
it
fulfilling.
Only expands to extract a baby from.
If a bitch tell you
don't need to move.
If a bitch tell you your dick is fulfilling, punch her in the stomach. She lying to you. That's the only time. That's the only time you're allowed to put your hands in a woman. Hit it in the stomach with a telephone book. It won't leave a bruise. Put a telephone.
Old methods.
Don't never play with me and tell me my shit fulfilling. Goddamn it! You gotta open up a book and find some better adjectives. You know? Fulfilling.
We don't have to argue people.
I didn't plan on having that much tonight anyway. All right, you know, hey, Muntu, she go hit somebody else. That motherfucker send you home anytime before 10. Around that 10. Oh, it's 10:45. Ah, that motherfucker get the yawn. Your jaw ain't even move right. That's a fake ass yawn. Oh, you're tired. I'm tired.
Exactly. They can mix for you or something.
Motherfucker go sneak over there at 2 a.m. All you go hear is long poot sounds coming out that room.
Gotta make up for what was missed earlier.
I never thought it can. The poot. I seen the video the other day humbling. I swear to God, the shit had me crying laughing. The white lady was in the backyard with a black dude, right? And the white man called her cheated. She was like, he was like, just like Becky, what the fuck are you doing? And she was like, huh? What do you mean? Who the fuck is this guy? And he was like, oh shit. The black dude was like, hey man, look, I'm finna get up out of here. I don't want to be a part of your shit, man. That white lady was like, no, you stay right the fuck here. I'm gonna talk to him. I was like, whoa, this bitch, whoa. And she was like, look, that chill out, son. She was like, he was like, what the fuck is going on? She was like, yeah, you cheated. Remember when you cheated on me the other day with Sarah?
No.
And he was like, well, I told you about that. That was an accident. That was an accident, Becky. That bitch looked at him and said, well, his name is fucking Jerome, and I'm going to accidentally sit on his cock. I said, oh, my God. This motherfucker looked dead at that nigga and said, I'm going to accidentally go sit on this. I said, it's crazy. I'm going to find that video. That shit had me dying laughing. I said, nigga, this got to be a skit. Ain't no way she talked to her like that.
Still funny, yeah. It still be funny when you do capture the raw videos of being in real life. I mean, nowadays it's hard to tell because everybody want to make a skit, but yeah, the raw ones used to be funny. Shouts out to the chat. Yes, I am. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am Scorpio. I have not had sweet potatoes this week. Can you believe it? But I will make up for the sweet potatoes on next week. So yes, I have actually been doing pastas this week. So I had macaroni and cheese Monday. I had potato salad Tuesday, and I had rice tonight. So yeah, I'm making an attempt to address my kale with other partners. Trying to swing it up a little bit. But yes, I'll go back to my routine. But the kale is the staple, so the kale ain't no.
Oh, you didn't know married? I don't understand. I don't want to get in the middle of anything like that, or I mean, you need to go. I can go.
No, you're totally fine. You're staying.
I mean, you didn't see her ring?
Well, I actually haven't been wearing my ring. Actually, I was up until a week ago. You know what happened a week ago, right?
Is this okay? Like,
I think you should leave. I mean, I don't
think I should probably.
You're not leaving. You're not leaving. You're staying.
Can we talk?
Sure.
Yeah. You guys should
stay
definitely
right
do
here.
that. Okay.
Be right back. Okay?
You want to explain what's going on?
Why don't you tell me again what happened last week?
I told you it was a mistake. It was an accident. I mean, I thought we were going to get past that.
You had an accident, and I'm going to accidentally sit on his stain.
Yeah. Ooh. Whoop that hoe, whoop that hoe, whoop that hoe.
That motherfucker said that's why Don is staying. Chad finna come back and shoot the whole porno setup. Y'all done lost your whole mind.
Yeah, well, I just have to be out. Like, all right.
You said it happens. Happens to the best of us.
I'm being honest. You can fuck him, but I don't know what pussy you gonna do it with.
It ain't cheating unless you get caught. Won't he do it? You know what? I am Scorpio. That sounds like a great
what
idea.
I just said, huh?
No.
You could have sex with him, but I don't know what pussy you go, because the pussy I married, that's mine. So unless you got extra pussy standing around and you detach, like If you still on your single pussy, we're cool. Just detach your married pussy and put your single pussy on and go out there and fuck them with that one. But until you can find that one, goddamn it, now hey, you can do what you do as long as you do it with your other coochie.
And if any of you people are trying to decipher what Robert means by that, even Robert doesn't know what he means by that. It's past his bedtime, so he getting sleepy now. Because I'm gonna need you to break that one down, Robert.
He said, bitch, you ain't going nowhere.
I'm saying this, if I pass you a cup of water and I hand it to Trip and Trip hand it to Zev and Zev hand it to you, will you still drink that water? Nobody did nothing to the water. I just passed it down to Trip and Trip passed it to Zev and Zev passed it to you.
Yeah, because I've been to baseball games, so that,
Right. Now, if the same thing happened, hold on, wait a minute, Humbly. Now, same scenario, except when I passed the water, I stuck my finger in it, then Trip stuck his finger in it, and Zev stuck his finger in it.
No, Robert.
That's why you gotta go outside with your single coochie, and until you can find it, sit your hot ass down.
Man, the reason why I hate to do that because I hate to pick because now, ladies, I'm not gonna give them the real secret, but we have some of y'all we don't even count y'all, so it's just like it never even happened. So
listen, this is the reasoning I had with my wife. You saying she gonna find a different coochie to do it with, right? But I'm saying I told my wife this. Any time you decide to have an affair, and I know women don't, have an affair for having sex. They like the guy and they fall in love and so on.
Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to stop saying that bullshit.
Hey, you can leave that bullshit if you want to. You women out here getting their coochie demolished.
Yeah, I agree.
All demolishment.
This is my stance. If you decide to fall in love with another guy, then you will forever be lonely because he's gonna die. You wouldn't like me to kill everybody that you fall in love with you. So it's either me or nothing, man. How about that?
Yeah, we like for y'all to think that. Y'all know that.
If you fall in love,
y'all be surprised the conversations we have when y'all not around.
Love with a dead man.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm just gonna tell. I'm just gonna tell the
man.
Hey, but see, I'm just gonna tell my lady the truth. I'm way more player than you.
There you go.
You know who I am? I'm Bobby Knight.
There you go.
It don't matter what you go out here and do with your coochie. You finna be sick to your stomach once you see what I get out here and go do for it.
There you go.
Be honest with you.
That's what we want. Okay,
I'm not going. Listen, humbling. I'm not going to lie to you. Listen, humbling. Some, but not all. That's what I'm saying. I know it's some women who ain't got that, who that ain't that situation. But I'm saying, for the most part, if you a woman that think you finna go out here and play the game with your coochie and defeat a man, that's the worst way to think that you could defeat. I'm not saying that you can't go out here and find somebody else that's going. You feel me, humbling? I ain't saying you can't go out here and find somebody that's gonna do.
But that's not the defeat.
You ain't never gonna. I'm telling you, it ain't.
The defeat is y'all buckling because somebody else been in it. That's the defeat.
That's never humbling. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Y'all know how y'all go crazy.
Listen to what I'm telling you. That ain't never the defeat because every man know that feeling right there is like a super saiyan on the brink of death. Do you hear me, humbling? That feeling right there for every nigga that ever went through that feeling, come up out of it humbling, and guess what? It become the most insignificant thing in their life after that. It ain't a man alive that went through that heartbreak and came up out of it that don't look back at it and laugh like,
Laugh.
I can't
Hey, you
believe
know what? The
I can't
perfect
believe I
example of that.
like, I'm
Look,
talking about niggas who been married, got 5 kids, breakdown and all that, and them niggas be sitting back drinking beers, fishing out like, I can't believe I was sitting up there tripping off that dusty bitch like that. Even
hey,
if it's just it's something that's it break a lot of men,
yeah.
but it's also a large group of men that, and I'm saying, if you're a woman that say, hey, I've been in this thing with this nigga, and I feel like I can go out here and I got somebody else that's gonna love me, treat me right, and all of that shit. Yeah, that shit is gonna make a lot of men pause for the cause, probably for a little while. What I'm talking about, humbling, if you a woman that's saying, I'm finna go out here and I'm finna show you that niggas want me. Soon as you put a plural on the end of that word, you are giving the man all the energy he needs to not think about you no more.
Exactly.
Because even if he wanted you back, Humlin, like, even if you go and you find somebody else to go treat you good, that nigga will still be sick off of that, because it'll be like, that's my bitch. I want her back. She done found to another. If you go out here and you think you finna go play the coochie roulette and get a nigga upset, that's just gonna push him further and further into, I should have never gave a fuck about this bitch in the first place. There's most men that don't do that like that.
All right, so let me pivot you for a minute. So why Future was still crying TV away? I just use somebody that uses it again.
But I'm telling you, because Sierra did not play the coochie roulette game, right? Think about what I'm saying, huh? Did she play the coochie roulette game? Next time you saw Sierra, she was with her husband, right?
Yep, married, chilling.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, Humlin. That's what make a nigga sick. Now, if you want to make a nigga sick, leave a nigga and then go find a husband, a motherfucker that's gonna put you up and treat you so-called how you want to be treated on. That's why Future sick. If Sierra would have went out here and fuck Russell Wilson and then fuck Plaxico Burress and then fuck Patrick Mahomes, you feel me, Humlin? Then ain't like,
So Future, he's sick about that. He mad.
Yes, you know he's sick about that, bro. Any man gonna be sick about one that's being petty like that. That ain't no shame to say niggas ain't petty like that. Women petty like that. Motherfucker don't want to see you doing good. I want to see you fucked up out here. You only can be happy with me. Ain't that right, Humlin?
Not Plaxico. I'm still trying.
Plaxico Burress. But I'm being serious.
I know, right?
Women tend to get a little bit more upset at a man going on the coochie carousel than a man finding a wife, because, you know, a woman would tend to look at it like, nigga, I put you. I knew somebody was, you know, somebody with some gang was go gang your little slow ass up and all. You feel what I'm saying? You ain't did nothing but hop from one to the next. They ain't looking at that the same.
I don't know. Someone be sick by both of them.
Bro, I'm telling you, if a nigga go out here and all of a sudden, if a nigga do the shit in reverse, that what they call the hot girl summer, right? Like if a nigga go out here and he actually start working out, drinking water and shit, and all the pimples and shit clear up on his skin. All of a sudden, you hear me humming. All of a sudden, this nigga ain't never been to dentist before. All of a sudden, he went to the dentist, got all that little plaque shit moved up off his teeth, and oh, Humlin, you know I'm not lying. You know your girlfriends that seen. I seen Charlie the other day. Now this bitch want to start going to the dentist. Like,
that's 100.
I thought you ain't fuck with that nigga. Yeah, I seen Charlie. Now he in the gym now. Now all of a sudden this nigga want to do push-ups. I seen all of a sudden this nigga got a skincare routine. Yeah, I see the now.
Hey, hold
He
on.
goes to the barber shop every week.
This nigga using just for men.
Right. Man, they see that nigga out somewhere and that nigga got that smell good on. And now you know how to dress and shit, humbling and his line and good and shit.
He
They be
looking
sick.
refined.
You want to
He
know why they
looking
be sick?
refined.
Because guess why? When you was just a little nappy headed Charlie and I wanted your funky ass, huh? I was the baddest piece of coochie you could have ever got. You supposed to treated me with respect. Now you done went and worked out and all this little loose coochie up in here want you, nigga, and you acting like I ain't shit. I hate you. I swear they be mad about that, boy. Well, no woman want to see the nigga that upgrade. I upgraded you, nigga. You wasn't never think about cleaning your teeth before you met me. Nigga teeth been dirty the whole time he was with me. Soon as I showed him what a dentist was, now he gonna leave me and start going to the gym and getting his teeth cleaned every 3 months. Fuck that bitch ass nigga.
What's your bitch ass?
Humbling no. See, these Humbling know her friends.
Yeah.
See, that's why Humbling laughing, because Humbling know. It's a group of friends that Humbling got. See, all married women, when you get seasoned, you know what I'm saying? And my wife, she coming to that point in life, Humbling, to where reality's starting to kick her ass and she's starting to get seasoned, and it's like more and more life is putting everything in the place that it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying, Humbling? And as she gets older and she look around at her married friends, it's like they become closer and closer. And as she look around at her other friends, and I'm not saying they not good people, Humbling. I'm not saying that they bad people at all. I'm just saying something about women and single hoes. You know, married women and single hoes. I'm talking about when they get age, and it could be somebody you knew for 20, 30 years. It's like at a certain point, you be like, oh, bitch, I can only take you in like shot glass portions now. I used Humbling laughing because she know I ain't lying. I used to be able to pour a nice sized cup of this shit and deal with it. And, you know, I'll be able to get it down. Now that it's a little bit more seasoning on my game, I can only take you in shot glasses because I love my husband. You know what I'm saying? This is the underlying factor of all this shit. No matter what two people that have took that vow and those oaths go through, right? That love is unconditional. That's the ultimate form of unconditional love, being able to show that to somebody who, in all due respect, is a stranger. They not your blood. I'm giving this, you feel me, Humbling? That's the reality of it. I don't know if you even want to honor this shit for real, right? I could do all the due diligence that I do in the world. All I'm going off of is a feeling at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right? So people who step into that type of reality, that real contract, they not playing, because this really is life. You know what I'm saying? So when Humbling give you whores that little piece of advice, not saying that she doing it, but when she's saying it ain't cheap, you get caught, she's saying, funky bitch, take your marriage serious. If you finna step your funky ass outside, you bet not, you bet not even play like you doing some other shit. You done lost your fucking mind. You don't think it was bitches in the 60s that stepped out on them niggas? They knew if Willie Lee catch me out here loose with my this nigga finna kill everything in the house. I'm not playing with that nigga like that.
That's true.
And they gonna let the nigga know that. Nigga, I kill you if you come by my house acting like I know you. Bitch, if I'm in public and you raise your eyeballs up at me, like you recognize me. I'll be at your house tonight and will burn your shit down. I can't risk this shit. I can't risk that.
You know Willie Lee crazy, man.
Cause you know Willie Lee don't see, they respect that. And I know I'm playing about the violence part, but really what's the I'm playing to a certain extent. I'm serious, but really what's the overarching sentiment is that it's too much to risk. You see what I'm saying? If I'm gonna do that, I'm already taking a risk, and it's too much to risk just to be frivolous with it, because I'm not only am I ruining children's lives, marriages, sides of the family. Like, people took that shit serious. Motherfuckers don't take that shit serious now. So when you see motherfuckers shot up in the house, and you see
crazy nigga,
right, when you see motherfuckers shot up in the house, and when you see people killing over certain things and all of that shit, you got to think like motherfuckers got accounts, contracts, 401k. It's all type of shit tied up with this. People do less over businesses that fail. You feel me, Hummer? And this the ultimate business you can go in with a person, because it don't, like, depending on how somebody take them vows, that for life means something to different people. You feel me? Like,
I can definitely say he's big on that. He doesn't take it lightly at all. I mean, I know sometimes I'm gonna return to Sunday. I'm gonna say, you gotta be a woman.
That's what I'm telling you. With a man, it's a little bit more real, right? With a man, and like with a man, not saying that women don't take that for life serious. It's just the degrees in which we apply. You know what I'm saying? So it's like women take it serious for their reasons, and men take it serious for their reasons. It ain't that both parties ain't taking it serious. It's just that, you know, both parties have a different expectation of each other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real. I remember earlier.
You know, that's why when it comes to that cheating thing, right, real quick, that's why when it comes to that cheating thing, even though we being funny, and it, you know, it may be misogynistic in a way, it's because most men are coming in with that expectation. Most women have been grown with the expectation of what do you call that, resource, or some type of, you know, stability, you know, overall security and respect, and knowing that if something go down, this motherfucker can handle it and shit like that. It's like what the overall expectation be different from both parties. That's why, you know, historically, you know, you hear like the outside thing, like, oh girl, you stupid for taking him back for cheating and all of that shit. It's because, you know, whether it's good or bad, you know, women have been groomed a certain type of way. Men haven't been groomed that way, which is why men don't look necessarily, for the most part, historically, to go into marriage to, you know, be like, hey, I need you to provide this resource. And that ain't saying that it's you know, and that ain't even saying that it's on some like, oh, my woman can't work or nothing like that. It's saying that, yeah, if she work, she gonna work. But, you know, like Humlin work, but I guarantee you her nigga will work 5 jobs just to be like, I'm taking care of all this shit. She just working just to work. Would you feel me, Humlin? Like, she just working.
I mean, he's big on that, yeah.
Right.
So that means I can do the volunteering and do something I do. Like, he's like, he'd rather do that so that way I can be there, you know, like doing food delivery and all that. Yeah, he loves it. I mean, and literally, when I tell him, I'm like, I get like 40, you know, breakfast deliveries in 2 hours. And he'd be like, well, find me another contract. I'll make that up for you. Like, literally, that's just, you know, what he'll say do. So, yeah, you're right. You're definitely right.
Right.
Yeah, he's
and that I don't even know if that's good or bad, Humlin. That's just like an is thing. You know what I mean? Right. Like,
yeah.
And it's saying that most men are going to find a level of insignificance in if a motherfucker have to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, even if a motherfucker got to do that, men will try to overcompensate in a million, you know what I'm saying, in a million ways. Like how they say, well, what if your woman working a nigga is a house husband? It still work in that it still be damn near the same thing in that scenario. Like this nigga will go but be doing like just being a house husband probably won't even be enough for this nigga. This nigga will be the house husband, the fixer of the house, the side job man, the nigga that, you know what I'm saying, do this,
Yeah,
drop
but
out
dude,
the kids off,
that's
cook
kind of
dinner,
the life
like.
I live right now.
But that's
It's almost the kind of life I live right now. Almost, you know what I mean?
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like and I'm not saying this ain't some but not all, but it's just a thing to where black men, I can't speak for no other men, but black men don't put the same onus on them, and it might be wrong. They just don't put the same onus on them stepping out, because it's damn near like a drop of the mind. They're not like, I know a lot of times, like when I used to see my step pops and my granddaddy get caught up in shit, I used to be like, this nigga not even thinking. You feel me, humbling? Like this nigga just doing shit. Like, was this nigga even thinking when he was doing this shit? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this how insignificant it be to the nigga. It's just like a raw action. You know what I'm saying? Women, for the most part, they think that shit in a whole different type of way because of culture. Not even saying that it's a right or wrong thing, but just culturally, they were bred. They were raised. Most women were raised and bred in a certain type of way to like innately know that I can step on a man's ego in a lot of ways, except this, for lack of better words. You feel me, Humna? Like, I know, like most women know, once I step on your ego like this, did you feel me? That just is what it is. That just is what it is. Once I go to this point, there's no return. And most motherfuckers, it take a lot.
Yeah, black men don't cheat. Exactly. I upgraded you, you ninja.
Black men don't cheat. God damn it. We
definitely do upgrade y'all.
Yeah, we just look around. Shout out to my goddamn mama didn't put up in the chat. Salute. I don't even know how she even got the link. She on Facebook with her crazy.
Big up.
Big up, Mom Dukes. God damn it.
Shout out to Mama Bobby.
Hey, listen, Bobby.
But you know,
because to something.
She raised me like this. God damn it. My mama. Listen, no, I'm being honest. My mama.
Upgrade y'all, Scorpion.
Listen, what I'm telling you. My mama is one of them women who, like, she will become disgusted. She be disgusted when she hear about women getting caught cheating or women stepping out on their husbands and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if it's even for like it's like that's that old school shit. Not that you doing it, but like, what the fuck is you out here doing? You feel me, humbling? Like, you're reckless. You're loose.
Why?
Yeah, it's a level of grace you're supposed to carry yourself with. You know what I'm saying? It's a level of elegancy you're supposed to carry yourself with. You dig? And I don't know if that's that's that old school training. That's that bougie ghetto shit, because I love my mom. My mama is one of the bougiest black out the project motherfuckers you will ever meet. And I'm sorry, mama, for cussing. You know I love you.
Your mama in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My mama knows she one of the rich. My mama is one of the bougiest, like, elegant, like one of them, she one of them people that just, she will curse you out without cursing at you. and she will check you without checking you. And it would take you a second to kind of sit there and think about what she said to you before you realize, like, that lady was. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that's all my aunties and older cousins. They do that shit. And you like, did you just say I'm a bitch ass nigga in a nice way?
Right, that lady was.
Did she just check me, dog?
Right. My mama would say some shit like my mama would see a lady, and this is just a hypothetical. My mama would say we out somewhere like a family reunion, somebody got a baby. And my mama would see the baby, she'd be like, "Oh, this your baby? Okay. All right, okay. I see you got yourself a new outfit. That's nice." And walk away. And they'll be like, "Oh, thank you, huh?" And they'll sit there for a second and be like, "Wait, did that lady just say I don't get my baby new clothes?" And you will sit there and look at that baby. And you'll look at yourself and you'll be like, "Wait a minute. Auntie just came over here and checked me about my dusty babies in a wild, respectful way."
Yeah, mine never got this saying now. Look at him looking like he looking when they see an ugly baby. Look at him looking like he looking. I said, what does that even mean? And I looked at the baby like, oh gosh, he is looking like him. I feel you. But that's a nice way of doing it. I like that better than just some of the stuff that go on now. It's a little too rude.
Hey, that's real. I'm one of them type people.
Man, I remember my mama came to my old apartment when it was me and my old lady and it was just my daughter, right? And you know, me and my wife, you know, call ourselves doing something, you know, throwing our little touch on there, you know what I'm saying, putting our conscious African shit up there. You know what I'm saying? We got shit all on the wall and, you know,
The
little
RBG
trinkets
shit,
up. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't no RBG shit, but just look, you know, little trinkets and statues and just shit, you know, and, you know, we got the house decorated how we want it. You know what I'm saying? And my mama came over to the house and, you know, she looked around and, y'all, this nice. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, y'all, you know, who did all of this? And, you know, us sitting there, you know, all proud and shit, smiling. And like, yeah, me and my baby, we did this, mama. You know, we hooked this shit up. She was like, okay, look, she didn't even break a beat. This her talking. I'ma go on Amazon tomorrow. I'm gonna order some curtains. Yeah, and I'm gonna get this rug that I synced off Wayfair. Then in the kitchen, it's these nice things that I synced. I'm gonna get those, and I'm gonna get these towels that go right over this stove thing right here. And in this bathroom, it's this curtain that I synced on at TJ Maxx. I'm gonna go in there and get this curtain with these rugs. And it's a nice little set that go with that. And y'all comforter set, you know, you could use that as like the guest set because it's another one that I just synced on. No, this is literally how she has said. Yeah, that could be like when the guests come over, y'all could use that comforter set, like for them to put on the couch, to lay down on the couch or something like that. But I'm gonna get y'all a comforter set from Amazon, the one with the, you know, with the 1,000 count cotton shit and all that. Yeah, that nice one. And I'll get y'all some pillows from Burlington, some extra pillows and all that stuff. So
hey, that's a good thing though, because rather than making a big fuss, don't make them corrections. And it might seem like a politely chomp off, but she just, hey, I see you need some corrections.
It's more than a polite chomp off, bro. That lady would literally look at your whole shit and be like, wrong.
Yeah, like nah.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Guess what? Everything you just did ain't the right way.
My mom did that to me on my first apartment. She came over with Kurt. Like she came in there one time, she looked around and she really didn't say nothing. And The next time she came over, I had like a big table in my kitchen, and she put some curtain rods there, some curtains, and I just looked at her like, why she do that? Then she bought the things to go in there to put the curtains up, and so I started getting the hints like, oh, I am just sitting in this
Hey,
house.
I hope my mama's still in the chat. I hope my mama's
Dude,
still in the chat.
every time I go
Listen
back
to what
about
I'm
this,
telling you, bro. I
I'm
was
actually
19
going back.
years old. Listen, I'm 19 years old. I got a record deal. I'm in Detroit. I'm up there. I'm thinking I'm just the nigga, the ultimate nigga. You hear what I'm saying? I'm up there dealing with this, fine stripper. She bad. She older than me. She like 24. I'm talking about nose in the air. I'm like, man, this is my lady. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if she stripped. You know what I'm saying? This me. That's just what she doing. She like old girl off Players Club. She doing this to get to college or some shit. You feel what I'm saying? So her people from St. Louis, my people, we in St. Louis. We come back. We drive back from Detroit. And I'm all geeked up. She didn't let me meet her daddy and shit. Her daddy cool, nigga in the wheelchair. Hey, I like you, son. Daddy old gangster killer nigga. And I made the mistake of bringing this lady to my mama house. And we get to my mama house and walk in, and I'm, hey mama, hey mama, this my girl. Hey, how you doing? This Keisha. Now then my mama was like, hey, how you doing, young lady? Oh, okay. And she was like, hey, can I talk to you real quick, son? Back here, you know what I'm saying? Hey, no problem, mom. And this lady sitting in the living room. Now, from my mama room to the living room ain't far. And it's not like you could talk if the door closed and somebody can't hear what you're saying. But for some reason, my mama walked me back to her room. I think she finna walk me back there and like tell me something about, something going on with the family or something. She walked me back there in the room. And the door open. And old girl is sitting in the living room on the couch. And my mama say, now, baby, why would you bring a stripper to my house? She's a stripper. And I'm talking about my jaw could hit the floor. Because my mama is not controlling her volume on purpose. You hear what I'm saying? She is not saying this loud, but she's not saying this at a respectable volume. If you get
Yeah, it's putting it all out there.
she is putting this shit out there. And I'm sitting back here in this room like, mama, please, like, calm down. Right? She fine. My mama like, no, you'd have brought a strip up in my house, baby. Like, what the fuck is going on in Detroit in so many words? And do you know, within like 2 minutes of this conversation, the next thing I heard was the front door screen opening and shutting, right? And as I'm leaving out my mama room, going down the steps to the front door, looking out the door, I see my old lady running up the street to her car with her hands in her head, just crying, just like she is losing
It's fucked up, but that's funny, man.
No, she losing it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why would my mama do this? I'm like, mama, why would you do that? This lady don't got no chill. And that lady ran up the street, man. I ran up the street after her, baby. Don't cry, baby. She's like, no, your mama mean. I don't even know what to say. And I'm telling you, I don't even know what to say because I'm so used to my mama being mean like that. It don't even, you know what I'm saying?
Don't even register,
It registered, bro. Trust me. It irked me still to this day, but I just know that's, you know when you know somebody just they way like them old folks they way, you just be like, that's just her. You either go like it or hate it. It ain't at this point. Hey, she just gonna say what she gonna say with no filter. But it's like but it ain't go. You gonna think you're damn near gonna be like, is this lady playing?
But that's a lost art. That's a classy way of doing things and setting boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Also warning you in so many words. You know,
My mama
it's a
will
lot
walk
of
up
people.
to a lady and say, ma'am, I know you probably don't know this, but this is not how ladies dress at funerals.
I like that. Yeah, for sure. That's what's
Like,
up. You for
that's what type
real?
of lady my mom is like. This is not
That's what
what
we
we
call the
That
polite.
yeah.
I
don't
chump
dress
you
like
out without all extra cussing.
we don't dress like that in public. Okay.
See, when you talk to people like that, that really hit them in their soul.
Supposed to.
They be like, damn.
Some of these girls are just
It make them really think.
whatever, and you know. But yeah, that remind me of my Aunt Faye. She was like that. She smoke a black and mild with you, but she gonna say some shit. It's family events. Look at how she dressed on that hussy time. I just said to her, so I guess we on hussy time, huh? Like, oh no. Like, Aunt Faye, come on. Come on. Whose kids is these? Why they got these
My
little
granny,
This ain't how no little girl supposed to dress. I was like,
man, my
time
granny
to
like
go.
that. All them old, but I love my mom. I love that she's like that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I love that she like, because at this point, it's so comical to me. You know what I mean? And I like to see. I like at this point. I like when other people, you know what I'm saying, get a glimpse of it. You know what I mean? At this point, you know, when my wife first met my mama, she was like, "Boy, I got to take that lady in doses. She don't give a fuck what she say." I was like, "Baby, I tried to warn you. You know what I'm saying, but it ain't. It you know, my mama don't like when I listen. When I first got with my wife, this before me and my wife married. You dig what I'm saying? Before we got children, I remember we you know, cause she from St. Louis too. We visited, right? I'm a grown man. We live together, bro. You hear what I'm saying? Me and my wife we living together at this point. You feel what I'm saying? We come back to St. Louis, and I remember we was finna get a hotel room, but my mom was like, "No, y'all can stay here." You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm like, "Cool." You know what I'm saying? That's all right. Boy, when I went in that room, my mom was like, "Hold on, what you about to do?"
That's that old shit. You
I'm
can
like,
come to the
"Mama,
house with your
I'm
girl, but
about
you
to go to
cannot sleep
bed.
in the
I'm a
room.
grown man, dog." I'm like, "Mama, we not,
Not in
Mama,
my
please
house.
don't tell me." She was like, "Baby, that's not your wife. Like, y'all not, you know, I don't play that shit." I said, "Mama, are you serious?" She was like, "I made your pallet in the basement." I said, "Mama, do you know my old lady got to sleep in a big ass bed by herself? I'm in the basement on some shit made up on the floor like I'm 14 again, dog." Do you hear me? Cuz
Oh, the palette is
I said, "Mom,
crazy.
this ain't no motherfucking bullshit." I say, "Mama, I'm grown. We live together, Mama." I say, "Mama, when we live here, we going back to our house to sleep in the bed. Is you crazy?" Well, that's shit. Y'all do what y'all do in y'all house. Y'all do what y'all do in y'all house. In this motherfucker, you go your ass in the basement. And she serious, dog. She not joking.
Mama not
That ain't
finna have no
play.
fornication. Not finna have no sin up in this
Dog,
house.
listen. I'm telling you how real it is. My granny, like, I remember when my auntie and my mama, when they was all dealing with like my step pop, you know what I'm saying? And and all of them when they, before they got married and shit, you know what I'm saying? When all of them was just like staying together and all of that. When my mama came back to visit with my step pops and my auntie with her nigga, do you know my granny did that same thing? Had them niggas standing, they was in tents in the basement, dog. I remember that shit to this day.
Oh my God.
And I remember it because it was a family reunion, and my uncle 𝘾𝙤𝙎𝙃 came up from Mississippi with his girl at the time, who, you know what I'm saying, he eventually married, and this nigga had to stay in a tent.
Damn, even gotta
Granny had my mama, which was my step pops, before it was my step pops, that nigga in the basement, my auntie nigga in the basement, and my uncle 𝘾𝙬 in the basement in tents, and the women was upstairs. I said, boy, if y'all, I didn't understand that shit at the time. Them niggas was in tents in the basement.
They were sequestered.
Yeah, growing up in the country, they tell you that you basically can't have no relations inside of mama house.
Ain't no second up. Y'all know niggas fucking in the house. Like, ain't gonna be no sneak fucking in the house.
Yeah.
And they stood on that. The only motherfucker getting some cutty under this roof is the grown-ups. And I'm like, God damn, mama, you still holding on to this shit. This 2012.
I'm a big fucking boy, mama.
I still gotta go sleep in the basement like this. I'm finna marry this lady. We live in the same
hit the pallet. Hit the pallet.
My mama pointed me to that basement so fucking quick. I said, baby, we get in the room tomorrow. Fuck that shit. I said, I know we was trying to save a little bit of cheddar, but nigga, we spending one night in this motherfucker, just me and you, because this hell no.
My nana was so messed up that my mama was actually been married for 25 years, and she would do that to my mama and her husband till we used to go down to Austin. They were like, y'all can stay over there. We ain't staying over there. And they would go get a room and drop us the kids off at Nana house, and they would go and get a room because they were like, no, she gonna try to separate us. Yeah, they gonna separate us. They married though, man. They like, oh, that's how they were raised. You don't mess around in mama house. Like, yeah. They ain't having it. I don't care if you're married.
No spirits in this house, goddamn it. You ain't doing none of that nasty shit up in here, boy. Oh, mama's a trip, boy. I love that lady. That lady is the funniest. See, that's when you come up. I think like when people say I can do stand up, I understand like motherfuckers who come from a funny family. You know what I'm saying? Because my family is funny without, people just be funny without even just trying to be funny. The shit that they do, like, but you the one that can like look at everybody and like analyze them and be like, this shit, if somebody tell y'all a story, this shit will be gold. Cause y'all motherfuckers do not know how crazy and fucking funny y'all is with some of the shit that y'all do. For real. You know what I'm saying? Like my mama, my mama one of them people, like, if you come in her house, like say like you was my homie, right? And my mama, and like we was in the streets and shit, and my mama was like, found out we was in the streets and we selling weed and shit, you know what I'm saying? And we, you know what I'm saying, we doing shit like that, and say, you come over to the crib, because motherfuckers come over and they crash and shit. So say one night you come over to the crib and you done crashed in the basement and you sleep on the couch and I'm upstairs sleep. Boy, you might wake up in the middle of the night with my mama with that oil putting the motherfucking cross on your fucking forehead.
Yeah, the holy oil on your head. Oh man.
Boy, do you hear me, Mr. C? Nigga, my mama will be creeping through that fucking house at 2 a.m. And nigga wake up in the morning and be like, hey, Bobby, cuz I damn near shitted on myself, boy. Your mama came down the motherfucking steps with that oil. and I was asleep because you know we high. I'm drunk. Nigga, and I'm waking up out my sleep because I feel a motherfucking Jesus with his hand on my motherfucking forehead drawing crosses.
Hey, that sound like your mama knows some shit.
Anointing his ass, man.
Yeah.
Our mama used to go put them motherfucking crosses on my forehead when I was asleep. I'd jump up out my sleep. Mama, what the fuck going on? Hey,
I don't know if I
can't
got.
be doing that.
I don't know if we got that. If I got your new Discord, but boy, when we do get on the Discord, I got some shit to tell you.
I'll say less. Come on.
Not for the YouTube.
All right, I got you. Yeah,
Yes.
man. But that shit funny as hell. That shit funny as hell, man. All my family funny as hell. I love them. I love them goofy motherfuckers. They all out they motherfucking mind.
I ain't gonna lie, your pops, man. When I say I was so blown away by that knowledge, man, it's almost like I met him before, or like I knew him.
My pops is the craziest / conscious nigga you will ever meet in your life.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When I talked to your pops, I said that's why that nigga done.
My pops, bro. A part of why I'm so militaristic is because my pops had me. My mom and my pops was high school sweethearts, right? You know, even though my mama, got with my step pops, I was still, around my father. You know what I'm saying? My step pops was a cool nigga too. You know what I'm saying? But my pops, they was 19 when they had me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when I would be with my pops and this nigga in the projects, west side of Chicago, Henry Horners, like at 5, 6 years old, this nigga be like, come on, we finna walk these 16 blocks. I used to be like, huh? Yeah, come on, little nigga. And this how he talking to me, like, yeah, come on, dog. My Uncle Harold, my pop got 3 brothers. 3 brothers, and you know what I'm saying? RP had 3 sisters. RP my auntie Gwen. Right? It was 6 of them. My pop's the youngest out of all of them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
My Uncle Harold, his nickname in the projects was Killer Cobb. Right?
Yeah.
My other uncle, who his name is Odell, but they call this nigga brother. Think about how crazy you got to be if your nickname is just brother.
Brother.
Listen, my Uncle Harold, the nigga who nicknamed Killer Cobb, he even say, "Don't fuck with your uncle brother." Do you know how many niggas I met that done told me your uncle brother done stabbed me up? Cause
When you got a name like brother, usually that's that one
like
name.
my uncle brother is known for knife crimes. So peep game. This me at 9 years old sitting in front of the Henry Horner projects in the car. My Uncle Harold, my uncle brother driving. They're in the front seat. I'm in the back seat with my daddy. And it's a nigga walking across the field. It's nighttime. It's a nigga walking across the field. My uncle look in the back seat. He look at me. He say, nephew, you see that nigga walking across the field? That nigga owe me some money. When that nigga get up on his car, if he don't have my motherfucking money, I want you to blow his motherfucking head off. Do you think I'm making this story up? Cause
hell no.
This nigga pulled out the gun. I'm 9, nigga.
Gasp.
You like, what the fuck? Damn. And look, and you being now, you like, well, shit.
Hold on. This ain't, bro. My daddy in the car with me. I'm 9. He pulled a gun out. I'm in the backseat with my daddy. He hand the gun to me. I look at my daddy. My daddy looked back at me like, nigga, what you finna? I'm like, this, y'all some crazy. I take the gun, cuz I'm nervous as hell. The nigga get up on the car. He get in the car. What up with it? What up with the hair? What up, Harold? Harold like, hey, nigga, yeah, what up? You know, they talk that jive turkey shit, 80s shit.
Yeah. I'm finna bring that talk.
Got my
back.
money.
Gasp.
No, cuz give him the money. Harold look, he say, boy, I'm glad you had that money, because if you didn't, boy, I was gonna have my nephew blow your motherfucking head off. Cuz look in the back seat, see me with the gun, he say, oh, man, hell no, hell, man. Y'all got this little ass nigga out here with the gun and shit. You niggas crazy as hell, man. What the fuck, that nigga? Y'all got that little ass child out there with this motherfucking gun, boy. Boy, get y'all crazy. Man, but you nigga that lost y'all mind. And when I tell you, bro, the look on my daddy's face was so proud. I was like, boy, this is y'all niggas.
It's a different
Y'all
kind of
niggas,
life, bro.
See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, most people like your pops, a lot of people ain't gonna know this when they have that much wisdom and speak with so much humility. They done been through so much shit from both sides. So you see what I'm saying? So that's how him going through all that and being who he was when he was younger made him the man he is today, if that makes sense. And everybody don't, they not that fortunate to receive that kind of knowledge from going through so much different avenues of life, different experiences. You get what I'm saying?
You know, man, circumstances made you who you are, you know?
Yeah, it made him who he is. That's just like when I was talking to dude earlier. When I was talking to dude earlier, I wasn't trying to be rude when he was saying about, the black culture, they're attacking young black culture and this, that, and they might tote their guns and I said, nah, you gotta learn how to separate that shit. Cause I said, I'm from that. I got involved with that shit heavily when I was young. To the point I don't even remember certain shit. Niggas be telling me shit I used to do. I'd be like, nigga, I wasn't that bad. And then nigga, shit, the fuck if you won? I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, man.
Well, the reason why I was saying that to you, because I don't talk about a lot about my past, but I used to be in the streets. I banged the gang, you know what I'm saying, heavily. You know what I'm saying? So I do know. I'm just saying I seen these young dudes that I'm around, and I'm actually thinking the outlook look a lot better because like I said, when I grew up, I didn't see dudes doing what these dudes is doing, like getting their kids, being more focused out the streets and into like getting in jobs and stuff. And that's why I was like, it's kind of fucked up because they are doing some good things, but they are still kind of, like I said, getting ratchet in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Kind of playing with them guns, dibbling and dabbling and. Because they gang stuff ain't like our gang stuff. Our gang stuff was actually a gang. They be having
Depending
cliques
on
and
where you
shit.
live at, though.
Yeah.
You live at, a lot of these young niggas are exercising their rights more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So a lot of times, I think like in a place like I can only speak where I'm at. In a place like St. Louis, where you see high violence, high crime, it's literally the lack of gun discipline. You know what I'm saying? You want niggas to be able to have their guns, but the fact that the gun laws are a certain way, and when you look at a lot of these places where it's high violence, like the gun laws match it, right? And it ain't that the gun laws are a problem; it's the education that come around that. You dig what I'm saying? It's a level of respect and understanding that motherfuckers gotta take with, now you 18 and you able to go purchase this weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, that come with a level of the level of education that we done not giving our teenagers. You see what I'm
That's fact.
Responsibility.
the other
I
one?
was gonna say, but that's also a good thing because when I grew up, we wasn't getting. I didn't even know you could go to the like. I knew you could go to the store and get a gun, but it never crossed my mind. My first like few guns was, probably some guns that probably could have got me fucked over because they
Right.
probably was
Yeah, well,
dirty. But I was
that's
buying
the
them off
point
the,
I was about to come to.
I
That's
started
what
off
we
the
That's the point I
same
was
way.
about to come to. Me, where we from, it's like guns. You do not have access to a gun unless you really, really living outlaw life. You know what I mean? I've done that shit, but along with living that life, we who were in it had to learn the responsibility of moving with that weapon and not having it, overtake our minds. As in, you think you powerful now, you whip it out at any. It was
But
not like
that's
that.
what that's where the
You had
problem
to
comes
learn the
I
responsibility
was
of
in.
having
Guess
it.
no.
what?
I would
Today,
say my bad.
today you got a lot of youth that's it's almost like that thing to where you can't go back. It's like we're pushing forward. It's no going back now once certain doors are open. So
Mhm.
you got to lean more on the side of education. So today now when I'm like because I deal with the youth, I go out and I do community activism. So one thing that I try to get the youth to understand, especially the ones that's of age and can go out here and legally buy weapons and things like that, is look, go train yourself. Go
Exactly.
gain self-discipline. Because
Hmm.
one thing that I'm starting to notice, and one thing that's being pushed in communities where that I'm starting to notice like certain change coming, is that once you start to educate the youth on gun discipline, they become more relaxed because they become more comfortable in defense more than offense. You see what I'm saying? It's like I know how to defend myself more than I know how to offend somebody. You dig what I mean? So it's like that weapon, that gun that they come on now, it's more of a utility than the ego boost that they get from it. To just gonna have to like get it off. Because 9 times out of 10, the excitement that's coming from the weapon is you want to shoot this motherfucker, right? That's
Hmm.
logical.
You want to use it. You know what I mean? You want
Right.
you
You
want to
want to
use it.
use it. Right. But the thing about that is that we're not educated on, hey, it's proper places, it's proper uses, it's proper things to do that. Which is why I'm so for like when I be seeing the quote unquote the little YNs or the hood niggas out there and they on YouTube and they out there doing gun safety and they showing motherfuckers the new guns and they going out in places and they they in the woods and they doing proper shooting range or they going to the shooting range, because that's the type of education that I'm pushing to the youth out here. Like, man, don't just have your gun. You gonna have to let off steam with it. And with letting off steam, that comes with training. And once you train yourself and start getting the education and being around more people in that, you automatically, because we got to respect the fact that gun culture is just like car culture or anything else, just like music culture or anything else. But the only thing else, you don't want niggas to be trash gun culture. Just like I don't want niggas with trash beats. You feel what I'm saying? But trash gun culture should be taken more serious than a nigga making trash beats. You feel what I'm saying, Trip? Like, you don't want a nigga with a gun having trash gun culture. So you want to indoctrinate them, for lack of better words, into being around places where they go be around people that, hey, what type of gun you got? Oh, okay, this is that. This how you operate that. Let's go
So
to
my baby brother, he wanted a gun, and I ended up helping him get one. But I made him take a gun safety course at a shooting range before I allowed him to like really go and get a gun, because I wanted him to know like this is what you're getting into. They're gonna tell you how to load it, how to properly put it away. Because my niece be down here sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Just everything to go in. He got the gun lock and all that, but he a square. He just exercising his right. He can have a gun. He want to be. I'm not saying it ain't even an ego boost for him. He carried it and you won't even know he got it on him. Like the other day, he came to the house and he
Well,
took it off of him
that's
and
the
just
right
set it on my
way.
table, and I was like, "Boy, I didn't even know you had that shit on you the whole time." I was like,
Yeah,
"I'm
well,
proud
that
of
is
you
the right
because
way,
you
bro.
ain't out here
That's
like
the
Billy
right way.
Badass with that shit, you know."
You
But he
understand,
go shoot
brandishing
like
that shit every
every 2
minute.
weeks at the range. I got him a little subscription, and I make sure he know what's up, you know.
Hey, can y'all
So,
hear me?
Yeah, we
yeah, I
can
can
Yeah,
hear
hear
you
you.
now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bobby damn near took the words out my mouth. When I was young and didn't know too much about guns and I'm running the street and trying to buy any hot one I can get and all that, my mindset was, damn, first motherfucker try me, they gonna get it, blah, 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 you know, just young, dumb attitude. When I got older and got into them and started working for a manufacturer, started taking self-defense classes, taking armed security classes, once you learn how to properly use it, because I went from couldn't hit shit with a pistol to I can hit some 50 yards, 75 yards with a handgun. Once you learn how to use that weapon and know what it can do, you have more of a respect for it and more of responsibility. Like, hey,
Yeah,
this ain't nothing to
more
play with.
responsibility.
This is like a
Yeah,
last resort option. You
it
know what I'm
hits
saying?
you because until you go out and start
exactly.
firing at that range and understanding and all that, like most niggas who get a gun, like they get into gun violence, they first time using a gun be against other people.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They not trained on a gun at all because first of all, they ain't went the proper steps a lot of times to acquire the gun, and then like a lot of times here, even if they did go the proper steps to acquire the gun, it's still that stigma. Like they, you know what I mean? Like it's that certain stigma that, bro, you can go to the range, you can go to like you're not a criminal, bro.
Exactly.
You can go to the like the same way the quote unquote white boys or the rednecks they go get good at this shit. Yeah, you go to them same places. You
Yeah,
can
And
go
get
out in the
good.
backwoods. You can
yeah,
go if you
man.
find some you can you could literally go somewhere, drive, find a white dude or somebody with some property, pay
Mm-hmm.
him $100, $200. Say, hey, bro, you got some property back here. You mind if me and the gang go back here on your land and shoot? Like people do that all the time. Can we
All
go
the
back
time.
here and shoot? You got a pond back there. Hey, you mind if I give you $100 and go fish in your pond? That folks like people like we got to get away from it. And I know it's probably certain sundown towns and places where people like, oh, we don't go. Yeah, I stay away from them places.
Mm-hmm.
But of
You want to
course,
know what's crazy,
it's
cuz?
other places where you can go get that off. Go ahead, gang.
Like even with that culture you speaking about, right? Like even like when I got my first gun in the ghetto, niggas, I brought that bitch to the set. Niggas like, what the fuck you got a gun for? Ain't nobody trying to kill you, boy. like niggas don't even think you need to have guns
Right,
if you
just
ain't
a
got no
gun, just
ops.
because I'm
Yeah,
American, nigga. I
dude.
can't
To be
protect
honest, the few times that I did have to, pull out my weapon and really let people see it, it was not for actual intention. You know what I mean? It was just mainly for control. You know what I mean? If nigga get too fucking out of line, just like, dude, just relax, no man. You know what I mean? It was mainly to control the situation, and not really. Very few occasions have been, to that point where you really want to lick somebody down. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a great responsibility to be carrying a gun, bro. You gotta learn how to walk with that shit. You gotta learn to be cool. You gotta learn to be calm. Yeah.
Yeah, I made my brother buy a holster,
first
fucking a lock, take that course. Cause I was like, you ain't like me. I was a Wild West
I'm a
cowboy nigga. You was a good boy. You need to learn how to do it the right way. You know what I'm
being
saying?
somebody who told it them guns, like what Trip saying, the Wild West cowboy. The first thing you got to teach a motherfucker, in my opinion, with a gun is to lose the ego.
Yep.
Ego gotta die. That
First
that
thing, bro.
that ego check gotta be the first thing that go. Cause I'm telling you, it don't matter who it is. It don't matter, bro. Listen, the movie The Ring. What's that shit? Not The Ring, but Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was about when they first created the gun. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Cause all them niggas had swords and shit back then. And
All
that
right.
ring, That ring represented
Done
a
it
form
to the
of
apes
power.
as well.
That ring represented, this is how I'm interpreting it. Of course, this ain't true, but that ring represented a source of power that was like, did something to you. And I'm telling you, you notice how in that
You
movie,
walk with
every
a gun,
time
you
that
feel
nigga,
like 10 men,
you
bro.
notice how every time in that movie, that nigga put that ring on, even though he was a good person, it's like it just brought something out like, nigga,
Yeah, slowly turning to Schmeagle.
some niggas up. You feel me? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Even if you could be the most logical person in the world. Bro, the first time you touch that gun, everybody get that little feeling of, yeah,
The juice. The
that
juice.
motherfucker. You won't. It's like you damn near won't. Bro, it's like you damn near want at that moment the burglar to bust through the door like a dumbass. Like, do you hear what I'm saying? Like, in your mind,
I wish a nigga
you
would.
like right now. I wish a nigga would come through my door acting like he finna steal my TV or something. Like you, like I'm ready right now. Soon as a nigga, he man, dun dun dun
Hey,
dun.
hey, and that go right back to what we said. You gotta learn discipline, train with it, learn what it
Right.
does, how to operate. Also, learn them laws. Cause I remember when I was when I went and got my carry conceal license, even though I was in the area where you didn't have to have one, I went and got it anyway, so I can learn more about it. I went and took an armed security class. Had I not took them classes, this is a true story. I remember my little boy. That's why, like when we were talking earlier, when I said if you get into it with somebody, go tell an adult, go get a teacher. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember one day I was playing with him, and you know how you be roughing with your son, trying to see if they can fight. And I was seeing how he was doing the same shit the rest of them little ratchet dude winding up their fist, leaning back. I'm like, that ain't gonna work. So I swept him real quick and slapped him to the floor. He looking like, damn, daddy just hit me. I'm like, nah, get up, put your hands up like this. Hit him again, pop. You know what I'm saying? No, I gotta go through it. Then I told him how to step through a punt, how to use the jab, step through feint. The next very day, he go outside, he get fined with a 10-year-old little boy. 10-year-old little boy got a 20-year-old brother. I guess his brother wasn't like our brothers, because my brothers would have been like, nah, get up and fight again or whatever, they kids. He done chased my little boy down in the yard talking about, and go get your bitch ass dad, I'm finna fire him up. I ain't know this. I ain't know this till after the fact that all this happened when I looked on my security camera. So my little boy I'm getting up, getting ready to go to work. I work third shift, so I'm getting up about 6 o'clock. I'm in my drawers. He come in the house, can't breathe, can't talk. He said, yeah, I can get my bitch ass daddy, and he had a gun. I'm like, hold on, son, relax. Talk to me. Tell me what happened. Relax. My wife hear that, she just stormed outside in her nightgown. And that what goes about having discipline. So me knowing how this shit going, I'm like, I'm probably finna go have to kill a motherfucker. So let me do everything the right way. I'm trying to find my pants, have my shit hosted. But when she go out there cussing, I'm like, I'm rushing. So I'm like, damn, I go grab the rifle. I'm like, I can't come out here with this shit. They gonna be like, what this nigga came out here with this long ass? So I'm in here panicking. Like, I'm like, if a dude got a gun out there and she out there running her mouth. So I'm coming out the garage. At the time, I used to keep my EDC in the car. So I'm getting my EDC. I'm trying to put the shit on the holster. What she said, you a grown ass man out here with some little kids. You need to get some business about yourself. I'm thinking like, why she say that? This nigga finna. So all I hear this nigga say, what you said, bitch? And I hear him click, clack a gun. I come around the corner and up mine. He see me and take off running. Now, had I not took that class, I would have sprayed that nigga as he was trying to retreat. And I would have been in prison.
Too, didn't he?
You would have come around the corner spitting,
He
bro.
didn't even zigzag. You nailed that nigga.
This nigga ran straight up the steps because he was in the house next door. And all I was thinking, like, I'm finna tear his out. And that trainer came back in. You cannot shoot nobody when they're in a retreat if they have not discharged the shot.
Good story. Good story.
That's a fact.
King. That's a good
and
story.
I told my
right
wife,
there.
I said, see why you told when you saying you don't need to take all them classes, you know this and that. I said, had I not took them classes, I'd been in jail. And I already know the neighbors have seen us and the police on the way. So I called the police like, hey, this what just happened. Cause I know they gonna be coming. Cause the trainer told me, he was a fed. He said the police are not your friends. They looking for anything they can get to put you in cuffs. So when I was sitting there talking to the police, he could tell I knew too much about the law. So he just told me be quiet. He wanted to get my wife's side of the story
Right.
and my son's side of the story. But I'm sitting there trying to get him to look like, nigga, don't say nothing.
And
But
without
he
that
was like,
training, you to come around the
yeah,
corner
That's a good.
spitting,
That's a
boy.
good damn story right there, boy.
yeah.
Yeah,
And he
you
was
could have.
like,
You know, you could have barked him down.
man, I
I
could
could
have
have
told that
barked
nigga
you
out the
down,
frame.
nigga.
He wasn't no more than probably like 10 yards away maximum. That would have been an easy shot. So it's like, I'm thinking to her, I'm telling her, I said, had I not took that class, I've been on going to jail. And when he said, did you point the gun at him? Even though I did, I told him, no, I held it at the low
Trained it
rate.
on him.
Look,
You
I
trained
said,
it on him.
hell yeah, I had it on him. But that was like, some clicked in like, nigga, you can't shoot him while he running. And I was like, fuck, I wish he had stood there. So, but I told the police,
That's
I
a
was like,
good
nah,
story
I
right
kept it
there,
at the low
man.
ready. But I know
Low
damn well I
ready,
up that shit.
yeah.
I said, nah, I kept it at the low ready. And he was like, oh, this nigga know too much. Let me stop
He
talking
know
to
he
him.
trained.
Yeah,
He's
he trained.
trained.
He'll probably pop me. So for real. So that's why I
That's
say you
good
gotta
shit
take
though.
them classes and know the law. Cause the old me, I would
That's
have
true.
aired that nigga out
Eldon.
while he was running. And look, been standing over and telling the police, yeah, I shot the bad guy getting ready to go to prison.
Right, yeah. And then you'd have been stuck in there for 2 and 3 years fighting it. Might have got
Yeah.
out. Might not have got out. You
Yeah,
know.
all about how they
Where
look
was
at
you
you.
at? You in Florida?
I was in Tennessee when that happened.
Tennessee.
Oh, I don't know.
Tennessee ain't like Florida. I don't know. Everything is different no matter where you go. I don't know. I know
Tennessee and
Florida.
Kentucky got some weird laws.
I know in Georgia they got so much of a high gang reputation in shooting. If you, I don't never want to take nobody life, especially not a young black man, but they got such a bad reputation out here for gang violence. You probably would have been a hero. They probably wouldn't gave a fuck if the nigga running or not, as long as they could prove he had a gun on. But then, dude, he barricaded himself in the house. He didn't want to talk to the police. His mama called, talking about that's not even a real gun. They bought them off Amazon and they painted them. I said, you need to
Damn.
tell your son that can get him killed.
That can get him killed.
It sounded real when I heard him cocking and say, "What, bitch?"
Yeah.
When I
And
heard
guess
that,
what? He wasn't even ready. He wasn't even ready. And guess what? He probably was real, but he wasn't ready to do what he needed to do when he did see
when
playing
he seen somebody else had
around.
one and they were ready and how they
But
aimed it at him, he was like, "Damn, this nigga
yeah,
came out this bitch like John Wick."
You know, a lot of young dudes die
yeah.
like that though. With that guns in their hands. I used to be tripped out
Because
over
they
that. My
not
little,
trained.
They not trained.
They're not trained.
There you
Listen,
go. They're not
my
trained. There
OG,
you go.
my OG.
You went out.
You went out.
You in the Matrix.
You Borgin.
Can y'all hear me now? Am I back,
Yeah,
Morgan?
there you go.
Okay, my
Yeah.
OG told me. My OG told me back in the day, bro. He's like, this in the 90s, bro. He was like, back then when niggas ain't have gun training, right? And we was trained. He was like, you know what was the difference? You know why we was able to get niggas and them niggas couldn't do nothing with us? He was like, because when most niggas would shoot, they would shoot in a retreating stance, right?
Okay.
He was like, these niggas, like, he was like, when you see these, he was like, even to this day, you see niggas
And to this
shooting,
day.
they bagging up, they jumping back. They not solid. They ain't got no steady base. They ain't. He was like, nigga, the most fearful thing, niggas feared me because when they see me shooting and them niggas be shooting, bagging up, and then they turn around and run, and then when they turn around and look behind them and they still see me coming, I got that motherfucker aimed on their ass, and I'm moving like John, like that nigga say, nigga, I'm
And then
moving
you
like
got your
Rambo.
gun in 2 hands, man.
And we jumping over, and I'm jumping over
My gun in
barricades
2
and shit.
fucking hands,
Yeah,
dog,
he
and
was
I
like,
ain't
now
missing.
niggas know they done fuck with the wrong person, cause nigga, I'm not shooting to retreat. I'm shooting to get your ass, and if
No.
you fall, I'm walking right up on you.
Yeah. And niggas don't be knowing that my mama was a soldier. That's why
And
I
that nigga
learned to
said,
shoot
I got
straight
less
up.
fear when you shooting like that because I know you scared. You ain't finna hit shit.
Sell somebody that don't
Yeah.
need to get hit.
Right.
Somebody
You just
innocent.
shooting that bitch. He was like, nigga, I ain't worried about no nigga that's running and shooting all back crazy and shit. He ain't
And
finna
they
hit.
don't know the positions. They don't
I
know
said,
none of
boy,
the
when you
shooting
fucking with
positions.
niggas that think like that, boy, you not finna get rid of them, boy. You gotta be focused on getting rid of a nigga like that. You just can't pray that the bullet go hit a motherfucker. You crazy?
I was in Somerville.
Oh, that was good.
Was it yesterday? Somerville,
You just
out there in
can't
Atlanta.
pray that the bullet.
And my
Nigga.
nephew was talking about all that gang violence and how this store got shot up and a 14-year-old boy got killed and the old lady got hit bystander and how it's rough over here. I told him straight up. I said, nephew, I'm gonna be honest. I said, when it comes to that kind of shit, man, that shit don't fade me. I said, I hope it stop. Cause if they ever give somebody the green light or it's just John Wick out here, I said, I ain't trying to toot my own horn, but from what I be seeing, people have to run people down and be 6 inches close and shoot them with a switch. I said, bro, I can knock something down. They won't even see me on the scene. I said, that kind of shit do not, I don't need to say that on YouTube. I'm tripping. But anywho, that kind of shit don't fade me, man. Because people are not trained.
I'm trying to tell
No,
niggas.
they're not trained.
Once
And they
y'all
don't
seen
know
the
what they're
black
doing.
man, once y'all seen the black man that they call the Reaper say that he hit niggas from 2 football fields away, I
Yeah.
suggest y'all stop playing. Cause that nigga ain't got no more missions he gotta do. You feel what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Bro.
Okay,
He
yes, I
he
do
just a
feel what you're
regular
saying.
nigga living his life in a city somewhere and existing.
You dude, if when you watch
Two
interviews with
threes
that
and five
dude is the
sixes is
real
not
deal.
cool.
You hear me?
Right. Don't fuck with cuz just thinking you
He
just
the
can get
real
away
deal,
with
Yeah.
bro.
fucking with cuz.
And the average nigga, not all, but a lot of them in the military, when they first get in, they have to be trained to shoot. My wife can hit a target 200 yards away with iron sights. You know
Bro,
what I'm
you
saying?
heard what I said?
Iron sight.
My mama taught me how to shoot.
What's that?
She
Like
was
a
a soldier
303
in the army.
rifle?
What iron sight? Yeah,
Yeah,
5.56
that's how you
AR.
learn though your first like until you get up to like what is it, expert, you gotta learn with them iron sights.
Yeah, because
It's
Yeah,
that's how
hard to
you
get an
learn how to
ACOG and
zero.
shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
was training with
yeah,
303s
yeah.
at like 12 years old because we're at least in the islands, some schools, like the more elite schools now, would have a military program that you can join at like 11 or 12 from the time you get to
Yeah.
secondary school. And I was in from 11. You know what I mean? So they got
No,
that basic
I can.
military
That's
training
plausible.
early up.
Hey, they made a
I
movie
can
one
believe that.
time. I can't remember the name of it, but I know they was training people. And in the beginning of the movie, they had to make their own knives, and they showed them how to do all kinds of shit. And one dude went
Oh,
berserk.
that was with
That's Hunted, Benicio del Toro.
Hunted.
Bruh,
What
a
was
lot
that?
of people don't know they got,
Benicio del Toro.
they got real courses out here. You can Google them where they gonna tell you it's required
Come on, my nigga. Say you can.
1,000 rounds of ammo, and they gonna tell you where you gonna meet it. You're gonna be out there for about 3 days. You're gonna be under some tough conditions. They gonna show you how to
Yeah.
shoot laying down. They gonna show you how to
Yeah,
zero your
prone.
all kinds of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got
Yeah.
one homeboy. This nigga so cold. This nigga done taught himself how to do all that shit on his own. I said, bro, you must have took. He
No,
said,
that's the
no, man.
best ones.
He said,
Them is
no,
them
man.
ones
I
that's
just
dangerous.
And then I got a homeboy. He used to be a federal officer, and he worked for
Oh, okay,
Blackwater.
yeah.
Yeah, he a black dude too.
Oh
That's
shit.
the one who trained me.
Damn.
That's the one who trained me with my armed security class. He said when he got to
Oh.
Blackwater, he said, man, a lot of us were just faking it till we made it. They gave us shit ton of ammo to go out there and fuck around. So we just went out there and eventually we learned new shit. And
Well,
we
you know
just
why
had,
that is because
yeah,
this Blackwater is not no really Blackwater. Whatever we doing, we ain't doing right.
yeah,
So
exactly.
it's a body out there, you
That's the
know.
niggas behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Yeah, the ones
that's
who get the good
crazy,
shit,
man.
the good technology. Matter of fact, they made that not Call of Duty, that Ghost Recon Future Soldier.
It's based off of that.
That's based off Blackwater when they got the light bending technology like the
Blackwater. All
Predator and
right.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When
that's who
you
get
hear
all the
names
high
like
grade.
Blackwater,
Look,
that's
that's
some
who get
shit
the
you do
shit that
not
when
want to
you see
fuck
a
with, dog.
motherfucking action, they be like, oh, that was an alien. Nah, that was some shit you ain't no
Now let
motherfucking
me tell
had.
y'all. Let me tell you when, like, besides like high powered military vicious combat with ammunition. when you knew. Watch the movie Michael Clayton when they show you where they can come in. It's like this wasn't even about like war. This is like some corporate shit.
Hey,
They
I'm
was
gonna
gonna
tell
go
you.
kill
Hold
you.
on, Michael
Did you see
Clayton,
that,
right?
Bobby?
Yeah, I seen that.
Michael Clayton? Oh
Yes.
man.
Listen,
I
you know
said,
what? All
what
that
the
movie,
fuck?
all them movies, and all of that shit, bro. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. All you gotta do is go back and get you an Xbox 360 and play every Splinter Cell game. Because that's what this is what I'm trying to tell you. That cloak and shit, like what Mr. C talking about. Was that Mr. C talking?
Yeah.
Right. All of that cloak and shit, bro. It's really like a fabric. Like that ain't nothing but just some type of look fabric that's reflective, that just reflect back to and motherfuckers on, like when cameras pick up quote unquote ghost or nigga, it look like a shadow, like a bro. That's them niggas moving around like Mr. C said. That ain't no that, bro. Listen, what have y'all seen the new Invisible Man movie?
Yeah. He had the machine where he
Right. This
light
ain't
bending
based.
technology.
Right. The new Invisible Man movie ain't based on that old school shit. A nigga drinking some
This is the
serum
one
and
where
then
he comes for the woman. That one.
yes, that's the best
Yeah.
movie.
That's the best one. For
But
real.
hey,
When
the
I tell you
preacher
that movie
tricked
so
that
good,
nigga in the end though.
when I tell
I
no,
hope
I'm
everybody
saying
seen that.
it got weak. Like it got weak how how she tricked it. But I'm saying like all of that, like when he got crazy. But I'm saying in reality, if we just thinking about somebody who really got some shit like that and thinking like that, bro, everything he was doing, he can get away with. You literally talking about a nigga with a suit, and that suit didn't look like right. But the thing that about it when they made it invisible, it wasn't like drink this serum and it changed your cell. It was literally like this nigga made a suit with 1 million cameras and light bending sensors that once they read, they can shoot out and they can read the environment around them where it'll just show
Swear to God.
like you not there.
The
Period.
Chinese got
and they got that shit, right?
The Chinese got a blanket like the one from
they
Ghost.
got that
That's
shit.
what I'm talking about.
From
That
like the one
blanket
from
shit.
Ghost. Yeah, like
Right.
remember on that first Ghost in the Shell, the one that came out in the 80s, and she had the blanket over.
And she'll throw that shit over and then blend in
I
with
saw
shit.
that shit. Who was that?
Right.
Yeah,
Or
I
like
saw
look,
that.
Lord of the Rings, how that nigga throw that little blanket over him and then blend like he a rock or some shit, right?
Yep.
So I'm saying they got all that shit. You go back and play that Splinter Cell game, man. That nigga was a black ops, single man, Black Rock, Black Ops, Sam Fisher.
Yeah.
And guess what he going there and do? This nigga going there with a little with a little a rifle.
Yeah.
A rifle with all type of gadgets on it, darts that put you to sleep. Sniper bullets. He got another sidearm. This nigga got on an all black outfit. Guess what his outfit do? Hold on. Guess what his outfit do? It got light bending technology to where if he in a dark corner, you can't even see this nigga.
Yeah,
am I lying? Hold on. It's to the point to where his outfit, like the whole point of the game was his outfit was displaying the visibility. It was letting you know, hey, yo, like you not a shadow right now. Get over in this corner right here, and you got enough darkness over here to where you will just blend right in with the wall, niggas.
I'm gonna tell you some. Look, I'm gonna tell you
think
some
you a
dope.
piece of the wall.
I'm gonna tell you some dope shit they got out now. You ever played Metal Gear Solid 4?
Man, come on, man. You know I'm into that Solid Snake shit.
Hey, remember the camo suit?
That's what I'm talking about, right?
They got a suit now, bro. Well, that shit can mimic. You know how an octopus can touch something and camouflage and it mimic everything it touched, the texture change and all that. They got a suit now, bro. You can lean up on a rock, and your body, the suit will turn to a rock. It'll mimic a rock. It'll mimic anything around.
That's what he just said. Like the
No, he talking about the light bending technology.
I'm talking about the light bending. If they got the shit that's doing the octopus shit, they on a whole nother level.
They got the octa camo. Well, that shit.
Hey, Bobby. Oh, that was dope.
Well, that shit.
Shit.
Yeah, like if you
Okay.
touch something with spikes on it or a rock, the suit will turn to a rock. It'll mimic whatever
I
the damn.
believe that shit. I
Yeah,
believe it.
but they got so much shit out here, bro. Like it's at a point now where they keeping the general population dumb the fuck down. But the niggas who,
Dude, so you telling me then that there's this is nanotech material, as it can form 3D patterns and so on,
Mhm.
relief patterns,
Yeah.
and
yeah,
not
bro,
just like a flat
But
image.
it's okay. Look at it like this. In theory, right?
Mhm.
They got this shit called ferro fluid, right?
Mm.
So, in theory, if I can get some of this ferro fluid, which ain't nothing but magnetized like steel liquid,
Mhm.
and I can take that, and that's like the sub base, layer that on top of some type of flexible polyglass that got that, you know what I'm saying, 3D effect
Whatever,
to it.
some compatible material.
Right. So now not only am I also able to bend the light by having this fluid underneath it, it can react with electromagnetic signals,
And now you
right?
could produce texture
Interpret
as
it.
well.
Now I can make the come on now.
Say that one more time, Bobby.
It ain't hard to walk it down, and I'm
No,
saying this
that
all
no,
sounds
no.
science fiction, but it's a way to get there,
No.
even
It's a
if
way
I'm
to
Yeah,
get there,
completely
bro.
wrong.
but that
Cause
is
guess what?
plausible.
That
You
dude who
gotta
made that
have theorists like
the
this.
dude,
Fuck
yeah, the
that.
dude who
That was
made that
dope.
suit and the new Invisible Man. Guess what his occupation was? An electrical and mechanical engineer. Them be the people who know
Hey,
everything. Cause
there you go.
that's what I'm into. You see what I'm saying? So the
So
nerds,
so now imagine this. After you're trained, right? You go through the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s of things, right? Just like Bobby knows he's a musician. He can read music and all that shit. But that doesn't stop his creativity. Okay, I know how to do what you taught me to do. But then in my mind, when I start creating and I can put it together with the rules and the laws, hold up. Hold on where I can create now, right?
mm-hmm.
Same type of shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Masterpieces.
You get the training, but everybody who gets the training ain't creative. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference.
Hey, how many people you got in the chat right now, Bobby?
We got 36 people out there. Salute to
Perfect,
y'all.
because I don't like to say too much shit around too many people. That's why I don't play into the whole racist shit. Because as long as they got that information out there, bruh, you got the keys to the kingdom right there. It's all about, do you want it? Are you gonna seek out and learn it? Not to be a violent person, not to be a dangerous person, but the shit is out there. It's all about what you apply your time to. And I'll end it at that.
That's a
Well
fact.
said. That was well said. Yes. Because we ain't the ones that's tripping. We just defending ourselves. Like when you
Exactly.
think about it, we're not tripping with nobody.
Nope.
We gonna trip if you tripping with us though. Come on
Perfect.
now.
Exactly.
Stop it.
That's why when I be hearing like all these white people now going on the internet saying, "Oh, we need to bring back segregation," I agree. We do. Because if they did that, that'll give us time to do our own laws and clean up our trash. And once we clean up the trash in our community, watch how we elevate. Cause we know how
Because
to
we
point. You
learned
see what
we
I'm
learned from the first time. We learned from
saying?
1960 in that bullshit what they did.
Yeah. Yep.
And I ain't mad because my parents come from that and my grandparents. I ain't mad. I'm not gonna shit on my people. But I'm saying we learned from that. Guys my age, a little bit younger, a little bit older, a little bit younger than that paid attention. Like, hold on, that did some good temporarily. But look where we at now. See what I'm saying?
Look, I'm gonna say this, and I don't know. Like I said, I don't like bringing up certain people's names because it trigger people, and I don't like giving people shout out on other people's platform. But a lot of people don't know why this one dude got kicked off YouTube. He got kicked off YouTube because he said they need to bring back segregation. Before y'all start coming over here fucking with us and trying to tell us how to do and all that, black folk were doing good. They seen that they wanted the black man dollar, the small hats, so they convinced everybody that integration was a good thing. But in the process of doing that, we got the short end of the stick with the laws. Now that the
Bro,
laws are
Greg,
starting to
pop
work
your
in our
shit.
favor, they trying to find a way now to throw some kind of monkey wrench in that shit. So if anything, We ain't got to go to war with nobody. We ain't got to have no beef with
No, we don't
nobody.
got. We too
But
smart
one
now.
thing
We too
black people
smart.
do need to learn, we got to start learning how to love each other again and respect each other
That's
again.
I love all y'all niggas on this
I love
motherfucker. You know
y'all
what I'm
too,
saying?
man.
By so you know what I'm saying? By
And
saying
that's a
that,
fact
so that
because that's one thing I be, you know, that's why I be adamant about, man, leave the kids alone because
no.
I could
And
not
we
fuck.
love you for that, Bobby.
No, because I could not fuck with you and still want to see your children live in a like as a just like you say, loving black people. Loving black people ain't about, hey, my brother, let me give you a hug.
Right.
Loving black people is about being like,
Yeah.
bro, you could be a bitch ass
Supportive.
nigga to me, but guess what? I got enough love for you as being black. I don't want to see you doing bad. I just don't want to fuck with you.
Exactly.
But I still want to see you doing. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I
That's how
do.
white
That's
people
a,
rock.
that
White people is not walking around saying, "Hey,
right.
man, we just love our white people." They just like, I don't want to see no white people doing bad. Even if I don't like that white motherfucker Chad over there, fuck him. You know, but hey, his kids deserve to go to a good school.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? His wife never did nothing to me. Like they can get past out like niggas be so quick to be like, fuck him, fuck his kids, fuck his family, fuck
They
his
do.
mama. I don't give a fuck about nothing. Burn the whole shit, then you fuck all that up and be like, y'all know that was the only nigga that knew how to fix cars, right?
You said a dude who said that knew how to fix cars?
Hey.
No, I'm saying y'all they'll beat
Right.
they'll do all of that and get rid of that nigga and then after they destroy him, then be like, y'all know that was the only nigga that didn't know how to
And
fix
now we
cars.
gotta go back to the other man.
Now
know
we
that was
gotta
the
go back to the drawing board. Like,
look, you know that was the master electrician. You knew that was the
right.
dude who
You
knew
know
how to
that was
do
the master
plumbing,
electrician, right? You know that was a nigga, right? You know he knew how to do HVAC and plumbing and
water
gas pipes, right?
filtration.
Right.
Yeah.
And y'all
Just
just
because he
did
voted
all
for
of that
Donald
because you
Trump.
ain't
Hold
like
up.
the nigga? Because he voted for
Voted for
Trump?
Donald Trump, nigga. He didn't.
Right.
Nigga, come on. We still need that nigga.
Right. Because the nigga said, stop sagging, pull your pants up. He don't like black people. Like,
bro, my daddy don't like people who sag and don't pull their pants up. And he black as they come.
Man, who gonna fix our air
And neither do
condition
I.
now, man?
You know
Nigga,
what
in
I'm
my
saying?
career, I never sagged. I'm like, nigga, that shit's weak. I ain't
That
never
shit weak.
doing that.
Pull your pants up. Hell, look, I like to conceal carry, so I can't say it.
yeah, not liking a nigga and not being showing grace is two different things.
And I'm gonna give you a perfect
You know what
example
I'm
of that shit, Bob. I had a nigga wrong me, start acting funny with my kid because his so-called brother or wife, or not wife, but girlfriend start flirting with me. And I'm like, bro, I'm married. Like, I ain't even, if I was even gonna step that move, you think I'm finna go fool with somebody who fool with him for one, and being my wife, feel like hell, like, bro, then I told him, I said, on top of that, bro, I said, if it was just me, I can walk away when I ain't want it. I said, well, we even got these kids involved. I said, they come to my house, they spend the night, all that. And the one day you send him, we to work something out. You say this gonna go like this. You don't show up because we didn't smoke a blunt with you the night before. So now you got this other nigga coaching. Like I guess up that way he was supposed to be the tough nigga and the nigga who had the hard street background when they were young. Man, I pulled up on them niggas and told him exactly what I had to say. Pointed at that nigga and saying, this bitch ass nigga over here. I guess he took it the wrong way. So when he seen me at the practice the next day, he was like, it was in a church. He was like, can I holler at you before we leave? I'm sitting here playing one-on-one with one of the kids. I picked the ball down. So you can talk to me right now. We step out. So we go out there and he was like, normally, when we in God's house, I can't really say how I truly feel, but I'm from the street. When that nigga said that shit, bro, it set something off of me. I cut that nigga so short. I said, well, I actually read the Bible in Exodus chapter. I can't remember what I told him. I think I said Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Do not defile God's temple, for it is sacred. You are that temple. So I said, I'm always in the church.
Amen.
So if it's fuck you then, nigga, it's fuck you in here. And what I said, I meant that shit. And if you got a problem with it, you just gonna have to handle it. I turned my back on that nigga, went back in there and started playing ball with them kids. You see what I'm saying? But
Listen,
even
man.
then, When his son wanted to come over and spend the night, I made sure he ate. I took them to the trampoline park.
Of course
Cause the
you
kids
did.
ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm not finna fuck
They
up their
ain't got
relationship
nothing to do with it.
cause some niggas, some grown ass men can't see eye to eye on stupid shit. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? So
God
a
bless
lot
you,
of
And
bro.
niggas
that's
ain't got
I
that.
already
like that.
good. The kids have nothing to do with it. Like,
Nothing to do with
I
it.
got, bro, come on, man. I got one thing that I respect about this generation, right? I got little brothers, I got homies that got let's say adverse relationships with their baby mamas, right?
Mm-hmm.
One thing though that I can respect about this generation, men and women, outside of this stereotype from niggas that's, you know, man, women nowadays keep their men from children. Like, I'm telling, in reality, bro, in reality, I see more people sacrificing they emotional bullshit in order for the children to have relationship with both sides of the family. It's far and few in between where I'm seeing, fuck them, you can't get your kids and all. I'm talking about with my own little brother. Like, God bless his baby mothers for like, hey, you want to go over there with your cousins? Hey, your Uncle Bobby can come get you. See what I'm saying? Like, nobody, it don't matter what the adults got going on. Nobody, you want to go to granny house? Nobody is involving the children into, you can't now not go or have a relationship with X, Y, and Z because we cursing each other out, or I'm like, fuck that bitch. And guess what? They can still do all of that shit and still be like, here go the kids. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I respect. That's why when I be looking at all like these red pill arguments and shit like that, like, yeah, I know motherfuckers who talk that. I know people who will say shit, silly shit, and argue. You feel me, Mr. C? Yeah, y'all could talking from that angle, but I'm saying in action,
Mm-hmm.
I done known plenty of bitches that then, damn nigga, you ain't gonna see your kids, and them kids over there the next day.
Yep.
You feel me, Mr. C? So I'm like, all of that, did these bitches be threatening the kids? And I'm like, yeah, but most niggas know them be empty threats. That bitch don't want to sit up all day with them kids like she's sitting up there fronting.
Yeah.
Stop.
So why threat?
When I
Peace
went
panel.
like that with my fur baby mama, you know what I'm saying?
Because you want to know why, Demi? Because we're groomed into an argument pattern, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it's the same thing how niggas say goofy ass shit. Bitch, I'm finna leave you to fuck you and them kids. You know what I'm saying? You know how many niggas have said that?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the same. It's the same thing.
Not me neither. No, niggas don't say that.
But, bro, listen.
No,
niggas say that. That's crazy.
No,
If
I'm
you
saying
don't
I never
think,
say that.
if you don't
I
think
never.
niggas say that shit,
Yeah, I'm
you
pretty sure
lied
they
to
probably
yourself.
do in
'Cause
anger. Yeah.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. I'm
I just
honest
haven't
enough to
experienced it.
not be biased enough. But listen, because you dealt with, when you deal with people that's tend to be older, right? It's a level of maturity that they carry. I'm talking about most relationships nowadays is people that's like within the same age range, not too far from each other. So it's like they're essentially growing up together. You feel me, Mr. C? So it's like petty arguments and shit that they do. Yeah, it go both ways. Fuck you, nigga. You ain't gonna get your kids. Fuck you, bitch. I don't give no fuck about you. I'm out of here. Y'all can you can stay here with them kids by yourself. You feel me? Like,
but you do that. You do that, Bobby. This is what you do. So you know it's
but
true.
hold on, and I'm telling you, I do this. But guess what? I'm telling you, that be empty arguments that niggas try to use as talking to say, look what black women out here doing, or look what black men out here doing. When in reality, once you get past that point, guess what both them people doing? Still dealing with each other, still taking the kids to each other, still dropping the baby off at
And
granny
that's what I'm
house, still
saying.
dropping the
Why
baby off
say
at
it?
granddaddy house.
Why say it, Bobby? Why say it anyway if you know it's empty?
Because it's he said it. He said it was emotional. That's the
I'm
reason
telling you,
why. He said
you're
it.
literally dealing with emotions. Like, people have to grow
Wow.
to understand maturity.
Emotional maturity.
Yeah, emotional intelligence is something that even once people get in age, it ain't something that most people master. Even if, you know what I'm saying, even if you get it, the
Quite
most you
hard
can
to
ask
master,
from
really.
people
Go
is
ahead and
at
cook,
least
nigga. I'm walking with you.
is
Go
at
ahead.
least, you know what I'm saying, some type of emotional grace or understanding, because motherfuckers still go act out and still operate in their trauma. So that's at least you can ask for a motherfucker to be like, oh, they just saying that shit. They don't really mean that.
And when you moving emotionally intelligent, you damn near paying double the bill. Cause 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be dealing with an irrational motherfucker.
Facts.
So then now you gotta curtail the real shit you wanna say, cause that's gonna send them niggas off the edge.
That's a
Hold
fact.
on, who is this? My nigga came.
Never
No,
argue with the fool.
curtail.
Never argue with the fool.
No, you gotta curtail that shit. He ain't lying, man. God damn.
Well, it ain't necessarily about arguing with no fool. It's about man, it's about sometimes you have to acquiesce to the level of engagement that a person might understand.
Oh,
They might not, they don't mean no harm.
nigga,
You see
drop.
what I'm saying? And that's where the unconditional, like a lot of people ain't willing to do unconditional love. A lot of niggas ain't willing to say, you know what, even though I got my good clothes on, if you going through it right now and you sat down in the mud when it's raining and you throwing a fit, guess what? I'm willing to sit in the mud with you and throw my arms
Did you
around you
just
because
spill a
I don't give a
Sprite
fuck
on my
about this
sneakers,
outfit
nigga?
that much more than I give a fuck about what you, because what do it really matter if I'm saying I fuck with you like that? But see, most people got this archaic way of looking at what they call love or unconditional, and it's always rooted in logic. And the first thing you got to do when you're a logical person and you're dealing with love is, if you're logical, you got to throw logic out the window. That's the first thing you got to do. Any logical person that's dealing with love know that logic don't operate there. So take all that shit away. You're a dummy if you dealing with love and you trying to deal with it logic.
Cause that's where niggas get the I'll never let that shit ride.
Right.
He letting it ride because that's what the nigga look like.
Right. Because if we looked into everybody's life, we'll be like, you letting that shit go on? Yeah, because this is what I love. Like I'm telling you, ain't no logic to love. It just is. It just is. You love a motherfucker and you just do
Sometimes
shit.
you just gotta grit your teeth and bear it sometimes, bro.
So basically, it's a heart issue. It's a heart issue if it's like that.
What you mean?
Well, because we have to protect the children's mind. That's, mind's a terrible thing to waste. So if we don't, we have to protect the children's mind in detail. Detail. Every little step you take, you're gonna learn something. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Y'all
I
feel me, guys, or no?
don't know if
Yeah, no.
Because that's how I
Well,
feel.
detail is important, but the detail can't be so as important to where you enforce it on them. They have to accept the details that you teach them. In other words, we have overzealous parents who live vicariously through their children through detail, i.e., boxers, football players, baseball players, basketball players, and so forth. So when you say that, we have to be careful and balanced when we do say that. You hear what I'm saying? Because I watch my children run track, right? So
Mm-hmm.
and they're very good athletes at it, and they're very young. And they're very good at what they're doing. And people that's all in my face, man, we want to deny now, nigga. They're gonna run track. I'll make them do something else, but they might want to start playing golf next year, okay? And that's what we're gonna do. Run track. So, but I tell them to do the things they want to do. The point is, details are important
Your
just
mic
so
borging
long as
out,
the
bro.
parent. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Or it's still borging?
It's staticky a little bit. Mic check, 1,
It's
2.
staticky.
A mic sounds nice, but does it? I hope. But what I'm trying to say, I never seen my grandparents argue. And then with my children,
Me neither.
I never argued in front of my children either, because that's what I'm saying in detail. We can't be, even though they did not even know
Okay,
to
I'm sorry.
after they did not know to after the fact that mom and dad wasn't getting along all these damn years we was raising up. They thought we had the perfect marriage.
But
That's
that's
how
the
we hit.
but see, that ain't I'm saying this. That's why it ain't no one way to skin a cat, because whether you arguing in front of your children or you not arguing in front of your children, these things I had to learn in life. I never seen my granny and granddaddy argue, right? But at the same time, I never seen them sleep in the same room together, right? But then my mom
Hold
and my
on,
step
drop a
pops,
bomb.
I saw them argue all the time. Yet I seen them love on each other all the time. And
Drop a
that let me
man. Come on.
and what I had learned from both them experiences, that it really ain't no one way to do this shit. You know what I'm saying?
It
And
ain't
it
no
ain't
one way.
necessarily, and I used to always think like it's not the trauma of I saw mom and dad arguing and fighting, or I seen this or I seen that. It's the trauma of when that happened, nobody listened to me and nobody heard what I had to say about it.
Uh-oh.
So
Now
I done argued
that's too
with my wife
bad.
in front of my kids before. And one thing I had to learn growing up is that I
Bobby a real
wasn't
nigga.
necessarily tripping about my mama and my daddy or my step pops arguing and yelling and doing what they do. I would trip when they would just act like I wasn't a participant in it. You see what I'm saying? So one thing,
Push the mute button, baby.
damn,
Trying to
who the
break
fuck
that
out
ice
there?
up for that drink.
Is it a hammer?
Yeah, that was a hammer.
Yeah, you trying
So
Somebody try to break the
Oh,
ice
my
up for the
bad.
drink.
I think they got me. I think I'm on two different fucking shits on this bitch. So one of them ain't muted up. My
no, you
bad. I
good.
just work on this
Yeah.
shit later on. My bad.
Yeah, that's all. So but one thing I understood with my children, and this with all situations, that they gonna be older way longer than they gonna be younger. I embrace them being children. So in embracing them being children, I give them tools of adulthood now and don't make them responsible for it. I just make them open to conversation. So when mommy and daddy argue, they able to come and say, "Hey, how y'all felt about that? Man, I don't like when y'all argue, daddy, because blah, blah." For real, yeah.
That's
And
cool
then
shit, right? That's
you be
cool as
tripping. You
hell.
need to learn to walk away sometimes. Damn, daddy was tripping that time. Yeah, because you could have walked away. You ain't have to do all of that, daddy, and all that. Damn, baby, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to disappoint y'all like that. It's okay, daddy. We still love you. We just, and then we know mommy shouldn't have said that to you, but daddy, you still should have, because they gonna put the onus on me because I'm daddy.
The
And they
onus is
always
on
gonna say, daddy, it don't matter. I know mama trip. You gotta do
don't
better.
matter.
You gotta be the best
Yep.
though, daddy.
No, I
Hey,
see my grandmother. I have seen her in secret. Don't they? I don't know how they can. I don't know. I don't want. It can be complicated with these older folks. It can be
But that's
complicated
what
because
I'm saying. It's the older generation. I understand what you're saying because they got a way of going about things. And I'm not saying it was wrong, but by them kind of hiding it from us, when it got to us dealing with it, it
It's a
became like it was
disservice.
a bad
Yeah.
thing. And I don't want
Yeah.
to view things that's natural as a bad thing. Two people arguing and
Man,
getting into it ain't no bad thing. That's the
it ain't no
ultimate test
bad
of
thing.
unconditional love, because
right. But it's
my
what they
baby,
say,
right,
Bobby. It's what they say.
right, because my babies came to me one time. They was like, "Daddy, you love mommy?" I was like, "Of course I love mommy." And they was like, "Why y'all argue?" I was like, you know, it's the same way. Like when I get mad at y'all for not cleaning your room or doing something like that, I know in that moment y'all might feel like, man, daddy really on me. Like this don't feel good. I was like, but know one thing, like that moment don't mean nothing to how I feel about you, because
At
in
all.
that same moment I would give my life for you. I give my life for your mother. You know what I mean? I'll do anything to see y'all happy, or you know what I'm
At all.
saying, anything else. So all forms of love don't always look like what I told, it don't always look like roses and people smiling and being happy. But I did say that at all times though, I love your mother and I'll do anything for her like I do anything for y'all. And I say
Hell yeah.
that's the job of me being a father, baby. I say I have to teach y'all a level of understanding and discipline in order to go out into the world. So I can't shield y'all from certain things. So throughout life, y'all gonna view me as the bad guy in a lot of situations. And I gotta take
Man.
that on. But I gotta let y'all understand though that I'll never not love your mother or y'all, regardless of what happened. I say regardless of even if we together or not. I know that, just know that I love y'all and I love your mother.
Beautiful.
And she was like, okay, daddy,
Beautiful shit.
it's all to the good. And I was like, yeah, so
That must
it's
be your
go.
oldest baby, your daughter. That's
That was
Your
my
oldest is your daughter?
that was my youngest and that was my youngest daughter and my oldest daughter. You know
Yeah,
what I
because
mean?
I got 5 kids, and my middle daughter,
Because
she gets at my ass.
they
And
not afraid
my
to ask
youngest
is a
questions.
daughter.
no,
They're
it's
not
not.
afraid to ask questions at all.
Daddy,
And I
why
encourage
come you do this?
that. Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Facts.
I
No,
remember
I'm
they asked
relating,
me,
nigga. You
Daddy,
cook.
why you be smoking, why you be down there smoking weed and stuff like that? I was like, baby, because it's the weed is not a drug. It it help people relax. It actually help people. And they was like, so it's like a medicine. I was like, yeah, you
Do
could
do
view it
you
like that.
do
It
you
ain't.
want to see how your daddy acts?
Without smoking some
I
weed,
ain't do
like
all
a joint at smoking.
Hey,
that.
that's funny as hell, boy.
See what I be doing without this shit?
You think I'm mean now, nigga?
Right. You
You
think I'm a
You
killer
want to see what
now?
I do
Wait till
without this?
where do they get a load of me
Like,
next?
look, my mind don't
Hey,
stop
my
working.
nigga
I'm a
King in the
smart
building.
nigga.
What up with it? And
What
my
up,
King
King?
and my nigga King know, cause man, this guy, that's my homie in real life. No, cause King got baby girls too. And all my homies that I know that got children
Nigga, shit, I know.
nowadays,
I'm scared.
they're
In the motherfucker.
no, I'm talking about we are
We
the
will
most,
motherfucking kill. That's why I'm
bro.
blessed that big bro doing something, because we seeing who's not real. I hate
Yep.
that. That rhyme like a mug, huh?
Uh-oh. Now,
Quit
yeah,
No,
that's
playing
what's
with
up.
we
him,
gonna
though. You
Shout
no,
hear
we
me,
definitely
him? My
kill.
Shout
my
out to
little
King.
brother. Quit playing with him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What you was gonna say, big bro?
shout out to
No,
King.
you already know
Hell
King,
yeah.
man. No, I'm saying like it's bro. Listen, King, know it's a blessing because King know how avid we is on the community work. I met King doing community work before I was even doing community work, bro. Just being a young brother outside with children, seeing another young brother outside with children, and saying, "Hey, bro, that's a great job you doing." You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, we need
Our
community,
children,
man.
our children need to interact with each other because you out here with your children, I'm
What
out
I
here with our
feel
kids,
the
and
energy
we all
is,
need to know each other. But one thing, but what I was speaking to is that one thing that I respect about King and more people that I'm starting to see now is that we're not shielding our children from the reality of life while at the same time still allowing them to be children. You see what I'm saying? It ain't no rush. Nobody rushing None of the men that I know rushing their children to be adults. But they know everything about what it is to be an adult. They not shielded. They not shielded from like, ew, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that. No. All of everybody around me very astute, but they still children. They still respectful. They still know how to say yes, sir, no, ma'am. No, we don't like it's certain things to where like when you start to understand, like, oh, okay, I'm dealing with it's a whole different demographic going on now. It's
Can I ask you a question,
it's
Bobby?
really me. Go ahead.
How do you feel about So I heard this thing the other day that they said I don't know if it's all the schools on the West Coast, but they're starting to tell the kids that they don't have to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am to adults anymore inside of the school system. They say that that's like
No, fuck that. They ain't from Texas.
what
Just
I
like
forgot
you
what
is,
the
nigga.
no, I'm saying I
No,
heard
just
I
like
know
you
it
is.
was
I know. We
Marcellus
talked about
Wiley.
it. We know
I'm
that's
gonna
how
tell you
that's
Yeah.
how
this.
what we do.
No, I'm saying that they said in the schools they basically it's like shunning that they don't want the kids.
And this my problem with that, right? I've been teaching my child to say that so much that I'm not saying that I'm trying to teach them how to finesse, but I say, son, when you respectful to people, it give you it open up the keys to the fucking keys to the
Right.
kingdom. Like
Thank
every
you.
time
Thank you.
a
Thank you.
teacher called me about my child, they say he is so smart. We want to put him in gifted.
Come
He's
on now.
such a respectful young man. And I remember when I was going through with it, baby mama, because I ain't trying to speak bad on her, but when I had to get custody, this nigga was throwing up gang signs and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, my baby ain't going out like that. Because, I was fooling with a ratchet chick. I used to be a street nigga back in the day. When I try to get myself, even
Well,
then,
that's
when
what
I
you
was,
get, street nigga.
but
But
this
thank
what you
you
right,
for
This
you
taking
nigga
care of
crazy.
goddamn
me.
right.
That
You got
nigga
you
crazy, ain't
goddamn fucking right. You goddamn right. But let me tell you the difference between me. If you look at me now, you'll think I'm a street nigga. If you look at me when I was a street nigga, glasses, skin fade, waves in the head, shirt tucked in,
Right.
polo slacks,
You know how
loafers
to move.
on. You would have never known I was a gutter ass nigga that come bust your
Come
shit.
on, nigga. We know you
And
sharp.
yeah,
Just because we come from the streets don't mean though we don't be sharp. Get it?
yeah.
Cook,
So
nigga.
it's like, so yeah, you're right. So this is my thing. You could be street, but still know how to move amongst the public. You gotta know how to. You gotta be like ninja style.
Yeah, that's true. I worked in the school system and the elementary school system, as a matter of fact. And this one kid, black kid, he was the only one who had manners every time he came to my line. And he turned out to be a killer.
Damn.
He killed someone.
Well,
Yeah, he killed someone. But
Exactly.
he was it's crazy. That's
well, look,
crazy.
I hope my child never have to kill someone. But one thing that help, he'll be the
Me too. And
unusual.
I hope I
He'll be
never
the
have to do it.
he'll be the unusual suspect instead of the usual.
That's right. The unusual suspect.
He'll
Hold
be the
on,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
unusual.
nigga. Damn. Drop a
Hey,
bomb on that. Uh-oh. Usual and
Man.
unusual are two different terms.
we need a
I
music
know a nigga,
intermission.
he always said, this dude always said, good morning, good afternoon, thanks, please, can I, may I, and so on. But this nigga was ruthless.
Oh, so the reason why they
This
said
nigga
that they
used to
was
walk people and shit.
they were taking that out of the school because they felt like the kids don't need to submit or something like that. Wording. They felt like the children are
Well,
little.
listen.
The way that the dude explained it to me is they were saying they're little people, so they don't have to respect.
It's,
I don't know. Some shit is in Cali. I don't know.
this is
Well, look,
more
I'm
Well, hold
well,
California
on.
look, and I'm gonna
and
tell you
Now,
states
this
like
right here.
that. Hold on, real quick. California and states like that. I'm telling you, bro. This is
And
more and more trying to push the line of
degeneracy.
children
Well, you know
being
that in
able
those
to.
states
No,
like California and
it's
so
they
on, your
trying to push
children
the
are
line
actually wards
of
of the
children.
state.
Right, but all states kind of got that. But I'm saying they're trying to push the line of children having a level of adult understanding. That's what
Right.
they're trying to say.
To
They're
open up that
Yeah,
trying to
to
put.
open up that
okay, I
PDF
agree
file
with
that
you.
Come
you
on,
got.
Watch
I'm
this.
trying to
Check a
tell
lot
you,
of these
bro. You can't
check the
allow that
levels. A
shit.
lot of these
Like, don't let them
cartoons.
move about them states. Fuck that.
Yeah,
Cause
a
that's
lot
when
of
you
these
come home.
animated movies, a lot of these children's cartoons and so on. You will see that the theme of the production is children coming to the realization that adults ain't got no sense. Adults stupid. They don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Adults can't see what we see and so on. It's pushing the
And they
narrative
have a
kids.
movie that came out in the 19. Go ahead. Go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Yeah, it's
Derek.
okay. It's okay. You can elaborate on that point. I'm just saying it's continuously
No.
pushing the narrative to kids and adults that, you know, kids don't have to respect adults because adults stupid or they don't know, they're not bendable, they're not dynamic and so on. So the kids become rebellious from the media, the television, what Disney's producing and so on, and it makes for a terrible family orientation.
You got to think
And
these
that's
people
how
are
I've been seeing
these
it.
people are masterminds. So this is what
Hmm
they looking at. They looking at like if we can get the children to rebel against their parents and their household, especially when they become teenagers. Uh, most cases, your son gonna come out a little bit taller than you, a little bit stronger than you, if not a lot bit taller than you. So it's like the
hmm
average nigga gonna be like, I ain't putting up with this shit. You feel like that, young man? You can go on out and get on your own. And then, Lord forbid, it's your daughter doing all that shit. They showing her trying to be a predator to her, hoping she end out in the
Mm.
streets at somebody's crib.
hmm
And like I said, they trying to open up the
Right.
gateway so they start passing these new laws. So you come home and see a damn 30, 40, 20 some year old man in a house with your 12-year-old daughter, and you go to jail for blowing a nigga away.
Right.
That's what
That's
they
what I
trying to
felt.
do.
I'm glad you thought that. I didn't want to go that far, but that's how I felt when I heard. Because I first heard it from Marcellus Wiley, and then I got a partner in Cali, so I called him, and he said, "Yeah, that should be pissing me off. My kids gonna still say that." But he said at school they kind of pressed the line of like, "You don't have to call me ma'am." Oh, they said, "Oh, that's nothing." They call the teachers by their first names. That's what it was
Oh
that
hell
bothered me.
no!
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Don't
can look
make
this
my
up. You can look this
don't
You
make
know
up.
my
what?
kids formal with you. Nope, you is
Yeah,
missing.
yeah, yeah. That's what the part that fucked me up. You can look this up. They let the kids call the teachers by their first names instead of
All
ma'am.
of that
So
subtle
it's not no more
grooming.
Mrs. Smith or nothing like that. It's
All of that subtle
Rebecca
form of
and
grooming.
all
That's
that.
subtle forms of
It's part
grooming.
of
I don't give
grooming.
a fuck what
It's
nobody say.
grooming. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you
And
like
it's a
this.
lot of schools in California that adopted that policy, but I didn't know if it was out there in
And
the loo yet.
California is one of them places that got weird laws that allow children to cut on themselves and change their
Mm.
gender and all that shit. Yeah, they out there with the bullshit.
And look, and this is what I'm gonna tell my child to say. Same thing I say when I'm on the job and somebody get offended to my, hey, don't call me sir. Please don't call me sir. You know what I say? I say, well, I am a sir, so I expect you to address me as sir. So if you don't want to be called sir, I respect that, but please call me sir. Just
Right.
like that.
That's
Fuck them
great.
up.
I like it.
Oh, and I put that video in the back, Bobby, of the human dog shit earlier in the chat.
So when it comes to my kids, be like, hey, you're an adult, so I treat my parents with a certain respect, and I have to keep that in me. So don't get offended if I call you sir or ma'am, because I'm a child and you're a grown person. Keep it at that. That way, they can't even open up them avenues to start, hey, you want to go get some ice cream after this, or you want to go hang out? So
Yeah, that's how I felt. I was like, why would
because
you
when I
allow
was
kids to
coming
call the
up, yeah,
teachers by their first name? I couldn't even call my nana by. I don't even think I don't know. I couldn't call my mama or my grand like the women in my family by their first name. That was unheard
I'm
of.
gonna tell you a true story. I started beefing with my assistant coach, and I ain't even fucking know why. Like the nigga just had it out for me. Come to find out, a chick that I had been
What happened?
That's creepy. Is that a real dog or human? That's a human, right?
That's one of the longer form videos. There's a short one. There's a short back there too of the dude who won the human pup competition. But yeah.
Yeah, they turning back to dogs. They say they be like running like dogs on all fours and shit. They say the white people's turning back to dogs.
From there on in, uncomfortable.
See, that's the real. I mean, not to be
I
prejudiced.
don't
I'm
even
sorry.
want to see this. I don't even want to see that. I'm lying down
The other
with
video I
the
put back
headphones
there is
on.
like short of the nigga who won the human pup competition. The
I
dude
don't
walking
even want
around.
to hear
That shit
about
is
none of this
crazy,
stuff.
fam.
Hey, look, anytime I be finna say something too real, but
Yeah,
this
they
shit
turning
straight
back to
got
their original species.
puppy training pads. They're there for small puppy spills normally.
Puppy training pads. This man pee in
The
the.
spine is compressed.
Relieve and relax.
You said his spine compressed.
Bitch in that
They
small
be on
ass
all
thing. He acting
fours.
bad.
I'm talking about like in the beach, on the
Hey,
beach, they
Bank,
be. I'm like,
this nigga giving himself early onset scoliosis. What type of shit is this?
Oh yeah,
That
this
nigga
nigga
back is
nasty.
finna be a letter E when he done with this shit.
Tom keeps his puppy gear at his friend Rachel's house.
He that nasty shade of white too.
Whichever's up to you.
Yeah, moon shit white.
Oh,
Y'all niggas done any get up come up with
Oh
this shit?
shit! That nigga said old shit.
Bro. And if you
Look,
You ever
OHL
see when dog shit get real old and it start to turn white?
Outrage.
Yeah, you know when some dog shit somewhere and don't nobody clean it up, it turn white. It get real
Oh hell
stale.
no! Oh my!
Hey, and look, and you see this shit right here? When everybody was going crazy about the president debate, I ain't give a fuck about none of them niggas. But one thing I noticed in the school I was going to, my son would come home and be like, Dad, they got these kids, they call Furbies. They come to school dressed like animals and they have tails and we have to call them whatever animal they are. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that shit big in Utah.
So I'm like, I'm if somebody talking about, hey, we finna stop all this bullshit in the school, whatever grown folks do, grown folks can do. I ain't got no problem with it. Hey, you grown, you like it, I love it. Fuck
I've been
it.
up all night.
But when it comes to the kids,
Progression is hard.
let them have a mind of their own and figure out what the
Dad
fuck
and I
to do
made
the
a
right way,
counteroffer on a home.
and then decide what they
all
want
night
to do when they
plotting with
get
our
older.
agent. I know, it's exciting. Exactly.
Yeah, this one was a longer form of how they think and what they do. I got a short one in the back of the dude that won the competition. This nigga is. This shit is wild, man. I couldn't believe that it was real, but it's really people out here that claim that they dog. And I found out they be having marches and shit for them and shit. Like
I'm
1,000 people
gonna tell you
marching and
this though.
shit to be a dog.
I'm gonna tell you this though. One thing we might have missed out on, and I don't know if you still can, but I know like shit, when Biden was in office, when they were saying people had the right to identify how they wanted, shit, that was the perfect time for niggas to be like white.
I am a frog, nigga. Didn't you know
I'm
that?
telling you, I hate I didn't pick that shit on my
Don't you
license.
know that already?
But that's disgusting, bro.
I'm a frog, nigga. And don't you dare call me a man.
That
I'm
right
a
there
frog.
is so disturbingly disgusting.
I had to see this shit. I seen this shit like 2 days ago. I
Dog,
said,
don't you
no, that's
know
not real.
it's two white men in America, Bank.
Oh shit.
The white man that's the father of both of these heathens that's on the screen. Those white men are sitting somewhere in a garage with an American flag attached to their garage, Bank, in middle
Oh,
of
man. And don't tread on me.
with a beer cracked open in the garage, looking at baby pictures.
Natural light, nigga.
I'm talking about Natty
Coors.
Light, looking at
Coors.
baby pictures of their
No,
white
Coors.
sons. Bro.
Coors.
Coors, yeah. They got Coors cracked up, looking at baby pictures of their white sons, Bank.
And I'm gonna tell you this too, bro.
Tears coming down their face right now, Bank. They like, what the fuck did I raise?
Hey,
Like,
look.
bro, you the most weirdest type of person on this planet type shit.
Check
You're
this.
weird.
True story. It was a dude I worked with. I'm talking about he used to fuck up the machines every day I came in. His brother was like a supervisor overnight, so he never got in trouble. I'm talking about. Then I heard him crack some old smart remark when I came in because I was on contract. My time don't start until that right time. I ain't got to be there 15 minutes walking around if I ain't gonna get paid for it. Anywho, how about this son big guy fired because he was showing motherfuckers a video of his 17-year-old son fucking a 16-year-old girl. So this is my thing. If this white dude, if you're that comfortable to show your peers that let me know how all y'all think on a certain level. Cause ain't no nigga gonna show their kids no like what the
Thank
fuck?
you.
Ain't no
All
bro,
right.
you gonna
That
cut
was a
hey
nice
son, what the
cook right
fuck is
there.
this? What is you doing?
What
Shit
is
sound like
this?
some proper
Why is you
redneckery to
I know
me.
you doing what you doing, but don't you know if you recording this kind of shit, if she see that they can get flipped and you can Like you gonna check that
It can
shit. You
get
ain't finna
flipped.
be.
Come on, my guy.
You know what I'm saying? You gonna fuck up your whole life. If this shit get out, like what the fuck is you doing?
Plus,
And I'm
you
going,
weird. Why is you showing you just drilling
yeah,
your breezy down? That's weird. That's
yeah.
always
So
been
this
weird to
what I'm
me.
saying. This was
Like
a
I don't
grown
want to see
ass.
you drilling your breezy, bro. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I don't want to see my kids doing none of that shit. So this is
Yeah,
my
that's
thing.
crazy.
If you showing your work buddies this shit and you cool with that, that let me know how y'all think. Cause the average person like, hey man, nigga, your kid?
Yo,
How can you
kid.
do
Sound
that?
like some
No.
redneckery.
You're a different level of
Degenerate.
Neanderthal. That's Neanderthalism. That's
That's Neanderthal,
Neanderthal.
bro.
You
No,
said that
Yeah, I might be
Neanderthal is that
degenerate.
motherfucker you just played on that video, goddamn me.
hell no.
That
what?
nigga is flip that
This nigga
What?
said this nigga
That
said a
nigga got me killed
degenerate.
on the weirdo level.
Degenerate, bro. This is the Diddy party tryout. Look at this shit. Diddy party. The
Everybody,
nigga is clapping.
the train.
They
This nigga
had
out of
time. They had the
town.
good
This
life.
nigga
They
out of
got time to
town.
do
Nigga,
this stuff.
bro, what?
Hey man, hey, usual suspect, man.
Usual. That is a usual suspect. I
Usual
ain't gonna
man.
suspect.
lie.
A dude wearing a skirt. Wait, a dude wearing a skirt as
Bro.
well.
That's why I
I
sent you
mean,
both of them. One of them is the dog man getting ready for his doggy day, and the other one is the competition.
this
Oh,
ain't nothing
bro.
compared to a piss.
Bitch.
You ever
Dude,
been
that
to a
skirt
piss?
is not a Scottish
Oh,
kilt.
that's
That's
your
a
mic,
skirt.
Jimmy. You gotta do something. You gotta do something about
Turn
that.
off your speakers in the back, maybe. I don't know.
I think that is, yeah, you might got background speaker. That probably is.
No background speakers. I mean, let me come back in.
Okay, no problem.
I,
Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link out there for you.
well, quit getting those headphones from Ross and stuff.
No headphones, baby. It's probably just a
It
phone.
just
Oh, okay. Or
Wiring
maybe
my
some
head.
headphones. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
drop down and come back up real quick, Demi. I'll put the link in the chat for you.
That's funny as fuck too, though. Low key.
Usual suspect.
Like, drop down and
Bro, that's the meme. Next time y'all on the internet and motherfucking white boys talking shit, post that shit right up under their shit like this.
all them
That's
niggas that's trying to get Carmelo Anthony up is in the house like that right now.
yes,
I
right now.
I can't
Yeah,
take
yeah.
your word
Yeah,
for
yeah.
shit. Your word means nothing to me.
See,
One
that's like a nigga in 2016 that was rooting for the Warriors in Cleveland, bro. Like
right.
I can't trust you, nigga. You don't want
I
us to
can't
be
trust.
happy,
Hey,
nigga.
nigga switched on me. Bro, grave, a nigga switched on me, and he tried to say he was going for LeBron. I said, bitch ass, I'm a Laker fan, nigga. I met Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, and all that shit. Nigga, I'm a real Laker fan, nigga, and I'm never going for nobody else. I said, you bitch, nigga. Went, oh my God. I was like, this is disgusting. Like, we broke up for real. It was a bromance that was broke up.
No, this
Stop
nigga
fucking with you.
Hell no.
Nigga stupid.
Real shit though.
Oh man, and it's worse
No,
one.
no,
They
no,
actually got a.
no, no,
Let me say this.
because
Oh, go ahead, Bobby. They got a
go
whole
ahead, bro.
They
Go
got a
ahead.
whole. They got a whole on this doggy pup shit. Whatever that name is underneath there. They got a whole parade that they be having, and it be like 3,000 people out there. The doggy people, well, all white people with dog masks on and like tails and shit. You know what I'm saying? Licking people. Think about
Bro,
this shit. This shit
no,
crazy,
I'm
cuz.
saying these are lonely people, bro. And I ain't proud of it, but I got 5 kids and 3
I'll
baby
be mad
mamas.
as
Come
hell.
on,
I just
nigga.
happened to be
You
outside
can't
and the
get,
bitch come
you
lick my
can't, what
face.
is you doing with a pet?
Those pink people crazy, man.
Bro, that shit
Those
is
pink people
crazy.
really fucked up.
That's why, yeah, he right. Whoever talking that shit, that's what they doing for real. That's why they so mad. Those niggas will never accept me like this. Get him out of here. God damn. Is that me? Who making that? Bobby?
I thought that was my shit, but I was muted, so it ain't me.
Yeah. Oh,
Nigga,
somebody got
they
a.
are cracking on this shit. I'm trying to just say one thing to my big bro, and I can't. For all these hours, I'm trying to say one thing, and I can't.
You on right now, nigga?
I know, but the shit sound crazy to me. You won't believe what I had to do to get back on.
Look, when you start dropping too much real information, bro, that shit happen.
The shit, like, in real time, the shit is 10 seconds late. You heard me? And all I was going to do was ask Big Bro if he can help me to break down. But I was going to try to cross market with him. But he know what I'm saying because he know me in real time. Everybody that's on the internet don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I have all this shit stringed or whatever. He done even been in videos with me, short films, all this shit. But I just need assistance on this little shit, even just to break down the science that I've been seeing him doing in a occult form. It won't be against Big Bro as shit because he can always play devil advocate. And in real time, while I'm talking to y'all, my shit is lagging 10 seconds and I'm hearing a frequency I never heard. Let alone the last lectures I've been doing got took off of YouTube. But at the same time, Big Bro, I'm not trying to be that nigga bring this shit to my fucking shit. We've been on here for hours. So somebody would have to break through that fucking science just to even hear what I'm saying right now in real time.
You said so much. That's deep. I don't know. Yeah.
I wish that I would but listen, Big Bro be hearing me talk, and I know he be on the frequency that he can't even say shit that we know. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth. And then the shit that I do on my own, people won't even be believing this fucking shit, nigga. You get what I'm saying? But fuck the conspiracy shit. We already breaking through with what we doing now. So this is a sign to show that they rely on our ass to continue this illusion. So you can do whatever the fuck you want to do long as it's on some real shit. So we can be, because like even Big Bro was talking about the kids. He know listen. This is like my big bro from Eon. So like before we was living in this physical, this nigga was my fucking was my friend, relative, mogul, icon, whatever the fuck he was that before we even was here. Dealing with the children, nigga, it's no need to say shit even on this internet. We taking people off on kids. Our legacy, but we forgot that shit. And I wish that you can hear what my shit sound like. It sound like that. It sound like I don't even hear
We don't
myself
want to let
talk.
them know where we at right now.
The way
Don't want to let them know our
sounds like you
location.
being scanned, bro. Your shit sound like you being scanned somehow or the other. You've got both a transistor, a transmitter, and a receiver in your compound.
They just developed some technology. They own you. They might be on you. Get off. I guarantee you.
You've got both a transmitter and a receiver on your compound at once.
Well, look, that shit boiling on my side too. Be what they want to be on. Cause one thing about it, if they come my way, they gonna have to spin that story so hard. Cause it gonna be a few on y'all with them. Y'all watch Invincible.
Somebody's running interference because they don't want nothing to be said.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what?
telling you,
My
man.
shit start boiling early. I'm gonna drop off and see if I come back with it go away.
And not only is there a transmitter there, but it is an analog one as well. That's where you get that feedback.
What Bobby is? Hold on. I'm gonna drop off and try to come back.
Letting us do our thing.
You never seen how I did a big nigga before.
Man, they running interference, dog. Think this convo was too tough tonight, was too much tonight. Must be running interference.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out what we got going on. It's gonna be what it is.
Everybody done fell off this bitch, huh?
Shit, I tapped in back in again, so it's really like this, huh?
Oh yeah. I told you motherfuckers be up here, bro. I don't be bullshitting. Shit, what we on? 9, 10 hours? Ooh, probably Bobby mic. Oh, that was my mic with the radio frequency. I left my phone sitting by my motherfucking mic. Excuse me. My fault, y'all. My fault for the interference.
Shit,
Mr.
but
C, what's good?
what's good? Look, I thought we had said the wrong thing on that bit. I'm like,
Motherfuckers thought they got kicked out. They listening. Muntu. I'm still up here, gang. Y'all can come back up, click the link if y'all still up, man.
Shit, you a motherfucker, nigga. Everybody, nigga, me, hey. I got the same too. My little brother right here, nigga. I just picked this nigga up from the airport. We know it as shit. Like, what the fuck? They seen what we was doing?
These niggas, they know
I
not to
got
fuck
the
with us.
same clip from the other.
We major, but they got bigger fish to fry.
exactly.
I'm being honest with you. If the U.S. government worried about us, well, we got a better chance than we thought.
But what?
For real. They worried, but they ain't worried yet. They gonna be more worried when they see Jordan sales go down.
But I'm telling you, cause so many niggas is not stunning no damn Jordans. It's crazy.
When Jordan sales reach an all-time low, they gonna be worried. Trust me.
Man, them bitches gonna be $50 at Walmart.
I'm telling you, when regular Jordans become the Mexican Jordans, when niggas be like, man, don't nobody wear them number 3s no more. You gonna be like, damn.
I ain't gonna lie though. I seen these pair. Look, that my connect got over there in China. I said I might have to grab them. That might be the last pair. Then again, I might just say fuck it. I done avoided so many shoes.
Oh,
like,
Jordan gonna keep on making some shit that's gonna get you now. Don't get me wrong. Them white people who design them shoes, they good. Trust me. They know exactly what make a nigga move.
Bruh, I can show you some shit a nigga showed me on the Jordan. I almost didn't want to wear them holding them on the Jordan 1. How if you flip that bitch over, it's like an antenna going to something like a. I had to take a picture of this shit and show you, bro. When he broke it down what it was.
Yeah.
And you could see the antenna giving off the sound wave. And when people know the importance of the sole of their foot grounded to the earth, I was like, damn. And the nigga broke down the symbolism. I'm like, bro,
Oh yeah, that bro, listen. Every single detail of these shoes ain't just on there for no reason.
Exactly.
Whether if we want to say that's the reason, whether if we want to even get into the deeper meaning behind it, like the intent. I can't speak to the intent. I can only speak to like they definitely using ancient symbols and gods and coded language, like this really mean that, and like you say, the sound waves or stepping in the water, the ripple effects on the bottom of shit, all that shit means.
Bro, that's why I ain't knocking nobody for their beliefs. That when I hear certain people say pseudoscience, my nigga, when you get into damn, but I like to have these conversations more on that Discord. Not to say that shit just super secure. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even be like, oh damn, this nigga know this shit. And a black van pull up and nigga get a sheet thrown over their head. But if I could literally show you some shit that everything that you think pseudo, when you go into something as simple as, I can't even say that on here. I can show you some shit, bro. That shit'll have your eyes wide the fuck open. It'll change your whole perspective when you hear niggas say that word pseudo. That's the best way to put it. Cause that shit got me so spooked. I know I gotta get in it because it's just part of like It's just part of technology. But when you see what you looking at and then actually see it on something and see it how it works, you be like, what the fuck? It made me feel like, okay, I put it like this. We got flat screen TVs now. Some of them bitches
Right.
not even an inch thick. Imagine if you showed somebody that technology back in the 1400s. They're
Yeah,
like, oh,
witchcraft.
this is sorcery. He has a talking
Witchcraft.
picture. Yeah, it's witchcraft. So a lot of that shit that niggas be talking about witchcraft, it was just people not in the know of that technology. But then when you break it down and look at the symbolism, you see how that shit relate a lot to what they call quote unquote witchcraft. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
And I
wild.
can definitely listen. Technology is on par with what people who lack understanding would call witchcraft.
Yes, sir.
The interesting, scary, however you want to view it, part about it is no matter how grown we are in it today, right? It's still gonna get to the point to where it's gonna start doing something to where even we gonna be like, boy, that shit crazy.
Hell yeah. Man,
Right?
look how good they getting with AI. Bruh, you ever use one of those apps to like prompt something and tell it what you want, what it want?
Yeah.
Bruh, I done had them niggas. This some real spooky shit. I gotta take a picture because I sent it to my homeboy. I was creating a character and I did an AI rendering of what I wanted to look like, right? Not only did that shit come out exactly how I imagined it in my head, I seen the character in Invincible as like a little cameo character on one of the episodes. And I took a picture and said, bro, look at this shit. This nigga on the same outfit and everything. Then on top of that, I seen some shit where they were talking about genetically engineering soldiers with werewolf DNA. And the last slide was the AI shit I built. That shit spooked me like a motherfucker. I said, ain't no fucking way, dude.
Man, listen. I seen the video today. It was all AI. The lady was like, she was giving a street interview. And the shit was so good. You would just have to be like, you got to be intently looking for the clues at this point, right? You got to be looking for them extra fingers. You got to be looking for little glitches and morphs, right?
Yeah.
I seen another video where it's a real dude, right? He walking like he got a suit on. He coming out of building. You know what I'm saying? He got his homies hopping out of like black SUVs and Mercedes truck. Dude, like, look, this video AI. He was like, this nigga's real. Like, the nigga walking is real. His entourage, fake. The cars they getting in and out, fake. I'm like, but it looked like just some black dude walking with his random African, you know what I'm saying, rich hit squad with their suits on and shit. But nah, all them other niggas fake. He the only real nigga out there.
Oh.
Them trucks they hopping in with fake than a motherfucker. Doors glitching and all shit, all that shit. But if you just watching it for that little 30 seconds and you go past it, you'll be like, boy, that boy getting money now. I seen them hop into the nigga argue up and down. No, I seen that nigga hop out the motherfucking Mercedes truck.
Yeah.
So that was fake? Yeah, that was fake too, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, they getting so cold with that shit, they're gonna be able to frame people with shit, make false flag. Bruh, I'm gonna tell you this shit right here, right? A lot of people was calling me crazy when I was saying it. I'd be able to see shit that the average person can't see. I always been like that as a child. When they had the whole what's the word I'm looking for without getting up the page flag, the whole Kobe 26 going on. You know what I'm saying? I was telling people The reason they want y'all wearing the mask, nigga, that shit ain't to protect you from shit. Ironically, they were pinning out all these new towers and cameras and shit. They using that to be able to detect the geometry of a person's face, whether or not they wearing a
they
mask.
want that eye technology.
They
Now I
want that
gotta
eye
scan them
technology.
eyes.
They want to be able to scan them eyes and look at the geometry of your face. So even if you is masked up, they know who the fuck you are. That's all that was, bro. Just like when they came out with Pokemon Go. Remember that shit when niggas were moving their phone around, looking at everything? And then later on, not even after they shut that app down, remember they had that shit on Facebook when it say click the picture and rotate your phone and you can look around and rotate something. So now when a nigga can have their phone laying face down, these motherfuckers can rotate all through your crib and you won't even fucking know it off an app. Then they later on, when people thought I was crazy, they later on came out and said that was developed for spy technology. See what I'm saying?
Hey, big bro.
Are you, King? Are you?
Don't none of
Okay,
that shit they
so
put out there be for our entertainment.
I don't even
What
know
it
if
do?
you can do this shit. If you can show, like on Google, if you can look up on Google and like pull up Thuggy, THUG 2E, THUGEE. Even if you got a Wikipedia this shit. So if you can pull up Thuggy, THUGEE, but even if you can't, I had to mute my stuff and I can't. You know how crazy they have niggas been. You will test your craziness or try to prove you fucking crazy. So I'm trying to look on the same shit that I'm on my television, and then through my daughter's TV, my wife, in my wife's room. Then I came downstairs to try to pull up just simple Bobby Knight, so I can be on tune on my TV. Can't do it. You get what I'm saying? It could just be from where I'm at though. You get what I'm saying? But I can't do it. So I didn't want to take off. So my laptop, the history of my laptop and the history of my phone, I'm pulling up on. So that's what I'm trying to go off of in so many words. And the information I'm finna share is I don't want to scare nobody. So you will see, like, I play with the balcony. I don't want nobody to think that I'm a Satanist worshiper or none of this crazy shit, but I will put symbols around me to scare niggas and to scare niggas, ignorant people, white or black people, to
Nah, I
scare
feel
simple humans. You get what I'm saying? Okay, so we got the thuggies right here. So the thuggies, okay, and you know I relate with channels, and I can utilize this to prove certain channels. So you have the starlight or the yuga or the light year that you living in. So Christianity, which is predominant, so people can understand, or a European centric view, you will be in the golden age right now. The golden age links to a form of another age in a different
He cut
light
out.
year or a different belief system, which would be called the Shati Yuga. The Kali Yuga is what we out of. If you was to Wikipedia or Google Kali Yuga, they'll say you have 4,000 years left into that. That's crazy. That's not real. You can fill that into your system. That shit ain't real. The Kali Yuga had to be around when you were supposed to be 6 feet apart from one another. You get what I'm saying? So this is a starlight system of residue that they didn't want the people to inhale to create a whole new DNA. It's a possibility of that. I never received any channels from a certain entity as Tupac Shakur until a certain thing happened, and then I was able to have so I want to be in the form of crazy right now. So when I was receiving channels, or when Tupac came to me when this nigga was dead or whatever the hell, just so I can get this energy out. I never seen this nigga until 5, 6 years ago. You get what I'm saying? So 5, 6 years ago, let's say about 3 years after my finally transmission or channel of me even seeing this nigga, where I really thought this nigga was a government agent, just to be honest. So because I'm not like, why I'm not tapping into this nigga, whatever the hell. So it made sense when I was able to tap into this motherfucker because he was showing me that he was the last child of the ego, the last child of 𝘾𝙤𝙢𝙥𝙃, the last child of the shadow side, the last child of the dark side, which represents your ego. So that entity, that ego, that energy you created as a child to protect yourself in this realm, I knew that it was time to throw that away and start experiencing what I created myself to be. You get where I'm coming from, to live into this golden light year. So I'm still trying to be, I'm still just, don't believe shit that I'm saying. I'm just trying to get off this reference. So the 𝘾𝙤𝙢, right? The 𝘾𝙤𝙢 represents the Kali Yuga. Tupac came and told me that he was the last child of 𝘾𝙤𝙢. I didn't know none of this shit. You know, a regular nigga, I'm gonna Google this shit, thug. I Googled thug. That's all. I didn't do thuggy. I did thug. Why would thug translate me to thuggy? Because the Santerian or primordial or the grandfather word or the grandfather terminology, they will say thuggy in a certain different type of light year. So this is what pop up on the fucking Google shit. So it say if you Google thuggy, it will show you, and the Wikipedia, it will say these are the last children that worship 𝘾𝙤𝙢. So Tupac is out of this realm, representing, he's the last of, so that's showing me symbology that you can throw away that ego that you created as a child to protect yourself. This thug shit, this mask, it's time to come beyond that mask and live into what you're supposed to be, into this golden, this golden light year. You get what I'm saying? But if you was to go into all of thuggy, and you will see in Wikipedia, it will show that this is the last. They worship 𝘾𝙤𝙢. 𝘾𝙤𝙢 represents the shadow self, the ego. So it's that realm is over. You are in the Shakti Yuga now, which is the golden age. The shit that the imagine whatever you create so you can live and succeed in this motherfucker. I hope that make any little sense. And I was gonna tie that shit into what we was living in and what we experiencing right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
But can y'all hear me now? I'm okay.
No, that's perfect now, Demi.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just want to just add to that we do need our ego. We just need a balanced ego.
Yes, ma'am. And that lets you know that a lot of people will be just regurgitating stuff. Because if you kill your ego, you wouldn't exist. Your ego, as soon as you wake up, you get where I'm coming from? You're supposed to be controlling that ego. The ego, in a different form of fashion, would be linked to trauma. You could say an ego is a form of trauma as well. If you can pull past the actual ego of how it make you feel, the emotionalism. So ego, and so let's say for metaphysical purposes, ego, it's okay that, or is it possible that if we was living 300 years ago, ego would be considered as trauma? So if we could say 300 years ago, let's just make believe something. Ego don't exist. We'll have to use trauma. You get where I'm coming from? So now we're using trauma instead of ego, if that make any sense. So controlling the trauma, controlling the ego is the true manifestation, or the true way to go to your manifestation, because that's what you're here to do. That's the ritual that they will always perform as well, because they don't expect you to break through this shit. They look at you as to have this American dream or wherever the hell you from, to have a story, to say you went through some shit and throw that old you away. And now you into the new shit. This the ritual. To have you going against your shadow self. To have you going against to have you going against the Christ energy when you rise, the Jesus yourself. They ain't got to do shit. Have you go against the body that went through everything. So now you don't want to be you got to control that shit though. So in another form, if we talk in psychology, we would say controlling the ego. But all of this understanding is departmentalized. So your ass will never break out of this shit. You would never break out of this shit. This is what they want. Trust me. This is why you have all of the symbology around the world that will show you this shit. It will show you in your face. Even the news in the new time is playing in your face of what they doing. Playing on your ignorance. Tap dancing on your... They don't think that you will conquer and reading this map. They think that you will... Exactly what American dream is. You work so hard to get here, can't nobody tell you shit.
Damn, that kind of sound like Rollo.
Yeah, that's real. You say Rollo.
Can you believe all these hours? Like, nigga, I'm telling you, like, I'm trying, but I bet you any money, like, what the community right here, we gonna find a way to, like, just for this, just to make sense of it. I'm trying to ask my brother for help to assist me. I'm asking for assistance for like this type of energy. Right. So like he run his shit, he be able to play devil's advocate. I don't have to be on here tomorrow. I will be on here listening, not interrupting. You get what I'm saying? But for that little shit gonna help something. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
To me, you get what I'm saying? I've always been working like that. Motherfuckers be mad. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you get that deal? Why do you do this? Because it's not for that shit. Damn, it's 2025. A nigga shouldn't look like let's like Big Bro say, in all my shit, it ain't no 401k in this shit. It's nothing I'm getting out of telling the truth.
Hell no, truth sets you free.
But that's the only, just like the origin shit, with the women leaving, the ritual that they perform. Listen, before I break all of this down to terminology and give you book references, let's get straight to the ritual. Let's get straight to the shit. They pulled off the shit for a form of femininity as well. But you can't take it as physical. That's where we fall as. That's why they will raise up certain feminine physical energies and play off their ignorance and align them with a physical aspect that's happening. So a feminine energy that's been locked down for thousands of years that don't have no gender. All they have to do is historicalize that. Now you have black, white women, no matter what women, feeling like it's their time and they don't need no fucking man. This shit was happening in the fucking 50s. So that's the program that's still playing out. The ritual with them sending women into space is a ritual, even if they didn't do it. They still played the stage what your average nigga and your average human is not doing. Your average human is not even being imaginative and acting like they doing something. So this is why your motherfucker elites able to pull off shit and still win on your dirty ass because you think you so fucking special. So all they gotta do is act like they doing something. They still would get blessed. Because your ass ain't gonna wake up whether you white or black. Because either if you white or black, you oblivious to each so-called race have a form of a bum, a form of a whore, and a form of a consciousness community. We oblivious to this shit. So this is a ritual that they will always pull on your ass to go against your shadow self so you will shit on your old self. Or the motherfucker that's coming up. The diamond in the rough. This the mystery. This the ritual they always pull off. So whoever, whatever the fuck you will believe, take that for what you take it as. But this is what to save your own self and your child, so you could create your own world. Long as you know that that's the agenda outside of your agenda, is that they will always go against your ass or try to throw you off and have you remember when you wasn't shit? You remember when you wasn't shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you wasn't always like that. It's always a play on your ego. So the setup is you going against your shadow side. So you would never be able to live into this new light year, this new realm, which you always created. Cause everybody on this shit. What this is some shit to prove. When you was little, you oblivious to what you live in now. You created that for your children and for other children to be in. You want to just think of some shit and you able to do. You want to be in class and don't got to do the work. You can ask a computer. This is everything. You want a better calculator. This is everything that you ask for right now.
Damn, boy, I ain't gonna lie. You ever be in a situation where it's like, damn, you want to tell a nigga some shit, but you wish y'all were like in person? So I just get the
I'm
word, boy.
already knowing you got some like serious vibes on you, Mr. C.
Hey, that's why I
That's
said
what
it's
they
the
will
vibes.
override. You are in person because this is where we was before any
No, no, no,
words.
no,
It
no,
was
no.
just a feeling.
I
So
understand.
send that shit on this frequency so we can conquer this shit. Send that shit on this frequency.
Well, it's a certain way this shit go. Once you understand it, I'll give you an example, right? When Bobby introduced me to the Fun Guy Kingdom, right? Whether you believe it or not, that shit is a real kingdom. And that kingdom is very how can I put it? They're very sacred about their secrets. So all this, oh, if you reveal the secret, you gonna die. It don't go like that. You just get cut off. And it might be a more time before you can get let back in. Example, a lot of people think the Bible fake, but a lot of people don't read it and they don't understand what they're reading. You see what I'm saying? And one of the very important things in there, and I'm not disrespecting anybody, calling anybody swine, but when they say don't throw your pearl to swine, y'all might be worthy of receiving it, but we don't know who else listening. And this other shit I wish I could tell y'all, cause it'd be like, I'm telling you, like this shit, how can I put it? This shit really is the Matrix. Might not be how they put it in that visual or the way they put it out there, and just it's almost like that movie was just a way to get people to understand on a mass collective. But this shit ain't what we think it is. And when you've had certain experiences where you perform certain acts in front of people that they'll consider Christ-like, they know you're not crazy. Or have you ever been around someone that's just like when some people were triggered about the things I was saying about Trump. I got in a conversation, I walked in on a conversation with some family members, and the best way to put it, they both on their side. They don't know I know they're on their side, but I know it. When I sit down and broke down some shit, and when I tell you their eyes got wide as an owl, they knew I knew, you know what I'm saying? And the lady, they went to talking about, how can I put it, speaking in code. It went from like a religious speak to a lady saying, but everybody now is on this new talk on this and this. And I was gonna break it down how they talking about the same thing. And they were like, leave it alone, leave it alone. I want you to talk to my father though, but leave it alone. She was like, you was a very knowledgeable young man. And the other was like, I told you, I'm telling you, this boy here, he, see what I'm saying? So certain things, like I said, when I say you have to meet, you have to meet. And I've even said certain shit, and this was years ago, bro. And when I tell you my son spooked me when I said some shit, and a lady referred to some other shit that somebody else went through, my son looked at me and said, "You talk too much." My son, He knew what the fuck up. So when I say this shit ain't what we think it ain't what we think it is, bro. And that's the best way I put it. And just like Bobby said, he could tell, he could feel them vibes. Bobby know a lot of shit I know. That's why Bobby, when I say Bobby know how to present it and tread, just like when I tell you, when Sanchez kicked me off the show one time, I ain't say nothing wrong. I ain't say nothing disrespectful. I was just saying some shit that Bobby was hinting at. And when I started going into it, he was like, shut your mouth. And Bobby was like, yeah, ain't that right, Mr. Utah? And then he cut me off. So it be certain people don't want certain shit to be led or revealed because they'll lose their power. Niggas like me could see right through. Niggas like me and Bobby can see through niggas like Sanchez. But sometimes you'll give them a benefit of the doubt until you see what they're really going at. And you be like, oh, okay. This what they own. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of that shit he used to kick, that nigga is, he's, how can I put it? Perjurize your shit. He'll take your shit, remix it, and it won't even be what the fuck you talking about. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. But it'll come a time we'll link. Everything happened in time, and it happened in the right place. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, this and you on point. You right on me.
Yeah.
Them type of people is written even in temples. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't forget. I don't want no. I always remember that don't believe shit. Take a little something that I'm saying. I don't want you to believe shit because I want you to come back, not you, whoever the hell, and tell me some shit that I don't. You know what I mean? Like, so it would be real to me. You get what I'm saying? Like, holler at me in real time. Don't give me no regurgitated shit.
I dropped this jewel right here, right? In modern day religion, they make it seem like if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, your soul is doomed to hell. And then I gotta find the scripture. I'm sure I can. So if I'm paying script, that's why they want everything to go digital now. They don't want books. But a lot of people don't know God do not want you to believe in him so he can prove himself to you. That's in the Bible.
That's
You know,
all through the Bible.
you're
That's
not gonna
all
you're not
through the
gonna get,
Bible.
but you don't
That's the
hear that in
spirit.
church. They tell you, oh, you
Yep.
don't believe in God, you're going to hell. That's not in the Bible.
Yeah.
So
So
who
that's why you will find them. That's why you had the Conference of Nicaea, which
exactly?
they documented 25 years of them reconstructing the Bible. But you have scholars that also, white or black, that said that they documented 25 years, but it had to be over 25 years of them reconstructing the Bible. The
Mm-hmm.
shit out of my research is the shit that it was commissioned. So if it was something that was commissioned, then it would be like a form of franchise. So a Bible is in a form of an NBA, an NFL, an NHL. It's gonna always have a new version. It's gonna always get updated. So the same person that they commission to run the Bible, and you actually have Christians who believe that he wrote the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
which is who?
I put it like this. This is another thing I want to say too, right?
Which is who? King James, right?
King James.
Yeah, ain't that's the version, King James version?
Yeah.
He commissioned the Bible. This the same person before the Bible, 100 years before the Bible. Well, that was also considered a freaking fucking lie. So 50 years before the Bible, it was debunked. 50 years before the Bible, he was commissioned to write the Bible. And he already had something published, which is called the demonology of the Bible. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
you can Google everything that I'm freaking saying on this. But they
I'm gonna say this.
commissioned, and he was a black man.
Yes, he
This
was.
shit crazy.
A lot of people don't know that.
So
They
they
don't.
commissioned a high priest magician. So when you commission somebody, you looking at the works, you pulling all of these texts from around the world started with the Vatican. But I forgot where I was even going with this shit. But it started with the Vatican and they did this, whatever the hell, 25 years of reconstructing the Bible. The main thing that they did in there, which is also uh, exposed, is that they pulled Lucifer and Jesus out of the Bible, the actual name, so you would not be able to decipher that these are the same big people or beings.
Yeah,
And these
well,
are
you said
operating
it.
out of polarities. You get
You
what I'm
said it.
saying? Some
You
shit
said
like
it.
that.
You said it.
So out of all of that, you have all of these books coming into Job. That's why Job have all these fucking humanitarian forms in the esoteric shit. So if the Bible was real, why is not all the humanity shit outside in the beginning? Why is it so esoteric, folklore, fantasy, too hard to grasp? Why it's not just rough Gnostics? You get what I'm saying? Believe in me or you're gonna fucking die. It ain't no shit like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't want to be real. It's literally telling you he's a jealous God. You get what I'm saying? But I don't want to go on that shit. But I wasn't even tapping into that shit. I damn near forgot what I was going with it. But yeah, you right on everything that you saying. I'm giving a scholarship on this. You can also find this in the Book of the Beginners with Gerald Massey and the Celestial Ships of the North.
Well,
These are the books.
I'm gonna tell you this, right? If you read the Book of Enoch, and like I said, reason I don't like to put a lot of shit out there, not because I'm gatekeeping or anything like that. Once you deal with that side, when I say that side, that realm, because a lot of
To
people
prove that I'm got
when
you and to give people shit
when
so
I
they
hear
can work.
people when I hear people
You
say,
got the book Enochian Magic,
yeah,
Enochian Magic, or
yeah,
Enochian Magic too.
yeah, but this is what I'm saying. When I say that realm, I mean like that realm or that spiritual realm. It's a lot of stuff. Like I like to get older books, right? Cause it's just like I remember. I think I told y'all this story before. When my dad said a lion was a dog, and I laughed at him and ha ha ha, man, this nigga, you really think boy you country? I went and did the research. I went and studied the behavior. I compared them to what they consider felines and what they consider canines. And I started looking, okay, we got mountain lions. That's more of what a cat would do. When I did my research, it wasn't until the late 19th century, would have been the early 1800s, is when they start classifying a lion as a cat. But that's not a cat. And a lot of people don't know. They say, well, you can make a liger, you can get those things do not happen in natural
Yeah,
order.
they go off of a whole different frequency, and
That
that's what
is
the
a
science is tapping
that's a
into is to show
that's
you
a
that it's not going into the alpha state. The
Here
cat
goes
never
something that's
go
gonna
into
fuck you up
alpha
even
state.
more.
You get what I'm saying?
A cat ain't even a feline. A cat is a snake. A
Exactly.
dragon.
a dragon. Yep.
It's a form of a reptile in a mammal form. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hate but
When I
without
say
the entertainment shit. But I'm just giving you the mind state so you can understand it.
mhm.
The mind state is that one think like a female and one think like not a female, but the feminine aspect, and the other think in the alpha state. You get what I'm saying? So a dominant state and the other one calculate, it moves. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That type of forms of intelligentsia. So,
Is what I'm saying. And
but yeah, but yeah,
too, cats are more of solitude animals. The female raises when you see a lot of tigers together, that's a female raising her cubs until adulthood. After that, they break away and do their own thing. Dogs,
right. It's still a form of intelligentsia. That's the secret. That's the
dog.
shit that they talk to us about and show us a dog and a lion and plan off our intelligence. Trust me.
Yes, they'll
You get
tell
what
you
I'm saying?
something.
This is
They'll
why
tell
they
you,
this is why they'll give you Lion King. You get what I'm coming from?
yeah.
Instead of giving you a new fucking Kunta Kinte. You hear what I'm saying?
Well,
They'll give you a Lion King so niggas can look at you as a fucking pet. So this is still animalistic shit.
And then
You get
look,
what I'm saying? But I was
check this out too. I'm happy you said they give you Lion King. They'll give you craving, but they'll pit a Caucasian man in the place of somebody that represented a Zulu warrior. I
Right.
don't know if you've seen
And
that
this
movie.
is what they exactly. So
Yeah.
why do you have native? So listen, you right. But just to fucking play with this shit, why do native or aboriginal people that look like me and you have spirits that was called the white lady or stuff like that? You hear me?
Yeah.
The white woman, the white lady. What
Mhm.
is that? So it's not talking about a Caucasian person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm giving you the frequencies that they will play on our ignorance's own. You get what I'm saying? And then they allow us to turn that shit into humanity or humanitarianism. You get what I'm saying? A dogmatic form. I promise you. Why is that shit even called dogmatic?
This is what I'm saying, right? Check this out, right? They'll tell you God
I'm
is
just giving a ritual that will always be laid down is your ass being a motherfucking pet and not being the fucking um gentleman goon, a civilized goon. This is what they have never. This is what they don't want you to be. So I'm just giving on that. I can you because this is, and then I remember what I was saying. The law of polarity. This is what it will always be. So you can talk all this good shit, and another motherfucker would talk. Hey, I even do it. Oh, he right. Even in debates.
Mhm.
Oh, he right. Oh, he right. Oh, he right. This is what I forgot to say. This is forms of proving the rituals that at play so we can always stop being on conspiracy theory to keep building this damn illusion, building this shit up. And we're not from the thinking, pondering what they're doing. We from the knowing. Even
Hey,
when I was little, that's
hey,
why that
hey,
damn nigga on Mars that's sitting on with his hand, that shit used to piss me off. I didn't know
hey,
why.
I'm gonna put it like this. Like I said, if we ever have a time to have some private conversation, they'll happen. But it's just like this, Bobby. You remember if Bobby's still here?
I'm still here. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Look,
I'm listening to both of y'all.
you said some of the realest shit one time. Cause it's like, okay, it's certain shit we agree on, it's certain shit we disagree on. The only reason I say I would disagree because I know what I seen and I was there. But I say this, you said one of the realest things before. I know you probably remember saying it. You said imagine if it's a secret ATM. Every time you go there, you get $10,000, no question, no nothing. And you come back. But the only thing is you and only a few people know where that ATM is, and you keep the ATM put up, right? When you first said that, I had to really think, but now it makes sense, and that's the best way I put it. So one thing, black people, it's an Asian dude wrote a book, I think, in what was it, 1915? I gotta find that book. And there's only a few people that had it. And one of the things they put in there, they said the black man can't keep a secret, and the white man will whore his daughter out for power, but it always end up backfiring on him.
Yep.
So when
That's what
you,
I was talking about, being the vanguard for information. Like,
yeah, so
basically give out all the
it's not just
information.
gatekeeping. It's just like, bruh, if you're gonna move a certain way, I've never seen a military tell a motherfucker what time they going to strike, how they gonna strike, and what the fuck they gonna do. Niggas, they get on this bitch getting loud, getting like no disrespect for anybody who believed in the Malcolm X and all that. They pick these niggas out here just like he was exposed, and they give you the celebrities and this and that. They always got a trick, bruh. This shit is not how you think it go. So
And
if
that's why
Puffy,
you
if this
also, yeah, you have people to lay that shit down too. I'm just have to
this
bring
this what
this
I'm
in
saying.
too.
When
Hold
you
on, real, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
when you
Real
My
go
quick.
bad.
out,
No,
when
you
you
good.
go out here and you just telling people your every move and how you gonna do it, ain't nothing strategic about that. And if people knew the power that we held within us, you will know there's no need, no reason to have to go to war, bro. It's a reason why all our information is locked away in the Vatican somewhere. But they put little signs and shit in movies and shit. You see what I'm saying? So Once you start learning that shit, bro, it's more of okay. If you gonna be just like the people who run the world, you think if they went out there telling everything they knew and how they were gonna do it, they'd be where they at? Fuck no. So if you ever trying to get on a certain level, that's how you have to move. All this thinking I'm powerful and speak. Just to, even if you notice the way those people talk, they all sound the same. They're trained to speak that way. I got family members that are pastors and preachers. They have to go to a ministry school and figure out what they're allowed to teach and what they're not allowed to teach, and how to learn to pick those certain cadence in their voice. That's why when I hear that, I know an imposter when I hear one and when I see one. And I probably shouldn't even say that online. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of tricks to this trade, bro. So
But
once
when
you
is it gonna stop? That's what I want to say. When is it
it
gonna
it,
stop, bro?
it start with you.
But you right, you right. But I'm on it like I'm not trying to go against you either, but I'm damn sure I have to say something
Mm-hmm.
so that energy won't
But
come
this
into
what I'm
my
saying.
home when I'm off this motherfucker.
If you
You
want
get
to
what I'm
see
saying? But you
this,
have people that don't know shit and learning shit and start telling people shit that they learning they damn self. This is
that's
what
true. That's
we in.
true. That's
This
true.
is in majority of ignorance. This is what you in, hell.
Yeah.
The shit got to, when is it gonna stop though? When is it gonna stop with your ammo? When is it gonna be okay for somebody to be able to manipulate the matrix? Like everybody wanted Neo to be in the matrix.
Hey, you just gotta be willing to receive. And as far as like it was a hard concept for me to believe, right? Especially knowing how they say things came about. But whether you believe it or not, what makes what makes this reality so grand, or what make you so grand, is to understand that you have no beginning, you have no ending. It's hard to wrap your hands around that, but that's the truth. That's why it's so much confusion. That's why the people who know this, they can come around and hit you with evolution and a rock hit this shit and it was dinosaurs. I'll leave it alone. It'll come a chance, bro. Cause it's
That's also like that's to me is like surface levels talking. You ain't nothing wrong with it, but
it's
I
surface
don't
level
want. But
talking,
when
but
I but look, if I drop some science, I can't
it,
fucking.
oh,
That's like me killing the stage and
hey,
allowing somebody to come up with some human shit.
that's
You get
cool.
what I'm
Hey,
saying?
that's cool.
Now you a
And I
comedian
respect
and
that.
it came up and made people relate with your family. Now I didn't drop some real shit or funny shit. Now it's fucking erased. But
I,
you right, but I still have to say something. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
If you
I
don't
feel
know
like this.
shit, don't say shit.
Cool.
If you learning something, don't say shit.
Cool. I cool. Respect.
That's all you have to do. I hate to say this, but what is the elders or when is this shit gonna stop?
What are you asking to stop?
No, I'm just saying, when is it going to stop? Whatever the fuck. Why
What is
it never listen. Just like
uh
what you said. What do I mean? When is that gonna stop? What about what I even if I come in with some shit?
Hey,
Why don't never be no add on onto that? Why be add on majority of shit that we can't get us our ass up out of?
who
Why
is
got to be an add on a conspiracy? But damn sure I'm not talking. It might seem like I'm saying a bunch of shit,
I ain't
but
saying
I'm
what you
not
saying.
saying shit for real. I'm not
According
giving nobody shit for
according
real.
I get what you're saying. I As far as like anything you was saying, I'm not saying I wasn't paying attention. I looked at the pictures. I get all that. What I'm saying is, well, I already said it before, so I ain't, just trying to go back and forth and repeat. What I'm saying is this: if you saying what isn't going to stop, like I'm asking you a simple question, like when is what going to stop? Because I feel like that. You ever listen to any Bobby music? Hello, can you hear me? Y'all hear me?
Y'all hear me? I hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
All
hear
right, I feel
everybody.
like this.
Yo,
I knew Bobby was a deep dude. If you really listen to some of the music he put out, it might just sound like he just saying words that rhyme. But the nigga got a deep message behind a lot of his shit. You see what I'm saying? Was it Bobby 3?
Uh-huh.
When you said that verse about a person can be so blind to not realize they in paradise or some shit. The way you broke it down, that shit was hard as fuck. You got to kind of listen to it a few times and kind
I
of
asked for a music intermission.
you got to kind of listen to it a few times and then be enlightened to what he's putting out there and saying, and you like, oh. So then you'll wonder how some people can go through so much shit and still be happy, cause you see what I'm saying? And he said some shit a long time ago. That's just like y'all can sit up here and look at these people. You feel like, okay, they got all these material things and they rule the world. This nigga dropped one of the biggest jewels that a lot of people don't know. You're sitting up here looking at this nigga who got the skyscraper and all that. You might not know this nigga answer to the nigga who live in a cardboard box with a stack of keys who wiping toilets. And I leave it at that. Cause it's a lot. Everything what you see in the physical it don't really mean that once you start really experiencing what you going on. Yeah, you want to be comfortable, you want to have certain things in life, but it's more to that. That shit is like an illusion. Cause once you start getting a lot of shit and having a lot of shit, you start realizing, man, I'm just piling up trash and wasting material.
Yeah, you gotta know this shit is. You got to know this is
So a lot of
illusion. But
people,
what are
a
you
lot
here
of
to
people,
do though?
yeah, a lot
And
of
I
people.
look. Like, let me just hurry up and finish this where I was going because
yeah, I tried to ask you a question.
Who that, me?
You cut out, King.
Whoever said they ain't had no beginning, somebody said you don't got no beginning or no end, right? You said that.
Yeah, when he said when is this gonna end, I'm telling it don't have a beginning and ending. And if you really, I was one of the people who've been like, man, the Bible
that's
fake.
surface level. Can y'all hear me now?
You gonna let them
Okay.
answer, or you gonna let them answer the question?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, let him finish real quick, King. We hear you.
When I say it's no beginning and no ending, I used to be one of them type of people. First, let me get this disclaimer out here. I was one of the main niggas spearheading the Bible fake. It's the white man book. Nigga, I knew I wouldn't say I know Brother Paulite personally, but I got offered to come speak with him, Pharaoh, all them niggas, Sarnetta. And when I kind of seen what was going on, that just didn't sit right with me because I can see what was going on before other people could see what was going on. And look how all that shit turned out. Not to say I'm perfect. Shit, I might be a scumbag to most niggas' eyes, but certain shit just ain't gonna sit right with me. You get what I'm saying? If I know what's going on. So when I say no beginning, no ending, when I actually start reading and learn that God don't want you to believe in him, you see what I'm saying? For that reason, I understood what I'm looking at. So the way when I say, oh, I'm not gonna say certain, it's almost like this. If you ever heard the term, I can fish for you, or I can teach you how to fish, and you can fish forever. So if I'm telling you where to go look, if you ain't got the time to go take that time and go look, it's not gonna come to sign to you because you got to read to see how you get what you get up out of it. Because once I find out that a lot of these people, I give an example, when I found out they was misquoting scriptures, like they used to take Brother Paulite, for example. He used to always use that slave scripture, right? To be like, look at this. What God wants you to be a fucking slave. This is right here. They say happy. So they saying that you're only going to be happy if you're a slave. Once you get into the working field and understand what a slave is, you know that scripture said, happy is the obedient slave. It didn't say the obedient slave is happy. So what that's telling you is in order for a slave to do his job or to do his work, he has to be happy. What you see going on in today's world, people not feeling like they're being compensated correctly for their work. So anybody that understand business like me, when I understood a business, I had people out here doing way more work than me. And from what you can look at, they was making way more money than me. But you know why I did that? Because I barely had to lift a finger. So if I know in order for me to stay in this place of comfort, I need to make the people around me that's moving around me happy. And that shit worked wonders to the point where I barely had to do anything and had money coming in on time, all the time, because I was making sure that they were straight.
You ever heard a
That goes,
saying called ignorance is bliss?
huh? Yeah. So that goes a lot into, like I said, certain shit. I'm not finna pit on you two. I don't give a fuck nigga talking about you scared. I ain't scared of shit. But I don't want to lose my insight. That's just like Bobby said about that ATM. So if you don't get that, cool. If I say, hey, bro, go look
Man.
over here. So, I mean, if you want to get back on what you own,
Yeah, that's
shit, cool.
surface
But
level to me, bro. I hate to say that's surface level to me. You get what I'm saying?
that's cool,
That's
bro.
surface level to me. That's like as above, so below. But everything that you just talked about, the people that's listening and heard everything you saying, you can also.
You went out.
Well, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is not
Oh, I'm
bliss
not
at all.
Well,
saying nothing is ignorant. I'm not saying there's nothing bliss. Can y'all hear me now? Or y'all can't hear me? I probably ain't gonna be able to talk. Shit,
No, I hear
the
you.
shit messing up. Dark Psychology 101 or Dark Psychology and Manipulation by William Cooper. Both of the books by William Cooper. This is how everybody get jobs and how you get hired and why.
You going out. Can y'all hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
now.
when you say William
Yeah,
Cooper, you
I ain't gonna
talking,
be able to talk. I'm keep going out. I don't know why. Shit.
cause you saying some
Turn
real
your
shit.
volume down a little bit.
You saying some
You
real
loud
shit,
as
but
hell.
I say
I'm
this
on my phone. I don't know how I'm on my Bluetooth and my Bluetooth on. Okay,
when you
okay. Can y'all hear
when
me?
you said
Yeah, just turn the volume down a little bit.
when you said William
William
Cooper,
Cooper, Dark Psychology
that's
and
the same guy
Manipulation.
who wrote Beheld a Pale Horse, right?
Behold a white pale horse.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Y'all familiar with William Cooper?
So even in them texts, so you don't think that I'm being disrespectful? Why I would say that is surface level. You get where I'm coming
Oh
from,
yeah,
and
yeah.
also why I would say when is it going to stop? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything you said was surface level too.
I
You
mean,
ain't saying that
in my
wasn't surface
opinion,
level.
respectfully, yeah, in my opinion, respectfully, because like a lot of stuff you're saying, people don't mind when you start talking about rituals and circles and shit. No disrespect,
Yeah, I'm not.
because if you don't
Okay.
know the power, go ahead. Because it's certain levels, bro. You ever seen the Harry Potter series? Right?
Yes, sir.
You know, when they start off and they in the beginning of the school, they have to have a magic wand, right? And the advanced people, they don't have no wands. But go ahead. So when I tell people talk about circles and standing this and doing all that, to me, that means they're on a level where they still have to have the magic wand. But proceed.
Y'all talking about working, right? Y'all ever seen that show called Severance?
Call who?
Severance.
Severance. Nah.
Has anybody ever seen Severance?
I haven't.
Yes, sir.
So Severance is about a show where the people sever their memories. So when they go to work, they don't remember anything at work because they have an innie and an outie. The outie is your regular self. When you go to work, you got a chip in your head and make you don't know nothing that happened at work. You got your work self is a whole different person. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But they put a chip in your head, and when you go to work and get on the elevator, that's when your other self come in. You be working all day, so you don't know what's happening. If you want to get your teeth pulled or something, you're scared about getting your teeth pulled, you can sever that. But y'all need to check it out because they talk a lot about the workforce and nepotism and how they
Didn't Adam Sandler have a
treat.
movie like that called Click?
I don't know, but I
Ain't,
know Ben
ain't
Stiller.
that kind of similar?
Ben Stiller is the writer of the movie of the show Severance, and that shit is mad deep about chips and all that. Just like how they talk about it in the new Black Mirror with all the chips and people getting chipped up and all that craziness. But y'all need to check out Severance season 1. It got 2 seasons. It's probably one of the best shows out right now.
Hey, Black
So
Mirror.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I
But
seen the new season.
hmm.
My
What?
bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. You
What
seen
you
the new
said?
season? You seen the new season real quick?
Oh, what? Black Mirror? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see
Hell
that
yeah.
episode where the lady had the pendant on her neck?
Yeah, and she was
Bef-
changing realities and shit like
Before
that.
that episode even got done, bro, I already knew where that shit was going. And I remember I was telling a person, matter of fact, that kingdom that Bobby introduced me to. That's one of them things like you will see people have I've had the power. You'll get that power for a split second to do that. And once you do that, you'll know that the reality that you live in ain't what they say it is. And my life ain't been the same since then. But go ahead. And that was something. Look, for you to say it's surface level, I remember Mutu had to shut me down. You remember that time, Bobby? He wouldn't let me say shit. And I got upset, but then I realized it wasn't that it wasn't by being scared. Sometimes people be looking out for you, so
I
you
can't
can
hear you.
change. Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah, you.
No, I was saying I had to realize like it wasn't that Mutu was on a bullshit. Nigga like, hey bro, like you got some shit right there. Like you might want to, you know what I mean? Cause that's how that shit operate. So people will sit there and be like, oh, it don't go like somebody finna come magically do something. That shit is illusion. But you will get cut off on your wisdom. That's all I'm saying. So when you say surface level, it's almost a great teacher, bro. That's just like if you go anywhere and you trying to learn some shit, they gonna break it down to you
Yeah,
and be
and you also said that you wasn't gonna go that deep in, but you still went in.
where did I go? Where did I go in?
But when I meant by surface level is the reference.
I ain't really
It's the
go in.
reference. It's the reference. So I wasn't. I'm breaking out.
He went out again. But I'll do this when he come back on. I'm gonna go ahead and let him get his information out, and I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna sit back and check you out, bro. Cause you know something, I'm gonna check you out. I know I don't know everything.
I don't know nothing. I guess my Bluetooth or something keep going out, so I ain't gonna be able to get on because I don't know what the hell is going on. Obviously, when I keep talking, I'm going out.
Mm-hmm.
I switched from the Apple. I done switched from my iPad to my phone now, so I don't know what. It's probably just my shit. Shit.
We can hear you.
And I also wanted to say, don't give your pearls to swine. Also means, I'm gonna say, for example, y'all men, don't give your pearls to swine. Basically.
Facts. Facts. Don't let a lawyer hear you say that. He love it from swine.
I'm telling y'all need to check Severance out for sure.
What they
I
had?
told
They
you
had
there's a
a
movie just
scripture.
like Severance called Click. It's a funny movie that Adam
I think I
Sandler
heard
had
that.
where he had a remote control that he could like fast forward certain parts of his life. The only thing is like he was doing that shit and he kind of got stuck in the loop and that nigga like woke up 40 years later and shit type shit.
Yeah, I've seen that, but Severance ain't nothing like that. Trust me. That shit is like a mental sci-fi horror. That shit is crazy. Like you gotta check that out. Y'all gotta check it out, man.
Yeah, it's a different polarity. It's a different polarity, but I could see why you say Click would be on that same level because it really is just in a different polarity. It's like
Yeah, he
cold
just
water
did
and
it in
hot
a
water,
funny
don't
just
see.
in a
way.
I
different
don't.
polarity.
I seen both of the movies. I don't see how it's not the same.
Do y'all have reoccurring dreams?
I used to.
Yeah, I do.
If I do, I know it's something bad finna happen. That's
I'm
usually
gonna tell you this.
Hold on real quick before you go into it. I want to ask some questions. In your reoccurring dream, if you could like think about it, does it progress? Does it like if it reoccurs, is it like the same thing on a loop? Is it like a place that's continuing to grow like it's a reality, or is it just something that stay the same and just happen all the time?
I keep having this reoccurring dream about my city that is developed more, and it's a bridge that takes us from the other side of town. And it's like probably like a 9 or 12 mile bridge that we don't have to go all the way around anymore. And I had that dream like 5 times in my life. I had it when I was young. I had it when I was a little older, and I had it as an adult. The same dream, but the city has developed more and it grew more, and we had a bridge that drive us to the other side of town. I always had that dream. I don't know why, but we haven't gotten that bridge built yet. But they had talked about it, but I just kept having that same dream that we could take a shortcut to get on the island. We could ride the back bridge, but it ain't been built yet.
And you know this, and just like you know this place, even though it ain't a place that's recognizable in your reality.
Yeah, it's my home. It's where I grew up at. Yeah.
Okay, it's where you grew up at, and is it exactly the same as where you grew up?
Nah, it's not exactly the same, but I know it's home because I know I'm about to go here. I'm about to go here. Naming the places I'm going at, but I'm seeing it different. Like it's more advanced. It got more buildings. It just looked like the city built up. The population
Like,
grew.
let me give you an example. I always had this reoccurring dream of going to my granny house in Chicago, right? And everything about the house that I grew up on the west side of Chicago, the little townhome, everything about that is the same. Everything about kind of like about the townhomes we grew up in is the same. But the thing about this version of Chicago in this dream that's weird is that it got very distinct details, meaning that I know it's Chicago because I feel like it's Chicago, but I've been having this reoccurring dream for so long that now it's changing. Like the building that I like years ago, when I had this dream, because I just recently had it, and it kind of, it didn't spook me, but I was like, damn, that's interesting. When I first had this dream, it was like my projects, the Henry Hornets, but they weren't necessarily in the same place. They was like over by like this pier or like a little bay, a little docking area. And if you know anything about Chicago, it ain't no projects next to no docks and no piers and nothing like that. But it was like, this was the projects. It was right next to these docks. And I remember it just being like the same, like this little corner by the docks is where all the projects was at. And I remember when I had this dream when I was younger, just how dark and menacing the projects was. Like once you hit that block, it was like, nigga, demonic. Like anything could happen there. And I remember one time I had this dream where I was in the projects for some reason. It was like every floor was blacked out and some niggas was chasing me. And I got on the elevator, but the elevator was fucked up and that bitch like dropped all the way from the 13th floor to the, to the first floor. And I woke up and it was like always something crazy going on in that project. Then it was other parts of, where I grew up at. Like it was like, an advanced part of the city that I guess you consider downtown with a big ass bridge that went over the water, and it was like ships and shit. It wasn't like even Lake Michigan. It was like the ocean, but Lake Michigan is kind of like the ocean, but the way it was exaggerating his dream and how big this fucking bridge was like, man, this is incredible. And it was like, little neighborhoods and people had pools in their backyard, like, and I remember I just had this dream again recently, probably like a few days ago, right? And every time I have it, it's like, you in a dream because it's like I'm recognizing stuff. And I remember like being right back over there where them docks was, where the projects is at. And I remember thinking like, oh shit, it's gonna be crazy over here. Because when you having a dream, you're not necessarily like moving normally. You just like in places that you think of. You know what I'm saying? Like you think of a place, then you there. You can't really like pinpoint how you moving around. Sometimes you may be in the car, sometimes you may just walk around the corner and you you know, in a whole nother area. So I remember being over there by these where the projects would be, and I remember it just being like steel beams where they had took apart the projects, and like I guess inside of the building where they had deconstructed it was like a bunch of shipping containers where I guess they like took the building apart and like put all the material in shipping containers, and they was like all like suspended inside of the building, kind of like they was, you know, emptying the building out. They ain't really blow it up, and it was just still sitting there, and all you saw was like the steel posts and all the buildings open, and it was like sunny as hell over there. And I remember like in my mind, I was like, it ain't never used to be sunny over here in my dream. It was like sunny, and you saw where they was like reconstructing shit, and you know what I'm saying, they was redoing the dock over there and shit. And I was like, all right. And I remember like in my, like while I'm experiencing the dream, I was like, that's what's up. And then when I woke up, I was like, why the fuck did that dream progress like that? Like every time I've had that dream, it's been the same. And then now I'm having this dream, and that shit is tore down. Like this place, wherever I'm dreaming that's reoccurring, is like, it's actually a place, and they actually like rehab and shit and stuff like that. That was weird to me. That's all I want to say.
I thought at first you was going on a dream to how you was basically didn't want to live in the projects. Niggas say, if I go to the projects, I would
It
die.
wasn't it wasn't
Yeah.
necessarily like about living. Like this dream always get me because like I started to notice a long time ago when I had this dream, like I go by a place and it's like it'll be like a McDonald's, but it's not McDonald's. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But in my mind, the only thing I could relate to this place familiar wise is McDonald's, because it's like a restaurant that I
Right.
always go to, but I only always go there, I guess, whoever I am in this place, this version of Chicago. And it's like I started to notice, like, okay, they updated the McDonald's, or the streets getting better, okay, or where my granny live at got a gate around it now. You know what I mean? But it's the same place. Like they
Damn.
got shrubbery. Like I started to notice the more and more I had this reoccurring dream, the more and more it would like update itself. Like
Inception.
man, like some kind of like Inception, but like it's like they're actually on the timeline. Like whatever timeline they on, it's like it's progressing. It ain't like I'm
Yeah.
just having this dream and then I'm going back to this place that's like the same dream from my childhood. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like
Right.
it's the same place from a dream I had since I was a child, but this place has changed drastically from my childhood, which is weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, how is this place changing in my dream but remaining the same?
Maybe that's your shit, Bobby. Maybe that's your shit from the past lives. Maybe that's your shit. You know, and plus we're supposed to be multi-dimensional. So, you know,
Yeah,
um,
it
the
could
other
be.
realms.
All right, it
Yeah.
could be something that's happening now. Ain't no telling. Yeah, but I think dreams is kind of like windows into, you know, alternate versions of yourself, different reality. You know, except with the fuzzy
Mhm.
frequency, kind of like you only pay for cable for this life. You know, like it don't matter if you try to change the other stations, you can only get like the fuzzy view. You ain't getting the HD just yet.
Let me ask you this: if you could
Yeah,
go to
hear me
all the
too.
other dimensions and kill all your other selves and become real strong, like Jet Li
You
in the
want to be
one, would
Jet
you
Li,
do
huh?
it? Yeah.
You can do
Would you
that.
do
You
it?
can do that. Can y'all still hear me too?
I hear you now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
You can
always
do
thought
that, man.
like, but he was literally killing his other selves to get the power. You know.
That nigga Jet Li. That nigga Jet Li traveled 3 dimensions just to get through in hell and fight niggas on a pyramid.
All right. Get to the bottom of this.
Something like that movie called
Did my stuff go back out,
Everywhere
y'all?
All at Once.
Yeah, you went
Yeah, it
out.
did.
You going
It
in and
did.
out for some
We hear
reason.
you now.
All
Hey,
right, just
Cliffy
a
D.
book, Astrodynamics, Robert Bruce. That book should assist you to bring your consciousness into the dream realm. I don't know why the hell I keep going out. I must be playing with myself. Shit, I don't know what the hell is going on. But so when I'm talking, I'm going out.
You on now.
Yeah, eclipse you. Eclipse you.
Robert Bruce Astrodynamics will assist you to bring the consciousness into your dream realm. But I wanted to also articulate the dream, but
Um.
Oh, I do remember. I'll tell you one dream. You went out, fam. I used to have this dream, and I used to think it was some witchery because there was these two people that used to. I didn't know they were people at first, but it was like I was a fox, and there was two Rottweilers chasing me. And this dream seemed so fucking real. I really believed I was a fox running from these Rottweilers. And one day they fucking trapped me in a house, and I some reason I thought like I ain't no fucking fox, and I stood up. And when I stood up, they turned from the Rockwallers to like some people in some long black coats with some hats on. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the fuck? I'm talking about this shit I used to work like an overnight shift, and every morning when I go to sleep, I had this dream for like 2 weeks. I was like, what the fuck? Until I finally said, I'm not a fox. Like, what the fuck y'all niggas chasing me for as dogs? And then when I stood up, they became beings. And I was like, what the fuck? I never had that dream too. I had a few more times, but then other times I knew it ended quickly because I was like, I ain't a fox. So from now on, ain't no more chasing.
yeah, that
And
shit, like I said, when I break down dreams, when people rather they like this is what I will have. I have a flyer showing you the price that I charge for dreams. The shit will get to a level to where I don't even charge a motherfucker. You get what I'm coming from? That's the so I even got to the level where I see that the prices is just for this illusion for real. Because majority of the shit I do the shit for free. And the ego, the catering to the ego is damn, am I doing this shit to show that this shit is real to them? Or am I doing this shit to show that I'm not the same as these other motherfuckers that engaged you or whatever the hell the case may be? I'm using that to references too to help anybody else to if you need interpretations.
Well, good. Or maybe he can interpret your dream, Bobby.
Boost Mobile.
So if somebody is not giving me a dream interpretation of their own dream, there's nowhere I can go with it. I'm using that as my form of ego. It's because majority of people is ignorant, or the majority, or what majority of people will say. I will use
On the federal hotline. That nigga shit, that's something. It tell the homie quit calling that father.
that's what showed me the true aspect of the people that have the real energy is because it's not so like if somebody give me a dream when I don't never gank nobody whatever is real shit that's going on so
Like I was saying, I never had that stuff they said I had.
I will
Yeah,
see
your
what
phone
the
keep
fake
going in
is.
and out, G.
I don't know so I just keep
You be like talking for like 10 seconds and then you go bye-bye.
all right man I guess I need to shut the hell up man.
But that's what they do. If you talking some real shit, shit always happens. That's what I'm saying. Most of the problems we have in our lives are created trauma created problems. It's not really natural. They just creating shit for us. Really, the opposing factor, yes.
And they allow you, and we in the space and time to where they don't have nothing in their arsenal and allowing us to create and add on to this illusion for this world to keep being. And I'm still hearing, but I was trying to tap into the dreams and approve.
God damn, what was that? 15 seconds? I almost got it down.
I don't even think it was
I
15.
should have counted the off time. Yeah. I'll tell him his interval and shit.
All right, I'm trying to hurry up and tell people to protect themselves when somebody else is saying that they a spiritual person or a spiritual advisor. If there's no way you can give somebody their own dream if they haven't relate anything to you, you just making up shit. That's why I would listen to what somebody's saying and hear what they interpret.
Yeah, there's not too many dream interpreters. You know what I'm saying? So that's a gift. That's a spiritual gift.
What if they interpret your dream and they say you want to be a dog person? That's what it is.
Well, see, that's where you
You want to dress up and go to the human dog show.
Hey, yo,
It's deep
y'all
down inside of you.
y'all been able to hear me?
I can't now.
Oh, now.
I've been talking for a minute. I can't hear. Well, shit, it's cool. But no, I was asking Bobby. I asked him what did them metal beams look like and how tall were they?
It was just like regular steel, like the old school steel post. That's you know what I'm
Hold on.
saying,
When
that
you
they
say
used to
steel
build a
post,
building.
you mean like the way they used to make those aluminum trash cans?
No. Just like how you see a building being made, just like steel beams. It was like it's like if you picture a building but just stripped down to the steel beam structure. You know what I'm saying? It was like it looked just like that, and I pictured it clear as day because it was like in my dream. It was like I was having a nostalgia moment. Like, damn, I remember being up in this building, and it was like the two buildings that sit right by that little dock. It was those two buildings. It was like they was gutted out. The only thing that was left with that skeleton structure, and you seen like picture that, but you see inside like cables holding a bunch of like what you call those shipping containers on the inside. Like that's how they took it apart. They just deconstructed it and put everything inside of shipping containers, and it was like a bunch of long cables, and like just picture from like the top floor on down to the bottom, just shipping containers, big shipping containers, suspended on the inside of a building.
Okay. So these steel beams, were they just like they didn't have like no distinctive features to them?
Nope, except it was just all steel beams. It was just that. That's it. It was just like some just regular steel beams. It was regular. I don't want to say regular like it was, regular, but it was regular as hell.
Okay.
This dream was wild because it was like everything that I had as like it was like this another part of the dream. In this dream, it's like this city is Chicago, so it's like it's all type of places in this dream. So it's like I feel like I done lived a bunch of different people's life inside this city, right? So it's like I remember one time it was this building that's like this mansion in this city that's like we go call Chicago, right? And like this building is big as hell. It's like a hotel mansion / whatever. But on this one time we went in this building, I guess the dude who owned the building, this nigga had like a demon or some type of monster or something deep in like a sub basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the nigga, it was like me and the team went in there, and the nigga was telling us like, yo, once you basically once y'all go down in there, it's finna get real. Basically, that's what he was like basically telling us. And I remember like in this dream going in this house, and I remember going in the basement, and you know how like something like whatever the monster is, you don't never really see it, but I just remember us going down in there and like whatever it was, like spooked us so bad. It was like we just got to shooting and doing shit and running. It was like, what the fuck was that? But I remember whatever it was, somebody on my team like took care of it. It was like, well, I killed that shit. You know what I'm saying?
My
And
gun
it was
never
like,
work in a dream.
it was like that was the end
For
of the
real.
dream, right? Hold on, that was the end of the dream. This was gonna fuck y'all up though. They like, and that's like, say I had that dream in a series of other dreams, all about this same place, right? So I can't even tell you in a line of like, was it 5 years ago or 7 years ago that I had that particular dream, but each one distinct, right?
Yeah.
So the other night when I had this dream again about this place, I remember this particular time, I don't know if I was selling dope or something in like some little apartments that was like the projects, but I remember like whatever I was doing, it was like I was moving around the city, but this city is like futuristic but old at the same time. Do that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember and it's like I remember it was these apartments, and the apartments that I was in was like these apartments that I was moving into was like used to be like this college dorm. And I knew it used to be these college dorms because I had a previous dream about this same place when it was like a college dorm and some crazy shit that happened up in there, right? So now this same place that I'm moving into, they're apartments now. And I remember the apartment I moved into, it was some fly shit, and it was like it was me and my old lady moving into it. But we ain't had no kids. It was just me and her for some reason. And so we moving up into this motherfucker, and it's like it's nice. And for some reason, I had to go do something at this house. And I remember when I got into that house, I remembered like the old dream, like, boy, this was a house, like something happened up in this house, like it was a demon up in it, like something crazy was up in this big ass mansion house that I'm up here doing work in. And when I tell you this house huge, it's like one of them houses, like you walk through this door and it leads to that, like literally you gonna get lost quick because it is like it's a big old house, so it ain't like none of the rooms are open spaces. It's like if you walk into somewhere and walk into somewhere else and walk into something, nigga, you finna be lost. You know what I'm saying? So
Elaborate.
man, I'm telling you, this house big as fuck, but the walking into the open foyer is like a big open space. But once you get to walking through the house, that shit'll lead you to, and like everything leads you to like weird shit, because like you can go through like a small door that lead to a small room, but then that shit open up to a big ass place somewhere in another. You see what I'm saying? Like you ain't just walking through like rooms and shit like that. Like you can walk into a bedroom and then walk into a door out the back of that bedroom, and it lead to a big ass open hall with like a foyer, like a part of the house that ain't been used, and it look like niggas ain't used this part of the house in 50 years. You feel me? Like, what the fuck is this doing back here? And I just remember being up in that house and actually going to the place where we like open up the hole in the sub basement and looking down in there and being like, man, but it's like being back in them but it was like so much more light up in there now this time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I wasn't spooked. I was walking around it. You see what I'm saying? Just exploring, but it wasn't that spook feeling like the first time I was up in there, like, nigga, that house all dark, nigga, this bitch a labyrinth. You know what I'm saying? It's all this shit. And I remember after I woke up and I was like, man, I remember like every time I would dream about this place, it'd be like a dangerous situation or almost like a extra dramatized situation or like some type of crazy hustle bustle shit going on. And this time when I had the dream, it was like they had tore them projects down. That same little mansion house that was sitting there with the demon in it is now it's still there, but now it's like all lit up, and I guess they, you know what I'm saying, remodeling the motherfuckers, you know what I mean? And you know, the big ass bridge, you know, they they didn't refix that because the bridge, that's another thing. The big ass bridge used to have like potholes in it, but like potholes that a car could fall through. You feel me? So it's like motherfuckers would be driving and the pothole opened up, you fall through the bottom of the bridge and you in the ocean. You know what I'm saying? And it's like all that shit was fixed up. And I was thinking to myself as I woke up, like, I know all that shit just sounds nonsensical and weird, but how is this place in my mind that's in this dream that's so like vivid and memorable to me? Like this is a part of my like childhood to adult experience now. This place is a memory to me now. How is it changing as I'm getting older? You see what I'm saying? How is it actually, you know, adapting itself and all that? Like, is that me doing it? Because this place, although it do have like familiar things in it, it's literally a thing of its own. Like it's only certain things in it that I recognize that's like, okay, that's my granny house, or that's where the projects, but it ain't the projects like I know them. I just know they the projects because you know how you innately feel something like, okay, this Rockwell, but I can't say for sure it's Rockwell because it ain't no signs that say it's Rockwell or the Henry Horn. You know what I mean? It's just that's what I feel like. And it ain't never no signs that say this is Chicago because like outside of my granny house being there and them buildings is like the project ain't nothing about this city like Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like the skyline, the way it's set up, the way the bridges look, the only thing that's familiar is just like
every time I try to use a gun in my dream, that the gun be too heavy, or that bitch don't work. I'll shoot that bitch. That bitch don't never go off, and I get shot.
Right.
That shit be crazy. I'm talking every time the gun too heavy for me to lift up. I can't never lift it up and aim it right.
I had a dream.
How the hell y'all be getting y'all guns to work in a dream? My shit
Yeah,
never
I
work
can't.
in a dream.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
had a
I
dream
can't
my
kill
shit
nobody
fell
in the
apart.
dream.
I was shooting that
I
bitch.
can't even punch a motherfucker in a dream. My arm turned into a noodle. Every time I try
every
to get the
time
punching,
I got to
just,
drop, I had to drop on a nigga and be like, yeah, and squeeze, and my gun don't do nothing. That nigga, they'll blow me down. Like, fuck. Every time I got to drop on a nigga and squeeze, that shit don't never work. Or it be too
Yeah,
heavy.
that's some deep. That's some deep shit to me. That's like when I'm hearing back in the days when
Cutting like that, King. God damn. You might have to leave out King and come back in for real. That probably gotta be it.
He might be walking around. It might be a Wi-Fi.
You say walking around, it could be that.
yeah, I'm standing in the same place, but damn, man, this shit stuck, man.
Maybe something needs to be
Damn.
updated. I know my shit need to be updated before.
Yeah, now I'm on my phone all day. I was on the iPad, the Apple shit, the iPhone and the iPad. I switched phones. Shit ain't. It's all good though, man. That's my energy, acting like I'm doing something. You feel me? They like, no, nigga, you can't say shit.
Yeah, they don't like the truth.
That's true.
To
Right
whom
there.
it may concern. To whom it may concern.
That is true. We were talking earlier, the whole thing with the Borg, and I said, damn, I must have said some wrong shit on this bitch. But I think it was just Bobby microphone or something.
Nah, that was me. Had that phone too close to the mic. What up with it, Ant? Had that phone too close to that motherfucking microphone. That's all. Well, damn, I didn't even know I was on this bitch this long tonight, boy. We had 11 hours. Oh shit.
That boy did that marathon.
Sometimes when I be
Can y'all
on.
hear me now?
Oh yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, shit. That don't mean nothing because I done forgot what the hell I was talking about. Shit. That's why you would want to call on a nigga like me because I done tapped into hella shit. Niggas call.
There you go. Well, we had.
I appreciate you, because I done drove all the way to Carolina and I'm almost back.
Oh, that's what's up. So you went and got that business taken care of, huh? That's good.
Well, I wish your ass had been going like that time I had to take that trip from the Midwest all the way down south.
Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up, Rick.
Damn, man. Okay, somebody asked in the chat if somebody was listening, what's the best form of meditation? When you meditate and when you think that you fucking up, when you tell yourself you fucking up, that's when you fuck up your meditation. So I also shared in the chat.
The best form of meditation is a good shit. All the best thoughts. Oh, why you think they got that painting of that man?
And you exactly right. On my life.
I'm joking, but I'm serious.
No, the best shit then came up when I was taking a shit. That's the good shit. What you said. I'm telling you. I was just trying to give people the seed. If you can think of an apple seed.
Well, I read somewhere that your third eye is really your anus.
Exactly right.
That's crazy work.
That's your
crazy
pink eye.
work.
That's your pink eye.
Can you listen? This is what I was saying earlier when people say surface level is because they don't have nothing to bag it up with. But I'm not saying what she just said was surface level, but to prove what I was saying, and I wasn't meaning no malintent on anybody earlier, just like what she said. What you like how she
That's your peak eye. It's crazy though.
Oh no. Are you referring
that
to
what?
Pink Moon?
Can you repeat what you just said? My shit keep going out, so y'all probably can't hear. I don't even know what y'all can hear.
I said that's up. That she talking about the third eye. Yeah, I said nah. That's your pink eye. You look inside that motherfucker, boy. You go. You letting that's the way freaky niggas get women to do all type of nefarious shit. You know your third eye is actually down there. So peek inside that motherfucker for me, baby, and tell me.
Okay, that's where I was going. I remember what she was saying. When people relay it to that, that's your Bendu seed, what they talking about. You could Google that, the Bendu seed. That's where your soul is at, sit behind the gastrointestines. You get what I'm saying? So this will coincide.
I'm sure he said your souls, like multiple souls sitting here. Oh.
Well, your intestines replica your brain. You know how
Right.
how they
So I probably went out. Yo, Bendu seed is what you will call it, the Bendu seed. So this is before the westernized system came in. Your Bendu seed or your soul was behind your gastrointestines. You heard me? Yeah.
And if a lot of y'all men, if y'all would have your prostate massage, it would be much better for y'all too.
No, the prostate massage that I don't know what you talking about, but the prostate massage, if you playing, that's some anal work. Shit, she trying to play. I don't know if she for real.
Playing, King, yeah.
That's some anal work. She trying to stick some.
Right, she trying to get a nigga to cross over to the Erykah Badu, not Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu. We ain't on that. We ain't on that type of Baduism over this.
I had to say, I hope you playing, but she playing. She gotta be playing.
Yeah, I'm playing on that one.
Hey,
I'm playing on that one, but not on the first one about the third eye. No, I'm not.
But it's a way for the man to do it without ejaculating. You can have sex and don't come. You can have sex and don't release. So that's the mystery.
About something else.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna give you the real size. I'm gonna prove to you that I done did and
The
read
real
whatever the
size is
fuck.
crazy.
You get what I'm saying? No. I'm just saying because you got okay. people, real science is
No.
going to work and paying the bills. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So when you doing that, what about the people who?
Yeah, the monks know how to do that. They know how to ejaculate inside and move it towards their brain and back that bite back
Man, I
down
ain't
to
doing
the,
that. That's
the
how.
monks know how to do that.
So you got to come inside of you? That's crazy. They come inside themselves?
Yeah, for the man, obviously, but
Yeah, that's
If
a
a man come in, if a man come inside himself, Demi, him and that nigga that nutted in him gay.
So like when a man when a man having sex and when a man
No, I know what you're talking about as far as what they call you know what I'm saying, suppressing your seed and practicing what you call that semen retention, the things like that.
yeah, trust me, this is the sport. But to show that I know that big bro, I know where whatever, that semen retention shit can fuck you up because you won't even be able to release or get back to where you was at too. You get what I'm saying?
That's why I
But what
tell
I'm saying is that when you having sex,
you. When you having sex, you better know your stroke count.
and you have these forms of intentions, so while the woman is having orgasm, you benefit. A man, you shouldn't release if you trying to do something. You get where I'm coming from? Before two something.
You got to basically have a baby. That's why I don't even play. Cause I let another motherfucker know off bat. Shit, you go have a baby fucking with me, so we might as well just not even go down this path.
shoot
Yeah,
it up,
then
young
like
guy.
you should be able to, we all should be on a level to where we fucking a bitch and she's feeling everything and we don't even have to physically touch this motherfucker.
That's when you your full David Blaine right there, boy.
Wayne Chandler can also assist you with that shit. I can do that shit, but it's a lot of motherfuckers. You get where I'm coming? You got white men in Russia doing this shit from Wayne Chandler. White men not even touching a woman, having her orgasm. But they coach or the teacher would be Wayne Chandler. Shit, I wish I could remember what the hell I was talking about before. I'm trying to come back on here to prove to these motherfuckers that they won't win. And I done forgot everything I said.
Well, I was gonna say the monks. Don't the monks know how to ejaculate inside themselves and let it like like
The
circulate?
hardest thing is that just like sports to men, we don't believe that shit is WWE. The monks is a form of the WWE shit too. So they just really showing something. You get up on their ass, they'll want some crack or weed.
Facts. You'll be surprised how high the monks be getting, boy.
They got that Himalayan honey.
Mm-hmm.
You talking like today's monks or the old school monks?
Man, the old school and today's
Oh
monks.
shit! Oh shit!
Them niggas wasn't out there doing no extra. You thought them niggas was just out there doing some extra. Kundalini.
If you grew up where they was at, they would be a form of a nigga working for Amarin UE or 𝘾𝙤𝙎. It's a job. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
It's a uniform. No disrespect, but it's that factor. We in westernized, so
Damn, bro went out again, or am I tripping?
Yeah, he went out.
Not again. I'm about to get ready to shut this shit down in a minute anyway, cause I'm close.
Yeah, man.
I'm close to the shut off period. 12 hours. I ain't gonna be able to keep the footage. I go past that.
All love, y'all, man. I hate that I couldn't, but you know, shit, I was looking and saying everybody too. I want to thank you too, big bro. Shit, I was able to look at it a little bit. I
You
was
know,
able to
you
look
pull
at
up
it
to
and
this
tap in.
motherfucker, whatever, King. Come on now, whenever. You know, I be live all the time.
Yeah, yes, sir. I got. You know what? I got my little babies. They theater kids too. You know, I homeschool my kids wherever fucking me running my little shit. But I gotta get up with you, most definitely. I promise.
Yep. Next time you come over here and kick it with Cuzzo, man. Nigga, come knock on my goddamn door. I don't be going
Yes,
nowhere.
sir. Most definitely.
I'm an in the house nigga now, man. I don't even go outside no more unless I'm doing something with these shorties or holding something in the community so these kids can go out and motherfucking run around and jump on trampolines or whatever the fuck it is they do nowadays.
Yes, sir. That's the beautifulest thing in the world.
Yep, that's it. All right, y'all. So peace out. Much love.
Peace.
We finna
Peace,
go end
everybody.
this
Peace and
bit.
love.
Peace and
Y'all
love.
have a great evening. And we gonna holler at y'all on the goddamn flip side. And don't forget to tell Sister motherfucking Betty to hold that goddamn Indian shit.
Sister Betty, you hear that interpretation? Leave me the fuck alone. So bitch ass back. Don't fuck with me, nigga.